Chapter 1. Breaking up is fine, but pay up. On the third day after his rebirth, everything that should come, came, and everything that shouldn't also came. Su Ting, let's part on good terms. Don't waste any more of my Lily's time. Su Ting, do you still remember that song? There's a kind of love called letting go. Can you stop causing a scene? Su Ting, take a good look at yourself. You're broke without power or prospects, just a stubborn blockhead who isn't even worthy of drinking my niece's foot bath water. A toad wanted to eat swan meat. Stop dragging this out and break up already. His girlfriend, Zhou Lily, her mother, Wu Xuan, 43 years old, and her aunt, Wu Mei, 28 years old, surrounded Su Ting in the living room, glaring at him with disdain. Su Ting secretly cursed. I was so pathetic before my rebirth. Fine, today you disregard me. But in the future, it'll make the three of you kneel and beg for mercy. He calculated how much compensation he would have to pay, and thus remained silent for a long time. Zhou Lily, beautiful and gentle, sighed with sentimentality. Su Ting, I've given you everything. I've been so kind to you. Can you not delay my future and happiness? Let's break up, and may we each find our own peace. Is the new guy's name Zhang Tsong? Su Ting turned to Zhou Lily. Yes, he's the son of the county chief, the deputy director of the secretary's office, and you? Just a bookworm in the county committee's research office. Can you help Lily with her transfer? Can you help me get regularized? The charming Wu Xuan tilted her head, flaunting her voluptuous figure. Su Ting snorted in disdain, ignoring her, and turned to Zhou Lily. Have you two slept together? No. You're so boring. I'm just clarifying things with you. I'll only be with him after we break up. Zhou Lily blushed, her eyelids drooping. She still had feelings for Su Ting, so she hurried to clarify. So you mean you won't put a green hat on me? This is to leave you with some last dignity. What's the use of dignity? I want compensation. Su Ting declared sternly. Wu Xuan was so angry her lips turned purple. She suddenly stood up, pointing a finger at him and scolding. Su Ting, you bastard! My daughter has already been ruined by you. How dare you ask for compensation? Auntie, it was I who was ruined by her, okay? 6 years ago, I was a sophomore and didn't know anything. It was your daughter who pushed me down. Then, again and again, she wanted me to be her lover, her gigolo, her yang bai lao. After 6 years of hard work, not a single penny was paid to me. Su Ting spoke with conviction. Zhou Lily was both angry and embarrassed, trembling all over. She was a bit dazed just a few days ago. He was begging her not to break up with him, and now he suddenly became so assertive? He was supposed to be an honest and timid person. Well, if he was so shameless, then kicking him to the curb would leave her without guilt. Su Ting, you're truly despicable and invincible. I'm impressed. Aunt Wu gritted her teeth and reached out to hit him. Su Ting raised his hand to grip her delicate wrist, rendering her immobile, and laughed. Auntie, why are you so excited? You must have been the one who led the way, right? Otherwise, how would Lily suddenly chase after Zhang Song and then dump me? Who's the shameless one here? If it weren't for Zhou Lily, would I have come to this godforsaken place from the big city to work? A bunch of ungrateful women. Hand over the money. Wu Mei struggled to break free from his grasp, her generous bosom swaying. Dressed in peach and green, she remained as charming as ever and retorted fiercely. Su Ting, you're truly shameless. I'm not done with you. Su Ting's gaze swept over her ample bosom and her big red lips, smiling as he said, Yes, we definitely aren't done. Don't bother arguing with this scoundrel. Just give him the money. It's just a few thousand, right? Breaking up was the right call, very timely. Saying this, Wu Xuan took out a bundle of money from her bag, shook it, and said, This is the meeting gift Zhang Tsong gave to me, his future mother-in-law. 20,000. Just enough to get rid of this beggar. She pulled out a wad, threw it over, and scornfully said, This is about 3,000 or 4,000. Is that enough? Su Ting caught it calmly, then bent down to pick up the dozens of bills that had fallen on the ground, one of which was even stepped on by Wu Xuan. He politely said, Auntie, please lift your foot. Wu Xuan wished she could kick him over, but feared he would play dead and cling to her. So she snorted and lifted her leg. While picking up the money, Su Ting noticed that his former potential mother-in-law had a pair of long, fair, beautiful legs, and her body was curvaceous, exuding a special charm. With every movement, that a woman in her 40s was in the prime of her life, but unfortunately, her husband couldn't satisfy her. Shameless, with his character, this pursuit, This quality, you're destined to be just a minor clerk for life. Wu Shuan turned her face away, not wanting to look at him again. Su Ting laughed. Only a fool would let money slip by. So this little amount isn't enough for a breakup fee. The mother and daughter were shocked. What? Don't be so greedy. Su Ting smiled lightly, counting on his fingers. Zhou Lily, over the years, I've spent all my earnings from working, writing, and my job on you, leaving me with nothing. Don't you know that in your heart? Your laptop and camera from these years were all bought by me, and the TV, DVD, washing machine in this house, all paid for by me, right? Also, I lent Uncle Zhou 10,000 yuan. He lost it playing mahjong and hasn't paid me back previously. Your whole family went to Beijing and Shanghai for tourism. All expenses were covered by me every time we rented a room or dined out. It was me paying, all right? Altogether, it's about 50,000 to 60,000. Forget it, considering the past. Since Lily has always been diligent, he'll give a discount, 25,000. Wu Shuan yelled in anger. You shameless scoundrel. This is extortion. They'll call the police. Go ahead, call the police. Make a big fuss, stir up a storm. Let it reach Zhang Tsong, the county chief's son, buying a minor clerk's woman for 20,000. Yu Shuan was almost going crazy. Zhou Lily tugged at her mother's sleeve and said softly, Mom, he really has spent a lot of money on our family these years. Just give it to him. Wu Shuan glared at her daughter, thought for a moment, then bit her lip. Su Ting, fine. This is your only worth. No hope for you. They'll give you the money, 25,000 yuan, right? That's 100 times 250. Take the money, and from now on, we have nothing to do with each other. You're not allowed to harass my daughter, to speak ill of her, and you absolutely cannot affect her marrying into a wealthy family. Deal. Su Ting took the 25,000 yuan in cash and left triumphantly. After exiting Zhou Lily's home, he immediately took a taxi to Shanghai City, crossed the border to Xiangyang, added his original 5,000 yuan, totaling 30,000, converted it into Hong Kong dollars, and bought a ticket for tonight's Champions League final, betting on a score of 3-1. The novel is fictional. Please do not compare with reality. Sure enough, he won, with odds of 10:1, a prize of 340,000 Hong Kong dollars. The key is that in Xiangyang, taxes could be collected in one go, with no tax deductions, and only a report was needed to cross the border. The next day, Su Ting returned to Shanghai, converted it to RMB, and became 300,000 returning to Shangyin County at noon. He deposited 150,000 and, carrying the other 150,000 in cash, strolled to the textile factory's residential area, an old and shabby place with over 40 years of history. He planned to buy 2 apartments and then wait for the demolition in 3 months to make a big profit. Chapter 2. Selling himself to buy a house. Inside Unit 201 of the textile factory's residential area, it was empty. It had been vacant for over 5 months since the last tenant moved out. The community was too run down with a very high vacancy rate, making it hard to sell or rent out the houses. Su Ting, this house costs more than 100,000. You're really rich, huh? You're not just pretending to be a big shot here, are you? The owner, Wu Mei, stood under the living room chandelier, arms crossed, her eyes complexly gliding over his bulging chest and arm muscles. She was still dressed in her peach and green ensemble, her skin fair with a rosy hue, her figure voluptuous, and her fox-like eyes captivating. I'm sorry, I've made a windfall. Su Ting pulled open the zipper of his black bag, revealing bundles of bright red 100 yuan bills, 15 bundles, totaling 150,000. Wu Mei's eyes suddenly lit up, and she swallowed hard, laughing softly. That's perfect by my house. I'm selling it anyway. Might as well sell it to a relative. Relative? Weren't they enemies yesterday? Look at you, a man over 1.8 meters tall, still holding grudges? How petty. They're soft-hearted despite their harsh words. They care about you. Wu Mei blinked her big eyes and pointed to the empty house. Look, what a great place. That couple just offered 180,000, but I insisted on 200,000, and we couldn't reach an agreement. Sigh, you stumbled upon a great deal. Just now, Su Ting came to the textile factory's residential area to buy a house and happened to run into Wu Mei, sending a couple looking at houses away. Wu Mei thought since he had extorted 25,000 from her sister yesterday, he might be able to scrape together 100,000 or 80,000, so she invited him to look at the house, not expecting. He really had the money. The house is nice, but it has nothing in it and is covered in dust. Su Ting reached out to touch the wall, and cement crumbled to the ground. This A little paint would fix it. Also, the flyers downstairs are put up by you, right? 150,000. Miss Wu, I see the phone number looks like your pretty number. Wu Mei was caught and smiled awkwardly, lightly hitting him. You're so annoying. Can't you leave a little dignity for others? Come on, just say it. Are you buying or not? 150,000. Su Ting smiled, but didn't respond, crossing his arms and turning around. Aside from the big bed in the master bedroom, which couldn't be moved downstairs, there was nothing else. The walls were peeling, the bathroom smelled bad, the tiles were cracked, the roof leaked, the floor was damp, moss was growing, and there were mouse droppings and dead cockroaches. Su Ting returned to the living room and said resolutely, "This house is unlivable. I'm not buying it." He pretended to walk to the door. Wu Mei grabbed him, pouting, "Su Ting, don't leave in a hurry. Just tell me, what will it take for you to buy it?" Her advertising company urgently needed money, and selling the house would relieve her immediate crisis. That couple just now was the only ones who looked at the house in a year, but they only offered 100,000, which she felt was too low, so she didn't sell. Depends on your performance, Su Ting said, and turned to walk into the master bedroom. Wu Mei's face turned red. This room has air conditioning, the bed has a mattress and a mat, and it's pretty clean. It should be quite comfortable to lie on. Su Ting turned on the air conditioning, enjoying the breeze as he leisurely sat on the big bed. When he looked up again, a white figure flashed in the doorway. Wu Mei had already stripped naked. Su Ting was taken aback and hurriedly pulled the curtains shut. She closed the door, blushing, and shyly walked over. An hour later, Wu Mei, with a flushed face, hugged Su Ting and coyly asked, "How do I compare to Lily? Not even on the same level. Who's better, her or me? She can't compare to your skills." Wu Mei giggled, "You're quite skilled too. But let's get serious. Let's sign a contract." "What? Are you trying to make me sign a contract to sell myself?" Wu Mei playfully hit him and pouted, "Stop being silly. I mean selling the house that, so you didn't like me, you just wanted me to buy your house? Then sell yourself at the house? Su Ting, do you think I'm that easy? I gave myself to you, and you didn't even cherish it? I could buy this house for 130,000. How is that enough? All right, you signed a contract. Give me the money, and I'll give you 2 more times. Deal." An hour later, the contract was signed for a total price of 150,000, and Su Ting handed Wu Mei 80,000 in cash. The next evening, after the transfer was completed, he brought the remaining money to her house. Wu Mei held the bright red bills, looking at them with a beaming smile. Excited and trembling, they were indeed quite tempting. Su Ting smiled and asked, "Didn't you say 2 times? You just gave it all at once today. Do you still have money?" Su Ting shook his head. "Then get lost." "Wu Mei, you're so heartless." Su Ting put his hands in his pockets, smiling bitterly. "I thought only women were big-chested and brainless. Turns out men can be too," she said, staring at his muscular chest and laughing, her throat moving a bit, feeling a bit reluctant. But having no money was the original sin. No matter how good it felt, she couldn't give. Right, we're evenly matched. I weigh half a pound, you weigh 8. Not just that, definitely not just that. 8 pounds is about right. Wu Mei proudly held her heavy fruits and said, "You know your stuff. I gave you a chance today. If you don't take it, don't regret it later. Get lost." Wu Mei slammed the door shut. "Damn, such a materialistic person. Next time, I'll make you deliver to my door." Su Ting whistled as he walked away. Wu Mei rushed to the balcony, watching his tall figure, biting her lower lip, softly murmuring, "Su Ting lives up to his name. He's really handsome and strong. I've never felt this good before, but it's a pity he's a poor guy with no money or power. Just when he finally has some money, I'll let him take it away. Sigh, you can't have both fish in bear's paw." She glanced at her phone. It was almost 8. Why hadn't Minister Cook come yet? Damn, with his skills, he's too far from Su Ting, but he has power, and power can generate wealth. Su Ting walked around the community for a while and suddenly saw the deputy director of the publicity department, Ko Wei-Yong, parking his car and sneaking over. He quickly hid in the shadows, watching as Ko Wei-Yong looked around and entered Wu Mei's building. Isn't he the fiancé of Yin Bing, the secretary of the county party committee? What's he doing here? Su Ting quietly followed him. Sure enough, Ko Wei-Yong knocked on Wu Mei's door. When Wu Mei opened the door, Ko Wei-Yong pounced on her like a hungry wolf, making her gasp for breath, and then the door slammed shut. Su Ting shook his head. "No wonder she didn't give it to me tonight. It turned out to be booked in advance." The next day, Su Ting used the remaining money to buy another unit in the textile factory's residential area, the same layout as Wu Mei's, 100 square meters with 3 rooms, and It was 15,000 cheaper, totaling 135,000 in 2 or 3 months. The old city renovation in Yin County would start, and the textile factory's residential area would be the first to be demolished. Due to the low plot ratio, the compensation price would be very high. With a potential compensation of over $1 million, then he used the remaining 15,000 to bet on the NBA championship prediction, with the Mavericks winning 42 against the Heat. The first game would start tomorrow. Thus, Su Ting was once again broke, but good days were just around the corner. Moreover, with a business trip coming up, County Party Secretary Wang Shiyuan would take the opportunity to favor him. Chapter 1. Breaking up is fine, but pay up. On the third day after his rebirth, everything that should come, came, and everything that shouldn't also came. Su Ting, let's part on good terms and don't delay my Lily any longer. Su Ting, do you remember that song? There's a kind of love called letting go. Can you stop making a scene? Su Ting, take a look at yourself in the mirror. You have no money, no power, no future, and you're as dull as a wooden block, not even worthy of drinking my niece's foot bath. The toad wanted to eat swan meat. Stop stalling and break up already. His girlfriend, Zhou Lily, her mother Wu Shuan, 43 years old, and her aunt Wu Mei, 28 years old, surrounded Su Ting in the living room, glaring at him with disdain. Su Ting secretly cursed. I was really pathetic before my rebirth. Fine, today you treat me with indifference, but in the future, it'll make the three of you kneel and beg for mercy. He was calculating how much he had to pay, and thus remained silent for a long time. Zhou Lily, beautiful and gentle, with a sentimental demeanor, frowned and sighed. Su Ting, I've given you everything. I've been so kind to you. Please don't delay my future and happiness. Let's break up and wish each other well. Is a new guy you found named Zhang Song? Su Ting turned to look at Zhou Lily. Yes, he's the son of the county magistrate, the deputy section chief of the secretary office. And you? Just a bookworm in the political research office of the county committee. Can you help Lily with her transfer issue? Can you help me get a permanent position? The charming Wu Shuan tilted her face up, her voluptuous figure proudly displayed. Su Ting coldly snorted and ignored her, turning back to Zhou Lily. Have you two slept together? No. You're so boring. I'm just clarifying things with you now. It'll only be with him after we break up. Zhou Lily's cheeks flushed, her eyelids drooping. She still had feelings for Su Ting, so she hurriedly clarified. So you mean you won't put a green hat on me? This is the last bit of dignity I'm leaving for you. What's the use of dignity? I want compensation. Su Ting asserted firmly. Wu Shuan was so angry her lips turned purple, suddenly standing up and pointing at him. Su Ting, you bastard. My daughter has already been ruined by you. How dare you ask for compensation? Annie, it's me who has been ruined by her. Okay. 6 years ago, when I was in my second year of college, I didn't understand those things at all. It was your daughter who pushed me down. Then again and again, I was her kept man, her gigolo, her young bailao, working hard for 6 years without a single penny in return, Su Ting said with righteous indignation. Zhou Lily was both angry and ashamed, trembling all over. She was a bit confused. Just a few days ago, he was begging her not to break up with him, and now he suddenly seemed so tough. He was supposed to be an honest and timid person. Well, since he was so shameless, kicking him away would leave her without guilt. Su Ting, people can be shameless to the extreme. I'm impressed. Aunt Wu gritted her teeth and reached out to hit him. Su Ting raised his hand and caught her slender wrist, rendering her unable to move. He smiled. Annie, why are you so excited? You're the one who played matchmaker, right? Otherwise, how could Lily suddenly chase after Zhang Song and then dump me? Who's really shameless here? If it weren't for Zhou Lily, would I have come to this godforsaken place from the big city to work? A bunch of ungrateful women. Hand over the money. Wu Mei struggled to free herself from his grip, her ample bosom swaying. Today she wore a peach and willow green outfit, as stunning and charming as ever, and said fiercely, Su Ting, you're really shameless. I won't let this go. Su Ting's gaze swept over her ample chest and her big red lips, smiling as he said, Yes, we definitely won't be done. Don't argue with such a rogue. Just give him the money. It's only a few thousand, right? Breaking up was the right decision, very timely. As she spoke, Wu Shuan took out a bundle of cash from her bag, shook it, and said, This is the meeting gift Zhang Song gave me as a mother-in-law, 20,000. Just enough to get rid of beggar. She pulled out a stack and threw it at him, disdainfully saying, This is 3,000 or 4,000, right? Is that enough? Su Ting caught it casually, then bent down to pick up the dozens of bills scattered on the ground, one of which was stepped on by Wu Shuan. He politely said, "Andy, please lift your foot." Wu Shuan wished she could kick him over, but fearing he might play dead and stick to her, she snorted and lifted her leg. While picking up the money, Su Ting noticed that the former prospective mother-in-law had a pair of long, fair, beautiful legs, while her figure was voluptuous and graceful, exuding a special charm with every move that a woman in her 40s was in her prime. But unfortunately, her husband couldn't satisfy her. How embarrassing. With this character, this pursuit, this quality, you're destined to be just a small clerk for life. Wu Shuan turned her face away, not wanting to look at him even once. Su Ting chuckled. Only a fool would turn down money. So, this amount isn't enough for a breakup fee. The mother and daughter were shocked. What? Don't be so greedy. Su Ting smiled lightly, counting on his fingers. Zhou Lily, over the years, I've spent all my earnings from working part-time, writing, and my job on you, and now I'm broke. Don't you know this in your heart? The laptop and camera you've used for the past few years were bought by me, the TV, DVD, washing machine, etc. In this house were all paid for by me, right? Also, I lent Uncle Joe 10,000 he lost at Mahjong and hasn't paid me back previously. When your family went to Beijing and Shanghai for vacation, it was all on me every time we rented a room or had meals, it was me, right? Adding it all up, it's around 50 or 60,000. Forget it, considering the past, and that Lily has always been diligent. Let's give a discount. 25,000. Wu Shuan shouted angrily. Shameless. You're extorting me. They'll call the police. Go ahead, call the police, make it a big deal, spread it all over town. Let reach Zhang Song, the county magistrate's son, buying a small clerk's woman for 20,000. Wu Shuan was nearly going crazy. Zhou Lily tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered, he has indeed spent a lot of money on our family these years. Mom, just give it to him. Wu Shuan glared at her daughter, thought for a moment, and bit her lip. Su Ting, fine, this is your limit. No saving you. They'll give you the money, 25,000, right? 100 of 250, take the money, and from now on, no ties, no harassing my daughter, no bad-mouthing her, and you can't affect her marrying into a wealthy family deal. Su Ting took the 25,000 cash and left triumphantly. After leaving Zhou Lily's home, he immediately took a taxi to Shanghai City, crossed the border to Xiangang, added his original 5,000, totaling 30,000, and bought a ticket for tonight's Champions League final. Betting on a score of 3-1. The novel is fictional. Please do not compare with reality. Sure enough, he won, with odds of 10-1, the prize being 340,000 Hong Kong dollars. The key was that Xiangang allowed one-time tax collection without taxation, and crossing the border only required reporting, with no taxes imposed. The next day, Su Ting returned to Shanghai, exchanged it for RMB, and became 300,000. By noon, returning to Shenyang County, he saved 150,000, holding another 150,000 in cash, and wandered to the textile factory's residential area, an old and dilapidated building. Over 40 years old, he planned to buy 2 apartments and then wait for the demolition 3 months later to make a big profit. Chapter 2. Selling himself to buy a house. In Unit 1, Room 201 of the textile factory's residential area, it was empty and desolate, having been vacant for over 5 months since the last tenant moved out. The community was too run down. With a high vacancy rate, the houses were hard to sell or rent out. Su Ting, this house is over 100,000. You really have money? You're not trying to show off here, are you? The owner, Wu Mei, stood under the living room chandelier, arms crossed, her eyes shifting between his bulging chest muscles and arm muscles with a complex expression. She still wore a peach and willow green outfit, her skin fair with a rosy hue, her figure curvy, and her pair of fox-like eyes were particularly captivating. I'm sorry, I've come into some unexpected money. Su Ting opened the zipper of his black bag, revealing stacks of red 100 yuan bills, 15 bundles, totaling 150,000. Wu Mei's eyes brightened, and she playfully laughed. That's perfect. Buy my house. I'm selling it. And it doesn't matter who it goes to, so why not a relative? Relative? Weren't we enemies just yesterday? Look at you, a tall man over 1.8 meters, still holding grudges. How petty. They have a tough exterior, but a soft heart. They care about you. Wu Mei pointed at the bare house. Look at this great place. That couple just offered 180,000, but I insisted on 200,000, and we couldn't reach an agreement. Sigh, you found it, so you get a great deal. Earlier, Su Ting had come to the textile factory's residential area to look at houses and happened to run into Wu Mei, who was showing a couple out. Wu Mei figured that since he had just extorted 25,000 from her sister, he might be able to scrape together 100,000 or 80,000. So she invited him to see the house, not expecting he actually had money. The house is nice, but it's empty and dusty. Su Ting touched the wall, and cement fell to the ground. Well, a coat of paint would fix that. And that flyer downstairs is yours, right? 150,000, Miss Wu. The phone number looks like your fancy one. That Wu Mei was caught off guard and awkwardly laughed, lightly hitting him. You're so annoying. Can't you let me keep some face? Come on, just give me a clear answer, are you buying it or not? 150,000. Su Ting smiled but didn't respond, turning around to take a look. Besides the big bed in the bedroom, which couldn't be moved downstairs, there was nothing else. The walls were peeling, the bathroom smelled, the tiles were cracked, the roof leaked, the floor was damp with moss, and there were mouse droppings and dead cockroaches. Returning to the living room, Su Ting firmly said, "This house is uninhabitable. I'm not buying it." With that, he pretended to walk out. Wu Mei grabbed him, pouting, "Su Ting, don't leave so quickly. Tell me, what would it take for you to buy it?" Her advertising company was in urgent need of money, and selling the house would solve her immediate problem. That couple was the only ones who had come to look in a year, but they only offered 100,000, which she deemed too low to sell. "Depends on how you perform," Su Ting said, and turned to walk into the master bedroom. Wu Mei's face turned red. "This room has air conditioning? The bed has a mattress and a cooling mat, and it's quite clean. It should be comfortable to lie on." Su Ting turned on the air conditioning, enjoying the breeze as he sat on the big bed. When he looked up again, a white figure flashed at the door. Wu Mei had already stripped. Su Ting was taken aback and hurriedly pulled the curtains shut. She closed the door, blushing, and shyly walked over. Over an hour later, Wu Mei, with a flushed face, cuddled up to Su Ting, playfully asking, "How do I compare to Lily? Not even on the same level. Who's better, her or me? She can't compete with what you could do." Wu Mei giggled. "You're quite good at this too. But let's get down to business. Let's sign the contract." "What? Are you trying to make me sign a contract for servitude?" Wu Mei playfully hit him, pouting, "Stop it. I'm talking about selling the house." "Oh, you didn't like me. You just wanted me to buy your house. Then sell yourself with it?" "Su Ting, do you think I'm that easy? I've given you my body, and you still don't cherish it? I can get this house for 130,000 once is not enough." "Fine, you signed a contract. Give me the money, and he'll throw in 2 more times." Deal. An hour later, the contract was signed for a total price of 150,000, and Su Ting handed Wu Mei 80,000 in cash. The next evening, after the transfer, he brought the remaining money to her home. Wu Mei looked at the stack of red bills, grinning from ear to ear, clearly enticed. Su Ting asked with a smile, "Didn't you say you'd give me 2 times? You just handed it all over today. Do you still have money left?" Su Ting shook his head. "Then get lost at Wu Mei? You're so heartless." Su Ting stuffed his hands in his pockets, smiling bitterly. "I thought only women were big-chested and brainless, but it turns out men can be too." She laughed, staring at his muscular chest, feeling a bit reluctant, but knowing that being broke is a fatal flaw, no matter how enjoyable it is. "Right, we're evenly matched. I'm half a kilo, you're 8 taels. No, definitely more than that. About 8 kilos sounds right." Wu Mei proudly adjusted her heavy assets, saying, "You have good taste. I gave you a chance today, don't regret it later. Get lost." Wu Mei slammed the door shut. "Damn, what a snob. Next time, I'll make you deliver to my door." Su Ting whistled as he walked away. Wu Mei rushed to the balcony, watching his tall figure, biting her lower lip, softly murmuring, "Su Ting lives up to his name. He's really handsome and strong. I've never felt so good before, but too bad he's a poor kid with no money or power. Just when he finally has some, it slips away from me. Sigh, you can't have both fish and bear's paw." She checked her phone. It was almost 8. Why hasn't Minister Ku arrived yet? Damn it, he's nowhere near Su Ting's level, but he has power, and power can generate wealth. Su Ting walked around the community for a while when he suddenly saw the deputy minister of the publicity department, Ku Weiliang, park his car and sneakily approach. He quickly hid in the shadows, watching as Ku Weiliang glanced around before entering Wu Mei's building. Isn't he the fiancé of Yin Bing, the secretary of the county committee? What's he doing here? Su Ting quietly followed. Sure enough, Ku Weiliang knocked on Wu Mei's door. When Wu Mei opened it, Ku Weiliang pounced on her like a hungry wolf, leaving her gasping for breath. Then the door slammed shut. Su Ting shook his head. No wonder she didn't give me any tonight, she was already booked. The next day, with the remaining money, Su Ting bought another unit in the textile factory residential area, the same layout as Wu Mai's 100 square meters, 3 rooms, and it was 15,000 cheaper at 135,000. In 2 to 3 months, the old city renovation in Yun County would start, and the textile factory residential area would be the first to be demolished. Given its low floor area ratio, the compensation would be high, leading to millions in compensation. Then he used the remaining 15,000 to bet on the NBA championship, predicting the Mavericks would win 42 against the Heat. The first game was tomorrow. Thus, Su Ting was once again broke, but good days were just around the corner. Moreover, with a business trip coming up, the county committee secretary, Wang Shiyuan, would take the opportunity to pay him a visit. Chapter 3: The female secretary designated for a business trip. A few days later, Wang Shiyuan, the secretary of the Shiyun County Committee, led a team to inspect the development of the cultural industry in the provincial capital, Juzhou, and other places. The group consisted of 16 people. After the list was finalized, everyone was very surprised that besides the director Yin Shi and the chief secretary Yin Bing from the county committee office, there was also Su Ting. Why did the leaders choose Su Ting? Even the county committee office director Yin Shi couldn't figure it out. At that time, he handed the draft list to Wang Shiyuan, and she only made one suggestion: replace Old Li with Su Ting. Yin Shi had raised a question, but was intimidated by Wang Shiyuan's sharp gaze and her retort. Is there a problem? He didn't dare to ask more, and simply replaced the person. For Wang Shiyuan, Old Li was in his 40s, nearly bald and hunchback, whereas Su Ting was young, handsome, and robust. Su Ting knew very well why he was specifically chosen by Secretary Wang. She intended to take advantage of the business trip to possess him. Su Ting felt both excited and a bit anxious, unsure if this would turn out to be a trap. In his previous life, he had resolutely rejected the female secretary's seduction with righteous indignation and was subsequently cast into the cold palace upon his return. 6 months later, Wang Shiyuan was dismissed due to a power for sex transaction with Ma Shi, while Ma Shi was subjected to disciplinary investigation for serious violations. Ma Shi was the deputy governor of Haishi province. Later, Su Ting worked diligently and seriously until he was 38, still just a clerk in a marginal department. In his last few years, he married a kind milk tea girl, and they depended on each other. But he passed away due to illness a few months after his wife became pregnant. Rather die than live in vain, he decided to change his life, starting from entering the beautiful secretary's room in the main building of the county committee courtyard. Su Ting got into the minibus early and wisely chose to sit in the last row. Soon, about 10 people boarded the bus. However, he did not see the female secretary Yin Bing, who was a beautiful and proud peacock, high and mighty, and had often used psychological manipulation on Su Ting in his previous life. Wang Shiyuan was the last to board the bus. She walked lightly, her figure graceful, wearing a white shirt and black high-waisted, wide-leg pants, the shirt tucked into her pants without a belt and half-high-heeled shoes. Her short, dark hair was styled beautifully, with light makeup that was exquisite and flawless, her skin glowing white, her collarbone sharp as a knife, and her chest was a towering peak that many men found insurmountable. She appeared dignified, elegant, noble, and capable. After getting on the bus, her obsidian-like large eyes swept over the back, and she softly asked Yin Shi, "Is everyone here?" With a twist of her waist, as she sat down, her eyes briefly glided over Su Ting's face, and a different smile subtly appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Secretary, everyone is here." Secretary Yin left early to arrange accommodations and coordinate the inspection itinerary. "Let's depart." 3.5 hours later, the inspection team arrived in Juzhou City. During lunch, Yin Shi arranged for Su Ting, Yin Bing, and the driver to sit in the outer lobby, while the other leaders dined with the secretary in a large private room. In the past, secretaries and other accompanying personnel did not sit at the main table. After settling down, Wang Shiyuan noticed that the private room could seat 18 people and casually said, "Xiao Yin, where are Xiao Su and the others? Let them come in and eat together." Yin Shi's heart tightened. The dining arrangement was not according to the leader's wishes, so he quickly said, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." He stood up and went outside, where he saw Yin Bing frostily lecturing Su Ting. "Xiao Su, You haven't been out with the leaders before, have you? Cherish this opportunity, perform well, and don't disappoint the leaders. However, you can't be like a clueless fool. If the leader hasn't called your name, don't speak. I know you have knowledge, but if the secretary asks other leaders something and they can't answer, you shouldn't answer either. Otherwise, wouldn't that embarrass the other leaders? You need to have emotional intelligence and understand the subtleties of officialdom. This time, you're here to do the heavy lifting, carry bags, move things, take notes, write materials, assist me in coordinating the inspection itinerary, etc. You need to be observant and know what needs to be done, understand? If you continue to be like before, a wooden block, blunt and straightforward, just wait and see how I deal with you when we return. Also, be mindful of your boundaries. Don't think about getting close to the leaders, toasting, etc. The secretary doesn't drink well and doesn't like alcohol. Yen Bing was 25 years old, tall, fair, and clean. Among the county committee courtyard, her ponytail was the most neat and beautiful. When she ran, it swayed and shined. A typical rich and beautiful woman. But she was too cold, nicknamed Iceberg. Su Ting smiled, quietly listening, nodding occasionally, and suddenly asked, "What are you and Ku Weiliang getting married?" Yen Bing was taken aback. Her face flushed with anger. "Why are you asking this? I just feel a bit sorry for you. Listen to your brother's advice and don't marry him. Marriage isn't worth it." Yen Bing was both shocked and angry, her eyebrows raised. "Su Ting, my personal affairs are none of your business. Besides, you're the one who should feel sorry. Your whole family is pitiful. If you can't get the grapes, you'll feel sour and envy others, trying to break others apart. That's a psychological disorder. I'm not eating with you." She thought Su Ting was like other men, harboring covetous thoughts about her, and proudly lifted her neck, snorted, pouted, turned her face away, and was about to leave. Insher saw Yen Bing's angry demeanor and felt a headache. This young lady liked to show off. Considering herself from a scholarly family, and being the secretary recommended by the Municipal Organization Department, she looked down on others. "Secretary Yen, Xiao Su, come over here to eat." Yen Bing was surprised again, frowning. "Director, what qualification does Su Ting have to go in and eat?" The secretary called his name. "What do you think?" The middle-aged Insher was evidently more mature than Yen Bing. Wang Shiyuan's replacement of oldly with Su Ting had already made him feel something unusual. Not to mention that just now, Secretary Wang had actively suggested he join the private room for dinner. Yen Bing was astonished for the third time, glared at Su Ting, and walked toward the private room with her head held high. A few minutes later, when the dishes were served, Wang Shiyuan and several leaders were eating and chatting happily. Everyone began to toast Wang Shiyuan with tea, as there was a new regulation from the center prohibiting officials from drinking during lunch. Wang Shiyuan, who did not drink much, felt quite pleased with this and joked, "If it weren't for the central government's alcohol ban, I wouldn't be able to continue as the county committee secretary." The secretary was both beautiful and impressive. Whether drinking or not, she would rise steadily. Everyone laughed and flattered her. Sitting at the end of the table, Su Ting saw that everyone had finished their toasts, so he stood up and walked over, respectfully bowing to Wang Shiyuan as he offered tea. "Secretary, I offer you this tea instead of wine." Wang Shiyuan was talking to the deputy secretary of the county committee, Lin Ruelong, but had already noticed him from the corner of her eye. She kept him waiting for more than 10 seconds before turning her head, looking at him with a mild expression, slowly picking up the teacup from the table and leisurely raising it, asking, "You're Su Ting?" "Yes, Secretary, I am Su Ting." He smiled confidently, his attitude respectful. "A talented graduate from Haisheng University, young, and you write well. This time, pay attention, take good notes, and think carefully. Then write a report on the inspection to submit to the municipal committee." Wang Shiyuan assigned him a task in the most ordinary language, dispelling everyone's doubts about his presence on the inspection team, and completed her assessment and subtle flirtation with him. After speaking, she smiled faintly at him, took a sip of tea, and turned to continue chatting and laughing with Lin Ruelong. Everyone observed this and felt Wang Shiyuan's attention on Su Ting, but they kept it appropriate and did not overstep. Su Ting, for the first time, felt her aura and charm up close. It was fragrant and dignified, and her chest was ample, creating a significant presence. How exciting! Chapter for the female secretary is quite flirtatious. Yen Bing was stunned for the fourth time. How did the secretary know that he could write? Why did she suddenly notice this inconspicuous, peripheral character? The key was the strange look in her eyes. A woman's sixth sense told her that Secretary Wang seemed quite interested in Su Ting. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis, while also feeling exhilarated. Could a story really unfold? Would that save her brother? After dinner, everyone went straight to the hotel. Su Ting was called by Yin Bing to help push Wang Shiyuan's suitcase as they entered Suite 1601 together. The county party secretary personally coming out to play required high standards. A 5-star hotel, with each person having their own room. They weren't worried about exceeding travel expenses. The Affairs Management Bureau would handle it upon their return, and besides, there was 100,000 cash in Insher's bag. Wang Shiyuan stood in the living room, looked around the room, and her gaze fell on the tea table. Su Ting, help me brew some tea with Nongfu Spring. There are only 2 small bottles here. Yin Bing, go get some more, the bigger ones. Yin Bing agreed and quickly left, closing the door behind her. Wang Shiyuan glanced at the handsome young man, kicked off her high heels, and lazily leaned back on the sofa, barefoot, with her feet resting on the coffee table. Her big, expressive eyes looked affectionately at Su Ting as she gently parted her red lips and said, "What are you dawdling for? Boil water, brew tea." Su Ting's face turned slightly red, and he hurriedly replied and got to work. His heart raced. The usually straightforward and fierce Secretary Wang was truly beautiful and charming at this moment. Was it really different from his previous life? A direct favor at noon? It was too fast. He found it hard to accept. The water heater was bubbling as Su Ting broke the ripe tea he had brought into pieces and tossed them into the teapot. He could feel her scorching gaze assessing him from top to bottom. "Xiao Su, help me get the book over here. I want to read for a bit." Wang Shiyuan's melodious voice rang out again. Su Ting turned around, and Wang Xian raised her long, slender jade-like hand, softly pointing to a black suitcase on the floor nearby. "Okay, secretary." He walked over, squatted down, and unzipped the suitcase, which was divided into 2 layers with protective padding inside, not knowing what it contained. He didn't ask and directly opened the zipper of the lower layer, revealing colorful clothing such as underwear, pajamas, and base layers, making his face flush and heart race. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance enveloped him, followed by her slightly coquettish voice. "You're so silly. You can't even find a book." Wang Shiyuan also squatted down, crowding against him, and he felt her delicate and fragrant body. She opened the padding of the upper layer, revealing a cosmetics area, rummaged around for a while, then searched the lower layer for a long time, finally laughing as she held her forehead. "Look at my memory. I forgot to bring it." Both of them stood up at the same time and accidentally bumped into each other. Su Ting quickly apologized. "Secretary, I'm sorry, I... clumsy. You could have waited for me to stand up first." She shot him a glare, fierce yet a bit cute, making it feel like she was being playful. Just as Su Ting reached the tea table, Yin Bing huffed as she brought in 2 5-liter bottles of Nongfu Spring, sweating profusely. Seeing Su Ting leisurely pouring tea for the secretary made her angry. "Damn it. All the heavy lifting was left for me, you unobservant jerk." Maintaining his gentlemanly spirit, Su Ting quickly took the bottled water, effortlessly lifting it and placing it where it belonged. "Oh, Xiao Su, what book did you bring? Give me one." "Okay, secretary. I'll get it for you right away." He deliberately waited a full 10 minutes before returning to 1601, and sure enough, Yin Bing had already been sent away by his Secretary Wang. She really knows how to flirt. ISNT this, much more interesting than Aunt Wu Mei. Su Ting liked it. This dignified and decisive female secretary actually had a very delicate and sentimental side. Su Ting closed the door and presented the historical biography Empress Wu Zetian to the secretary with both hands. "This, I don't want to read it," Wang Shiyuan said with an elegant smile, shaking her head. "Secretary, this is the only one I brought," Su Ting replied, secretly cursing in his heart. "I actually wanted to show you Jean Ping Mei, but unfortunately, I didn't bring it. This one is for studying the psychology of female leaders and how to manage people. Showing it to you is also a way to put it to good use. Is it interesting?" She reached out to take it, flipped through a few pages, then lifted her long eyelashes, lazily gazing at him, her smooth, jade-like toes elegantly resting on the armrest of the sofa. She was lounging like that, in a pose favored by many women in Dream of the Red Chamber. "Lazy and enchanting." "Interesting," Su Ting said, describing the thrilling and thought-provoking process of Wu Zetian's rise to power. "However, Secretary Wang was tired and didn't tea want to read it herself. You tell me about it, she said, pouting as she brewed tea. Thus, the next scene showed Wang Xun lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, barefoot, drinking tea while listening to the handsome young man in front of her narrate the book. In his previous life, Su Ting had been inconspicuous, with a leisurely job, reading many books on literature, history, economics, and politics, living like a scholar, but little known. Now, those memories had come with him, becoming one of the assets that allowed him to rise smoothly in this life. The prosperous Tang dynasty was an era of women's liberation. Women didn't wear veils and could go out to meet men, even leading troops in a battle and riding horses in the streets. This was related to the Li Tang royal family's bloodline and customs, which were open. Moreover, the custom among the Hu people was that if a woman's husband died, her son could marry her. These were the foundations of Wu Zetian's success. Otherwise, according to the Confucian, Taoist, and legalist norms established after the Song dynasty, an emperor's concubines could not be enjoyed by their sons. Enjoyed? You use that word. They call it continuing a previous relationship. Wang Shiyuan glared at him. You think I don't know? Wu Zetian was the wife of Emperor Taizong of Tang and had even been favored, receiving the title of talent. Before Li Shimin died, she had already been involved with Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji. Oh, so the secretary knows everything? Su Ting smiled awkwardly. Continue, she said, regaining her authoritative tone. After all, it was the Central Plains dynasty, so there were still some considerations. According to the rites, after the emperor's dragon chariot ascended to heaven, the concubines who bore children remained in the palace, living as widows. Those who did not bear children either had to commit suicide or become nuns. Wu Zetian would never voluntarily commit suicide, so she became a nun at Ganyi Temple. Later, she became Li Ji's wife. Wang Xiyuan slowly took a sip of tea, her fingers sliding over the cup, and with her big, watery eyes, she asked, "Do you think Wu Zetian was beautiful?" Historical records do not provide a clear account, nor are there any surviving images, but she was likely of the voluptuous type. In the new Book of Tang, Taiping Princess is described as having a broad forehead and a wide jaw, clever and resourceful, resembling me, which means a wide forehead and a broad face. Looking like Wu Zetian, akin to the Lu Xina Buddha statue in the Longmen Grottos, which is said to have been modeled after Wu Zetian. Taiping Princess was generally well-built and strong. In modern terms, she would be an Olympic weightlifting champion. At that time, 16 or 17-year-old Li Chongmao temporarily played the emperor but was reluctant to abdicate to Tang Ruizong Li Dan, who was Li Longji's father. Li Chongmao dawdled, and Taiping Princess stepped forward and said, "Get out of my way," lifting him off the throne and tossing him aside. Wang Shiyuan giggled. "You tell it so vividly." Su Ting continued, "Secretary, think about it. If she didn't have some charm, she wouldn't have been chosen by Emperor Taizong Li Shimin to enter the palace. However, I believe that the reason Li Ji was so infatuated with Wu Zetian was not just because she was voluptuous and had a good figure." Wang Xuyuan gazed at him, feeling that he was cultured and engaging, increasingly finding him extraordinary, and asked with a smile, "What was it then?" "Her personality." Su Ting remained respectfully standing. Speaking eloquently, she was straightforward, bold, open-minded, decisive, daring to act and take responsibility, especially full of charismatic personality. "Secretary, you have that kind of personality." Chapter 5. The female secretary's midnight summons. Wang Xin listened intently, and the last sentence made her pause for a moment, then chuckle and glance at him without saying a word. Just think about it. Wu Zetian killed so many people, especially from the Li family, almost wiping them out, and established a system of informants. How many cruel officials like Lai Junchen, Zhou Xing, and Sua Yuanli wreaked havoc in the court and killed countless people. During her 15 years in power, she executed over a third of the 78 prime ministers, and many others were exiled. Still, she was honored in the Li family ancestral hall and respected by future generations. The evaluations of her in later times have always been high. This shows that she accomplished a lot and was very good at managing relationships. She was genuinely likable and incredibly charismatic. How many men across the country dreamt of being her consort? Even if it was just for one night of passion, it would be worth it. Thus, love letters flew into the palace like snowflakes every day. The great literary figure Song Jiwen was one of them. writing many letters that openly begged to share her bed. He was exceptionally talented, famous across the land, and handsome, not inferior to Zhang Changzong and his brother, but Wu Ziqian just didn't fancy him. Why? He had bad breath. Wang Xuan laughed heartily and, after finishing her laughter, asked, "What else?" "Keep going." Oh, Wu Ziqian was particularly healthy. In fact, the safest and most practical move in political struggles is to endure. She could live to 67 years old, with no competitors left, and thus became the emperor. Empress Dowager L, Empress Dowager Do, and Empress Wang Jingjun of the Han Dynasty all outlived their husbands and sons, which allowed them to seize power, as did Empress Wenming of Northern Wei, Empress Lu of the Northern Song, and Empress Dowager Cixi, among others. The comprehensive mirror in 8 of governance states that Wu Ziqian was 69 years old, with her teeth regrown and her hair black and shiny. Incredible. Han Yu of the Tang Dynasty lamented that he was already gray and toothless in his 40s. How pitiful. Moreover, our county committee office's old Li is just over 40, and he's already bald. Wang Shiyuan playfully poked in the air and scolded, "No personal opinions, just tell the story well." It is said that she used a facial mask made from motherwort for years, which helped her maintain a youthful appearance, as radiant as a young girl. Wang Shiyuan laughed and said, "Nonsense. A 70-year-old woman would be a pile of dry sticks." "Secretary, what I said is all recorded in the official history. You'll know once you read this book. Besides, there's evidence that, well, I don't know if I should say it." Su Ting's face turned slightly red as he lowered his head, not daring to look at his superior, but his peripheral vision caught sight of her beautiful, delicate feet. Thinking of Jin Ping Mei, Xi Minqing seduced married women Pan Jinlian and Li Pinger, starting from the moment he lifted their 3-inch golden lotuses. Fortunately, Secretary Wang is single, and so is Su Ting. Go ahead, it's fine. The Wu family has a powerful anti-aging gene. The new book of Tang records that her mother, over 90, had an affair with her grandson, Helan Minji, multiple times. That was a young man, too. It's unclear whether the historical records are flawed or if the Wu family has some special powers. During the Shenlong coup, Wu Zetian was 81 years old, bedridden, yet still engaged with 2 young men, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, in intimate encounters. Yes, she referred to them as little toys. Wang Shiyuan's face turned red, and she laughed, then changed the subject. "Su, the talented scholar, tell me, among so many beauties of the flourishing Tang dynasty, which one do I resemble?" "You." Su Ting restrained himself, yet boldly sized up Secretary Wang, making her blush even more, and she awkwardly lifted her teacup to drink. "Secretary, you have the straightforward and bold charm of Wu Zetian and the strategic acumen of Princess Taiping in her youth, along with the elegance and wisdom of a married woman, the lovely aura of Princess Annal, and the resilience and composure of Empress Wei. You could be said to embody all the virtues of Tang dynasty beauties." Wang Xuan laughed heartily, taking a long time to stop, then pointed to the book beside her and said, "No need to read the book. I find listening to it much more interesting." "Thank you, Secretary. What else? This is fun. Tell me more." Wang Xuan thought to herself that she had randomly chosen a male consort and ended up picking a great treasure. Time passed quickly. Aside from discussing the book, Su Ting and the secretary also talked about the main direction of this inspection. Su Ting believed that the stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade, and they should learn from the successful experiences of the cultural industry in Juzhou, focusing on exploring a breakthrough path for Maishan Oil Painting Village, changing the old routine of replication and boldly stepping into the new track of original oil painting industrialization. This greatly shocked Wang Shiyuan. The young man's awareness was advanced and profound, inspiring her deeply. He was only 24 years old, had been working for 3 years. Later, Su Ting sat next to her, silently gazing at her, and she looked back at him, suddenly blushing. Su Ting thought to himself, is it really happening early? Who knew Wang Xin gently lay back on the sofa, closed her eyes, waved her fingers lightly, and said, "You can go now. The secretary is tired." "Secretary, are you deaf or blind? Get lost." Su Ting left the room with a sense of loss. At the moment the door closed gently, Wang Xun opened her eyes, lay on her side, looked at the door, smiled shyly, and muttered, "Pretty good." In the afternoon, they visited the famous 898, creative cultural industry park, then enjoyed a cruise on the Pearl River and climbed up the Little Waste Cannon Tower. By the time they returned to the hotel after drinking, it was already 11:30 p.m. At 12:30 a.m., after finishing a shower and lying on the bed watching TV, Su Ting was waiting for the beautiful secretary's call. Today, she had been subtly assessing him all day, and, at noon, they had a lengthy conversation for an hour. He had performed impeccably, calm and composed, and it was clear she was satisfied. From a morning's indecisiveness to the flirtation at noon and the tenderness during their evening drinks, the groundwork had been laid. Sure enough, she called on the landline. Su Ting. Secretary? Are you looking for me? He suppressed his excitement, pretending to be surprised. Come here. Now. As soon as Su Ting asked, he realized the other party had already hung up. This is the power of officials. No explanations, no waiting for a reply, and no room for doubt. Should he go or not? Should he surrender or resist temptation? Of course he should go. Only a fool wouldn't. In a moment, Su Ting got dressed, opened the door, and walked down the dimly lit corridor with no one else around. He walked all the way to the end, where Wang Shiyuan's suite was located at 1601. While most others were on the 17th floor, with 3 or 4 people on the 16th, quite far from 1601. He gently knocked 3 times on the door, and it opened immediately. She had been hiding behind it. She wore a bright red silk nightgown, her hair casually styled in a bun, her face flushed with a hint of red, shy yet alluring, but her tone was calm. Come in. Close the door. A fragrant scent wafted in. Su Ting complied, following her into the living room, standing awkwardly in the center. Wang Shiyuan sat on the sofa, gently swirling her wine glass before slowly taking a sip. She was 35 years old, unmarried, and had been the secretary of the Yun County Committee for over a year. Previously, she had been the director of the theory department of the provincial propaganda department. Wang Shiyuan stood at 1.68 meters tall, with luminous fair skin and an excellent figure, slim where she should be slim and fuller where she should be fuller. Her large, obsidian-like eyes were almost entirely black, exuding charm and emotion, captivating countless men who mistakenly thought she was interested in them, while in reality, her eyes were naturally expressive. Now that she was county secretary, she deliberately maintained an air of seriousness and authority, appearing aloof, bold, and distant. Su Ting didn't dare to ask anything, merely standing there with his head down. Occasionally glancing at her, she lowered her head, sipping her red wine while contemplating, seemingly forgetting his presence. This scene reminded Su Ting of the moment in Dream of the Red Chamber when Jia Rong visits his aunt, Wang Shifeng, clearly filled with deep feelings. Yet because she was married, Feng Jie could only silently enjoy the solitude with her brother-in-law, sipping tea while leaving her beloved waiting for half an incense stick's time. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, Wang Shiyuan suddenly raised her big eyes to glance at him and asked knowingly, "How old are you this year?" 24. Not married, right? No. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wang Shiyuan's mouth as she lowered her head to take a couple of sips of red wine. When her glass was empty, she elegantly and calmly poured herself half a glass, waited for a moment, and then asked, "What about a girlfriend?" "None." Wang Shiyuan shook the wine glass in her hand, letting it breathe while engaging in an intense inner struggle. Su Ting was overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 6 All-Night Entanglement Secretary. You called me. It's nothing, you can go. Su Ting was taken aback. This was different from his previous life. In his past life, she directly ordered him to take off his clothes. What was going on? I can't just force it, can I? If the secretary gets angry, won't that be the end? After all this trouble, is the opportunity just slipping away? The midday events weren't present in the last life either. Could it be that she was scared? Change her mind? As his thoughts raced, he turned slowly, taking each step deliberately, as if in slow motion, making his way to the door. Come back. After a brief struggle, Wang Shiyuan finally made up her mind. Since she was going to give herself to him, she would do so without hesitation. She gave him a charming smile and walked straight into the bedroom, lying down on the bed. Come here. Wang Shiyuan slightly parted her peach-like red lips, striking a sultry pose. Su Ting could no longer hold back and hurried over. More than an hour later, Wang Shiyuan lay in his arms, but her beautiful eyes quietly shed 2 lines of tears. On the bedspread, there was bright red blood. Su Ting was stunned. A woman's first time, regardless of who it is with, probably always brings tears. That feeling of grievance and loss can only be expressed through tears. At around 3, Wang Xiyuan once again melted into the man's embrace, pecking at the shoulder that she had bitten, gently asking, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all." She turned over to lie flat, elegantly and generously, yet with a hint of shyness. She smiled and softly said, "I don't know if it's my luck or yours. After all the picking, I chose you. My luck. I didn't expect you to still. I didn't expect my first time to be gone like this." A mix of emotions. Her eyes moistened again. "Darling, may I ask why?" Su Ting turned to look at her, stroking her snow-white, smooth skin. Wang Xiyuan sighed slightly, smiling with a hint of helplessness, then suddenly turned her head, staring at him warily and coldly huffed, "Little thing, you don't need to know so much. I want to know, because it means whether I can still serve you in the future. That depends on me." She pointed at his chest like a queen, her tone leaving no room for argument. Did that mean there would be a next time? A teasing smile danced across Wang Xiyuan's flushed face. "You can go now. I want to take a shower." "Darling, I want to know why." "Get lost." Su Ting got up, watching her put on his white shirt, struggling to get off the bed, limping into the bathroom. He did not point out, "That's my shirt. How am I supposed to go back if you wear it?" After a moment, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. So he boldly walked to the door, knocked gently, and heard her angry voice from inside. "What? Why are you still here?" "Secretary, you went in wearing my shirt. I can't just walk out bare-chested from your room, can I?" After a moment, the door opened a crack, and Wang Xiyuan, bare-armed, handed the shirt out. Taking the opportunity, Su Ting squeezed inside, and a scream immediately followed by a slap. "Su Ting, you bastard, get out!" Su Ting did not leave. Ultimately, under his relentless pursuit, Wang Xiyuan surrendered. By the time Wang Xiyuan took her third shower, it was already 6:30 a.m. The two had not rested all night, and now they could directly get up for breakfast. Dressed, Su Ting was about to leave when he suddenly noticed the phone on the bedside table flashing. It was a text message. He curiously glanced at it, and upon seeing it, he was startled. The pop-up dialogue read, "Xiyuan, since you want to answer the phone, send a message. Tonight at 10 p.m., Century Yuyuan Building A, Room 203. Waiting for you. Sender, Mashitu." Immediately, Wang Xiyuan's phone screen went black. As expected, Wang Xiyuan and Ma Shitu were in a relationship, so her later lifestyle issues arose from being with Ma Shitu. Su Ting seemed to understand why she gave her first night to this unrelated young man. He glanced toward the bathroom, where the sound of water was still rushing, and Wang Xiyuan was locked inside, washing her beautiful body, even humming a popular love song. He silently left Wang Xiyuan's room, taking with him a garbage bag containing several used condoms and the blood-stained bedsheet. On the way, he looked up at the camera at the top of the corridor. It didn't seem to be flashing a red dot. Did it record anything? Without time to worry, he quickly walked back to his own room. At 8:30, the female secretary Yin Bing knocked and entered Wang Xiyuan's room, respectfully asking the boss to come down for breakfast. Wang Xiyuan had caught up on more than an hour of sleep, just finished getting dressed and made up, her face glowing as she looked in the mirror. Remembering the passionate night with Su Ting, she felt both shy and overjoyed. Yin Bing escorted the leader to the second-floor buffet restaurant and suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, I forgot to bring your hat down. It's sunny today, 33. Go get it, and also the sunscreen." Wang Xiyuan thought that Su Ting had already thoughtfully dealt with the traces, so she handed the room card over to Yin Bing. "Boss, you eat first. I'll be right back." 3 minutes later, Yin Bing swiped the card and entered room 1601, heading straight to the master bedroom. She took the sunscreen spray and hat that she had intentionally forgotten, then walked to the TV under the bed. Trembling as she removed the storage card from the recording device, replaced it with a new one, and restored the socket. Yin Bing sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at her pale reflection in the mirror, too tense. She clasped her hands in prayer. "I hope the boss doesn't have any inappropriate videos. I hope there is no corruption, please." During the morning tour, Wang Xiyuan maintained a rosy complexion and gentle demeanor, completely different from her usual cold and serious image. Returning to the hotel for a rest at noon. Due to the heat, after consultation, it was decided to depart for the next site at 4 p.m. At around 1, Su Ting finished a shower, dressed impeccably, holding a printed document and pen. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he quietly approached the door of room 1601, gently knocking a few times. A crisp voice came from inside. "Who is it?" He didn't answer, waiting a few seconds. The door opened, and Su Ting slipped inside, directly embracing Wang Shiyuan, capturing her peach-like red lips with his own. Chapter 7. The female secretary is the insider. After kissing for a while, Wang Shiyuan broke free, kicked him, and said angrily, "Didn't I send you a message saying not to come? I didn't sleep all night last night. I need to take a nap." "No way, secretary. I want you too much, it's not enough. Are you a dog? Can't get enough." Soon, the room was filled with spring colors again. However, this time, during the day, Wang Shiyuan felt a bit reserved. After about 40 minutes, Su Ting hastily ended the encounter. "Su Ting, you disrespect your superior like this and don't follow orders. If you go back to Shangyun, I really have to fire you." Wang Shiyuan slid her slender fingers across his chest muscles. "Darling, you can't fire me." "Why not?" Wang Shiyuan chuckled lightly. "Can't I fire a little section officer? You said before that you would promote me. You can't go back on your word." Wang Shiyuan chuckled. "You old driver, really wanted to grant you a title. ISN T Shui Huai promoted from a vendor to a Grand General of the State by Wu Zetian, a first-class power minister. All right, I promise you, I will promote you." She giggled and flipped him over, pinning him down. "Baby, I was just teasing you about the promotion." Su Ting caressed her smooth, slender waist and said, "With the right wind, I'll send you soaring. I'm here to save you." Wang Shiyuan's expression changed. She suddenly sat up from him and realized she was wearing nothing. She quickly grabbed a bathrobe to cover herself and coldly asked, "What do you mean?" Su Ting also sat up, looking at her sincerely and firmly. "Secretary, I happened to see your message this morning. It was sent by Ma Shi too. I have a way to help you through the crisis." Wang Shiyuan was taken aback at first, then forced a bitter smile, sighed, and leaned back into his arms. Weakly saying, "Yes, the deputy governor. I can't do anything about it, let alone you, a mere section officer. Tell me the specifics, and I'll help you strategize." "You?" Wang Shiyuan chuckled coldly. "You really overestimate yourself. Is it related to your father?" "Your father? Why are you so funny? What era is this? Still calling him your father?" Wang Shiyuan laughed at her joke. Her character really was great, generous, straightforward, and candid. "Your dad is innocent. He'll be released in 6 days. It's not Ma Shirto's doing. It's the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's thorough investigation." Wang Shiyuan was stunned again. How did this guy know her dad was under double regulation? Too frightening. Before, Su Ting was just an honest outsider. If he weren't tall and handsome, she wouldn't have noticed him. Unexpectedly, after deeper contact, she found out not only was he fit and charming, but he was also particularly smart, with a composure and insight beyond his years. Wasn't he this much better than the female secretary Yan Bing? Well, let us have one more capable helper. She generously pulled him in her arms, poked his nose, and said, "Little guy, you're getting more interesting. All right, secretary, I'll tell you everything. I have a cousin named Wang Ziding, about the same age, height, and weight as me. When we were kids, many people couldn't tell us apart. She runs a tobacco and alcohol business, supplying high-end tobacco and alcohol for some government departments in Yanghui City. She has always wanted me to help her get into the Shangyun market. Shangyun is deep water, and I cherish my reputation, so I refused. Later, she heard that Ma Shi too was fond of women, so she tried to flirt with him to get into the provincial government. But she looks ordinary, has many spots on her face, and her figure is unremarkable. Mainly, her status is too low. As a small business owner, old Ma wouldn't look at her at all. She knew old Ma wanted to take me down, so she approached him under the pretense of helping him. I came down to be the secretary, and it said he had a word with the provincial party leaders and didn't tell me in advance. I didn't owe him any favors. Later, Wang Ziding told him I was still a virgin, and Ma Shi wanted me even more. But who am I? From studying to entering politics, I've always been known as a little hot pepper with a violent temper. No one dares to provoke me. Luckily, the lady is wise and gave me the chance first. Otherwise, Su Ting Said sincerely. Wang Shiyuan slapped him again, causing his shoulder to ache, and angrily said, "Who is your lady?" "All right, half a month ago, my dad was placed under double regulation. Only a small circle of people knew. He asked the deputy director of the city's People's Congress Standing Committee, 57 this year, and about to retire. He has been a county mayor, county party secretary, deputy mayor, and is known for being righteous and intolerant of evil. He has offended many people, so someone set him up and reported him. Then since our dad. Wang Xuyuan's eyes widened, reaching out to hit him, but her hand stopped mid-air and turned into a gentle pinch, angrily saying, "Who is your dad? Say another word, and I'll kick you down. Since your dad is innocent, why do you still want old Ma to help? You don't understand the officialdom. There is no lack of excuses to frame someone. If it's not a provincial leader, it can't be resolved. That day, my dad attended a banquet, got drunk, and someone put 300,000 yuan in the trunk of his car, wrapped in an inconspicuous black bag and stuffed in a corner. The driver didn't tell him, and he didn't pay attention. So a week later, it was discovered, and he couldn't explain it. It's like yellow mud in your pants. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit." Wang Xuyuan sighed, saying, "My dad escaped from hardship, served in the army, carried a gun. And after transition into politics, he has never taken a penny. He has always maintained his integrity, and he is proud of it, often teaching me to be loyal to the party, do clean work, and be willing to take responsibility. Who would have thought that the reputation he cherishes the most would soon be lost? Therefore, I must save my dad and help him clear his name, even if it means sleeping with that old man. No need to sleep with him. Just stay with me. Stop being glib. My dad was set up, and they're using this opportunity to target me. The year-end change is coming, little friend. Do you understand?" Su Ting understood very well. In his previous life, before the change, Wang Xuyuan's power and sex transaction with Ma Shurtu was exposed, leading to her downfall. County Mayor Zhang Meng was pleased to become the county party secretary. Su Ting's mind raced, quickly searching through a wealth of information, extracting events surrounding Wang Xuyuan from his previous life. Her father, Wang Jiefeng, would be released in 6 days, causing quite a stir in the officialdom. Because in the Haishi political arena, no leader who had been placed under double regulation had ever emerged unscathed. Originally, the Discipline Inspection Commission is very cautious about investigations, and double regulation would only be implemented with sufficient clues or evidence. Later, it was discovered that Wang Jiefeng was released because a new Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission secretary, Jiang Zhisang, would assume office 3 days later. Upon taking office, he reviewed all the cases of departmental leaders under investigation and found numerous loopholes in Wang Jiefeng's case. So he personally interviewed Wang Jiefeng at the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's office and then released him without charges, even kindly and gently comforting him. This matter was kept secret until 2 years later when Jiang Zhisang mentioned it as a case during a warning education conference, which then became known to the public. Therefore, in the previous life, Wang Xuyuan was forced to give her first night to Ma Shurtu, and then Wang Jiefeng was released without charges, with Ma Shurtu claiming credit for it. In reality, Ma Shurtu had done nothing. He was just a free rider. As a mere county party secretary, what could Wang Xuyuan do? She could only suffer in silence. Additionally, at that time, photos and videos of Wang Xuyuan secretly meeting with Ma Shurtu were exposed online. Shot from behind, with the shooting time unclear, right in the Century Elegant Garden community. That should be the secret meeting about to happen tonight. How could Ma Shurtu be so careless, personally picking her up downstairs and hugging her? In the video, she resisted a few times but then allowed him to hug her upstairs. The footage abruptly stopped at the hallway entrance. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Ma Shurtu came out with Wang Xuyuan, hugging her all the way, kissing and touching, as if he couldn't let her go. She insisted on leaving, but in the end, she walked out the door and took a taxi away. Ma Shurtu watched the car disappear into the distance, shaking his head and sighing. It was deep night, raining, and the light was dim. The shooting distance was a bit far. Those who were familiar with her could tell it was her. But if she didn't admit it, it would be hard to confirm 100. In any case, it could be concluded that someone had been secretly following Wang Xuyuan and had entered the community but did not enter the building. It was likely an accident that they caught a glimpse of Ma Shurtu. In other words, someone was monitoring Wang Xuyuan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but gasp. Did that mean his 2 entries into the secretary's room were also recorded? What's wrong? Are you silly? Silly boy. Wang Xuyuan gently waved her hand in front of him. Oh, I was thinking of a countermeasure. Boss, will the corridor surveillance capture me? Wang Xuyuan smiled lightly and said, It's fine. The secretary arrived early yesterday morning, and I had her coordinate with a hotel to turn it off in advance. They won't capture me for the next few days. So you had planned to have me serve you all along? What? Are you regretting it? She raised her eyebrows and glared at him. No, no. The most correct thing I've done in my life is entering your room last night. And then his hand moved to an inappropriate place. Sure enough, she slapped his arm hard, and he had to withdraw his hand from her thigh, seriously saying, "Boss, is Yin Bing reliable?" She was recommended by the executive deputy minister of the municipal organization department. I had to do this favor. Actually, I would prefer a male secretary. It would be more convenient for socializing, drinking, blocking alcohol, driving, doing errands, and working late nights. I digress. Why are you asking this? She arrived yesterday morning. She should have checked the room first, like checking for cameras, cleanliness, noise, etc. Right? So did she come to your room today? Wang Xiyun looked at him suspiciously and confirmed. She came this morning, asking me to go downstairs for breakfast. That's what a secretary is supposed to do? What's wrong? Su Ting asked again. Did she stay in your room alone? Oh yes. When we got to the restaurant in the morning, she said she forgot to bring my fisherman hat and sunscreen. So I gave her the room card, and she went up to get them herself. Su Ting coldly smiled and said, "Wife, your husband has solved the case. Yin Bing is the insider." Chapter 8. Bring her to me. Wang Xiyun laughed heartily and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You're talking nonsense. She's so young and reserved, still a blank slate. What kind of undercover agent could she be? Don't believe me?" Su Ting said as he got up, bare-bottomed, and turned off all the lights, plunging the room into complete darkness. He opened his eyes wide, searching for an angle to film the bed, and indeed, he spotted a separate power outlet under the TV, glowing faintly red. Wang Xiyun was taken aback. A hidden camera? Su Ting turned the lights back on, opened the outlet, and pulled out a mini recorder connected to the wall power, capable of recording everything on the bed at all times. Wang Xiyun's face turned red and pale, angrily asking, "Who did this? Yin Bing? Most likely. Let's check this storage card to find out. Wait for me for 2 minutes. I'll get a converter and my laptop. Hurry back. Don't let anyone see you. No witties." Last night, they were at it until 3 or 4 in the morning. They'll be sleeping until noon. A few minutes later, Su Ting re-entered Wang Xiyun's room, inserted the card reader into the laptop, and opened the video. Sure enough, it recorded Yin Bing. She was nervously facing the outlet, then let out a long sigh, clasped her hands in prayer, and hurriedly left the bedroom. After that was an empty room. During this time, a maid came to clean until Wang Xiyun entered, changed into a camisole to take a shower, and then laid down to sleep. Next were the two of them in a passionate encounter. And after watching for half a minute, they were still in the foreplay stage. Wang Xiyun slammed the laptop shut and angrily said, "Stop watching. Delete it. Completely delete it. Boss, it's too good. Can I keep it?" "No. You bastard. Delete it permanently right now." Su Ting reluctantly complied. Wang Xiyun had already changed in her sleepwear. Her face darkened as she pondered. Why did Yin Bing want to secretly record me? What a useless secretary. Can't even manage basic loyalty. Wait, let me watch the video again. Wang Xiyun suddenly realized. You deleted it, didn't you? How did you delete it so fast? Su Ting said seriously, "Boss, I know what you're thinking. I noticed the video started recording at 8:35 a.m., and this type of storage card has limited capacity, only enough to record 24 hours of content. This means she came to change the card, and what happened last night was recorded and has already been taken by Yin Bing." Wang Xiyun's face turned pale. She usually had a commanding presence, but now she was flustered. Su Ting remained calm and contemplative. In the morning, she came out of your room and immediately returned to the cafeteria. Then she was with you all the way until you arrived at the hotel. She had no chance to watch the video. Besides, if she hadn't seen the storage card, she wouldn't have easily handed it over. Does she have accomplices? Of course. She's so familiar with you, and being a stunning beauty makes it inconvenient for her to follow you. Plus, setting up a hidden recording device is not something she could manage, Su Ting analyzed. I deduce she now has time to watch, and she should be hiding in her room watching our intimate video right now. Quickly bring her to me. Wang Xiyun was furious. Calm down, secretary. Su Ting appeared extremely composed. Has she shown any unusual behavior lately? She seems a bit on edge. She even asked me the other day if adults could be sentenced for solicitation. I told her if the evidence is conclusive, they would definitely be sentenced. No debate about it. I asked her why she was asking, and she said a college classmate's friend got into trouble and just wanted to know. But it wasn't in our county. I didn't think much of it at the time. After Wang Shiyuan finished, her expression became serious. Stop rambling. Hurry up and bring her to me. Okay, I'm going now. Meanwhile, in room 1607, Yin Bing, wearing her pajamas and headphones, was wide-eyed, staring at her laptop. Her face as red and hot as a coal. During the viewing, she went to the bathroom 4 or 5 times to pause the video, then returned to continue watching. She didn't blink once, watching all 70 minutes of the lengthy film without missing a frame. Her face was flushed, her heart raced, and her mouth was dry. She gulped down half a bottle of mineral water. Even with the air conditioning set to 18, she still felt incredibly hot. It was so shocking, so thrilling. She hadn't expected Su Ting to be so strong, and Secretary Wang to be a first-timer. The two of them were so harmonious. It turned out that such a shameful act could be so pleasurable. She was forced to secretly record, hoping that the storage card wouldn't contain any disciplinary violations. Secretary Wang sleeping innocently, and her phone calls not involving any power money transactions would be just fine. Who knew it contained such explosive content? She was in a daze, panicking. If this video got out, Secretary Wang would be finished. Although both of them were single, having a relationship with a subordinate during a business trip, especially since it was Secretary Wang who took the initiative and seduced, it would be disastrous. Secretary Wang is a good leader, a good person to me. Do I really have to do this? She was lost in thought, unable to make a decision. So she went back to the second video to continue watching. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, startling her. She accidentally knocked over her water bottle, spilling it all over the table and wetting the keyboard. She didn't have time to wipe it up and turned to ask, Who is it? It's me, Su Ting. Yin Bing nearly fainted, her face turning pale with fear, trembling all over as she quickly shut her laptop and shoved it under the blanket. She then tousled her disheveled hair and patted her rapidly rising chest, letting out a long breath. Yin Bing, open the door, it's urgent. Su Ting's voice was loud, carrying an insistence that he wouldn't leave without entering. Xiao Su. I'm sleeping. Not convenient. Can we talk later? Director Yin sent me. We have to change the schedule for the afternoon and evening. I need to confirm it with you urgently. Can't we just communicate over the phone? No. We must discuss it in person. Otherwise, it won't be in time. Director Yin needs to report to the secretary in 5 minutes. Okay. Just give me a minute. A minute later, Yin Bing changed into a skirt and opened the door, seeing Su Ting smiling, dressed formally. She felt as if she had seen him without any clothes on. Her pale face suddenly flushed bright red, her eyelids drooping, her eyes avoiding his gaze. In the past, she had looked down on him, even scolding him when she felt like it, but now she couldn't hold her head up in front of him. Su Ting thought to himself, this is bad. She has definitely watched quite a bit of inappropriate content. Su Ting, how do we adjust? Can I come in to talk? Saying this, he pushed past her, forcibly entering the room, shutting the door and locking it. Yin Bing sensed something was off. Her heart raced, barely suppressing her anxiety, trembling as she asked in a quavering voice, which observation points need to be changed? If we change one, all must change. We need to notify promptly or it won't be in time. Su Ting squeezed past her, glanced around the whole room, then turned back to stare at her. His brows furrowed, his voice suddenly cold and sharp, like a disciplinary officer interrogating a corrupt official. Yin Bing, tell me why. Chapter 9, Kneeling and Pleading What and Why. Yin Bing's voice trembled and was a bit small. She had already sensed Su Ting's hostility and anger. Could it be that her act of secretly recording had been exposed? She was a typical thief feeling guilty. You dare to betray your own boss. Su Ting suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm, pushing her against the wall, then adopting a wall slam posture. His cold and sharp gaze made her feel frightened and her legs trembled. I didn't. She tried to argue. Su Ting snorted coldly, let go of her, walked to the bed, threw back the quilt, picked up the laptop, pointed to the card reader and storage card still plugged in, and said, You were watching when I knocked, right? You didn't even have time to unplug the card reader and storage card. Also, The power cable wasn't unplugged. The keyboard is covered in mineral water, and there's also mineral water spilled on the bed. How panicked were you at that moment? Yin Bing suddenly lifted her small face and stepped forward, arrogantly as she used to when she manipulated him. Su Ting, you are outrageous. Give me back my computer. Don't move. If you move again, I will call the police. Losing your position as a secretary is just the first step. You will also be imprisoned for illegal filming. Yin Bing's body trembled, and she stood still, tears streaming down her face, but she didn't want to give in just like that. Suppressing her voice, she asked, Does the secretary know? What do you think? Su Ting said as he opened the computer, displaying a full-screen image. He was bent over, and beneath him was another white body. Although it wasn't very clear, it was enough to be alluring and shocking. He turned off the video, checked the computer, and, fortunately, she hadn't had time to transfer the video to the computer, which meant she hadn't given the video to the mastermind behind it. Su Ting put the card reader and storage card into his pocket, wiped the water stains off the computer, put away the power cable, and turned back to her, saying, I've taken these. Now, tell me, why did you set up your boss? I didn't speak. Su Ting suddenly slapped her hard. He held back his strength. Otherwise, she would have ended up with a swollen face and wouldn't be able to see anyone in the afternoon. However, he still left 5 purple fingerprints on her delicate, pale face. Yin Bing cried out and covered her face, feeling wronged, pain, shame, and more instinctive shock. Because all along, Su Ting had been a spineless coward in front of her while she was the Snow White, and he was just a little dwarf. Now he was so arrogantly stepping over her. Just as she was about to get angry, she encountered Su Ting's sharp and vicious gaze and his hand raised again. Thinking of her current predicament, she immediately softened. In an instant, she shed all her pretense and arrogance, and even extended her pretty little face, pleading, Hit me, go ahead, kill me. Su Ting gave a cold smile. How cheap. But he didn't strike again. Yin Bing, in tears, pleaded, I'm sorry, I was forced. Please don't call the police. I beg you. I can do anything. Just let me go. Seeing Su Ting's cold expression remain unmoved, she suddenly knelt on the ground, crawled to his front, hugged his legs, and continued to plead. You like that one, right? I could be like that too. I'm younger than the secretary. I'm also, don't you have a fiancé? Su Ting couldn't help but laugh. You watched my video and thought I was a pervert? Him? We're just engaged. Actually, I've never given him. No wonder Ku Weiliang couldn't hold it in and went to find Wu Mei. However, I don't have time to satisfy you. Su Ting pulled her up and helped her sit on the bed. His attitude softened considerably, saying, Who forced you? Who is the mastermind behind this? It's the deputy director of the county police department, Lai Zheong. Lai Zheong, the county mayor's brother-in-law? Yes. The real mastermind should be the county mayor. I was able to become the secretary to the mayor because the mayor recommended me to the executive deputy director of the municipal party committee's organization department, Shui Jiaying. And then Minister Shui recommended me. I only found out later that the mayor recommended me, although Su Ting had never met Shui Jiaying. He had heard she was quite attractive, so he asked, What is the relationship between Shui Jiaying and the county mayor? They were both secretaries in the municipal party office and participated in the youth class together, so their relationship seems quite special. I'm not sure about the specifics. Both are married, likely a case of a male thief and a female prostitute. Su Ting changed the subject, asking, When did Lai Zheong contact you? What did he want you to do? Right after the May Day holiday. Lai Zheong found me and wanted me to get evidence of Secretary Wang's violations or issues with men and women. I agreed because, before this business trip, he arranged for someone called Heisey to connect with me. The camera in the secretary's room was installed by him, and the storage card was also his. He gave me 5. I met him yesterday morning. Did Lai Zheong come? No. He said he knew Secretary Wang, and it was inconvenient for him to appear. Heisey has a sidekick with him. Yin Bing's face was ashen, mechanically answering the questions. What are your plans next? Lai Zheong believes that Secretary Wang is so beautiful and sexy, promoted to a division chief at 31, then coming down from a theoretical division and directly reused as the county party secretary without going through the mayor, must be some leader's mistress, and it's from the province. So he wants me to provide updates on the secretary's whereabouts at all times to see if she goes out for dates on her own. and then to follow and secretly film. Su Ting nodded. This aligned with the plot that later appeared in his previous life. You're responsible for being an insider, and Heisei does the following and filming, right? Yin Bing wiped her tears and nodded. Good, now answer me. Why did you do this? Yin Bing lifted her tearful eyes, looking at him pitifully, weakly saying, I have a younger brother named Yin Zheng, only 19 years old, in his second year of college. During the May Day holiday this year, he came to visit me in Yun and arranged to meet a former elementary school classmate. They sang at KTV together, and after drinking too much, he ended up coaxing that girl. My brother said he remembered she was willing and even proactive, but after she woke up from drinking, she turned around and accused my brother of forcing her to coax her. Then she called the police, and the police station took my brother away. Lai Zheong is in charge of criminal investigation. I went to him to plead for mercy, but he suppressed it. It's still under investigation. A few days later, he came to me and asked me to be an insider. If I didn't agree, he would process it according to the law, and my brother would have to go to jail. My parents are both university teachers with a lifetime of integrity and value their reputation greatly. The whole family dotes on my brother, especially my grandma. If he is convicted of coercion, his life will be over, and my parents won't be able to hold their heads up. The key is that my grandma is 80 years old, has heart problems, and has been hospitalized. If she finds out, she definitely won't be able to take it. At this point, Yin Bing covered her face and cried out loud. Seeing her shoulders trembling like a fragile cicada's wings, Su Ting felt a little soft-hearted and suddenly had a thought. Was Yin Zheng's coercion a setup? But he didn't have time to think about that. He gently patted her shoulder and said, Stop crying, clean yourself up, and come with me to see the secretary. Upon entering room 1601, Wang Xuan was still wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown, calmly leaning against the bed pretending to nap. With that book Empress Wu Zetian turned upside down beside her, she managed to adjust her mood and even started reading in such a short time. How strong must her psychological quality be? Su Ting had only been out for 40 minutes. Her thoughts were simple. If the video leaked, Su Ting would definitely call her immediately to report. The fact that he didn't call meant nothing happened. Even if it did leak, worrying wouldn't help. Su Ting led the trembling Yin Bing into the bedroom, saying, Secretary, it is indeed Secretary Yin. She came to the hotel early yesterday to assist Heisei in installing the recording equipment. This morning, she again took the opportunity of coming back to get her hat to take the storage card. Fortunately, she thought she hadn't watched it yet and couldn't hand it over to others, so she waited until noon to have time to watch it. She only watched the beginning. The foreplay had just started and no clothes were taken off, and then I knocked and came in. Su Ting provided her with cover, which also preserved Secretary Wang's dignity. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing for her to be seen like that by the secretary. Chapter 10. Taking advantage of the situation. Secretary, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was wrong. Yin Bing cried as she kept bowing and apologizing. Wang Xuan shot her a cold glance, sharp and indifferent like ice shards. Yin Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. That look from the secretary was sharper than a knife. She sighed in despair and suddenly rushed over, hugging her feet and pleading, Boss, I really made a mistake. Please let me go. I was forced into this. I had no choice. I've been praying that nothing would happen to you. I admire you. I look up to you. I regard you as my idol. I would never harm you. She spoke incoherently, tears streaming down her face. Wang Xuan's expression suddenly softened as she looked at her with pity and said slowly, Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't harm me. Now tell me, what exactly happened? Seeing that Wang Xuan was not punishing her like an executioner, Yin Bing felt immensely relieved and touched, crying even harder. With Su Ting's help, she choked out the entire story. After listening, Wang Xuan emotionlessly slid off the bed, took the teacup handed to her by Su Ting, took a few sips, and asked if we hadn't discovered this in time. Would you have already handed the storage card over to Heisei? Be honest. I wouldn't. Really, I wouldn't harm you. Heisei wanted me to hand over the storage card to him every night at midnight. I told him I had the card on me, carried it all morning, but it's so small that it could get lost in my bag. What about tomorrow or the day after? Su Ting asked. Yin Bing hesitated, biting her lower lip, and said, why not call the police? No, I can't, my brother. She didn't know how to cover up her lies, and tears streamed down her face again, silently sobbing. At this critical moment, she felt utterly useless. Wang Xiyuan sighed softly, lifted her beautiful big eyes to look at Su Ting. She wanted to see if this capable man on the bed was equally capable off the bed. Su Ting said, "One link leads to another. If tonight's matter is handled well, the subsequent cancellation of the recording here will follow naturally. Didn't you say you would help me through this crisis? Young man, it's time to test you." Wang Xiyuan's lips curled up, her serious demeanor carrying a hint of playfulness. Without thinking, Su Ting replied, "Take advantage of the situation." Wang Xiyuan and Yin Bing both looked at him with puzzled expressions. He smiled calmly and said, "First, we must not let our own formation get chaotic. We can't let Heizai notice anything unusual. Secretary Yin, you go back to your room first. Arrange the inspection connection for the afternoon. We need to leave in an hour. I'll call you over later." "I can leave?" Yin Bing asked in surprise. "You won't tell Lai Zhang about this, right?" No, absolutely not. I swear." Yin Bing shook her little head like a rattle drum, her beautiful ponytail swaying along. "Go ahead." Wang Xiyuan understood that Su Ting wanted to send her away. Yin Bing felt a sense of relief, but also a strong bitterness. Clearly, starting today, Su Ting had replaced her position in the secretary's heart. After all, Su Ting had slept with her, naturally making him more trustworthy. After Yin Bing closed the door and left, Su Ting finally walked over, wrapping his arms around her waist, and said affectionately, "Boss, it's okay. I'm here for you. Then tell me, what is your idea?" She pushed him away, her expression serious. Su Ting extended his hand and said, "Boss, didn't you say Wang Zitting looks like you? Let me see her photo. What do you want? Interested in her?" A hint of wariness flashed in Wang Xiyuan's eyes. "Not like that. I just want to take a look." Wang Xiyuan didn't know what he was up to, but hesitated before opening her phone album, showing him a few photos of Wang sitting alone and with her friends. Indeed, the two sisters were similar in height and build, and at first glance, they really looked alike, but on closer inspection, they were different. Wang Zitting had many blemishes on her face that required makeup to cover, and their temperaments were vastly different. Wang Xiyuan was noble and elegant, while Wang Zitting exuded the roughness of the workplace. Moreover, Wang Zitting had long hair, while Secretary Wang had short, cropped hair. Is Zitting's hair long or short now? Her? She just copies me every day, trying to compete with me. A few days ago, she cut her hair short, saying she would look better than me, but it turned out to be awkward. Her neck is longer than mine, and her short hair doesn't look as good. She naturally couldn't compare with the secretary. They were worlds apart. It was obvious that she had a rough edge, while you, on the other hand, exuded sophistication, nobility, and a powerful aura. Wang Xiyuan laughed and said, "What time is it? And you're still flattering me." However, she felt quite pleased inside. She increasingly thought that Su Ting was a man who truly understood value, and he was impressive. She had two desires. First, to sleep with Ma Shi Tu, thereby leaning against a big tree and opening up the reception market for the provincial government and some provincial departments. Second, to win over her, thus opening up the market in Shangyun County. The reception market in Shangyun was no smaller than that of the province or city. In fact, the reception tasks in the county were even heavier, especially when various higher-ups came for inspections and research, requiring high-end liquor, premium cigarettes, and beautiful women to serve. And they often left with plenty of good stuff. Wang Xiyuan extended her delicate hand and pointed at him, saying that's on point. Then let's satisfy both of her desires. Wang Xiyuan instantly understood, smiling with grace. "I see." Su Ting smiled and said, "Secretary, you are amazing. You understand everything with just a glance. I feel that in all of Shangyun County, only you can be my confidant. Everyone else is just mundane. Are you praising me or yourself?" Wang Xiyuan chuckled lightly, but she actually felt the same way. Suddenly, her expression changed. "But you've missed a key issue. What about my father?" In Su Ting's plan, not mentioning Wang Jiefeng equated to giving up on rescuing him. "Can you trust me? Be honest." "Honestly, I didn't trust you at all before, but now. I trust you a little, but it's still not enough." Su Ting smiled faintly and said, "Boss, do you know that a new secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission will arrive in 3 days?" Wang Xiyuan paused slightly. "I know there's a vacancy for the Provincial Discipline Secretary, but I hadn't heard that someone would take office in 3 days. How can you be sure he will be in position in 3 days? That SA provincial-level cadre sent by the central government. I not only know when he'll take office, but I also know his name. Oh, is that true? Wang Shiyuan's eyes sparkled even more as she looked at him. Jiang Jishang. P.S. coming from the highest discipline inspection commission. He's a fair and upright official who hates evil. Wang Shiyuan suddenly laughed and said, I don't believe it. Secretary, you came from the provincial propaganda department. Surely you know some people from the provincial organization department or the provincial discipline inspection commission. Just call and ask. Wang Shiyuan looked at him, pursed her lips, and smiled. Then dialed the phone of the director of the personnel section of the provincial organization department. Upon inquiry, the other party surprisingly claimed not to know. Wang Shiyuan urged him to immediately check with the leaders of the central organization department or the provincial organization department. A few minutes later, the director called back. Secretary Shiyuan, your information is very accurate. The new provincial discipline inspection secretary will indeed take office in 3 days. And there will be a meeting of the provincial standing committee and a cadre meeting then. What is his name? Jiang Jishang, coming from the highest discipline inspection commission. Chapter 11. The fish takes the bait. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shiyuan stared at him with a complicated expression, moving closer and pressing him against the wall until their bodies were almost touching. She whispered, how do you know the internal news that even the provincial organization department doesn't know? Can I not answer? He replied, do you have someone above you? Wang Shiyuan poked his chest with her finger. I only have you, the beautiful secretary, he said. With a sharp sound, Wang Shiyuan hit his arm hard. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and her fingerprints were left on his arm. He pouted, Secretary, you're so ruthless. If you keep talking back, I might just beat you to death, you little rascal. Where am I little? I'm a big rascal. You're a big rascal, fine? Where are you little? You're narrow-minded. She glanced down and suddenly noticed that the tint had risen again. Her face flushed with embarrassment. How could he get excited just by teasing? Pervert. Anyway, your father is fine and will be out soon. Secretary Jiang is here to restore order. The evildoers in Haishi province should be dealt with. Su Ting said, then suddenly thought a question. Could it be that Jiang Jishang suddenly parachuted down in the last life to bring down Ma Shurtu? Although Ma Shurtu is a central management cadre, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission could assist in investigating him secretly. Then I'll bet my father's lifelong reputation on you. If I'm wrong, I want to spare you. Wang Shiyuan's tone was as cold as ice. Okay. Wang Shiyuan stepped back, saying, by the way, are you really ready? Offending Ma Shurtu might end our careers. The higher the official rank, the more oppressive it is, especially since he is the deputy provincial governor. The resources and means he has are beyond our reach. I'm not afraid. It's not like we're taking action ourselves. We're just borrowing a knife to kill someone. And then the knife has to die too. My initial decision was to sleep with him to save my dad, but I couldn't give him my first night. So I chose you. I didn't expect things to come to this. Reaching this point was truly unexpected. It's like taking a risk for a reward. Wang Shiyuan suddenly sighed. At first, Wu Zetian thought she could only be a nun for her whole life. But after meeting a man like me, she soared to greatness. Su Ting affectionately pulled her into his arms, placing his hand on her lower abdomen, their fingers intertwined. She didn't refuse, gently allowing him to pamper her. Dear, trust those who use you and don't doubt those you trust. Wu Zetian was like that, especially with her little toys. Look, Xue Huai and Zhang Changzong actually accomplished many big things. Then my little toy, just let loose and go for it. After saying that, she called her cousin Wang Ziding. Ziding, Haven to you always wanted to enter the reception market in Shangyin County? Come over tonight at 8 to discuss it. All right, sister, you've finally come to your senses. But my appetite isn't small, okay? The business of gifts for various departments in Shangyin County must all be handed over to me. You're thinking too much. I'm just giving you a ticket to enter. Whether you can stir up waves depends on your ability. A good start is half the success. Send me the address, and I'll be there on time. After hanging up, Wang Shiyuan coldly snorted, my sister is just like the capitalist described by Marx. With a 50 profit, she dares to take risks. For a 100 profit, she dares to trample on all human laws. If it's a 300 profit, she dares to commit any crime, even risking the gallows. Su Ting confidently said, so, She will definitely act tonight. The two discussed for a while longer, then called Yinbing back in. The three of them whispered until 3:50 before they finished. At 4 o'clock, Wang Xiyuan led the team to continue their inspection of the exemplary points for cultural industry development. She didn't show any unusual behavior. She spoke and acted efficiently, and her laughter was bright and generous. She conversed with the heads of the inspection points with ease, fully displaying her leadership charm. Dinner ended quickly. After sipping a few glasses, Wang Xiyuan returned to the hotel under the night sky. The elevator slowly ascended to the 16th floor. She didn't let Yinbing accompany her, swiping her card to enter the room. The warm orange light wrapped around her, mingling with a faint scent of wine. In the living room, her cousin Wang Ziding leaned against the velvet sofa, wearing a red spaghetti-strap dress that outlined her graceful curves, her long legs elegantly crossed. She gently swirled a glass of red wine in her hand, the liquid glimmering enticingly. Wang Ziding's eyes sparkled, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. "Sister, you look so beautiful and sexy, but what a pity you're still a virgin. What a waste. If I were you, I would be given it up to Oma long ago and then been promoted to deputy mayor." She teased, her fingertips caressing the rim of her glass. Wang Xiyuan casually placed her handbag on the side table, her hair slightly disheveled by the evening breeze, but her cold and composed demeanor remained unshaken. "Too bad you're not me. However, tonight is an opportunity." As the mastermind behind this meticulously arranged meeting, Wang Xiyuan looked at her cunning cousin, knowing that tonight she would be a key part of the plan. "So, tell me, what underhanded dealings do you want me to partake in?" "No, it's the beautiful job you've been dreaming of. Ting Ting, I'm truly kind to you." Wang Xiyuan picked up another glass of red wine and took a couple of sips, nodding. "Did you bring this? It tastes good, a bit fishy and astringent. Authentic Bordeaux from France." Meanwhile, in room 1607, female secretary Yin Bing held her phone, her tone cold and tense. "Heizi, I just tentatively asked Secretary Wang if she wanted to arrange any activities tonight, and she said no. I asked if she was going out, and she said yes. But didn't T want me to manage it or accompany her?" "Good, where's she going? What time?" The voice on the other end, Heizi, questioned gruffly. "Unknown destination. However, I will keep an eye on her room. I'll call you as soon as she comes out." "Okay, what do you think she is going to do? Is there a car picking her up?" Yin Bing lightly bit her lip, pondering. "I'm not sure what she is going to do. The secretary is very cautious and doesn't tell me anything. I feel like she is probably going on a date with a man. If she were meeting a female friend, she wouldn't be this careful. What transportation is she using? I don't know. She didn't let me arrange a vehicle." Heizi's tone revealed a hint of urgency. "All right, my little brother is waiting in the hotel lobby, and I'm at the hotel entrance. As soon as she comes out, we'll follow her. What about me? Have I completed my task?" "You've only completed half. You only count as qualified after I finish my task." After hanging up, she raised her eyes to look out the window. The night was deep, and a silent battle was about to unfold. At 9:20, the night was as thick as ink, and soon it started to drizzle, making the light even dimmer. At this moment, Heizi received a call from Yin Bing. "Secretary Wang has gone out, dressed in a black dress, high heels under one, 7 meters, wearing a fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Her skin is very fair." Heizi, who was involved in the underworld, had only seen Wang Xiyuan on television twice. Just as the call ended, a figure in a black floor-length dress, wrapped in a wide-brimmed fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and a mask, gracefully exited the hotel through the golden revolving door. Heizi and the others compared the photographs they held and confirmed through their walkie-talkie that the woman in the black dress was indeed Wang Xiyuan. At that moment, the graceful beauty quickly crossed the small garden in front and arrived at the roadside, standing for half a minute. She raised her delicate hand, and an empty taxi immediately slowed to a stop. The sound of the engine broke the silence as the taxi carried the beauty into the traffic. After just 100 meters, a black Audi quietly followed behind. Heizi squinted, his fingertips brushing over the long focus lens hidden under the seat. This long-planned, covert operation was finally about to have its prey. However, he was unaware that 30 meters behind the Audi, a red Mercedes was following at a leisurely pace. Chapter 12. Successful Surveillance at 9:50. The taxi came to a sudden stop beside the ornate iron gate of the Century Yuan in the eastern suburbs. This luxurious residential area, hidden under the shade of sycamore trees, was quiet and still at this moment. A beautiful woman wearing a fisherman's hat stepped out of the car in her slender high heels, glancing around in the dim yellow glow of the streetlights, her fingertips quickly sliding across her phone screen. She also opened an umbrella and rested it on her shoulder, making her appear more ethereal. It did not obscure her face. After a moment, she made a phone call, her demeanor resembling that of a woman playfully flirting with her man, shaking her head and stomping her feet, causing her bosom to sway. After finishing one call, she made another, but this time it was brief. After hanging up, she stood gracefully at the entrance, occasionally peering inside the community, waiting for something. In the shadows, Heizai, braving the light rain, slowly moved along the rough bark of a banyan tree, the camera lens capturing the entire process. 3 minutes later, the electronic lock of the community's side gate clicked open, and a short, plump elderly man wearing a baseball cap stepped out without an umbrella. He appeared to be in his 50s, with fair skin, but his body was bulky, and his protruding belly was nearly bursting out his white shirt. Heizai chuckled to himself. Although he couldn't see the old man's face clearly, it was obvious he was an official. Wang Xiyuan indeed has connections. The moment the old man caught sight of the beauty, surprise lit up his eyes. However, as he clearly saw her features, he froze in place, a moment captured perfectly by the lens. The two conversed for a while, but the man waved his hand, trying to dismiss her. The woman, like a snake, clung to his arm, refusing to let go and continuously rubbing against his body with her curves. The old man took out his phone to make a call, seemingly unable to get through, so he hung up. The woman, in her high heels, taller than him, embraced and flirted with him. 2 minutes later, the old man and she entered the community through the small gate, one after the other. Heizai hurriedly followed, but the security guard, seeing he was not a resident, frowned and was about to stop him. However, upon seeing Heizai hand over 500 yuan in cash, his expression immediately brightened, and he let him in. Heizai tailed the old man and the beauty through the fountain garden. After they disappeared into room 203 of building, Heizai pressed against the corner of the staircase, holding his breath and waiting. Soon, the living room's floor-to-ceiling window reflected their entangled figures. After about half an hour, the lights went out, and the exaggerated sounds of gasping drifted through the night breeze. Heizai excitedly zoomed in with the camera, and when the room finally fell silent, he hummed a tune as he returned to the car, cursing under his breath. Damn, being an official is really good. Beautiful subordinates are just a casual affair, even delivered right to the door. Director Lai, I got it all on tape. Heizai held his hot phone, the blue light reflecting in his eyes. That old man looked like a leader, and he was definitely getting it on with Wang Xiyuan in the room, making quite a noise. I recorded everything. TSK, this is exciting. She's finished now. A sharp sound of a pen tapping on a desk came from the other end of the line, and Lai Zheong lowered his voice, saying, Well done. But don't rush. Wait for her to come out and take some photos. It's best if she comes out tomorrow morning in broad daylight for clearer shots. Boss, we have to wait all night? What's wrong? Don't you want to continue? No. Director Lai is my benefactor. I'm fine with waiting all night. Even a year is absolutely no problem. He had committed a criminal offense and bribed Lai Zheong heavily, avoiding criminal responsibility, and since then had been wholeheartedly working for him. Before hanging up, he looked out at the swaying tree shadows, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. This plot against Wang Xian was finally about to be wrapped up. At 12:30 a.m., Heizai saw the beautiful woman coming out of the community, looking satisfied, her gait alluring. However, she still wore a hat and mask. While waiting for a taxi by the roadside, Heizai completed another round of surreptitious filming. Soon, the beauty got into a taxi heading west. Heizai swiftly jumped into his car and followed. Sure enough, the beauty returned to her hotel and entered the lobby. To confirm, he followed all the way until Yin Bing's report came through. Secretary Wang just returned and went to her room. Today's mission is successfully completed. Good, very good. After praising her, Heizai said, You haven't given me the room's storage card yet. Secretary Wang is too cautious about staying at hotels. She has a cleanliness obsession. She wanted me to check the wall sockets, and even called in hotel professionals to test for any recording devices. There's nothing I can do, but take it away. Otherwise, it would be exposed. All right, but this further proves she has something to hide. Hey Zai, listen to me. The evidence of her affair you captured tonight is explosive enough. Don't mess with the room. It's too dangerous. Yin Bing advised. I understand. I'll report to Director Lai. Mission accomplished. Hey Zai hid in his car and called Lai Zheong again. After downloading the videos and photos from his email, Lai Zheong opened the door and strode through the corridors of the Public Security Bureau. The late-night office echoed only with the sound of his leather shoes striking the ground, his dark blue police uniform gleaming coldly under the moonlight. He drove straight to the county government building, where County Chief Zhang Meng was staring at the calendar, counting how many days until the change of leadership, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on the mahogany desk. When Lai Zheong slammed a USB drive onto the desk while narrating the surveillance process, Zhang Meng's hand holding the Celadon tea cup trembled slightly, his eyes swirling with suppressed brilliance. Good, very good. Finally got something on her. Lai Zheong licked his lips, genuinely envious of that old man. Who is that old man? Have you found out? Zhang Meng asked cautiously. Not yet. The lighting was too dim. I was too far away. The old man was also wearing a hat and mask. However, judging by his bulging belly, he is either an official or a businessman. Wang Xiyuan used to work at the Provincial Propaganda Department. Could he be the deputy minister of the province or something? Zhang Meng said, let me take a look. He plugged the USB into the computer and stared for a long time, but couldn't recognize him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he coldly smiled, saying, I have a feeling he is Qin Aimin from the Provincial Propaganda Department. He has now been promoted to the executive deputy minister. Wang Xiyuan had just arrived, and he came down for a cloud research visit, clearly to support her. Moreover, during that research visit, he was very rude to me during dinner. If they're in a romantic relationship, it makes sense. Without a doubt, it's him, Lai Zheong asserted. Just a deputy minister. And he is still acting all high and mighty with me? Let us take them all down. Zhang Meng suppressed the smile at the corners of his mouth, heavily placing the teacup on the desk, but now is not the time. We need to keep this card warm and play it at the most crucial moment. Lai Zheong understood and stroked his chin. The two exchanged glances, and a low chuckle echoed through the office, blending with the warm night breeze outside, spreading through the silence like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Chapter 13. The female secretary invites to dinner 3 days after returning from the investigation. Su Ting submitted the first draft of the 5,000-word investigation report to Old Li from the research department. Li Gu, you are a senior and an expert. Director Yin said to ask you for guidance. Old Li snorted coldly without even looking at him and said, I didn't go, so I don't know the situation. How can I give guidance? You're the secretary's favorite now, so I dare not say anything. What a great opportunity for a business trip was snatched away by Su Ting. Just a pretty boy, a decorative pillow, right? Now that it's time to produce results, you're probably dumbfounded, aren't you? You deserve to be embarrassed. Well, fine. Helpless. Su Ting walked back to the office of the research director, Chen Jiankong, and asked, Director, this is my first time writing such an investigation report. I don't know how to write it. I lack confidence. And it also needs to be reviewed by the secretary and submitted to the municipal committee. I'm afraid I won't do well. Can you help me check it? Just give it directly to Director Yin. He has the highest level. The thin, dark Chen Jiankong pointed coldly to the outside. Su Ting had no choice but to go find Yin Shi. As soon as he left, Old Li walked into the research department with a thermos cup, exchanged a smile with Chen Jiankong, and whispered, with his mediocre skills, he will definitely get scolded by Director Yin, so let him submit the draft directly. We don't want to be involved. The two exchanged whispers and chuckled. 3 minutes later, Su Ting returned to his office, and the draft in his hand was gone. Old Li leaned against the desk and teased Xiao Su. Did Director Yin scold you? He asked busy and said he'll look at it later. Half an hour later, Yin Shi entered the research department with the draft in hand, looking heavy-footed. Old Li was chatting with Chen Jiankong over tea. We glanced up. He saw that the draft was clean and had no annotations, indicating it was worthless. This time, Su Ting was going to get scolded thoroughly. Chen Jiankong, sitting at the back, also showed a smug smile, waiting for the storm to calm. Kid, is this what you wrote? Yin Shi shook the draft in his hand. staring at Su Ting. Su Ting nodded yes. Inshi's gaze swept over a few people in the back row and asked loudly, Chun Jiankong, old Li, didn't you give him any guidance? Yes, he completed it on his own. Chun Jiankong thought, if we guided him, it would be our fault. Old Li, showing his big yellow teeth, combed through the few long hairs left on his head and said seriously, no. How dare we give guidance? Xiao Su is very capable. The younger generation is formidable. Inshi slapped the draft on the table. Old Li secretly smiled, thinking, he is about to explode and scold him, huh? However, what came was Inshi's voice of praise. The level is indeed high. Kid, how did you suddenly become enlightened? This draft is written in an accessible manner, eloquent, and insightful, with many valuable insights. Very good. I've read it twice and don't know how to revise it. Can't provide guidance. Let everyone circulate and study it. At the same time, proofread it a few times. If there are no issues, Xiao Su, you could directly hand it to Secretary Yin for review. Chun Jiankong and Old Li's faces immediately turned green. Thank you, Director. This is all thanks to the guidance of the Secretary and you. Su Ting smiled humbly. Good. Keep it up. Inshi's face radiated excitement and approval, unable to help but pat him twice on the shoulder, his affection for talent evident. Once Inshi left, two female colleagues exclaimed and rushed to see the draft. Su Ting turned back to look at Chun Jiankong and Old Li and chuckled. Sorry, Director Chun. Old Li, for making you laugh. Chun Jiankong and Old Li had to force a smile. An hour later, Su Ting brought the proofread draft to room 701, the secretary's office. The outer office was Yin Bing's office, and to enter the inner office, one had to pass through Yin Bing's barrier. She was still the first secretary of the county committee. After reading the draft, Yin Bing was shocked. Did this kid sleep with Secretary Wang for a few days to clear his meridians? How did he become stronger in every aspect? His personality also seemed brighter. Previously, his drafts always seemed immature and even missed the point. This time, he started with emotional intelligence. In order to learn advanced concepts and successful experiences in the cultural and creative industries of cities like Zhuzhou, and to better promote the construction of key projects like Maishan Oil Painting Village, our county's investigation team visited Zhuzhou, Dongshan, and Shanghai from June 7th to June 13th, 20XX. This investigation was compactly arranged, with clear goals, strong relevance, rich content, and economical travel, completing the inspection of 8 key projects in 3 cities within 6 days. The investigation situation is reported as follows. Economical? Not all. Su Ting, I heard Director Yin say you completed the draft independently? Yin Bing asked. Yes. Don't you believe it? I do, of course. She felt a bit hesitant to look at him. She definitely would not have believed it before, but now she had to. Her feelings towards him were very complex. That noon, she even knelt and begged him to go to bed, but he was completely indifferent. She always thought Su Ting was infatuated with her, a toad wanting to eat swan meat, but unexpectedly, he didn't even want her when she offered herself. She felt so lowly. Moreover, if it weren't for him covering for her and speaking up for her, she would have already been replaced by Wang Shiyuan. He had grace towards her. However, to maintain her dignity, she had to put on the air of a chief secretary. Su Ting, you wrote really well. However, the secretary is at a meeting in the city. I'll hand it to her as soon as she returns. Yin Bing's eyes sparkled, her beauty warm and gentle, the ice melting away. All right, thank you for your hard work. Su Ting was about to turn and leave when Yin Bing suddenly called out to him. Su Ting, wait a moment. My brother is coming out. I'll bring him to thank you together. Can you join us for dinner tonight? Her delicate face was adorned with a blush, looking both dignified and charming. Director Yin, you've changed. You made me not know how to deal with you. I still prefer when you used to boss me around and PUA me. Yin Bing hurriedly said, Su Ting, don't say that. I was wrong. I won't treat you that way again in the future, really. You can be gentle with me, but continue to be cold and ruthless to others. Understand? You're the chief secretary. Don't lose your identity. Of course, others are not qualified to enjoy the same treatment as you. Yin Bing proudly raised her face. Give me a chance, okay? All right. I happen to have something to discuss with your brother, so I'll decide the dinner location. After work, Su Ting exited through the back door, riding an electric scooter to the dinner location. Yin Bing had to wait for the secretary to return, so she couldn't go too early. The parking lot was in the backyard, and suddenly a familiar figure caught his eye, hurriedly opening the door of a black Corolla and getting in. It was Ku Weiliang. Su Ting walked over quickly and smiled. Minister Ku, you're in such a hurry. Where are you going? Oh, you are. Ku Weiliang leaned his head out and looked at him, stunned. Minister Ku, I'm Secretary Yan's colleague. Xiao Su from the research department. You don't even recognize me? Su Ting pretended to be shocked. Damn, isn't it normal that I don't recognize you? I'm the deputy minister of the publicity department and a notable figure in the county. You think you're something special just because you're a young lad from a small office? What do you want? To get close to me? Ku Weiliang looked at him disdainfully and lit a cigarette. Nothing, just wanted to say hello. I just ran into Director Yin. After being rebuffed, Su Ting felt quite unhappy. Ku Weiliang's expression tightened slightly, and he sighed, The city's publicity people have arrived. I need to go receive them. Bye. After saying that, he closed the car window and drove away. Ku Weiliang, Deputy Section Chief, 30 years old, in charge of spiritual civilization construction and youth education. Every year during the civilized city creation work, he has to produce many public service ads, having business dealings with his aunt, Wu Mei, nothing unusual. At 7 o'clock, in a grilled fish restaurant at Yifeng City Commercial Center, Su Ting, Yin Bing, and Yin Zheng sat together for dinner. Yin Bing was about to order when Su Ting said, Why don't we invite your fiancé to join us? He must be very hungry right now. Chapter 14. Caught in the act, Yin Bing's little face flushed slightly, and she awkwardly hummed, He's busy today and can't come. I don't want him to come anyway. What's he up to? The publicity department is relatively free. He said several relatives from his hometown came to visit, and he needs to go home to accompany them. Su Ting laughed. That's not right, is it? I ran into him after work, and he looked anxious like he was rushing to be reborn, saying he was working overtime for the city publicity reception. That's impossible. The city publicity didn't send anyone, Yin Bing said in surprise. Is his home in Yifeng City? No, that's strange. The traffic was jammed, and I rode my electric bike to Yifeng City, arriving before him. I saw him driving into Yifeng City. Last time, about 10 days ago, I also ran into him in this neighborhood. Yin Bing's expression changed, feeling something was off. What was he doing in Yifeng City? Last time, he seemed to visit a family in Unit 2, sneaking around like he was having an affair. Who knows what he was up to? Yin Bing slammed the menu on the table, her face cold. You know Umei, right? Your ex-girlfriend's aunt. The day before his business trip, I was shopping and ran into them leaning in together eating spicy hot pot. I asked him what was going on. He stammered that there was a batch of advertisements to be commissioned to Wu Mei, and she insisted on treating him to a meal. Su Ting, do you think Ku Weiliang would betray me? Su Ting exclaimed, What a coincidence. Wu Mei seems to live in this neighborhood. I went to her house with Zhou Lily before. She's single, not married, beautiful and sexy, a real femme fatale. So, it's hard to say whether he would betray you or not. Yin Zheng had caught on to something and said angrily, Let's go find out. That makes sense. Su Ting said seriously. On the way, Yin Zheng gritted his teeth and said darkly, Damn it, if he really dares to cheat, I'll kill him. The young man was filled with righteous indignation. On the way, he saw a bamboo grove and snapped a piece of bamboo, heading toward Unit 2 of Yifeng City. Sure enough, Ku Weiliang's car was parked next to the building. Su Ting was just a guide and felt it wasn't appropriate to appear at that moment. So he led the siblings to the bottom of the building and told them the room number. Just then, they ran into a water delivery worker coming down with a bucket of water, looking unhappy. Su Ting asked, Big brother, you're delivering to 202, right? What's the matter? No one home. The water delivery worker shot him a glance and cursed. Yes, so what? That family is really shameless, getting busy in the living room before 7. And they still want me to come back in an hour. Screw that. I'll come back the day after tomorrow. After saying that, he angrily walked away. Yin Bing's face turned green. Su Ting spread his hands and said, See, there are witnesses. Hurry up and catch them in the act. After saying that, Su Ting walked out the corridor and strolled leisurely in the community. Yin Bing and her brother climbed the stairs to the second floor, pressing their ears against the door of 202. A man and a woman were talking inside. Wu Mei giggled. How many times is this for you? Aren't you afraid your fiancé, will suspect you? Her? She's too busy, always taking care of Wang Shiyuan and never taking care of me. Do you know what everyone in the county committee compound calls her? What? Iceberg. What kind of bird language is that? I don't understand. Iceberg. Damn it, we're already engaged. And she won't even let me touch her, let alone go to bed. Wu Mei laughed heartily. Yin Bing and Yin Zheng were furious. But Yin Bing calmed down and whispered to Yin Zheng. He knocked on the door a few times, and after a long pause, Wu Mei's voice came from inside. Who is it? The water delivery. Weren't you told to come back in an hour? I'm off work now. I can't deliver today. The boss will dock my pay. Just leave it at the door. Wu Mei's voice still came. No, I need to change the bucket. After saying that, Yin Zheng knocked on the door again. Inside, Ku Weiliang whispered, open the door, don't let the neighbors notice. Stop knocking. Wait for me for 2 minutes, Wu Mei shouted from inside. 2 minutes later, the door opened. Wu Mei, wearing Ku Weiliang's white shirt and with a flushed face, stuck her head out and first saw Yin Zheng, a handsome young man, clean and neat. Not the water delivery worker from earlier. Then she looked behind him and saw a tall, beautiful woman standing there, asking, who are you? What do you want? Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly remembered that this was Ku Weiliang's fiancé. Damn, she realized it and was about to close the door. But it was too late. Yin Zheng pushed her aside, and Yin Bing stepped forward, slapping her hard, causing Wu Mei to stumble and sit on the ground. On the living room sofa, her underwear was left behind, but Ku Weiliang was not there. He must have hidden. Yin Zheng then dashed into the bedroom, where he saw Ku Weiliang standing there naked, pulling the curtains. Hearing someone come in, Ku Weiliang turned and froze in place. A few seconds later, he hurriedly reached to cover himself, but it was too late. Yin Zheng's bamboo stick had already hit his wrist, making him scream, dodge, and curse. I'll teach you to betray my sister, to bully my sister. Damn you, scum. Piece of trash. Yin Zheng kept hitting him, and in an instant, Ku Weiliang's chubby body was covered in red marks. Finally, he hid under the blanket, too scared to show his face. Yin Bing took out her phone to capture his ugly appearance, then coldly looked at him, not like a shrew rushing to beat him, but shedding painful and desperate tears. She held back her sobs and coldly asked, Ku Weiliang, why did you cheat? Isn't it because of you? We're already engaged, and you still won't give yourself to him. What era is this? Are you really saving yourself for the wedding night? Wu Mei coldly laughed as she walked in, sneering. A real iceberg. A broken shoe. A mistress. Yin Zheng gritted his teeth and raised the bamboo stick to hit her, but Yin Bing shouted, stop. Wu Mei tucked her long hair behind her ear and coldly said, if you hit me again, I'll call the police. Make it a big deal. Let everyone know that the secretary of the county committee can't even keep her fiancé in check. Shameless. Yin Bing trembled with rage, looking at Ku Weiliang, who was curled up in the corner with a blanket, and asked, Ku Weiliang, you bastard. Tell me, when did it start? Speak up. Yin Zheng, young and impulsive, leaped over the bed, kicked him to the ground, slapped him hard, and then raised the bamboo stick. Don't hit me, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Ku Weiliang raised his hands in surrender a month ago. There was an annual cooperation project for a public service advertisement for creating a civilized city in the department, worth 590,000. Wu Mei wanted to get the project, so she took the initiative to find me, seducing me. You're full of shit. Wu Mei's face turned pale with anger. Actually, he used the project to lure me, saying if I slept with him once, he would give it to me. In the end, I had to sleep with him 3 times before I got the bid, and today he came to ask for the 4th time. Chapter 15. The secretary's infatuation. The advertising business of the propaganda department generally requires the company to advance the production fees, with the finance department completing the procedures before payment. The initial investment needed is over 100,000 yuan. Wu Mei was in a hurry to sell her house for this project, and there were also several kickbacks and fees involved. If she didn't cut corners, she could earn around 100,000 yuan at most. However, the person involved was a deputy minister and also a relative of the county leadership, controlling all public service advertisements in the county. Next, she wanted to secure those large outdoor billboards and undertake major government events, so she couldn't expose his flaws and had to maintain a good relationship with him. She changed her tone and said, you are intentionally hurting me. I might really call the police. Ku Weiliang, this is where you and I draw the line. Yin Bing was too lazy to argue further. Her heart felt dead. She wiped her tears, took her brother's hand, and left room 202. Once downstairs, Yin Bing ran wildly. Out of the community, onto the street, tears streaming down her face again. She hid in the dark corner of an alley and began to cry softly. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted, "Don't cry. People like that aren't worth it." She looked up through her tear-filled eyes and saw the tall and handsome Su Ting offering her a tissue, his clear and bright gaze filled with concern and encouragement. She silently took the tissue and wiped her tears, staring blankly at him, and suddenly threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Absorbing the masculine energy and sense of security he radiated, sobbing, "Su Ting, I feel so defeated." She was a young official in the county, the first secretary of the county committee, from a well-educated family with excellent upbringing, and had worked at the county youth league committee, rumored to be a descendant of Yin Fu, who wrote Tian Yin Lun. Su Ting felt the beauty of her body. "Your brother is here." Yin Bing hurriedly let go of him, stopped crying, wiped her tears, and blushingly called out to Yin Zheng, "Let's go eat." "Can you still eat?" Su Ting asked. "Of course, I can eat. I want to eat well and drink happily. I've finally seen reality clearly, regained my freedom. We must celebrate tonight." She forced a smile through her tears. At this moment, Ko Weiliang's call came in, and Yin Bing hung up without hesitation. He called 3 times in a row, and she simply blocked his number. Back at the grilled fish restaurant, Su Ting changed to a private room for a more comfortable conversation. The 3 of them ate heartily and drank quite a bit of beer. Soon, Yin Bing was slightly tipsy, her cheeks flushed, exuding a youthful shyness, looking beautiful and charming. "Su Ting, did you know Ko Weiliang was cheating all along?" Yin Bing recalled how he had said he felt pitiful during her business trip and told her not to marry Ko Weiliang. And today, the restaurant he booked was right next to the community. Did he purposely lead her to catch him cheating? "Yes," Su Ting admitted generously. "I knew it was you." "Then tell me why." Su Ting smiled lightly and said, "You deserve a better man." Yin Bing blushed and smiled, showing a rare hint of charm. Su Ting felt that the ice princess had completely melted. It wasn't easy. Yin Zheng suddenly said, "I think brother Su Ting is pretty good." Yin Bing's already flushed face turned even redder, and she hit him lightly, saying, "Adults are talking. Kids shouldn't interrupt." "Sister, I'm already 19. How am I still a kid? Aren't kids the ones who do those dirty things in KTV?" Yin Bing said fiercely, "I haven't settled accounts with you yet. When we go home tomorrow, let's see how mom and dad deal with you." "Speaking of this, I was just about to talk to you guys," Su Ting said. "Brother, go ahead." After a brief encounter, the young boy had developed a liking for this cool older brother. The reconciliation fee with Huang Ying was 50,000, which isn't enough. Yin Bing and Yin Zheng's mouths dropped open in surprise. "If Huang Ying goes back on her word, you'll still be in trouble," Su Ting said. "So, you need to continue dating her." "What? No way. I was drunk that day and thought she was all right, but in reality, she's pretty average. Plus, she was the one who seduced me. The relationship was initiated by her, and I was too drunk to remember, but now I recall." Su Ting laughed. "Your reflexes are too slow. They could circle the earth 3 times. Yin Bing chuckled. "Su Ting, why do you want to continue dating Huang Ying? Her character isn't great. Don't you think something is fishy about this? To find out the truth, you can only go through Huang Ying," Su Ting said solemnly. "That's one reason. The second reason is, Yin Zheng, you spent 50,000. You could buy a small apartment in the old town of Shuangyun County with that money. Don't you think that's a waste?" "Yeah, I feel it's a waste, but if I don't pay, I can't get out," Yin Zheng said, his eyes wide with anger. "So, you need to continue sleeping with her. At 500 yuan a time, you'll have to sleep with her 100 times to earn it back." Yin Bing frowned upon hearing this. "Pouting. Oh, Su Ting, what are you doing? Aren't you teaching the kid bad things?" "Big brother, you're right," Yin Zheng exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Besides, although Huang Ying isn't particularly outstanding, her figure is quite impressive. You're dating, not getting married. It's just fooling around. Who can't do that?" "Exactly. Any love that isn't aimed at marriage is just fooling around." "Ha ha ha." Yin Zheng laughed heartily. "Brother, you're amazing. So insightful. I respect you." The 2 of them downed a large glass of beer in one gulp. Yin Zheng wasn't a fool. He had already realized that tonight's operation to catch the cheating lover was all planned by Su Ting, who was outside the incident but had skillfully orchestrated everything. "Awesome." Yin Zheng slammed his cup heavily on the table and grinned slyly. "To be honest, I've never respected anyone, but Brother Su is definitely the first. So, sister, why don't you just marry Brother Su? I raised both hands. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking? Yin Bing, blushing, hit her brother a few times with her bag. Yin Zheng dodged with a grin. You two stop messing around, Su Ting said seriously. Huang Ying's family background isn't better than yours, and you're quite handsome. She's from a vocational college, while you're from a top university, so if you date her, she'll be eager. If you don't believe me, why not call her now and flirt a little? Yin Bing widened her eyes in anger and said, Su Ting, are you really going to lead my brother astray? No, I'm teaching him how to be a good person. He should thank me. Before he finished speaking, Yin Zheng had already dialed the phone. When the phone rang, he looked at Su Ting and grinned. Thanks, man. See? Yin Bing was so angry her nose almost crinkled. She kicked Su Ting under the table, but he easily dodged. She picked up her chopsticks, pretending to hit him, and he shielded his face, causing her to burst into laughter. After the call connected, Yin Zheng said a few words and walked outside to speak privately. Yin Bing blushed and scolded, Su Ting, how come I never noticed before that you're a little mischievous? Men aren't too bad. Women don't love them. If I don't love them. Is that so? Su Ting looked at her affectionately. She shyly lowered her head, grabbed her teacup, brought it to her mouth, but found it was empty. After a while, her heart was still racing. Oh no, that day in the hotel, when she said she wanted to give him everything. She was completely out of her mind and said it randomly. Now it seemed she really liked him. What to do? He was so strong, so handsome, so talented, and interesting. The problem was, he was Wang Shiyuan's man. Her thoughts were all in disarray. Just as she was lost in thought, the door swung open, and Yin Zheng snapped his fingers, proudly declaring, Got it. You two eat slowly. I'm leaving. Saying this, he picked up his backpack and headed out. What are you doing? You have to go home tomorrow. Then see you tomorrow. I won't stay at your place tonight. Bye. As Yin Zheng was leaving, he suddenly turned back, winked at Su Ting, and said, Brother-in-law, good luck. He was quite perceptive and slipped away. Chapter 16. Don't want it for free? What nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and get lost. Yin Bing's face turned red to her neck. Children speak without restraint. Children speak without restraint. She raised her glass and said, Never mind him. I'll toast you again. Thank you, Su Ting, if it weren't for you. I was planning to get my marriage certificate and hold a wedding during the National Day holiday. That's enough. If you drink any more, you'll be drunk. We agreed to stop after getting drunk. Come on, drink. Yin Bing lifted her beer glass and gulped it down several times. After finishing, she was basically really drunk. Su Ting shrugged and asked, What now? Did you have to drink so much? Should I take you home? No. Ko Wei Yong will look for me. Mine. I don't want to see that beast. Then let us wait here. Wait for you to sober up? No. Don't. Yin Bing's eyes were blurry. She picked up her LV bag, slung it over her shoulder, and pointed to the door saying, Let us go to your house. Su Ting thought, All right, you're the one delivering it to my door. Arriving at the room rented by Su Ting, Yin Bing threw off her high heels and bag, stumbled into the bathroom, and started to vomit. Su Ting helped her pat her back and wipe her down, and after about 10 minutes, she finally sobered up a bit, giggling as she said, Sorry, I made a mess, and my clothes are dirty too, so smelly. I need to take a shower. However, I don't have any women-s supplies here. No disposable towels, no bath towels, or anything. It's okay, you go out. Soon. The sound of a shower could be heard in the bathroom. Yin Bing repeatedly rinsed her body with water, her smooth skin never having been shown to a man. She was traditional, conservative, and extremely cherished her virginity, insisting on giving it to her husband only on their wedding night. But tonight, she really wanted to give it away. Willingly. Maybe he would become her boyfriend, maybe not, but what does it matter? If she loves him, then just give it to him. What's the use of holding on? What if the next person she encounters is another scum like Ku Weiliang? A man with both a good-looking appearance and an interesting soul is hard to come by. Su Ting is one of them, perhaps the last one. So, just give it to a handsome, strong, and capable man like Su Ting. The first time must leave a beautiful memory. He likes me a lot, I can tell. I'm so beautiful, with such a good temperament, such fair skin, standing at 7 meters tall, graceful. Which man wouldn't he like me? He and Wang Shiyuan only have a physical relationship. He can't possibly fall in love with Wang Shiyuan. She is already 35 years old, and he is only 24. They won TB together, and I'm just a year older than him, which is just right. More than half an hour passed, and she finally finished her shower, randomly grabbed a towel to dry herself, and found that it was one Su Ting had used, surprisingly without any odor. This man is really clean. Then, she put on his white sports t-shirt. He is tall, so the t-shirt is long enough that she doesn't need to wear anything underneath. She half-dried her hair, brushed her teeth, and barefoot opened the bathroom door, gently and charmingly calling, "Su Ting, Su Ting." She walked into the living room, looked around, but it was empty. Could it be that he already knew she was going to dedicate herself? So he had been waiting in the bedroom for a long time? Yes. She insisted on coming to his house and taking a shower. It was obvious. She trembled as she gently pushed open the bedroom door, but it was still empty. Su Ting, where are you hiding? The one-bedroom apartment was simple and clean, with no furniture, so it couldn't hide such a big person. Did he run away? He actually fled at the last moment. Yin Bing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, utterly disappointed, and felt a bit of failure. She thought he would definitely possess her tonight, just like he did with Wang Shiyuan, but it turned out to be unrequited feelings, truly unrequited feelings. How embarrassing. With tears in her eyes, she sat dejectedly on the living room sofa, suddenly noticing a note on it. "Secretary Yin, sorry. The secretary suddenly called me back to the office. The inspection report needs major revision. I left first. Please make yourself comfortable." The handwriting was neat and elegant, with a touch of grace. It was written in a beautiful small script full of vigor. Such beautiful handwriting. The character matches the person. She felt both fond and heartbroken. She was lost in thought. Suddenly her phone rang. It was Su Ting calling. She hurriedly answered. "Su Ting, are you back?" "No, I just arrived at the county committee. I wanted to tell you that I might not be coming back tonight. You should go home." The secretary said that? Yes. The inspection report needs to be submitted to the municipal committee tomorrow, because Secretary Huai Ming is going abroad for inspection soon and wants to see the report before he leaves. All right. Okay. After hanging up, Yin Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Her heart ached faintly. Obviously, Wang Shiyuan was going to occupy him for another night. The inspection report had already been written perfectly. How could it be revised? In the past, Wang Shiyuan had never cared so much about the materials. It's all excuses. All excuses. Really, not even wanting it for free. It's too hurtful. At 11 o'clock, Su Ting arrived at the 7th floor of the county committee building, which was empty and deserted with not a single person around. The corridor was dimly lit and somewhat eerie. Suddenly, there was a noise at the entrance of the hallway not far away, startling him. He quietly walked over, opened the safety door, and asked, "Is anyone there?" There was no response. He waited quietly for a moment, then returned to the end of the corridor, knocked 3 times, pushed open the door of room 701, and then closed it. He saw Wang Shiyuan with flushed cheeks, focused on revising documents. The room was filled with a faint scent of alcohol and the familiar fragrance of her perfume. Secretary Wang didn't raise her head, only said lightly, "Sit." Su Ting sat down in the chair opposite the desk, quietly waiting for instructions. In the next 10 minutes, Wang Shiyuan swiftly revised the documents with her pen. During this time, she only said one thing. "If you're thirsty, make yourself some tea." Su Ting then got up and poured himself a cup of tea, and also refilled Wang Shiyuan's. Only after finishing the documents did she raise her head, staring at the man she admired for a moment before speaking. "I've read the inspection report. It's well written. I won't say too much praise. You've probably heard enough today. I'll only point out the problems. You need to revise it tonight and polish it well." Su Ting nodded and listened attentively. At this moment, Wang Shiyuan was completely devoid of the charm and tenderness from the past few days. She was a capable and profound leader. This report is over 5,000 words, and it has the common faults that writers often have, with too many parallel sentences and overly vivid descriptions. Official document writing emphasizes conciseness and solidity. Every word should be weighed carefully. How could the municipal secretary have time to read such a long report, as if it were a novel? You need to compress it to within 3,000 words and streamline the trivial content. The structure and ideas of the article are good, and I also recognize the innovative viewpoints. But it's just too verbose. You need to squeeze out the excess. At the same time, summarize the content again. Refer more to provincial and municipal reports, so that every word has significance every sentence has content, eliminate unnecessary words, and ensure logical consistency. Do you understand? As a reborn person, he believed that with his years of writing experience from his previous life, his level was quite good. But he didn't expect that this widely praised article would have many shortcomings in the eyes of the county committee secretary. Chapter 17, Office Intimacy. Su Ting sincerely admired and quickly nodded. Okay, secretary, I will definitely revise it tonight. Originality in oil, painting, localization in cultural creation, tourism specialization, and international marketing. Your forizations are summarized quite well, Wang Shiyuan commented. Thank you for your affirmation, secretary. He stood still, his eyes filled with expectation, gazing at her ample bosom, wondering if this was just a work discussion. Wang Shiyuan smiled slightly and explained, there are 3 reasons for calling you here to revise the manuscript so late. First, this manuscript will serve as my policy program to promote the reform and development of the cultural and creative industry in Shangyun County. Second, this is also a great opportunity for you to shine. Third, the municipal party secretary is going on a business trip next week, and I need to show it to him before he leaves, asking for his comments. Su Ting understood Secretary Wang's good intentions, feeling touched. His eyes filled with affection as he quietly gazed at her, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Wang Shiyuan took a couple of sips of tea, stood up gracefully, hands in her pockets, and looked at him wistfully. Su Ting, do you miss me? Not really. Wang Shiyuan laughed. Not really? You rushed over here just because I said one word? The secretary is the top leader of Shangyun County. I dare not come. This is called obeying the imperial edict. Wang Shiyuan laughed again, elegant and charming, her entire being exuding grace and authority. I can't let you come for nothing. Wang Shun beckoned him with her hand. Come here into my arms. Su Ting was overjoyed, quickly walked around the desk, rushed to her, and reached out to hug her. However, Wang Shiyuan's body was not only shapely but also agile. She twisted her waist and slipped away, pulling Su Ting's hand and tumbling into the sofa chair. Su Ting plunged into her arms, kissing her beautiful chest, collarbone, neck, and the area behind her ears. Wang Shiyuan's body shook continuously, her lips slightly parted, breathing heavily as she said, Kiss me. Su Ting kissed her sweet, peach-like mouth. After a while, both of them were so passionate that it felt like they were about to explode, panting heavily and filled with fervor. Wang Shiyuan's clothing buttons were undone, and the pin of her inner garment had also fallen off. They embraced tightly, kissing and touching. The heavy breathing continued for several minutes. Sutingast, darling. I can't take it anymore. Saying this, he began to pull down her pants. Wang Shiyuan pressed his hand down gently and said, Su, no, don't. Then she smiled again and whispered in his ear, I'd just like to see you so impatient. Su Ting thought she was playing hard to get and removed her hand that was protecting her waistband to pull down further. Stop. This is the office. Kissing and touching is enough. Aren't you afraid of eavesdroppers? Wang Shiyuan pushed him away and pulled up her pants that had been partially removed. So what are we going to do tonight? The arrow is on the string and has to be fired. You hold it back. We have serious business tonight. Wang Shiyuan regained her composure, smiled charmingly, casually arranged her hair, stood up, turned around, and commanded, Put my bra back on. Su Ting knew she had her bottom line and was also afraid of being overheard in the office. He skillfully helped her fasten her underwear. Wang Shiyuan tidied her outfit, sat back down, spent some time fixing her appearance in front of the mirror, already calm as usual, took a few sips of tea, and said, There's one more thing. Boss, you command. Wang Ziding came looking for me. She wants to make a big move in Shangyun. First, I told her to change her name. Otherwise, it would be obvious that she is related to me. Second, I spoke with Lai Guoxiong, the director of the Administrative Affairs Management Bureau, and, as a result, Wang Ziding hit a wall and was very angry. Boss, Lai Guoxiong doesn't even listen to your words. He is a cousin of Lai Zheong, who is Zhang Meng's brother-in-law. Always arrogant. The Zhang family and Lai family are truly powerful, always opposing you openly at meetings and doing various small tricks behind your back. It's too arrogant, with no regard for rules, as if they are about to dump shit on us, Su Ting said angrily. Boss, shouldn't we take action? Wang Shiyuan waved her hand. Not yet. You, meet her in the next couple of days. First, give her the reception and gift business of the County Party Committee office. I've already talked to Inshur, He is reliable. Then introduce her to a few big reception hosts in the county government. Let her hit a wall. Su Ting understood that Wang Xin was intensifying the conflict between the secretary and the county mayor, as well as between Wang Ziding and the county mayor, forcing them into a corner. But wasn't this too gentle? She seemed to see through his thoughts, her expression becoming vague. Su Ting, you still don't understand me enough. I don't want conflicts within the team, nor do I want to fight with the county mayor. I cherish my time, gaining experience at the grassroots level, and want to do something practical. However, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. Boss, if heaven gives you a chance and you don't take it, you will suffer. I haven't not taken it. I just cherish my reputation. Besides, conspiracy is too cheap. The right strategy is in season. Just wait. Those driven by profit will jump into the fire themselves. Boss, you're truly wise. What should I do if I fall in love with you? Su Ting embraced her and affectionately kissed her. She looked at him gently, wiped the saliva off her face, and coldly snorted, "Don't fall in love with me. You will suffer a lot. Go back now, little one. I want the investigation report by tomorrow morning." Secretary, goodbye. Just as Su Ting reached the door and had not yet opened it, Wang Shiyuan suddenly called out to him, "Wait, there's one more thing. My dad has been released, and the organization is restoring his reputation." "Thank you, Su Ting. This matter is very important to me and our Wang family." "That's great. I'm sincerely happy. Let's go." She smiled and waved her hand. Su Ting held the investigation report that had been circled and annotated by Wang Shiyuan, walking out of room 701 with a dejected expression. He briefly paused at the door, ultimately pressing the down button for the elevator. At this moment, in the shadow of the staircase, Chun Jiankong was holding a phone, breathlessly focused, with a photo he had taken secretly. Earlier, he had temporarily returned to the office to retrieve materials, witnessed Su Ting entering late at night, and caught a glimpse of Wang Shiyuan's special car downstairs, immediately becoming suspicious and inexplicably following them. Unfortunately, the door to room 701 was tightly closed, and no matter how he strained to listen, the sounds inside were indistinct. It wasn't until Su Ting left, looking despondent, that he patiently waited a moment longer before seeing Wang Shiyuan walk out briskly, her face still showing an unnatural blush and allure. The Wang Shiyuan he had always seen was capable, authoritative, and aloof. What was going on today? He looked at the clock. The two had been inside for a full 52 minutes. Chun Jiankong watched Wang Shiyuan's departing figure, his doubts growing stronger. He recalled the recent field investigation, which by convention should have included Old Li from the research room, but Wang Shiyuan had let Su Ting replace him. Upon returning from the investigation, Su Ting's treatment at the unit visibly improved. Even his walk carried a spring breeze of pride. Su Ting was young and handsome, tall and strong, while 35-year-old Wang Shiyuan was also single. The thought of a young man and a young woman spending the night alone in the office, combined with various previous special considerations, led Chun Jiankong to conclude that their relationship was definitely not simple. They must have done something in the office. This discovery excited him, his eyes gleaming with calculating light. If he could help Zhang Ming to bring down Wang Shiyuan, and the county party committee office was in need of a deputy director, he would logically be promoted to a deputy-level official. Subsequently, Chun Jiankong drove to the Imperial Hotel to meet County Mayor Zhang Ming. Chapter 18. The secretary gets what she wants at this moment. County Mayor Zhang Ming was at the Emperor Restaurant, drinking and having a good time with a group of men and women. After receiving a phone call, he immediately summoned Chun Jiankong to a private room that was free of other people. Zhang Ming listened with a serious expression to Chun Jiankong's embellished report, especially when he heard the sounds of moaning and gasping from inside. In the end, Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Good, you have a strong political sensitivity. Well done. Keep a close eye on this, and report any new developments immediately." Once Chun Jiankong left, Zhang Ming lit a cigarette alone in the private room, and as the smoke curled around him, he pondered deeply on how to maximize the use of this chess piece. After a moment, he extinguished the cigarette, straightened his collar, and returned to the drinking party with an expression as usual, as if the previous conspiracy had never happened. Only the lingering smell of smoke on his fingers hinted at the undercurrents quietly stirring. On the other side, Su Ting hopped on his electric scooter and rode towards his residence 2 kilometers away in the night breeze. The moment he pushed open the anti-theft door, the summer wind swept in with the night, enveloping him. He looked at Yin Bing, curled up on the sofa, an empty wine bottle tipped over at her feet, and a half-drunk glass of red wine on the coffee table. She hadn't tea left. Instead, she had nearly finished a bottle of red wine from his home. This was drowning her sorrows. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, still wearing his shirt, exposing her snow-white thighs, her complexion flushed, looking very alluring. Su Ting felt an indescribable emotion in his heart and muttered, "Why hasn't this girl left yet? How could she drink so much?" He stepped forward, crouched down, and reached out to check her forehead. She wasn't running a fever, but when his fingers brushed against her flushed cheeks, they felt hot. Yin Bing's eyelashes fluttered. Her hazy apricot eyes opened, and she saw the familiar face close by, a bitter smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Su Ting, is it you? Aren't you supposed to be with Secretary Wang tonight?" The last syllable was choked off, and 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks like broken strings. "No, I was at her office discussing the inspection report. Secretary Wang is really impressive. She pointed out many issues. I'll have to pull an all-nighter tonight." He placed the inspection report on the coffee table. Yin Bing seemed not to have heard his words and suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly. The smell of alcohol mixing with her grievances came rushing at him. "Su Ting, look at me like this. How can you still not want me? Are you really going to turn me down, even if it's offered for free?" In the past, she had been like a beautiful peacock, always following Wang Shen in high heels, impeccably made up and graceful. But now she looked like a butterfly drenched by rain, fragile and heart-wrenching. He pulled his hand away and wrapped his arms around her waist. "You've drunk too much. Let's go lie down in the bedroom." Yin Bing took the opportunity to hook her arms around his neck, her face flushed with embarrassment, stammering, "I can't leave now. You need to carry me, a princess." A princess hug. Su Ting complied, and she lay in his warm and strong embrace, feeling dizzy again. When she opened her eyes, she looked at him affectionately and sweetly said, "Su, you're back. I'm so happy, really so happy. You sleep. I'll go revise the report." Su Ting gently placed her on the bed. "With such a beautiful girl in your room, do you still have a mind to work?" After saying this, Yin Bing felt extremely shy. She had already decided to go all out and give him her first time. Long after their joyful journey ended, the two of them collaborated, and after more than 2 hours, the inspection report was revised and condensed to 858 words. "Su Ting secretly safe." Yin Bing was proud for a reason. She truly had skills, strong summarizing abilities, and understood what kind of sentences and logic the municipal leaders preferred. As for himself, even though he had been reborn, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Su Ting closed his laptop and fell asleep on the bed. After Yin Bing finished washing up and returned, she lay down beside him. Just as Su Ting was about to drift off to sleep, he felt warm breath against him. He opened his eyes to see Yin Bing tightly hugging him, her big eyes staring at him. "So sleepy, let us sleep." "I'm not sleepy. What's wrong?" Yin Bing's face turned red as she bit her lower lip, remaining silent. "Still want more?" She nodded obediently and shyly. "Then you have to take the initiative." Su Ting was no longer sleepy. In a moment, the room was filled with spring colors again. The next day, they had to be at work by 9, but they left at 8:40, albeit at different times. Yin Bing was spirited and flushed, as if she had embarked on a new life. She was the county party committee's secretary, tall and beautiful. Who didn't he know her? When they arrived at the county committee building, everyone, as usual, greeted her politely. In the past, unless they were department heads or above, she would coldly ignore them. But today, she smiled and greeted everyone without distinction. This unexpectedly became big news, causing a stir in the county committee courtyard. Ku Weiliang felt extremely uncomfortable upon hearing this. He couldn't believe that after discovering his wife's infidelity and their breakup, she seemed so happy. He still didn't know that his ex-girlfriend had already lost her virginity to someone else. In the morning, when he went to Yin Bing's office to apologize and seek reconciliation, he encountered a massive iceberg. She completely ignored his existence and only said one sentence. "We've broken up. There's no more connection between us. Don't bother me. Get lost." Su Ting was living a comfortable life, not only enjoying frequent romantic encounters, but also gradually accumulating wealth. In the NBA Finals, the Mavericks surprisingly won the championship, and Su Ting made $80,000 from an investment of $15,000. However, this amount was not enough to buy another set in the textile factory's residential area. Buying more would draw attention and could become a target during compensation. So, he decided to save this money for the upcoming European Cup. The novel is fictional. Please do not compare it to actual time and systems, where he could easily make another profit. Chapter 19 Future Promotions 3 days later. The commentary from Municipal Party Secretary Chen Huiming regarding the investigation report on Yun County arrived. Very good. It will be widely distributed throughout the city. All units are requested to study and learn from it diligently. Su Ting was astonishingly promoted as a result. The county party office currently has 1 director and 2 deputy directors, with 1 deputy director position vacant. Insure is the director of the county party office, but has not entered the standing committee. The 2 deputy directors are responsible for the research department, general department, information department, secretary department, supervision department, duty room, archives bureau, and confidentiality bureau, among others. Chun Jiankong is the deputy director of the political research office, a general cadre at the regular level. Due to the vacancy of 1 deputy director in the county party office, the other 2 deputy directors manage crucial and busy departments. He always thought that this deputy director position was reserved for him. After all, he had worked in several departments within the county party office, has the longest tenure, is the oldest, and has connections. By seniority, it should be him, but unexpectedly, Su Ting had risen above him. Under the instruction of Wang Shiyuan, the organization department began the democratic recommendation and investigation procedures for Su Ting's promotion to a deputy section level position. If he passes smoothly, it will be discussed to the county party committee standing committee meeting, and he will then take up the role of deputy director of the county party office. Chun Jiankong felt a deep sense of crisis and thought it was time to strike back. On the evening of the 22nd, after completing her reception duties, Wang Shiyuan returned to her office to review documents, while Yin Bing was waiting outside. Su Ting was called back to discuss work. Before entering the inner office, Yin Bing smiled at him affectionately. Last night, she had once again visited his rented apartment, and they had spent the night together. She was becoming increasingly infatuated with him, and, blushing, softly said, "Su Ting, the secretary has had a bit too much to drink. Be careful and don't stay too long." Even before the conversation began, she was already feeling jealous. "Okay." Su Ting smiled at her and pushed the door open. Yin Bing followed him in and placed the tea in front of him. Wang Shiyuan, with flushed cheeks, was wearing a blue 3/4 sleeve shirt and black fitted pants. Looking mysterious and charming, she still acted as if she didn't see him, lowering her head to review documents and casually said, "Have a seat." Su Ting patiently waited, boldly and audaciously scanning her face and figure. She was truly a beauty, with a perfect figure and face, mature, graceful, capable, and exuding an air of elegance. 10 minutes later, Wang Shiyuan put down her pen, looked up at him, and chuckled, "Director Su, congratulations. Thank you for promoting me, secretary. Get ready for the meeting. During this time, don't drink, don't cause trouble, and don't create scandals like sleeping with married women. If someone catches you, I can't save you." "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." Wang Shiyuan had a sly smile on her lips and asked, "What will you use to repay me?" Promoting Su Ting put her under some pressure. After all, he had only been on the job for 3 years and had previously been obscure. If it weren't for that investigation report highly praised by the municipal party secretary, promoting him would have drawn more criticism. In the county, a deputy section level cadre is quite a significant position. "I have nothing but my body. I'll offer myself." "Naughty." Wang Shiyuan laughed and said, "The Empress needs to abstain for a while. You'll have to bear with it." She always felt that Zhang Meng was up to something and worried about being discovered while dating Su Ting. Although they were both single, it would be considered a crime in the eyes of city leadership, especially as Su Ting was being promoted. Others would have the perfect reason to attack them. Su Ting's sexual bribery. This was also one of the reasons she worked late tonight and called Yin Bing in as a light bulb. With a third party present, everything could be clarified. "What if I can't help it?" she joked. "Then handle it yourself." "Secretary, you're so heartless. Could you comfort me a bit?" "I just said that, didn't I?" Comfort yourself. Wang Xiyuan still didn't know that he had already taken down his beautiful and proud secretary, who was comforting him every night. Secretary, do you have a boyfriend? Su Ting boldly asked. I do. Ah, is he a provincial leader, a city leader, a star, or a big boss? Or a university teacher? Wang Xiyuan laughed heartily, and after a while, said, far away in the sky, close at hand. After a pause, she scolded, you fool. Really, is it just me? Su Ting was very pleased. His strong possessiveness made him wish Wang Xiyuan belonged only to him. One of you is already too much for me, Wang Xiyuan said. Lowering her head to drink tea, her face flushed. With Yin Bing outside, they couldn't tea-kiss or embrace, let alone engage in anything intimate. The last time Chen Jiankong eavesdropped outside, he heard nothing because there were 2 doors separating the inner and outer rooms, while Yin Bing only had 1 door between them. This is the greatest comfort for me. I feel so happy, Su Ting said emotionally. Little liar, full of sweet talk. Su Ting stood up, walked around, and hugged her neck from behind, kissing her forehead, saying, I want you. No, the secretary is outside. Aren't you afraid? She asked, listening at the door right now. Let her listen. She'll be envious of you. Conceited. Wang Xiyuan playfully slapped him. Go back to your seat. Su Ting reluctantly returned to the opposite side, with a large table separating them, which had a computer, documents, books, and 2 small potted plants on it. He thought to himself, sooner or later, I will take you down at this table. Still, tell me a story. It's more interesting. Wang Xin lazily leaned back in her chair, her empress-like demeanor returning. Su Ting glanced at the bookshelf next to him and saw the 4 great classic novels, then stood up and pulled out a copy of Journey to the West. Boss, let me tell you about this. Journey to the West is well known. What is there to talk about? Su Ting casually flipped to chapter 72 and laughed, saying, Wukong is actually a flirtatious master. Stop it. You are the flirtatious master. She genuinely feared that if he continued flirting, she might lose control and end up giving in to him. Men are all geniuses in this regard. Chapter 20. A bribe of 500,000. Don't believe it? Let me tell you. Su Ting flipped through the book and said, All right, go ahead. I love to listen. In the Pan Sea Cave, when Wukong saw his master wrapped in spider silk like a silkworm cocoon, and then saw 7 beautiful women walking gracefully towards him, he thought to himself, no wonder my master came to beg for alms. It turns out there are such benefits. If these 7 beauties were to keep my master, it wouldn't be enough for 1 meal, and for 2 days' use, it wouldn't be enough either. If they took turns to handle him, he would be done for. Su Ting narrated vividly. What does this mean? These 7 beauties want to bully Tang Sung. However, Wukong was not in a hurry to rescue his master. What was he going to do? He transformed into a little bug to sneak a peek at the 7 beauties bathing. Wang Xiyuan giggled, blushing, and said, Why do you interpret it with a hint of eroticism? The erotic part comes later. Let me read you the description of the beauties. Su Ting held the book and read. This content is not suitable for children. It cannot be written. Go read Journey to the West yourself. And then, Wukong transformed into an eagle, snatched away all their clothes, leaving them completely naked. Later, when Zhu Beiji came, they ran ashore naked. Secretary, do you think Sun Wukong is being lewd? Wang Xiyuan laughed until tears almost came out, and it took her a while to stop, wiping the corners of her eyes with her thumb, saying, That's so funny. And there's more. Wukong also lured Beiji over. Beiji, drooling, jumped into the pool to bathe with the beauties, even transforming into a catfish, swimming around under the beauties. In the end, the 7 beauties ran out of the pool completely naked. This story is written in vivid colors. You say, does Sun Wukong have no desires? Impossible. Also, he teased the Bull Demon King's little wife, even transforming into the Bull Demon King to flirt with his original wife, Princess Iron Fan, getting hands on. He's quite the seasoned player. There was another time when, to subdue a demon, he transformed into a handsome little monk, waiting at night for the female demon to seduce him. The beautiful and sexy female demon hugged him, kissing and touching him, saying, Let us go to the back and have some fun. Next, it was written like this, words of tigers and wolves. Secretary, should I read it to you? Hurry up and read. The 2 of them, shoulder to shoulder, holding hands, exited the Buddha Hall and went straight to the back garden. That beautiful demoness tripped Wukong, causing him to fall to the ground, then pounced into his arms, calling out, "Brother, I can't read anymore." Wang Xiyun, blushing, laughed and said, "Oh my. Every time I chat with you, it's so much fun. What to do?" A surge of passion rose in her eyes, almost overwhelming her impulse to pounce on him. But she lightly transformed it into a casual laugh, saying, "All right, let us talk about serious matters." Indeed, there were serious matters. Secretary Wang was genuinely able to handle the situation, always calm and unhurried. "Boss, please give instructions." Yesterday afternoon, Vice Mayor Huang Xingwang led a team to investigate urban renewal and the development of the old city. Last night, we had dinner at the Shangyan Hotel, and leaders like Zhang Meng, He Feng, and Du Jian all came. Huang Xingwang even brought a real estate developer named Sun Jinlong. There were also 2 bosses from the county, more than 10 people in total. With Mayor Huang there, I couldn't decline, so I drank 4 or 5 liang and got drunk. When I returned to the accommodation arranged by the county committee, I fell asleep right away, not noticing that someone sent me 2 boxes of newly launched lychees. Wang Xiyun slowly recounted, "Before dinner tonight, I ran for an hour at the gym, and only after taking a shower at home did I notice those 2 boxes of lychees. I asked the waitress Xiaoong, and she said the 2 people who sent them in last night mentioned it to me. I didn't bring Yin Bing to dinner last night, so I couldn't verify it. I felt something was off, so I opened them, and sure enough, under the lychees were plastic bags containing cash, 250,000 in each box, totaling 500,000. Su Ting's expression turned serious as he listened quietly. I confirmed it. It was sent by Sun Jinlong, the business introduced by Mayor Huang, the president of Jinlanjuan Real Estate Company, who wants to get involved in the old city renovation project, saying it's a thank you to me. Su Ting, what do you think we should do with this money? Secretary, this matter is significant. You are wise and powerful. You decide, and I will implement it. You are my capable assistant. Can I seek your advice? Su Ting felt it was strange. A capable assistant typically refers to a woman. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I think the safest option is to return it to Sun Jinlong. Accepting it is impossible. Handing it over to the Discipline Inspection Commission will not only offend people, but also make it seem like a show, with what is handed over being just the tip of the iceberg. What if it's a trap? For instance, if Sun Jinlong is investigated, can we explain this money? What if he claims it's more than 500,000? All right, that is also my thought. Go handle it. What about the money? It's with me. I'll give it to you later. You quietly handle it tomorrow. I'll go downstairs in 5 minutes." Su Ting walked out of the inner room, closed the door, and turned around to find Yin Bing standing behind him, frowning and pouting, her eyes moist, looking as aggrieved as a child, quietly complaining, "Why did you take so long?" Still laughing and chatting. His heart skipped a beat. Did this girl have real feelings? He gently pinched her delicate nose, stroked her tender, thin face, and smiled, saying, "The secretary will be out soon. Cheer up." Oh, she wiped her tears, gathered her emotions, held her head high, and forced a smile. Suddenly, she pulled out a piece of chocolate from somewhere and quietly slipped it into his hand, softly saying, "Dove, try it, it's really delicious." "Thank you. Ice Beauty. You look like the heroine in the Dove commercial, Audrey Hepburn." "Su Ting, that is the highest compliment I've heard. Thank you." She was pleasantly surprised, and the jealousy she felt for an hour just melted away because her idol was indeed the noble, elegant, and pure Audrey Hepburn. A few minutes later, downstairs, Wang Xiyun handed Su Ting a black backpack that looked heavy. "This is the 500,000. Keep it safe tonight and handle it tomorrow." "Okay." Su Ting slung it over his shoulder. It weighed over 10 kilograms. "Keep it confidential." After Wang Xiyun finished speaking, she got into the luxury car and drove away. Standing at a distance, Yin Bing quickly walked over, suspiciously asking, "What did the secretary give you?" "A secret. Is there still a secret between us?" Yin Bing said unhappily, "This is for your good. Let me give you a ride home." He glanced at the electric bike parked not far away. "No." Yin Bing threw a tantrum. This was her usual proud demeanor. She turned around and walked away angrily, her tea-brown ponytail gleaming beautifully under the lights. It seemed that what he liked most was her ponytail. Last year, her parents bought her a 2-bedroom apartment next to the county committee compound, just a 300-meter walk away. Su Ting called out behind her, "Yin Bing, be careful. Mind your own business, hum." She exited the compound and walked east along Liberation Road. But as she was almost home and he and T caught up, she felt very disappointed. She thought he would chase after her, coax her, and then go to her house for a lovely night together. Who knew he would be so cold and indifferent? She was quite unhappy, feeling aggrieved and on the verge of tears. In the whole world, he is the only one who doesn't take me seriously. I even slept with him so many times, and I gave him my first night. His heart only has Wang Xiyuan, boohoo. Chapter 21 Encounter with the original wife. Su Ting didn't like it when girls acted spoiled, so he ignored her, hopped on his electric scooter, turned right, and headed west. As the two walked away, Chun Jiankong, who was hiding in the shadows, put away his camera and revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The summer night wind carried a hint of heat, brushing against Su Ting's face. But it couldn't dispel the chaos in his heart as he pondered how to break the deadlock and accomplish the daunting task assigned by Secretary Wang. When he reached an intersection, the smell of barbecued food wafted into his nostrils, so he parked his scooter in front of a stall, under the dim, yellow streetlight. His mother was busy with her head down, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her face pale, and the fatigue in her expression couldn't hide the hardships of life. A girl in a school uniform sat beside her, focused on a book under the streetlight, her skin fair, posture upright, and expression serious. However, with her head lowered and face turned sideways, her appearance was hard to see. His heart softened. Although he wasn't hungry at all and had no desire to eat from a roadside stall using gutter oil, he still took out 20 yuan and handed it over, saying, "Give me 20 yuan worth. Half meat sausages and half gluten, please." "Thank you, boss, just a moment." His mother smiled at him happily and then called to the girl reading behind her, "Yijuan, stop reading and help add some charcoal." Actually, Su Ting had already been stunned when he clearly saw the aunt's face because in his previous life, she was the woman he had called mom. When he heard the aunt call out Yijuan's name, he was even more shocked. Memories surged like a tide, and Su Ting looked at the familiar scene before him, feeling a mix of emotions. He steadied his feelings, saw a white plastic box on the ground containing ingredients wrapped in ice, and took out 200 yuan bills, saying, "Annie, just grill the rest. My colleagues are working overtime tonight, and I'll bring them some late-night snacks." "All right, boss." His mother smiled slightly, her weary expression easing a bit, and Yijuan had already put down her book to help her mother. The girl seemed to sense his intense gaze. Suddenly looking up, her big, watery eyes met his, and she paused for a moment, seemingly pondering something, then softly said, "Brother, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Su Ting's heart trembled, almost to the point of tears. Her name was Pei Yijuan, his wife in his previous life. He struggled to stabilize his emotions and smiled, saying, "I work at the county committee and often pass by here on my way to and from work. You guys often set up stalls here, right? It's possible we VE met." "No, we used to set up stalls in other places, but were chased away by the city management. Here at this hour." "No one chases us away," his mother explained. Su Ting looked at them, his heart filled with pain. Perhaps this was a kind of spiritual connection. He changed the subject. "You still have so many sausages and gluten left. Is my 200 yuan enough?" "Enough, enough. We might even have to give you change," she replied. "Right?" I counted when I took it out. It's a total of 206 yuan. You gave me 220 yuan, so you overpaid? 200 is enough," Yijuan said in a gentle and cool voice, calculating the amount in just a few seconds. She was indeed a top student. Su Ting said, "Forget about the change." His mother quickly refused. "That won't do. We can't take your money unfairly. We must give you the change you deserve. Let's talk about it after the grilling is done." Su Ting asked why they were setting up a stall. His mother shook her head with a bitter smile. "We have no choice. We were workers at a state-owned lighting factory, but 2 years ago, the factory restructured, and somehow, it became Zhang Fuxin's personal property. We old employees received no compensation and have been laid off for over a year." She wiped her sweat and continued, "The child's father went to work at sea, and I have no job, so I can only set up a stall. We used to set up stalls in other places, but were always chased away by the city management. Now we can only wait until 11 p.m. when they get off work to dare to sell some barbecued skewers to earn a little living for the child's schooling." Su Ting felt heartbroken upon hearing this. When he asked if there were other people at home, his mother's eyes instantly turned red, her voice choking a bit. "There is also a little girl at home, Sai." Su Ting's heart tightened. He knew the little girl they referred to was the sister suffering from acute leukemia. Seeing them so sad, he stopped asking further questions and chatted with Ijun about her studies, even playfully quizzing her on English, history, and classical poetry. And surprisingly, not a single question stumped her. Su Ting thought to himself, if it weren't for the family's difficulties, this child could probably get into Tsinghua or Peking University, right? She also felt that this handsome older brother had a kind of inexplicable warmth about him. So soon she was chatting and laughing comfortably with him. Ijun, stop chatting and hurry up with the grilling. Okay, Mom. The mother and daughter busily worked together, and it was clear they were very happy. After finishing these, they could pack up and go home, having never had such a big order before. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, everything was finally grilled to perfection. The mother and daughter carefully packaged the food in a clean white plastic box and handed it to Su Ting. Meanwhile, Ijun handed him the 20 yuan. Brother, thank you for taking care of our business. You've really been very helpful. We can't take any more money. She was so smart and knew everything. Keep it. This money is my way of supporting your business. I have to go now, and you should pack up early. It's getting late. And Ijun has to go to school tomorrow, Su Ting said, then picked up the barbecue food and quickly rode away on a scooter. Hey, quickly return the money to him. His mother came to her senses and slapped her daughter lightly. The girl ran after him, her ponytail flying in the night wind. Brother, wait. The sound of the wheels crunching over the gravel was sharp. In the rearview mirror, the girl's slender figure was getting closer and closer, the streetlight casting a long shadow behind her. Finally, he stopped the scooter and took the 20 yuan. Thank you, Ijun panted, her big eyes sparkling in the night. Thank you, brother. You are such a good person. She bowed, her thin frame swaying like a sunflower in the night breeze. Su Ting took a piece of Dove chocolate from his pocket and handed it to her with a gentle smile, saying, This is for you, Dove chocolate. To give you some encouragement, you will definitely get into a good university. Chapter 22. The beautiful secretary delivers to your door. Thank you, brother. Pei Ijun's eyelids drooped, unable to hide her sadness. She understood too well that given her family situation, she had no chance of going to college, even if she could pass the entrance exam. Suddenly, Su Ting's phone vibrated violently in his pocket. He took it out to see it was Wang Shiyuan. He quickly answered the call, and he heard the displeased voice of Secretary Wang. Are you home? Yes. He lied. Oh, I've sent you a gift. Hurry back to receive it. What is it? You'll know when you get home. As the electric bike restarted, he heard his mother calling his sister to come back. Looking back, the girl was still standing by the roadside, the streetlight casting a golden outline around her figure, the chocolate wrapper in her hand gently swaying in the wind. Even after passing 2 intersections, that stubborn figure remained firmly in place. Memories surged like a tide, pulling Su Ting back to the dark years of his previous life. Back then, he was just a down-and-out man crushed by reality. After Wang Shiyuan was dismissed, he faced further suppression and was sent to an even more remote department, from which he never recovered. The ruthless departure of his ex-girlfriend, Zhou Lily, dealt him another heavy blow to his already wounded heart. Coming alone to this small county town just to pursue love, he never expected to end up like this. Without a background or money, his life was reduced to poverty and depression, drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day, with cigarettes never leaving his hand. His once proud posture had become hunched, and he lost clumps of hair, his body deteriorating. Just when he thought there was no hope left in life, Pei Ijun appeared. This young girl selling milk tea was gentle and quiet, kind and beautiful. She was like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating Su Ting's world. She appreciated Su Ting's talent, admired his book-loving habits, and valued his profound thoughts and depth. In her eyes, Su Ting was one of a kind. And Su Ting, in his interactions with her, gradually regained the courage to live. At that time, Pei Ijun was only 24 years old, while Su Ting was already 34. The age difference did not become an obstacle between them. After more than a year of dating, they walked hand in hand into the hall of marriage. Even though Su Ting was at his lowest point, Pei Ijun had never shown even a hint of disdain. However, fate is always so cruel. Shortly after their marriage, Su Ting was diagnosed with cancer. At that moment, he felt his world collapse again. But Pei Ijun stood by him, trying every possible way to treat him. even willing to give everything she had. What moved him even more was her insistence on having a child for Su Ting. She said it was the crystallization of their love, a spark she wanted to leave for him. When Pei Yijuan was 4 months pregnant, Su Ting could not overcome the illness and left this world forever. Before he left, what he was most worried about was Pei Yijuan and the child in her womb. How would a woman with a child face the storms of life? After meeting Pei Yijuan, Su Ting learned that her family had long been in trouble. Her sister, Pei Qianqian, had leukemia, and to treat her, the family had exhausted all their savings and even incurred heavy debts. Despite this, they ultimately could not save her sister's life. If there had been enough money at the time, the outcome would have been different. These were things Pei Yijuan slowly shared with him after they met. In his rebirth, Su Ting was always busy changing his fate, working hard, while also enjoying the pleasures of life. Yet inadvertently, on this night, he encountered Pei Yijuan and her mother. Watching Pei Yijuan's mother busy at the barbecue stall and seeing Pei Yijuan studying earnestly under the streetlight, those buried memories awakened in an instant. In this life, he would absolutely not allow tragedy to happen again. No matter what, he had to save Pei Qianqian. He knew that Pei Yijuan originally had a bright future. With her intelligence, she had excellent grades in high school, ranking among the top in the county. But due to her family's poverty, she had to give up the opportunity to go to college. Entering society early to open a milk tea shop and bear the heavy burden of the family on her delicate shoulders. This time, he would likely not marry Pei Yijuan, but he must ensure she lives a wonderful life above others. With his thoughts racing, Su Ting returned to the small courtyard he rented, a standalone house where the owner often stayed in the city and rarely returned, so he often lived alone. The iron gate creaked in the night wind, and just as Su Ting took out his keys, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure in the shadows. Wang Shiyuan, wearing a fisherman's hat and a mask, leaned against the wall, the moonlight accentuating her curves. The collar of her black silk shirt slightly opened, revealing a hint of collarbone in her ample chest. Shiyuan, is the gift you mentioned you? Su Ting's throat moved, his gaze sweeping over her flushed earlobes. Wang Shiyuan took off her mask, her bright red lips curling into a dangerously alluring arc. What? Not going to accept it? Before she could finish her sentence, she had already stepped over the threshold, the scent of perfume mingling with the smell of alcohol rushing towards him. Accept it, of course. What a big surprise. Su Ting said happily. Wang Shiyuan watched him place the heavy backpack on the table and coldly press for answers. I'm worried. What if you take that 500,000 and squander it? Tell me, what were you doing for so long? I ran into an old acquaintance, he said as he placed the barbecue on the table. No wonder you smell like sweat. Come on, go take a shower. Wang Shiyuan eagerly pulled him into the bathroom. The scenes of Pei Yijuan and her mother in Su Ting's mind were instantly dispelled by her beauty and extreme allure. After showering, as they tumbled onto the sofa, a button from Su Ting's shirt popped off and fell to the ground. Wang Shiyuan was already without a stitch of clothing, her fingertips gliding over his heated neck, breathing heavily as she bit his earlobe. You flirted with me in the office and then ran away. Bad guy, you got me all worked up. As they tangled together, the neon lights outside flickered on their intertwined skin, painting the room with an increasingly intense atmosphere. An hour later, Wang Shiyuan, lazily wrapped in a thin blanket, with ambiguous marks on her collarbone and a slightly flushed face, said dreamily, "That was so refreshing and relieving." She picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip, then suddenly laughed out loud. What are you doing? Why so much barbecue? Su Ting opened the foil package, and the aroma of the grilled skewers mixed with the red wine filled the air. Try this. It's definitely more flavorful than what the hotel chef makes. As the foil unfolded, the special sauce that Pei Yijuan's mother had generously brushed on the skewers glistened with oil. Chapter 23. Who will kill the deer? Wang Shiyuan raised her eyebrows and said, Street vendor? Su Ting stared at the fragrant grilled sausages. His voice unconsciously softened. The vendor is a mother and daughter. The husband works at the sea, and the wife sets up a night stall after being laid off. They originally worked at the lamp factory in Shanyang County, but after the restructuring 2 years ago, they were laid off without receiving any compensation. I know about that. Not long ago, the workers went to the county committee to petition, Wang Shiyuan said. The lamp factory was originally a county-owned enterprise, mainly producing energy-saving lamps and emergency lights. In early 2004, it was preparing for restructuring. It is said that the then factory director, Zhang Fuxin, transferred public funds to a company he controlled, and then bought shares in the restructuring, ultimately holding 95.3% of the company after the restructuring. He secretly turned the state-owned enterprise into a private one, losing tens of millions in value just like that. This is a common problem in many state-owned enterprise reforms. The problem is he is a miser, refusing to give any benefits or compensation to the original employees, and the 200 laid-off workers received no buyout or compensation. Isn't that too dark? Zhang Fuxin is the cousin of Zhang Meng. Wang Shiyuan sneered. The workers have collectively petitioned many times, both to the provincial and municipal levels, but they have all been settled by the Zhang family. The county government's opinion is that the County Human Resources Bureau, Economic and Information Bureau, and the General Labor Union will jointly fund $2 million to provide compensation to the workers. This is using public funds to cover for Zhang Fuxin. I certainly do not agree. In the standing committee meeting, I insisted that Zhang Fuxin must come up with $10 million to solve the problem. Zhang Meng was furious about this, but he's a party committee leader while Zhang Meng is a deputy, so there's a congenital deficiency in decision-making on major issues. Wang Shiyuan disagreed, and since he could not use public funds to fill the gap, he dragged his feet on solving the problem. The situation remained deadlocked, and the ones suffering were the laid-off workers, still helpless and continuously petitioning. Regarding Zhang Fuxin's embezzlement of state assets and other job-related violations, since he is not a party member, Wang Shiyuan had the county procuratorate investigate. The procurator's office for job-related violations investigated for several months and concluded that no violations were found. Wang Shiyuan knew well that it was not just Zhang Meng interfering. The municipal procuratorate was also protecting their own. Without a foolproof plan, she chose to endure for the time being. Su Ting was unaware of these insider details and said angrily, "Damn it, he is a bloodsucker. Exploitation. The evil capitalist. Secretary, look at how many people are displaced. That barbecue stall just now is barely surviving. So you bought all their barbecue?" "Yes." Wang Shiyuan gently stroked his hair with her delicate hand and said, "Good child. That girl is in middle school, only 14 years old. Worse still, her sister, Pei Qianqian, has leukemia." "Wait." Wang Shiyuan suddenly grasped his wrist, the red wine in the glass rippling dangerously. "What is your relationship with them? Did they tell you all this?" Su Ting's heart skipped a beat. The secret of his rebirth almost leaked, but upon meeting her probing gaze, he sighed. "I heard it from passers-by. It's so pitiful." Wang Shiyuan leaned back on the sofa, her fingertips tracing the rim of the glass. "Tomorrow, I'll have Insure arrange for you to take the Women's Federation, Civil Affairs, Youth League, Health, and other departments to verify, comfort, and mobilize cadres and the public to donate to save that child." "Thank you, Secretary, you're so good." He held her small face in his hands and kissed her. She pushed him away, frowning. "Even if it's treatable, it will take 4 to 5 years, costing around 100,000 each year. This amount is not enough. Do your best." Su Ting's gaze fell on the black bag containing 500,000 cash on the table, and he suddenly grasped her slender waist, whispering, "I have a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone." After hearing Su Ting's plan, Wang Shiyuan nodded. "Okay. Not bad. Also, I've investigated about Yin Bing's brother. There's a gang in the county that organizes some young and beautiful girls, targeting university students or married individuals returning during holidays, enticing them to bed, and then accusing them of rape. The police and public security handle the cases. The involved parties often settle through negotiation, with compensation ranging from 100,000 to 80,000. Yin Bing only received 50,000 as a settlement because he made a contribution during an inspection in Juzhou and is a civil servant. The girl, Huang Ying, said she only received 10,000, and Lai Zheong is the umbrella for that gang. Zhang Meng is a bigger umbrella, right? Wang Shiyuan remained calm and composed while saying this. "Baby, don't you feel angry or surprised? Should I fly into a rage and take Zhang Meng's life?" She glared at him and then slowly smiled. "You've obtained clues, which is commendable. I have my own arrangements. I heard that the political and legal line is all their people. The great man said, all opposition is a paper tiger. Besides, who says I have no one in the political and legal line? Who? The police chief? Wang Xuan did not answer, her expression calm as she said, let us wait another week. The provincial inspection team will arrive soon, and some people will definitely become very active. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let us see who will kill the deer. As the two whispered, the night outside grew deeper and more eerie. Early the next morning, Su Ting, along with colleagues from the Youth League, Women's Federation, Civil Affairs Bureau, Health Bureau, and media reporters, arrived at Pei Yijuan's home with consolation items. When Huang Shufan saw so many visitors, she was momentarily stunned, her rough hands wiping on her apron repeatedly. Xiao Su, what are you? Andy, we came to see you on behalf of the county. Su Ting stuffed a pink envelope containing 5,000 yuan in cash in her palm, with the word consolation fund written on it. Thank you so much. How can I accept this? Huang Shufan smiled broadly, but tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Su Ting felt a pang in his nose. This woman is so kind. In his previous life, she, like Pei Yijuan, never despised that incompetent son-in-law. His gaze fell on the small, curled-up figure on the bed. 6-year-old Pei Qianqian, wearing a knitted hat, had a pale little face almost sunk into the pillow, but her big eyes were surprisingly bright. Seeing a stranger, she shyly hid behind her mother, exposing a wrist as thin as a reed. The child had lost some hair after chemotherapy. She loved beauty and insisted on wearing a hat, even in the hot summer. Huang Shufan's voice trembled as she wiped her eyes. With a house like this, everyone doesn't want to stay long, nor can we ask too much. Therefore, the staff from the Health Bureau quickly reviewed the medical records, called the hospital, and confirmed that the little girl was suffering from acute lymphoblastic leukemia, requiring a bone marrow transplant with an estimated cost of 300,000, and it might not be immediately possible to find a matching donor, which would take time. Meanwhile, the staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau had already set up a table for on-site work, with the printer buzzing. Soon, Pei Qianqian was added to the county's list of those needing assistance. After other staff members left, Su Ting deliberately stayed behind to have a private conversation with Huang Shufan, also preparing for the next step to deal with Zhang Meng's moves. Chapter 24. The provincial inspection team comes with bad intentions. Seeing Qianqian run out to play, Su Ting said softly, Annie, I have a question. Qianqian doesn't seem to look much like you. In his previous life, he only heard Pei Yijuan mention that Qianqian was not her biological child, but she was unwilling to elaborate. Since the person was long gone, he didn't ask further. Child, you are really perceptive. Qianqian is indeed not my biological daughter. Huang Shufan glanced outside and lowered her voice, saying, she's my younger sister's child, named Huang Shufang, and she's 26 years old this year. At that time, she was a waitress in the county government, only 19 years old and pregnant, so she secretly gave birth to her and later left the child with me. We raised her as our own daughter. She was beautiful and smart as a child. Who knew? Sai, what about her mother? She went to work in Zhuzhou and then to Shanghai last year. That child is not doing well, working in all sorts of places like karaoke bars and dance halls. Who is Qianqian's father? Su Ting felt even more pity for Qianqian. Her biological parents didn't care about her, and now she was seriously ill. Afang is unwilling to mention it, Huang Shufan said. However, she did say once that he is a leader in the county government with the surname Du. We don't know him, and even if we did, it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't recognize her. Afang went to look for him a few times, but he not only denied it, but also had the police detain her for a few days, accusing her of defamation and assaulting her, breaking her ribs. She never dared to go again. Su Ting listened in indignation, but having lived one life already, he could easily control his temper and asked calmly, is that person named Du Jian? Jian, as in health. Du Jian? Huang Shufan thought for a moment and suddenly slapped her thigh, saying, yes, that's him. I've seen him on TV, looking all respectable. Who knew he was a beast? Okay, I understand. Huang Shufan saw his expression darken and quickly grabbed his arm, saying, child, you mustn't get involved in this. You are still young and an outsider. We can't afford to provoke him. Just focus on your work. And when you become an important official in the future, you can help us then. It's fine, I know my limits. Su Ting gently patted her hand. Andy, give me my little aunt's phone number, and I'll talk to her about the child situation. What are you going to say? She sends back 2,000 yuan to the family every month. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for her. Also, Andy, rest assured, the child's illness can definitely be treated, and money is not a problem. When you return, tell Ijuan to focus on her studies. Don't go out to sell things at night anymore. Having grasped this situation, Su Ting's plans became even more refined. A week later, the county committee held a standing committee meeting where they first discussed the arrival of the 4th Provincial Inspection Team to carry out inspection work in Shangyun County. Subsequently, they reviewed several personnel matters, including a proposal to promote Su Ting to a deputy section chief position. The meeting was relatively quiet, with only the county committee member and deputy county head, Du Jian, suggesting that there were many young and experienced comrades in the county committee office, such as Chun Jiankong, who deserved to be promoted. County head Zhang Ming did not express a stance, neither opposing nor supporting. He remained neutral or abstained, which was quite surprising. In the past, Wang Shiyuan would always voice her opinions or subtly challenge him whenever she made arrangements or directives. Du Jian's opinion did not stir much reaction, and the meeting passed as planned. The announcement would start tomorrow and last for 7 days. After 7 days, he would officially be promoted to the deputy director of the county committee office. After the meeting, Du Jian got into the county head's car, an Audi A6, a luxury vehicle donated to the county government by a mining enterprise. In contrast, Wang Shiyuan's vehicle was merely a Toyota Crown. Zhang Ming aimed to surpass or wanted to surpass the county party secretary in every aspect. Wang Shiyuan maintained a graceful tolerance, often laughing it off. Some said she was weak, others called her a woman, and some even claimed she was Buddhist or was hiding her talents. Su Ting, however, believed, when the tiger doesn't show its power, don't treat my wife as a Hello Kitty. Du Jian diligently lit a cigarette for Zhang Ming, and the two sat in the car with the air conditioning on, puffing smoke. The driver wisely stood outside chatting with Du Jian's driver while smoking. Boss, you are too indulgent with that bitch, Du Jian said. You don't understand. This is called suppress first, elevate later to lure the enemy deeper, Zhang Ming said mysteriously. Only when the raw rice becomes cooked rice can it be called evidence, can be called a fact, understand? Hi, truly hi. Du Jian felt a bit confused, but he remembered that saying the leadership was brilliant and following through would never be wrong. He shifted the topic, however. Chun Jiankong has been diligent and has provided a lot of valuable input. He has been hardworking, and since he didn't get promoted this time, I see he is quite frustrated. Not enough composure. I've said it's suppress first, elevate later. Tonight, the provincial inspection team will arrive and hold a mobilization meeting. They will collect clues to report to the provincial and municipal disciplinary inspection commissions. For the cases supervised by the inspection team, we must root out the bad apples to deliver results. So, the good show is about to begin. Looking forward to it, Du Jian chuckled, revealing a mouthful of black teeth. All right, you can get out of the car. I'm going to drink. From tomorrow, I need to drink less or not at all, Zhang Ming urged. Just as Du Jian was about to get out of the car, he suddenly thought of a concern and said with some worry, Boss, the leader of this provincial inspection team was originally the secretary of the city's disciplinary inspection commission, promoted to a full-level inspection commissioner. I heard this person is somewhat serious. Half of the others are from the disciplinary inspection commission, and the other half are from the provincial procuratorate, court, audit office, finance department, and public security department. There are some unruly citizens in the county, and although I've arranged everything here, those who should go travel in Shanghai have gone, and those who should go play mahjong in Juzhou have gone. Some people we don't usually call are what I'm afraid will pop up and bite us during this time. It's fine. I've made arrangements above. There are people covering for us in the inspection team. However, if it gets too chaotic, it won't be easy to cover up. You all handle it well and ensure no one causes trouble, especially the workers from the lighting factory and the villagers from the lychee orchard. Okay, let us just wait and see how Wang Shiyuan will fall. Zhang Ming laughed confidently. Chapter 25, Double Regulation during the announcement period on the afternoon of the same day. Around 6 o'clock, the 4th inspection team of the Provincial Party Committee officially arrived in Shangyun County. More than 20 members of the team were accommodated and worked at the Shangyun Grand Hotel. That evening, The inspection team declined the county party committee's invitation for a banquet and opted for a buffet at the hotel. Their arrival was anything but ordinary. The head of the inspection team, Chun Lianping, was a provincial-level inspection commissioner who had previously served as the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission in Guangxing City. There were several deputy heads, all of whom were vice-provincial-level officials. The inspection period, starting from the date the inspection announcement was released, was set to last for 1 month in principle, primarily focusing on the county party committee, the county government, the People's Congress, and the Political Consultative Conference, as well as their leading officials, while also accepting reports of other clues. Matters outside the scope of the inspection would be transferred to the relevant disciplinary inspection departments or party committees for handling. Originally scheduled for the next morning, the mobilization meeting was postponed to the afternoon of the third day at the instruction of Chun Lianping. It was said that they received numerous anonymous reports that night after checking into the hotel, which was one of the reasons for the postponement. This was increasingly unusual. Consequently, the entire Shangyun County was enveloped in a haze of anxiety. On July 2nd at 3 p.m., the mobilization meeting finally convened in the County Committee Assembly Hall. Leaders at the county and department levels, as well as some deputy department-level officials, attended the meeting. Even more bizarrely, Wang Zhiyong, the head of the 8th Investigation and Inspection Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, attended the meeting along with several unfamiliar faces, who were either from the inspection team or the Discipline Inspection and Supervision Departments of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and the Provincial Procuratorate. A strange atmosphere lingered in the meeting room. On the podium, the heads of the 4 teams accompanied the head and deputy head of the inspection team, while other officials sat below. After a deputy head introduced the situation, significance, and rules of the inspection, Wang Shiyuan spoke on behalf of the county committee and county government, followed by a speech from the head, Chun Lianping. He was in his 50s, with graying hair, a lean and dark complexion. After reading a series of bureaucratic words from his script, he suddenly looked up at the cameras on both sides and the reporters in the aisle, saying, "All right, I've finished the bureaucratic talk. Please do not record or photograph what follows. Journalists and other unrelated personnel, please leave. Everyone on the attendee list, please do not leave." The atmosphere grew even tenser. Under the command of Ensure and the discipline inspection staff, the media and conference service personnel were cleared out and the doors were securely closed again. Chun Lianping took a sip of tea, his gaze scanning the venue like a knife, and his voice suddenly became serious. "Let us talk about something practical. To use your words, we're not playing by the rules today. We're breaking the norm and, according to the instructions of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, we will directly conduct discipline education here. Based on relevant clues and investigation circumstances, the political ecology of Shangyun County, in my opinion, is not good." He knocked hard on the table. On the podium, Wang Shiyuan remained calm and composed, showing no signs of what he was thinking. County head Zhang Meng appeared serious, yet with a slight smile. The officials below widened their eyes, staring at the podium because, traditionally, inspection teams only collect clues and do not handle cases. It was merely a formality. Why was today so serious? How could there be such a drastic approach on the very first day of mobilization? Chun Lianping continued, "Before coming here, we specifically gathered some petition cases and reports about your county from the Provincial Court, Procuratorate, Petition Bureau, and Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. We found numerous problems, concentrated in economic areas such as asset loss during enterprise restructuring, violations of workers' rights, excessive mining and environmental pollution, land transactions, and real estate development. Additionally, there are clues regarding the personal conduct and lifestyle of leading officials. The night before, we received several complaint letters with substantial materials detailing serious issues. I looked at the attendee list, and all the heads of various bureaus and offices were present, along with some deputy department-level officials. After consulting the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, due to the severity of the case, they sent investigators yesterday, including Wang Zhiyong from the 8th Investigation and Inspection Office. Furthermore, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission instructed me to take charge. Therefore, I will not be polite. We will conduct double regulation right here on the spot." Everyone was shocked. Even Wang Shiyuan, who usually remained calm in major events, frowned, showing signs of surprise. Zhang Meng was initially startled, sat up straight, and exchanged glances with Deputy Head Yang Guozhong, who slightly nodded. Only then did Zhang Meng relax confidently, leaning back in his chair. Meanwhile, the 4 male members of the inspection team guarded the front and back doors, while several other male colleagues kept a watchful eye on the meeting room. Conducting arrests at a mobilization meeting was unprecedented and shocking. Chen Lianping was creating a cold, ruthless, and efficient atmosphere for inspection and discipline enforcement, delivering a significant warning to the Shangyun officialdom. The inspection team provided clues yesterday, and the next day, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission came to make arrests. It was explosive. The attendees felt deeply shaken, but while they wanted to discuss, they dared not speak. The meeting room was silent. Chen Lianping had verified the attendee list and then cast a sharp gaze over the officials present, suddenly landing on a back row, saying, "Based on the report materials, a preliminary investigation was conducted last night and this morning by a joint investigation team formed by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and the inspection team. It meets the conditions for double regulation. Please stand up, Comrade Su Ting." All eyes turned towards Su Ting. Next to him sat Chen Jiankong and Lao Li, colleagues from the county committee office, while Yin Bing was seated in front of him in the aisle. She suddenly trembled, turned to look at Su Ting, then back at Wang Shiyuan on the podium. She noticed that while both were somewhat surprised, they were generally composed. She was shocked and anxious, her heart racing. The investigation team seemed to come with ill intent, as if specifically looking for an issue with Secretary Wang. Was Zhang Meng scheming again? Indeed, Zhang Meng's expression on stage was worth pondering. Chen Jiankong beside, Su Ting did not appear shocked, a faint smile of glee passing his lips, while Lao Li was first surprised, then touched his bald head, laughing in glee. Some people internally scoffed, thinking they would catch a big fish, but it turned out to be just a small shrimp, not even from a key position. Others sensed the trend. This was a warning to Wang Shiyuan, who was in danger, and the situation in Shangyun County was likely about to change. The inspection team provided the clues to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission rather than the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, indicating that the case involved officials managed at the provincial level, either the county party secretary or municipal leaders. At that time, the county party secretary had not been clearly defined as a provincial-level official, but Wang Shiyuan was indeed a provincial-level official. At this moment, Su Ting maintained his usual composure and slowly stood up. For discipline inspection officials had already swiftly approached him, blocking him from both sides. "Are you Su Ting?" Chen Lianping's glasses slid down, and he stared at him with wide eyes. "Yes, I am Su Ting. At 24 years old, recently promoted to deputy section chief, and still in the announcement period, he had quite a bit of nerve. Do you know what this is about?" Chen Lianping began the on-site interrogation. "I don't know." This kid displayed a calmness and steadiness beyond his years. Chen Lianping had handled countless cases in his lifetime, and most officials would immediately become weak in the knees and confess everything the moment they heard they were to be subjected to double regulation. He coldly smiled and said, "You don't know, huh? Let me tell you. First, you were promoted right before the inspection team arrived, which raises suspicions of a hasty promotion. Second, you're suspected of accepting bribes of 500,000. Third, there are issues with your lifestyle and violations of discipline. Do you have any questions?" "Of course I have questions." Before Su Ting could continue, Chen Lianping's unquestionable voice rang out again. "It involves case handling discipline, so don't say too much here. Director Wang, take him away." Wang Jiong, sitting not far away, suddenly stood up and exchanged glances. The 4 discipline inspection officials immediately surrounded Su Ting. "Secretary Chen, you dare to arrest someone at the mobilization meeting of the inspection work, but you don't dare to let me say a few words in the meeting?" Su Ting remained calm and collected. Chen Lianping raised his eyebrows in surprise at such a bold and reckless official. At just 24 years old, shouldn't he be pale with fear, unable to articulate a single word? Even if he were wronged, he wouldn't dare to directly question anything in the meeting. Chen Lianping became interested in this young man and coldly said, "Su Ting, do you know which leadership officials are sitting in this meeting? If you mention them, it will involve county and department level leaders, which will have a significant impact and make the situation awkward. Do you understand? There are no secrets in officialdom. Regardless of whether I speak or not, The 3 charges against me will soon cause a stir throughout the city, with people discussing it everywhere. Rather than letting others misunderstand me and the leaders, it's better for me to clarify it myself. Misunderstanding? Clarification? Chun Liangping sneered. Are you implying that you are wronged? Chapter 26. On-site interrogation. Chun Liangping turned to his deputy Yang Guozhong, who had worked with Wang Jiong to investigate the case overnight, and asked Comrade Guozhong, "Do you think he is wronged?" Yang Guozhong's facial muscles twitched a few times as he glanced disdainfully at Su Ting, leaned in, and said firmly, "The evidence is conclusive." Without a doubt. Since his deputy was so certain, Chun Liangping no longer hesitated. He looked over his glasses at Su Ting and thought, let's make an example of him. To dampen the spirit of the leaders of the Shangyun County Committee, he coldly said, "I give you 3 minutes to defend yourself. Go ahead." Su Ting replied loudly, "First, my promotion meets the conditions and relevant procedures. There is no issue. The reason for my timely promotion is related to the notice from Municipal Organization Department a few months ago that boldly encouraged the use of young cadres. The document clearly required that all districts and counties implement a personnel mechanism where the capable are promoted, the mediocre are sidelined, and the incompetent are eliminated, specifying the conditions for promoting young cadres under the age of 28, full-time undergraduate degree or above from a domestic prestigious university, and outstanding performance. I meet all these conditions, and my promotion is not an exception. What outstanding performance do you have?" Chun Liangping asked. Su Ting took out a red-headed document from his briefcase and waved it, saying, "This is the investigation report I authored, which received high praise from the municipal party secretary." He commented, "Very good. To be widely distributed in the city for all units and departments to learn from, essentially affirming our county's new exploration, new ideas, and new programs for developing the cultural and creative industry, setting the tone for vigorously developing the cultural and creative industry in Shangyun County. Isn't this considered outstanding performance?" Chun Liangping turned to Wang Shiyuan on his right, who gently nodded and said, "The draft was indeed written by him, and this is also the main reason I promoted him." Chun Liangping thought to himself, why didn't Yang Guozhong mention this? He smiled and asked, "Then what about the second charge? I did not accept bribes, let alone 500,000. I haven't received even 50. Su Ting declared with righteous indignation, his spirit soaring. A disciplinary inspection officer over 50 years old reminded, "Team leader Chun, Director Yang, I suggest we take him to a hotel for interrogation. This may not be appropriate here." Yang Guozhong thought, since that is the case, let us make it public. It's more conducive to gaining public support, creating public opinion, and taking down Wang Shiyuan. Without waiting for Chun Liangping to speak, he slammed the table and said, "No, we will handle the case on-site today, conducting on-site teaching, and hold a vivid lesson on integrity." Su Ting, you say you didn't accept a bribe of 500,000. It seems you know quite a bit about that matter. This involves leading cadres. Is it appropriate for me to speak? Su Ting hesitated. Wang Shiyuan couldn't sit still and respectfully asked, "Deputy Group Leader Yang, with so many cadres present, what do you think?" Chun Liangping looked at Wang Jiong and asked, "Comrade Jiong, what are your thoughts?" The Provincial Disciplinary Committee made it clear that in order to improve efficiency, any clues discovered during this inspection will be handled by the Joint Investigation Team according to the actual situation, so you decide. Wang Jiong kicked the ball back. "Okay, then let us investigate on-site. Whoever is involved should be taken away directly. It saves trouble and can also serve as a deterrent." Yang Guozhong slightly turned his face and set the tone dominantly. Then he looked at Su Ting and said loudly, "You speak." A sincere attitude, actively admitting, and reporting situations not yet known to the disciplinary committee will reduce punishment. The most important work of the disciplinary committee is to prevent future problems by treating the illness and saving the person. We prefer to save a cadre rather than send him to prison. Young man, you are still young, and you will have the opportunity to start over. Think carefully before you speak. Don't leave regrets. He was teaching Su Ting to expose Wang Shiyuan on the spot. The investigation team had already prepared in advance to take Wang Shiyuan away on site. And having Su Ting personally identify his boss would enhance the authority of the inspection team and the investigation team, maximizing the deterrent effect. Chun Liangping did not want to escalate the situation further. Interrogating on-site might lead to a loss of control, involving too many leaders, and it probably wouldn't end well. But since the first deputy leader, Yang Guozhong, insisted on this and firmly promised that the evidence was conclusive, he felt it inappropriate to overturn his decision on the spot. Moreover, Yang Guozhong and Wang Xiong had reported the investigation situation, and the case indeed involved the county party secretary Wang Shiyuan. Their work arrangement for the inspection was to talk separately with the leaders of the county's 4 sets of teams, with Wang Shiyuan being the first on the list. After comprehensive consideration, Chen Liangping acquiesced. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It was the first time they had seen the disciplinary committee interrogate someone in front of so many people at a meeting. Some looked on with anticipation, some were trembling, and some were watching the show. There were no mobile phones in the meeting room, as they had all been put into a special phone cabinet outside before entering. And a signal jammer was also placed inside. Wang Xiong approached Su Ting and coldly questioned, "Su Ting, why aren't you speaking? I want to know, as a small section chief, how could I accept such a large amount of bribes? Do I have clients? Do I have power? What do I have that would make someone want to invest in me?" Wang Xiong coldly smiled and said, "You don't have power under normal circumstances. No one would bribe you. However, you could act as an intermediary or agent to help leaders receive or handle illicit funds. Knowing that the leader intended to accept bribes, you still assisted in the receipt, custody, or transfer of the property. This is called joint intention, and you are an accomplice." Upon hearing this, it was evident that Su Ting had implicated the old leader Wang Shiyuan from the county. Many people glanced at Wang Shiyuan on the stage, including Deputy County Head Du Jian and Executive Deputy County Head Yifeng. The former was smug, while the latter was terrified. Coincidentally, the Public Security Bureau Chief Lei Tingfeng was absent today due to a major case and was replaced by Executive Deputy Chief Lai Zheong. Lai Zheong smirked, pleased with himself. If Wang Shiyuan fell, those following her, like Lin Ruilong and He Feng, would also be doomed. At that time, the entire Shangying County would belong to the Zhang family and Lai family, and no one would be in their way anymore. Unexpectedly, that fool's son Jinlong sent 500,000 and even informed Chan Jiankong, so there was no need to play the trump card of exposing Wang Shiyuan's affair video. Wang Shiyuan, being such a beautiful woman, was simply unworthy of being an opponent. She was too weak and could be defeated in one move. Su Ting glanced at Wang Shiyuan on the stage. She remained calm and silent. Since that was the case, they would proceed as planned and conduct an unprecedented public interrogation. He smiled faintly and asked Director Wang, "Are you referring to Secretary Wang from the county committee?" The entire room was stunned. This fool, how dare he respond to a question in front of the audience? He even directly named Secretary Wang. He truly had no political wisdom. Wasn't he, it said, that he had suddenly evolved and was no longer such a reckless youth? Why was he still so unreliable? At least give Secretary Wang some face. Finish the interrogation before privately questioning her. This was like a murder game, forcing the leader to jump through hoops. Fearless of a godlike opponent, just afraid of a pig-like teammate. After a while, Wang Xiong finally reacted from a shock, exchanged a glance with Yang Guozhong on stage, and shifted the topic, saying, "Regardless of who it is, you participated in the fact of accepting a bribe of 500,000 yuan. I did not. I am innocent." I asked Director Wang to clarify. Considering confidentiality and case handling discipline, you don't have to go into details. Just a general idea will suffice, so I can refute it one by one. Su Ting was extremely arrogant, and the leaders present were taken aback. Yang Guozhong had a dark expression and coldly scolded, "You don't know the heights of heaven and earth." Wang Xiong, furious yet smiling, said, "What a youthful spirit. Then I'll let you die clearly. On the night of June 22nd, around 11 p.m., you received a black backpack in the corridor of the county committee building, which contained 500,000 cash. Is that correct? It seemed the informant was hiding in the dark, perhaps even taking photos, right? Sutin community played. Yes. That backpack contained 500,000 cash. Chapter 27. A bite back. Wang Xiong continued. The next afternoon, you met Sun Jinlong at a tea house. Sun Jinlong was the one who bribed you with 500,000 in cash. You had a secret meeting for an hour and finalized the cooperation agreement. Then you asked him to take you to the bank where that money was deposited into different bank accounts. Director Wang, have you interrogated Sun Jinlong? No, he is not in the province. Then how do you know he bribed you? Wang Jiong said, according to the information provided by the informant. He personally mentioned it at a dinner gathering on the 21st. After that, we investigated other related personnel and confirmed that he bribed comrade Wang Xiuyuan with 500,000. In the morning, we actually questioned comrade Wang Xiuyuan, and she also admitted it. She recounted that she got drunk that night, and unknowingly, Sun Jinlong delivered 2 boxes of lychee to her home. She only discovered it the next afternoon and then handed it over to you that night in the county committee courtyard for you to handle secretly. Did Secretary Wang say how to handle it? Su Ting asked. Yes, he instructed you to return the 500,000 to Sun Jinlong. The next evening, you reported that you returned it to Sun Jinlong. In reality, you did not return it but kept it. Thus, it formed the established fact of bribery, Wang Jiong said. Everyone thought he had nothing more to say. Some had already moved down to the podium, waiting to summon Wang Xiuyuan for double regulation. Wang Xiuyuan remained surprisingly calm, her pale face glowing. What do you mean by keeping it? At this moment, it was Su Ting who questioned Wang Jiong. You deposited it in the bank. Wang Jiong said somewhat angrily. We checked your bank account, and there was an inexplicable increase of 150,000. This must be the share of the bribe. Your monthly salary is about 3,000, and your housing fund is 2,000, but you haven't bought a house, so you can't withdraw from the housing fund. Where did all this money come from? Su Ting didn't expect they had checked his bank account. As a senior official, Wang Xiuyuan's account could not be checked without solid evidence, so they chose Su Ting as a breakthrough point. Now his wealth was about to be exposed. Since I'm here, I might as well be at ease, Su Ting said calmly. That day at the tea house, I was instructed to meet Sun Jinlong and bring him the 500,000 for Secretary Wang. I offered it to him at least 3 times, but he refused to accept it. I told him if he really didn't want to take it, I'd report it to the Discipline Inspection Commission. He grabbed my arm, pleading not to do that because he didn't want to be targeted by the commission. He said the commission would think what I was giving was just a drop in the bucket and wouldn't understand the situation. I then suggested I deposit it into the integrity account, but he said that would also record my actions, and people would suspect that not all of it was handed over. In the end, I moved him with emotion and reason and finally returned the money to him. He accepted it, but who knew he would turn around and donate that 500,000? Donate it? Where did he donate it? Yang Guozhong's question revealed that the investigation team did not truly grasp the origins of the money. They had acted too hastily. Su Ting said, in Qingwan town, there is a laid-off worker from the state-owned lighting factory, living in poverty. The man works in Shanghai City, while the woman sells barbecues on the street with their 14-year-old middle school daughter. On the night of the 22nd, when I received the 500,000, I saw them setting up their stall and bought 200 yuan worth of barbecue to support them. They were very touched and began to talk about their situation. It turned out they had a 6-year-old daughter named Pei Qianqian, who had leukemia, and it would take 500,000 for her to have a chance to be cured. The next morning, I went with colleagues from the Women's Federation, Civil Affairs, and Health Departments to visit and verify their situation, established a charity-specific account, and called on all sectors of society to help that poor girl. That afternoon, while discussing this with Sun Jinlong, I casually mentioned Pei Qianqian's family situation. He turned out to be quite kind-hearted and had been wanting to do something good. So he voluntarily offered to donate the money to the charity account for the little girl's treatment. I told him the money had already been returned to him, and how he handled it was his business. But he wanted me to witness it, to prove he was correcting his mistake and doing good deeds. So he insisted that I go with him to the bank. I just happened to have business to attend to, and besides, he was doing a good deed. So I couldn't stop him, right? So I went with him. In the bank, he handled his donation while I deposited my money. Everyone was stunned. This was completely unrelated. How could Sun Jinlong, that shrewd businessman, possibly donate 500,000 based solely on his word? Wang Jiong questioned suspiciously. Are you telling a story? Who could prove all this? I want to ask if within 48 hours, Sun Jinlong took back that 500,000 from me and then donated the money to the charity account specifically for Pei Qianqian's treatment, and neither Secretary Wang nor I had any subjective intent. Can we not clear our names? Wang Jiong sneered. Not necessarily. First, tell me, what evidence do you have? Su Ting pointed to the briefcase on his desk and said, Can you give it to me? Everything is in there. Wang Jiong signaled, and a discipline inspection officer opened it and checked, confirming there were no harmful items before handing it to Su Ting. The latter took it, pulled out a folder, and handed it to Wang Jiong, saying, There's a recording device inside. The recording of my conversation with Sun Jinlong at the tea house is in there. I spoke with righteous indignation, just like a report from the Discipline Inspection Commission, and it is the original recording with no edits. When we entered the bank, I even took a photo of him during his donation process, and I have the donation receipt and transfer record. That 500,000 has long been deposited into the special charity account and has already begun to be used for little Qianqian's chemotherapy expenses. Wang Jiong flipped through it, nodded, and believed him. Then why didn't Sun Jinlong tell us all this? Yang Guozhong, who sat on the podium, could no longer sit still and suddenly asked. He agreed with me that the donation to pay Qianqian should be kept confidential and not disclosed to others. Su Ting replied calmly. Yang Guozhong knocked on the table forcefully and questioned, Why? Su Ting looked at Du Jian in the front row, hesitated, and sighed. Yang Guozhong thought he was stumped by the question, believing there must be some undisclosed misconduct, and slammed the table, saying, Speak. Pei Qianqian's biological father is him. Su Ting pointed out Du Jian. Everyone was shocked, and Du Jian looked bewildered, then suddenly furious. You're slandering me. How could I have such a daughter? I only have a son in high school. Huang Shufang, have you forgotten? Su Ting sneered. 7 years ago, you were still the director of the county government office. That night at 11 o'clock, after drinking a little, you returned to the office to get your car keys and saw the waitress Huang Shufang cleaning in the conference room. Young and beautiful, you had impure thoughts and dragged her into your room, deceiving her and taking advantage of her. She became pregnant with Pei Qianqian that night. Du Jian shouted angrily, Shut up, you're talking nonsense. Chun Liangping coldly said, Deputy County Head Du, don't speak yet, let him finish. Su Ting continue. Afterward, you refused to admit it and didn't do a paternity test, but instead, you settled things with Huang Shufang, so she wouldn't mention it again. This is Pei Qianqian's current mother, who is actually her aunt. Huang Shufan told me about this. I called Huang Shufang to verify, and she admitted it. Su Ting continued. Coincidentally, Sun Jinlong learned about this secret. He felt he had to help Deputy County Head Du repay his debt. Saving Pei Qianqian was equivalent to helping Deputy County Head. Do you have to know? Deputy County Head Du is in charge of urban construction, renovation, and old city transformation. Sun Jinlong's attempt to bribe Secretary Wang was to seize the development rights of the old city project from others. You're talking nonsense, you Du Jian, who had just been furious, now felt a chill down his spine, sweating profusely, his face alternating between pale and green. The wind had suddenly changed direction. The focus of the entire audience suddenly shifted to Du Jian. Chapter 28. Wiping them all out. Zhang Ming on the podium was a bit taken aback, not expecting the reversal to happen so quickly. Su Ting was proving to be quite a challenge. He glanced at Wang Xiwen and found her still composed. As if everything was anticipated, a chill rose from his feet. Yang Guozhong firmly believed that the situation could not be reversed. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. And where would the inspection team's face go? He shouted sternly, Su Ting, you dare to argue back and shift the focus? Your issues are not clear yet. Why did your account suddenly increase by 150,000? Did you collude with Sun Jinlong to frame Deputy County Head Du, and then he paid you 150,000 as a reward? Su Ting chuckled and calmly replied, Sun Jinlong came to Shangyin County to secure a project. Would he offend leaders above the Deputy County Head? Harmony brings wealth. He's not a fool. How could he conspire with someone he's meeting for the first time to frame a Deputy County Head? This simple logic, I'm sure Group Leader Yang, who has reached the level of Deputy Department Head, knows. Shut up. No more nonsense and wild accusations. Tell me, where did that 150,000 come from? Wang Jiong stepped forward aggressively. Su Ting pulled out a plastic stationery bag from his briefcase and said, Inside is the evidence of my legal income of 150,000. I love football and basketball and have been playing since childhood. In middle school, I was a key player on both the football and basketball teams. I'm somewhat of an expert in betting, having played football manager in Pro Evolution Soccer at a veteran level. Naturally, in his previous life, he had studied for many years. What do you want to say? Stop wasting time. Wang Jiong was getting anxious. I predicted the NBA Finals and made 80-0-0-0. The European Championship group stage had already started. I bet on the scores of 6 matches and won 4, making over 70-0-0-0. I exchanged it all for cash. So, on the 23rd, I went to the bank with Sun Jinlong. He was making a donation, and I deposited 150,000 into my account. Here are the lottery-winning, tax payment receipts, and bank deposit records. Wang Jiong took it, looked down for a long time, and then glanced at Chun Liangping and Yang Guozhong. It was evident that Su Ting was not lying. Su Ting continued, "Can we go back to discussing Deputy County Head Du's sexual assault on Huang Shufang? Group Leader Yang, he is slandering." Du Jian stumbled to his feet, tripping over something and almost falling. Sweat poured from his forehead like a fountain. Just as Yang Guozhong was about to say something, Chun Liangping, who had been watching, finally spoke up, his tone low but firm. "Deputy County Head Du, please remain calm. There's no need to be so anxious. Whether it's true or false will be clear after some debate." Then he looked up at Su Ting and said, "Su Ting, you said Deputy County Head Du sexually assaulted Huang Shufang in the office, resulting in her pregnancy, yet he refuses to admit it. Do you have evidence?" Su Ting's hand reached back into the briefcase, and everyone's eyes in the room focused on it. It was like pulling out a treasure from an old immortal's bag. However, Su Ting's hand withdrew again, and some leaders in the room sighed in relief, fearing he might pull out evidence that would implicate them. No matter how good the physical evidence is, it can't be as shocking as having the person involved come forward. Is it possible to invite Ms. Huang Shufang in? As soon as this was said, the room stirred again, and Du Jian froze. It turned out Su Ting had long been aware of their plan to target him in the meeting, preparing thoroughly to turn the tables and catch them off guard. This kid is too cunning, right? No, it must be Wang Shiyuan's scheme. Chun Liangping's face was like iron as he waved his hand. "Bring her in." Moments later, a young woman in her mid-20s with a decent appearance walked in. Du Jian became even more flustered, sweat pouring down his forehead. Everyone noticed Du Jian's expression and was certain she was Huang Shufang. The two were familiar. Under Chun Liangping's direction, Yang Guozhong, who was hesitant, could only let the situation deteriorate. Soon, Huang Shufang broke down in tears, accusing Du Jian, recounting that night's events and her subsequent tragic experiences. After that night, she was forced by Du Jian multiple times to service him. Wang Jiong's face was cold with sweat, almost freezing, as he asked Huang Shufang, "Did you never report this to the police or the disciplinary committee?" "I did report it, but they ignored me and immediately told that beast Du Jian. Then he beat me, cursed me, and threatened me." Huang Shufang said, I also complained to County Head Zhang about him." "Which County Head Zhang?" "Suting immediately pressed." Huang Shufang looked at the podium and whispered, "County Head Zhang Meng." At that time, he was the deputy county head. He said he had already done ideological work with Du Jian and imposed a punishment, asking me to let it go. I had no choice but to report it again. But the director of the Qingwan Town Police Station, Lai Zheong, is in cahoots with them. They locked me in a small dark room, beat me up, broke my ribs, and threatened me that if I dared to speak out again, I would be charged with creating a disturbance and even sold to Myanmar as a sex slave. I was scared, so I never dared to complain again or approach Du Jian. As soon as this was said, Lai Zheong, who had been on pins and needles, panicked. He was just about to get up and sneak away when Wang Shiyuan on the podium suddenly spoke. "No one in this room is allowed to leave." Lai Zheong smiled awkwardly and said, I really need to use the restroom." "Trying to sneak away?" "Director Lai, you can't leave." "Suting isn't it?" "Yes. It's this former director, now the executive deputy director, who orchestrated the threats and beatings against Huang Shufang. Moreover, his problems do not stop there. Huang Shufang, please continue." Huang Shufang went on. "They colluded to bully me. I had no power or influence and couldn't fight back, so I had to endure it alone while raising Qianqian. Who would have thought that 2 years later, Lai Zehong's lackeys found me again and forced me to participate in some shameless activities. When I refused, they beat me, raped me, and even threatened my daughter. I had no choice but to agree. What do they force you to do? Chen Liangping suppressed his anger. They forced me to seduce some outsiders, businessmen, and college students returning for the holidays, then have relations with them. Afterward, they would accuse them of entrapment and rape. The police would arrest the people involved, and nearly all of them would choose to settle, offering tens of thousands or even 200,000 in compensation. Then suffer in silence and sign settlement agreements. Huang Shufang was filled with rage. I was forced. Afterward, they would give me 5,000 or 10,000. I had to raise my daughter, so I accepted it. A year later, I desperately begged Du Jian, and he finally let Lai Zheong release me. I left my daughter with my sister and went to work in Juzhou City, not daring to return. Lai Zheong trembled and shouted, You are slandering me. Talking nonsense. Every word I say is true. You are the protector, the biggest gang. Huang Shufang gritted her teeth. Yang Guozhong shouted loudly. A woman of ill repute dares to slander a leader in public. Get her out of here. Several disciplinary inspection officials immediately grabbed her to take her away. This is a photo from that time. That night in Du Jian's office, after he assaulted me. He sweet-talked me into being his mistress and even took naked photos with me. Huang Shufang raised the envelope in her hand and threw it to Wang Zhiyong, who picked it up and saw that it was indeed 2 old photos. Huang Shufang continued her accusations. Also, after the child was born, there was a time he forced me to sleep with him. I took the opportunity to collect his bloodstains and fluids and secretly did a paternity test at the hospital. The DNA matched completely. He is Qianqian's biological father, but he is unworthy, a beast. The crowd erupted in uproar. This drama was getting more and more exciting. This should be the most thrilling inspection team mobilization meeting in the history of Huaxia. Was Su Ting really planning to wipe out Zhang Meng, Du Jian, Lai Zheong, and the entire evil group? Too thrilling. Chapter 29 Dual Regulation of County Leaders. Yang Guozhong's face turned green. Originally planned, he intended to use the attack on Su Ting to take down Wang Shiyuan. He thought that a weak and cowardly young man like Su Ting would definitely confess to his disciplinary and illegal actions under pressure, pushing all the problems onto Wang Shiyuan, thus concentrating all fire on her and taking her away on the spot. Who knew that Su Ting single-handedly blocked all the fire and turned it back onto himself? He shouted hysterically, "This is ridiculous. A woman of ill repute here, spouting nonsense, colliding with county-level leaders. Is there no law? Is there no discipline? This is a mobilization meeting of the inspection team. Comrade Wang Zhiyong, you are in charge of discipline and case handling. Why are you just standing there? Drag this crazy woman out." Su Ting shouted, "Wait. If everyone thinks Huang Shufang alone is not convincing enough, there are other witnesses. Please bring them in." As soon as he finished speaking, Yinsher opened the back door, waved his hand, and 7 or 8 young and beautiful girls walked in from outside, including Huang Ying. These girls were all victims coerced by Lai Zehong's gang into selling their bodies for extortion. Today, County Public Security Bureau Chief Lei Tingfeng did not attend the meeting because he personally led trusted brothers to take down Lai Zehong's criminal stronghold. Next, the girls began to accuse the gang and its protector Lai Zheong of their heinous acts, recounting their tragic experiences. Huang Ying even shared her own story, detailing how she was forced to seduce a university student and then falsely accused him of rape, leading to the latter compensating 50,000 yuan. An incident that had just happened not long ago. Huang Ying cried, saying she was coerced. Otherwise, she would have been beaten and imprisoned. Du Jian and Lai Zheong were dumbfounded, unable to refute, and looked pleadingly towards Zhang Meng on the podium. Zhang Meng avoided their gazes, thinking, "What the hell are you looking at me for? Everyone is watching. The evidence is conclusive. Even gods can't save you." What was even more critical was that public security chief, Lei Tingfeng, walked in wearing his police uniform with several officers. He walked steadily to the podium and quietly reported to several leaders. "Secretary Chun, Team Leader Yang, Secretary Wang, the case I took leave to handle is this one. I personally led the team to catch the secondary leader back. After preliminary investigation, what they said is basically true. Lai Zheong is suspected of organizing a criminal gang, extortion, and rape, and should be criminally detained immediately. However, he may also be involved in disciplinary issues. Please decide whether the police should handle it first or if the investigation team should first look into the disciplinary problems. Yang Guozhong's long face looked as if it were made of winter bacon, dark and hard, and he glared at Lei Tingfeng without speaking. On Chen Liangping's right side was Wang Shiyuan, who asked him sideways, "Secretary Wang, what is your opinion?" Since Lai Zheong was at the section level, he was a county-managed cadre. "I will follow your arrangement. He is a party member. The investigation team should first investigate the disciplinary issues. I kindly ask the public security comrades to fully assist in handling the case." "Yes." Lei Tingfeng saluted formally, and, as he lowered his hand, he exchanged a glance with Wang Shiyuan, slightly nodding. Wang Shiyuan had already formed an alliance with him privately. As the public security chief, he had never been able to concurrently serve as the deputy county mayor due to Zhang Meng's oppression and attacks, so he was still at the section level. If he took down Zhang Meng, he could logically become a deputy county-level cadre. Other counties had concurrent positions, and district public security bureaus also served as deputy district mayors. Only Shangyun County was an exception. At this moment, Chen Liangping spoke, according to relevant disciplinary requirements and case handling procedures. "I request comrades from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to immediately put Du Jian and Lai Zheong under dual regulation and take Su Ting and other related personnel away to assist in the investigation." As soon as he finished, Lai Zheong suddenly stood up, pointing at Wang Shiyuan and cursing, "Bitch, you think you could take me down so easily?" After cursing, he looked at Chen Liangping and gritted his teeth, saying, "Secretary Chen, Director Yang, Wang Shiyuan and Su Ting are in a romantic relationship. Su Ting got promoted through sexual bribery. They colluded and staged this act today." Lai Zheong was desperate. The venue erupted in chaos again. Before he could finish, he continued, "Moreover, Wang Shiyuan being able to become the county party secretary is." Zhang Meng slammed the table, angrily scolding, "Lai Zheong, you're a party cadre, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. You must be responsible for your words. Secretary Wang becoming the county party secretary is an arrangement and recognition of the organization." Lai Zheong was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized this was a reminder for him to only stick to Su Ting and Wang Shiyuan's relationship, and not to bring up the incident where she was filmed sleeping with a leader from the provincial propaganda department. Could there be a mystery in this? Perhaps it was a sign of Zhang Meng admitting defeat, or did he have a bigger plan? Regardless, Lai Zheong understood, and he frantically shouted, "I have evidence of Su Ting and Secretary Wang's romantic relationship. I have evidence." The entire venue erupted once again. A young, handsome, rugged guy, and a beautiful, graceful, sexy woman. They seemed quite compatible on the outside, making their romantic relationship possible. Yin Bing, witnessing the situation unfold to this point, felt even more chaotic inside, her face pale, palms sweating. Only she knew about their romantic relationship. No one else would know. But Lai Zheong's insistence made her feel extremely anxious and afraid. Both were her support. If Wang Shiyuan fell, she would be done for. And Su Ting was the man she loved. She wanted to see him rise instead of failing before he even started. As for Wang Shiyuan, her face turned red and white, feeling uncertain inside. After all, she was guilty of having a guilty conscience, but she had to put on an angry appearance, shouting, "Lai Zheong, you are not allowed to slander my innocence." Chen Liangping felt both shocked and angry, realizing that the situation had developed to this extent, completely out of control. He regretted starting the on-site dual regulation, but there is no medicine for regret in this world, so he decided to let things take their course. Yang Guozhong showed a slight sneer, saying, "Lai Zheong, you claim to have evidence. Let us see it. First, there are eyewitnesses. On the night of June 16th, at 11 o'clock, Su Ting entered Wang Shiyuan's office, and they stayed inside for a full 52 minutes. A lonely man and woman, both single and of similar ages. They must have been having a passionate affair. Someone saw and heard the sounds of debauchery from inside. Second, on the night of June 22nd, Wang Shiyuan summoned Su Ting again, and they stayed inside for another 50 minutes. At the same time, Wang Shiyuan handed him the 500,000 yuan downstairs. There are also eyewitnesses to this. Third, She received 500,000 yuan from Sun Jinlong. With such a large sum of money and such a significant matter, she entrusted it to a young man who had only been working for 3 years. Isn't their relationship special? After Lai Zhang finished speaking, he glared fiercely at Wang Xiyuan and then looked at Su Ting behind him, appearing as if he was prepared to die. Yang Guozhong was secretly pleased, thinking, I said it couldn't be so easily turned upside down by the opponent. Zhang Ming indeed has a backup plan. Even if I go in, I'll pull Wang Xiyuan down. It's time to add fuel to the fire. Lai Zhang, where are the eyewitnesses you mentioned? Lai Zhang pointed to Chun Jiankong, who was sitting nervously next to Su Ting, and loudly said, Chun Jiankong, director of the Policy Research Office. On the night of June 16th, he witnessed Su Ting entering Secretary Wang's office the whole time and took photos. He also heard the sounds of their relations in the office, loud and clear. Director Chun, please describe the details again. Everyone's gaze turned to Chun Jiankong. Chapter 30. Playing the last card, Chun Jiankong was dumbfounded, his mind blank. He stood up trembling, but his legs gave way, and he plopped back down into his chair. He never expected that his secret filming, eavesdropping, and informing would come to light at this moment, and that he would have to describe the details. Damn it, those details I told you were all in my imagination. Lai Zhang, you're putting me in a terrible position, forcing me to go down this path with you. But the team was chosen by him. The path was his to take, and he had to grit his teeth and continue. He got up again, his voice trembling as he said, I'm very sorry. I will explain everything to the investigation team after the meeting, okay? Yang Guozhong felt that his goal had been achieved. The details shared in the meeting, although a heavy blow to that bitch Wang Xiyuan, were too unseemly, so he said, let us talk about it after the meeting. Wang Xiyuan's face turned pale with anger as she coldly laughed. Chun Jiankong, even at this point, you're still deluded? You should know that your secret filming, eavesdropping, and informing might not lead to criminal charges. But if you spread rumors and slander party officials, causing a serious impact, that could lead to jail time. Don't even think about becoming the deputy director of the county committee office. You won't even be able to keep your civil servant status. Chun Jiankong shuddered, realizing the severity of the issue, but he still held onto some hope. That night, he clearly saw Wang Xiyuan come out with a flush on her face. Charming and alluring, which is a typical sign of a woman being satisfied. Su Ting looked at him with pity and coldly remarked, Director Chun, you are my superior. Is it becoming of a leader to secretly follow me and take photos? The key is those details you mentioned were all fabricated, right? Look at this. As Su Ting spoke, she took out a document from her briefcase. It was an investigation report with circles and markings in Wang Xiyuan's handwriting. She showed it to Wang Zhiyong and others, saying, that night, I arrived early and sat on the sofa in the inner office for over 10 minutes because Secretary Wang was reviewing documents. The secretary has a high vision and profound thoughts. I thought that report I wrote was quite good, but she pointed out many shortcomings and issues, then guided me on how to revise and elevate it, mentioning some development trajectories and cases in the cultural and creative industry. Finally, she also assigned some daily work tasks to me, and then I left. Lai Zhang sternly retorted, you're lying. Chun Jiankong, you damn well better talk about the details. Chun Jiankong stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Su Ting continued, can't say anything, right? You claim you could hear sound from the inner room. Are you some kind of eavesdropper? Because the secretary's work often involves confidentiality, the walls are soundproof. When the doors between the inner and outer rooms are closed, if you're pressed against the outer door, you can't hear anything from inside. This has been tested by logistics, and Director Inshur knows best. Inshur raised his hand and said, yes, Chun Jiankong is lying. I've tested it with 7 or 8 people. You really can't hear anything, even if someone is singing inside. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. I was just talking nonsense. Chun Jiankong panicked and went blank. Seeing that this pawn of his was so useless and was taken out so easily, Lai Zhang was furious and stomped his feet, quickly saying, there's a second eyewitness, Secretary Yan Bing. She was sitting at the outer desk, missing a door, so she could hear the sound from the inner room. Lai Zhang looked at the frost-faced Yan Bing and signaled, saying, Secretary Yan, on the night of the 22nd around 10 p.m., Wang Xiyuan summoned Su Ting again. You were sitting outside, They were doing something inside, right? The meeting room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Although Wang Shiyuan and Su Ting looked like they were about to explode with anger, they maintained their composure and restraint. Everyone turned to Yin Bing, waiting for her answer. Yang Guozhong glanced at Zhang Ming, who had a slight smile on his lips. He immediately understood that this beautiful girl was also a pawn planted by Zhang Ming. Otherwise, Lai Zhang wouldn't he have asked that way? He tapped the table and said, "Comrade Yin Bing, don't be afraid, just tell the truth." Zhang Ming was very confident. Yin Bing was his piece, firmly in his control. The executive vice minister of the Municipal Organization Department, Xue Jiaying, had recommended her to be the secretary. And she should know to be grateful and understand that Xue Jiaying was his woman, which meant something significant for her as a section-level cadre. If she wanted to be promoted in the future, Xue Jiaying could be a stepping stone or a hurdle. Yin Bing slowly stood up, her tone firm and filled with anger, saying, "I don't understand why you have to defame Secretary Wang and Su Ting in front of so many people." That night, Secretary Wang and Su Ting were discussing work with no inappropriate remarks or actions whatsoever. I was outside and heard it clearly. I even went in twice to refill their tea. Besides, Lai Zheong, think with your pig brain, who would be so intimate with their subordinates while I was sitting outside? Secretary Wang has summoned not only Su Ting late at night, but also many other cadres, both male and female, even Deputy County Head Du Jian. Do you think they all have affairs? You're going too far. Secretary Wang is a cultured person. If it were someone else, they would have slapped you all already and sued you for slander and defamation, getting you thrown in jail. Zhang Ming was stunned. Yang Guozhong frowned. And Lai Zheong looked shocked. She had actually betrayed them? What was going on? Not long ago, hadn't she cooperated in filming the video and photos of Wang Shiyuan's affair with an older man? Chun Liangping could no longer tolerate it and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Take Lai Zheong, Du Jian, and Chun Jiankong away." 10 minutes later, the meeting room finally quieted down. Besides the three who were taken away, Huang Shufang, Su Ting, and others were also taken out. Chun Liangping was filled with mixed feelings, anger, helplessness, and guilt. He leaned over to Wang Xin, who was sitting on his right, and said, "Secretary Wang, I'm sorry. This situation was unexpected. I hope you won't take it too personally. Team Leader Chun, you also saw it. These cadres have no sense of discipline and don't take me. The county committee head, seriously. They need to be properly dealt with. However, publicly restoring my reputation and exposing a few corrupt individuals in the meeting has saved many girls. That is a significant achievement," Wang Shiyuan said coldly, her tone calm and restrained. Chun Liangping nodded and said, "You announced the end of the meeting." Wang Shiyuan pressed the microphone and, with a penetrating voice, addressed everyone below, "The meeting ends here. What happened just now must be kept confidential and not spread outside. Otherwise, it will be treated as a violation of work discipline." Dismissed. After the meeting, Wang Shiyuan and Zhang Ming were called into a meeting room by Chun Liangping for a discussion, which was actually a reconciliation. Having been in the political arena for many years, he naturally understood the intricacies of the situation. Zhang Ming was trying to overturn Wang Shiyuan, but she had effortlessly defeated her opponent. Thus, he preferred and trusted Wang Shiyuan even more. However, what he didn't understand was why Yang Guozhong repeatedly targeted Wang Shiyuan, as if he had a significant grudge against her. After finishing his conversation with Wang Shiyuan, Chun Liangping couldn't help but ask, "Secretary Wang, did you have any past interactions with Comrade Guozhong?" Wang Shiyuan smiled and said yes. "When I was in the provincial publicity department, he was in the Yangwei municipal office and worked with county head Zhang Ming. Later, he was transferred to the provincial justice department, and then he went to the inspection team. You know all this? He became acquainted with me during a dinner while he was in the Justice Department. Fairly familiar?" He probed further. Wang Shiyuan didn't want to say too much, but since he asked, she decided to share a bit, saying, "To be honest, he pursued me for several years, from the time I became the deputy director of the news department to when I became the director of the theory department. However, I rejected him. I don't like him, and he has a wife and children. He was persistent, even a bit shameless. One day, he blocked me and asked, 'Are you worried about my wife and kids?' I said, 'Divorce. I don't care about that.' He actually went through with it. Of course, I wouldn't agree to him. I heard that later he wanted to remarry his wife, but then he found out that his ex-wife already had a new man. His efforts were in vain, and from then on, he had a lot of complaints about me. Chen Liangping sighed heavily, so that's how it is. The next morning, Chen Liangping was reviewing documents in the hotel when Yang Guozhong knocked on the door and came in, looking serious, with a laptop bag in his hand. Chen Liangping asked, "Director Yang, what's wrong?" Yang Guozhong had previously been the deputy director of the Provincial Justice Department. Someone anonymously reported Wang Shiyuan for power for sex transactions. There are videos and photos. Yang Guozhong's face was flushed, unsure if it was from excitement or from running in the heat. Indeed, Zhang Meng had played his final card. Chapter 31 Investigation of Wang Shiyuan. Chen Liangping asked, "Who did you have a power for sex transaction with?" The informant said it was a deputy minister from the Provincial Propaganda Department. Yang Guozhong said, taking out a laptop from his bag, opening it, and inserting a USB drive to play the video and photos taken by Heisey on June 8th. "I basically know all the leaders from the Provincial Propaganda Department, and after comparing the photos, Minister Qin's image is very close to that of this old man," Yang Guozhong said, and moreover, Minister Qin has been in charge of the news office and is now the executive deputy minister, overseeing the theory office. After graduating, Wang Shiyuan worked in the propaganda department and was quickly promoted. It would be impossible without leadership support. Also, there has never been a precedent for a director from the propaganda department to directly become a county party secretary. Chen Liangping non-committally hummed and asked, "On June 8th, was it the night after Wang Shiyuan led a team to inspect Juzhou?" "Yes." "Was Minister Qin in Juzhou at that time?" I inquired, and he was. Chen Liangping looked closely at the photos and videos. The lighting was dim, and it was rainy, making the images somewhat blurry, so he said, "You keep this for now? I want to think about how to handle it." Team Leader Chen, what is there to think about? Just call Wang Shiyuan in for questioning. In the face of hard evidence, anyone would confess. Chen Liangping pandered, no rus, no rus. After Yang Guozhong left, Chen Liangping watched the video a few more times and finally confirmed that the person was not Minister Qin, but Ma Shi, and the woman, according to the informant, was identified by Yang Guozhong as Wang Shiyuan. But he couldn't tell Yang Guozhong because Ma Shi was his former leader and had helped him significantly. Ma Shi had served as the secretary of the City Committee of Dongguan, and he had promoted him to a standing committee member and secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Thanks to Ma Shi's efforts. Due to being close to Ma Shi, he had heard rumors about his relationship with Wang Shiyuan, a beautiful young cadre like Wang Shiyuan, who is intelligent and charming, would naturally attract the attention and pursuit of men. The problem is, the woman in the video never fully showed her face, although her appearance, height, clothing, hairstyle, etc. were indistinguishable from Wang Shiyuan. That alone couldn't confirm it was her. The key point is, was the spy secretly filming Wang Shiyuan or Ma Shi? Following and secretly filming a high-ranking official like Ma Shi is a serious issue. Chen Liangping paced back and forth in the room, smoking a cigarette, and half an hour later, he still hadn't figured out how to proceed. Just then, Yang Guozhong knocked again and entered, glancing at the ashtray filled with cigarette butts, and smiled, asking, "Secretary Chen, haven't you thought about how to handle it yet? If you don't cut off the mess, it will only create more chaos. Don't overthink it. Keep it simple. Just tell Director Ji Yong to put Wang Shiyuan under double regulation first." Chen Liangping looked at Yang Guozhong with sharp eyes, suddenly extinguished his cigarette, and said solemnly, "Don't put her under double regulation for now. First investigate, and if necessary, we can call her in for questioning later. She is the county party secretary. We must give her sufficient respect and courtesy and not make it difficult for her like we did at the mobilization meeting." "All right, I'll take care of it." Yang Guozhong, suppressing his excitement, hurriedly left the leader's office. An hour later, Yang Guozhong, accompanied by Wang Jiong, met Wang Shiyuan in a specially set-up interrogation room at the hotel, where she was dressed in a professional skirt suit. He privately questioned her under the pretext of inspecting work. She exuded a pleasant fragrance, and her bright, deep eyes sparkled with charm. Yang Guozhong couldn't help but admire her. She seemed even more charming and alluring than before, making the originally fragrant Longjing tea taste only bitter. He smiled and greeted, "Secretary Wang, nice to see you again." Yes. What's the matter? What do you think it is? Wang Shiyuan sat quietly on the soft chair, smiled lightly, and said, judging by Director Yang's expression, it should not be a good thing. It seems you have some idea in your heart. Director Yang, to say it directly. Yang Guozhong squinted at her and asked, do you know Executive Qin I mean? I do. What is your relationship? A superior-subordinate relationship. He was once my supervisor, Wang Shiyuan replied calmly. We have evidence of your improper relationship with him. Tell us about it, and see if you have hidden anything. In the interrogation room, there were only Yang Guozhong and a female disciplinary inspection officer taking notes. Wang Shiyuan was slightly taken aback, feeling puzzled. Zhang Ming should have produced that video, but why was it not Ma Shurtu? Instead, it was my former leader Qin I mean. In an instant, the cleverer guessed that perhaps Zhang Ming and the investigation team had mistaken the person because Qin I mean and Ma Shurtu indeed resembled each other in height and appearance. Once she thought of this, she became calm and responded gracefully. Improper relationship? You are slandering me. I am innocent with him, and don't defame the leader. He is an upright person, Yang Guozhong praised. Comrade Shiyuan, after being county party secretary for over a year, you have become quite skilled, performing so openly. Your acting is superb. Who doesn't know that you came down from the position of theory office director to become county party secretary with his help? I don't know about that. All I know is that revolutionary comrades are like bricks. Wherever they are needed, they are moved. I obey the organization's arrangements and do my job well. Yang Guozhong gave a glance, and the female disciplinary inspection officer discreetly stood up and left, closing the door from outside. Shiyuan, I am here to save you. I have evidence of your affair with Qin I mean, but I have a way to help you cover it up, Yang Guozhong said in a low voice, his eyes filled with affection. Why? Yang Guozhong stood up, walked closer to her, and whispered, I love you. Don't you understand? I'm still single, as long as you. His fingers traced along her smooth, jade-like arm. Wang Shiyuan shivered but resisted the urge to pull away, softly asking, then how will you cover it up? Yang Guozhong saw she was softening and joyfully said, the video and photos can't entirely confirm that the woman is you. As long as you and Executive Qin both deny it, the matter can be turned around. I can arrange for someone who resembles you in every way to take your place. Do you know? Zhang Ming wants to go after you, but he is just a small county chief and can't stir up any storm. I will shield you from the wind and rain. Saying this, he placed his hands on her shoulders, attempting to slide down. Wang Shiyuan pushed his hand away, stood up, and coldly laughed. Yang Guozhong, you are still the same. Despicable. Hopeless. You are still a little pepper, huh? I am a deputy minister. What about me is not worthy of you? Yang Guozhong's pride was hurt, and he was furious. Not liking someone means not liking them, even if you were Tom Cruise or Bill Gates. Wang Shiyuan, I am giving you an opportunity. Don't be ungrateful. What? Can you still take away my hat of authority? There are hardly any county party secretaries who are not corrupt. Aren't you afraid I will investigate you thoroughly this time? Besides, you have this matter of power for sex transactions. Even if it's just a violation of living discipline, you must step down. Yang Guozhong said insidiously. Those who do not do bad things during the day have no fear when the door knocks at midnight. Come and investigate. I have not engaged in any power for sex transactions. Wang Shiyuan's face was cold, like a bright red rose, but she was covered in thorns. All right, don't regret it. I am busy. Don't waste my time. Wang Shiyuan said, standing up to leave. Yang Guozhong reached out to grab her, but her movements were too quick. He grasped at empty air and stumbled, kneeling on the ground. Kneeling again, Wang Shiyuan smiled mockingly and walked away. Chapter 32. Provincial Leader's Fury. Wang Shiyuan, come back here. Yang Guozhong struggled to get up and shouted. Just as Wang Shiyuan exited the interrogation room, she bumped into Chun Liangping. She stepped aside to greet him. At the same time, Yang Guozhong's shout reached Chun Liangping's ears. Immediately, Yang Guozhong angrily cursed, Bitch, I will make you submit sooner or later. Then, a disposable cup filled with half a cup of red tea was thrown out of the interrogation room. Chun Liangping dodged the cup but couldn't avoid the tea, which splashed all over him, leaving him in a messy state. At that moment, Yang Guozhong also rushed out, and upon seeing the scene, he was taken aback, quickly apologizing and repeatedly wiping him down with a tissue. Chun Liangping angrily said, Director Yang, what are you doing? Do you still look like a department-level official? After saying this, he stormed off with Wang Shiyuan. After washing his face and hair and changing his shirt, Chun Liangping went to the CAF on the second floor of the hotel and talked with Wang Shiyuan for about an hour. She consistently denied having any improper relationship with the leaders, and Chun Liangping, helpless, let her go. That evening, the secret investigator arranged by Chun Liangping found relevant surveillance footage at the hotel where Wang Shiyuan checked in on June 7th, revealing another person. The woman who looked very much like Wang Shiyuan had been to the 16th floor, but the surveillance there was broken, so it was unclear which room she had entered. The next day's investigation made progress. Wang Shiyuan had a cousin named Wang Ziding, and the woman in the video resembled Wang Ziding more than Wang Shiyuan. Consequently, Chun Liangping returned to the provincial capital, arranged for Wang Ziding to be at one of the investigation points, and personally interrogated her. Wang Ziding was carefree and unrestrained, not at all timid, and confessed everything. She said, Old Ma asked me out, of course I went. Only a fool wouldn't go. Besides, I have been pursuing him all along. If he likes me, that's his lack of insight. The heavens do not disappoint those who have a heart. I finally moved him. And then it was quite nice. Chun Liangping, having been the city's discipline inspection secretary, had seen too many shameless officials and women during investigations. So he wasn't surprised and calmly asked, Why did you go to the hotel where Wang Shiyuan was staying? Old Ma likes my sister, so I want to find out his weaknesses and hobbies. Later I found out, his weakness is my sister. So I dressed up like her, even cut my hair short and messy, but now it's long again. Wang Ziding flicked her beautiful, shiny long hair and said playfully, Sure enough, he liked it a lot. And we were both very happy that night. Chun Liangping's face darkened. This woman had a completely different style from Wang Shiyuan, shameless. Why are you pursuing Vice Governor Ma? Which woman wouldn't like him? Vice Governor, come on, if he slips a little through his fingers, it would be enough for me to live a few lifetimes. Wang Ziding had an admiring expression. After that night, did he give you any benefits? Wang Ziding smiled proudly and said, Of course. But I'm in the tobacco and alcohol gift business. Everything is legitimate, no economic issues. Aren't you afraid of being investigated? Do you dare to investigate? Let me tell you, leader, Old Ma values me now, treating me like a precious treasure. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, just try it. Wang Ziding's momentum surged, not putting Chun Liangping in her eyes. Chun Liangping couldn't help but laugh, saying, You really dare to speak and act. However, you must understand that even the highest officials are managed by organizations. Are you talking about the highest discipline inspection commission? Go ahead and investigate. I've already opened up the market for provincial departments. If you investigate me, I have no economic issues, and at most, it's just sleeping with leaders. How long will you lock me up? A few months? A year? I'll come out even more famous. What great advertising! Wang Ziding said astonishingly. On the night of June 8th, you had a date with Old Ma. Did your sister know? Chun Liangping suddenly asked a core question. Her? Wang Ziding's eyes sparkled as she assured, She doesn't know. I wouldn't tell her. She always manages me and doesn't let me do anything shameful. This was the agreement between her and Wang Shiyuan. If anything were investigated, she would definitely insist that Wang Shiyuan was unaware and that Old Ma hadn't invited her to sleep over. Chun Liangping coldly smiled, saying, You must be lying or hiding something. Yes, but it involves Old Ma, and I can choose not to tell you. Wang Ziding revealed her white, neat teeth, 2 of which were gold, and smiled somewhat recklessly, sparkling with gold. Chun Liangping sighed and said, All right, it's nothing, you can go. Secretary Chun, you are a good leader, understanding proportions. Thumbs up. Bye-bye. She swayed her hips and walked away gracefully. Chun Liangping pondered for a long time, hesitating whether to report to Provincial Discipline Inspection Secretary Jiang Jisang or to hold off and first report to the old leader Ma Shirtu. For someone at Ma Shirtu's level, this kind of matter wasn't significant. Many officials had mistresses and debauched private lives. After a fierce internal struggle, Chun Liangping ultimately called Ma Shirtu, arranged a time, and they met in a very private location that evening. After listening to Chun Liangping's account, Ma Shirtu coldly smiled, placing his hand on his belly, and said, Someone is trying to get me. Who? Chun Liangping just asked and immediately knew he shouldn't have. Indeed, Ma Shirta did not answer and asked, "Has the informant been identified?" "Anonymous, but yesterday someone sent photos of the stalker. We confirmed the suspect vehicle through nearby surveillance cameras, an Audi from Shangyun County. Tracing it back, it was found to be under the name of Zhang Meng's cousin, Zhang Fuxin, and the stalker is one of Zhang Meng's people, named Haizi. He is a key member of the Leizhong gang in Shangyun County and is currently on the run." "Zhang Meng is the county head of Shangyun County?" Ma Shirta asked lightly. Wang Ziding had often complained about this county head in front of him. She did business in Shangyun County, and even with the support of the county party secretary, she still faced obstacles everywhere and was even threatened by the gang. "Yes, too arrogant," Ma Shirta commented lightly, his expression calm, but there was a faint hint of murderous intent. "Boss, I'll keep this matter under wraps. However, I still suggest you be careful. Some women are just landmines. We don't know when they will explode." "Thank you, Liang Ping. I will be cautious." Ma Shirtu kindly patted his shoulder, saying, "Come on, let's not talk about work. Let us have a drink." An hour later, Chun Liangping left slightly tipsy. Ma Shirta leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then picked up a secure phone and made a call. "Get Zhang Meng, the county head of Shangyun County, taken care of." What the other party said, Ma Shirtu replied lightly, "Aren't you going to investigate?" He is a big corrupt official. After finishing, he gripped the Buddhist beads in his hand tightly, as if he were going to crush them. A few days later, at 10 a.m., Zhang Meng was holding a special meeting on the development and construction of the old city when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Huang Xingwang, the deputy mayor of Yonghui City. Knowing it was an important matter, he hurried back to his office to answer. "Zhang Meng, is it convenient for you to talk?" "Convenient. You're crazy. How dare you monitor and stalk provincial leaders?" "Provincial leaders? Which provincial leader?" "I didn't see." Zhang Meng looked shocked. Originally, the losses of his two generals, Lai Zheong and Du Jian, had caused him great distress, but fortunately, there was Yang Guozhong looking out for him. The two brothers hadn't confessed anything, and it wouldn't implicate him for now. However, the matter between Wang Xiwen and Minister Qin regarding power and sex transactions had been suppressed by Chun Liangping, and with no new information. The unfavorable direction made him feel uneasy. Chapter 33. The county head falls hearing the leader's reprimand. Zhang Meng felt that things had become even worse. "Don't act confused with me. Qin, I mean, as the executive?" "No." Huang Xingwang shouted angrily. "Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" "Mayor, just tell me straight." "Ma Shirtu, how could you monitor him and record a video of his affair?" "There's audio too, you fool. Provincial leaders are not something you can control." Zhang Meng was stunned, and after a long pause, he asked, "Wait, isn't that Qin, I mean? They look alike, same build. But can't you zoom in and identify properly?" "That's not Qin, I mean. It's Ma Shirtu. I can't save you anymore. I've tried my best. Once you're inside, know what to say and what not to say, or else you know what will happen." Huang Xingwang's words became increasingly cold. Zhang Meng felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. What was going on? How could that man be Vice Governor Ma? When he saw it at the time, he never thought of a higher level. Now he had poked a hornet's nest and touched a tigress, but if he had known it was Ma Shirtu, he wouldn't have dared to secretly film. But wasn't that woman also Wang Xiyuan? Huang Xingwang shouted, "Wang Xiyuan, my foot. It's Wang Ziding, her cousin. They look exactly alike." Zhang Meng, "Do you know you've been played? This is called fishing. You're the stupid fish." "All right, I can't say more. Still the same line. When you go in, keep your mouth shut. No mentioning Ma Shirtu, and I can't mention him either." After saying that, the other party hung up. Zhang Meng sat dumbfounded in his chair. Wanted to call back, but found the line busy. He knew it was over, completely over. Trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice. Lifting a stone to smash his own foot. Suffering the consequences, regretting endlessly. How could a woman like Wang Xiyuan have so many tricks? He had underestimated her too much. Lost the city due to carelessness, but all his subordinates were like pigs, unable to even clarify whether it was Wang Xiyuan or who that man was. Wang Xiyuan had set a trap, inviting him into the urn, plotting deeply. His defeat was not unjust. He turned pale, standing there for a long time, wanting to call leaders like Shui Jiaying for help, but no one picked up. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if they all knew he was about to be taken down, so they ignored him. Truly, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it down, When the drum breaks, thousands beat it. The world is cold. At that moment, the secretary knocked and came in, asking him to return for a meeting. Go to hell with your meeting, get out. Zhang Ming threw a pen holder at him. The secretary jumped in fright, dodging, looking at Zhang Ming in terror, then closed the door and retreated. 2 minutes later, there was another knock. Get lost, I'm not going to that meeting. Zhang Ming yelled. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, leading with Wang Jiong from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, followed by several discipline inspection officials, including a deputy secretary from the city's commission, whom he recognized. Zhang Ming tried to stand but failed due to weak legs, asking blankly, "What were you doing?" Comrade Zhang Ming, based on the investigation, you are suspected of serious disciplinary violations and illegal activities, and you are under double regulation. Please come with us. Zhang Ming completely wilted. The next day, the 4th inspection team of the Provincial Party Committee suddenly changed personnel, as the Judicial Department had major reform tasks, and Yang Guozhong was called back as an expert to assist, replaced by a cadre from the Provincial Procuratorate. Also at the Deputy Department level, this meant that Yang Guozhong was kicked off the list of the Provincial Party Committee's inspection team. The inspection work in Shangyun County, after the initial days of turmoil, finally returned to calm. But everyone knew that the entire Shangyun officialdom was like a disaster zone, full of scars, with aftershocks continuing. Some are like startled birds, while others, like hunters, were eyeing the vacant positions. Some were purely spectators, wishing for a bigger uproar and more arrests, while others worried that the ongoing investigations would affect them, leading to the cancellation of some hidden benefits. Some were happy, while others were worried. A month later, Zhang Ming, Du Jian, Lai Zheong, and other leaders were officially placed under investigation for serious disciplinary violations or job-related illegal activities. Zhang Fuxin, after being forced by Wang Shiyuan to spend over $15 million to resolve compensation and resettlement issues for workers, was suddenly arrested by the Provincial Procuratorate. In addition, more than a dozen party members or business leaders from the Zhang and Lai families were investigated. The once all-powerful Zhang and Lai families fell from grace. The Provincial Party Committee's inspection team successfully completed their inspection work and left satisfied. Su Ting had been the deputy director of the County Party Committee office for a month. The executive deputy county head, He Feng, temporarily presided over the county government's work, and the renovation work in the old city, led by him, was progressing smoothly, with the demolition and resettlement plans set under extreme confidentiality. Deputy Secretary Lin Ruelong was eager to try, preparing to launch a campaign for the county head position in the upcoming elections, thus working energetically and being very courteous to Wang Shiyuan, while also showing care for Su Ting. Su Ting became famous overnight at the inspection team mobilization meeting, making many people both love and fear him, afraid of provoking him and ending up like Du Jian and Lai Zheong, suffering disgrace. The common people were jubilant, finally eliminating the mafia that had plagued the county for many years in their protective umbrella, while also successfully resolving the compensation issues for laid-off workers from the lighting factory. And Su Ting was awarded a third-class merit. Zhou Lili, however, was in a dire situation. Her transfer that was about to be processed hit a snag, and no one was willing to help this once prospective daughter-in-law of the county head. The Zhou family hoped that their daughter could transfer from Zhugo Town Primary School to work in the county, but this matter was overshadowed. Zhou's mother had originally been a dancer at the county cultural center without a permanent position. The county head had promised to resolve her career placement, but there was no follow-up. Zhou Lili's father, Zhou Yud, had been a laid-off worker from a textile factory and had spent a lot of money to open a newspaper stand near the county government. But now, with the county head's fall, multiple departments like city management and cultural affairs were coming to check daily, urging him to move out under the pretext of affecting the city's appearance and selling illegal publications. The Zhou family went everywhere begging for help, only to be met with indifference and rejection, feeling deeply what it meant to have a hard time entering doors, having a hard time maintaining a good face, and having a hard time getting things done, as well as the coldness of human relationships. The Zhou family's life had become unbearable. So, the couple decided to think of someone, Su Ting, with no other options left, as no one was willing to help them. They felt like they were avoiding a plague god. Sigh, Zhou Lili's father lamented. Wu Shuwan coldly glared at her husband Woo's miserable appearance. Wishing she could kick him over, scolding, "Zhou Yud, you useless fool, just know how to sigh. You have no money, no power. If you had even a bit of capability as a father, could our daughter not even transfer to the county?" Zhou Yud habitually shifted to one side to avoid, fearing his wife would kick him again, causing him to bleed from a head injury. "How about I go find Su Ting? He is now a favorite of the county committee secretary and is also the deputy director of the county committee office, young and accomplished, with a limitless future. Getting what he wants easily," Zhou Yud cautiously suggested, seeing his wife not flying into a rage, and continued, "I said from the start that the young man has good character. You can't just look at power and wealth. You all didn't listen to me. I believe if I ask him, he can help. As the saying goes, a day's husband and wife have 100 days of grace. Our daughter has at least been with him for 5 or 6 years. How do we treat him back then? Wouldn't he hate us to death? Now I'm going to ask him. Not only is it embarrassing, but he will also definitely laugh at us and refuse to help. He might even kick us when we're down." Although Wu Shuwan said this, she actually agreed with her husband's idea in her heart. Because this was the only way. How could they know if they didn't try? What if Su Ting agreed? Chapter 34. Aunt Wu's seduction. Zhou Yud pondered. "I can't go alone. I think he still has feelings for Ollie. Now that he is doing so well. Hasn't he found a girlfriend? I heard there's a long queue of people proposing to him and introducing girlfriends. So, I'll take Ollie with me to find him." Wu Shuan sighed and said, "Why aren't you going quickly? I'll make a call first," Zhou Yud said as he dialed Su Ting's number. Soon, the phone rang. Zhou Yud grinned and said, "Look, he still has my number." After a brief conversation, he hung up. Wu Shuan anxiously asked, "How was it?" Xiao Su said he was busy. Still calling him Xiao Su? P.S. Now Director Su. That one phrase offended him. "Really, you're more of a hindrance than a help." After scolding, Wu Shuan got up and returned to her bedroom. She looked in the dressing mirror, feeling that although she had just turned 44, her complexion, temperament, and figure looked close to that of a 34-year-old. Fair and tender, well-maintained. It's just that she hadn't been satisfied for many years, relying on her daily dancing and sweating to relieve her desires. Suddenly, she recalled the day they signed the breakup agreement, when Su Ting was picking up money on the floor, his big eyes staring at her white legs, clearly shocked. "He must like this mature and charming aunt of his, especially since I have the best legs in the cloud." Thinking of this, her face flushed, and she couldn't help but touch her proud, white legs, feeling increasingly restless. Not long ago, a close friend relayed to her some intimate words spoken by Wu Mei after drinking, praising Su Ting's skills in bed to the heavens. She had felt both angry and envious at the time. Su Ting actually had so much money that he slept with Wu Mei. It was simply shameless. Thus, an evil thought suddenly arose in her mind. If the little aunt can do it, why can't the mother-in-law? She felt embarrassed and blushed, taking a long time to calm down. She opened the bedroom door crack and found Zhou Yud had already left. Damn it, he want to play mahjong again. After cursing, she picked up her phone and dialed Su Ting again. He didn't answer the first time. Wu Shuwan felt a chill in her heart, but she was persistent. For her daughter's job, for her own position, for her husband's newsstand, she had to go for it. So she called 3 times in a row, and finally on the 4th call it connected. Su Ting's confident and clear voice came through, full of youthful vigor. "Hello, who is this?" Wu Shuwan was momentarily stunned, thinking, this brat knows it's my number, yet he pretends not to recognize it. But, given the circumstances, she smiled and said, "Director Su, I'm Lily's mother." Wu Shuwan, "Are you busy?" "I'm busy. Is there something you need?" I. Can I talk to you in person?" She was sounding increasingly submissive, addressing him as you repeatedly. "Let us talk on the phone. I came to apologize, to admit my mistakes. I'm really sorry for the previous matters. We didn't recognize the great person you are. You're going to be a big official in the future. So please don't take our small family's matters to heart. Aunt Wu, there's no need for that. Just say what you need. Lily's job is stuck. She hasn't been transferred and is still at the primary school in Zhugo Town, which is a dead-end place, too far from the county seat, with low pay and often unpaid wages. Could you help us talk to the leaders in the Education Bureau? Your word is worth more than us running around and talking until we're hoarse. Director Su, after all, you've been in contact with Lily for 5 or 6 years, Su Ting said. Sorry, I don't have that ability. Wu Shuan's scalp tingled. She knew he would take the opportunity to scold her. The Zhou family had indeed gone too far. Tomorrow is Saturday. Will you be home? Can we talk in person? No need. Yes, we do need to. I have homemade rice cakes, the ones you used to love. I'll bring you 2 boxes. After a moment of silence, Su Ting said, All right, I'll be busy in the afternoon and evening, but I'm free in the morning. How about 10 o'clock? Great. That's wonderful. After hanging up, Wu Shuan was filled with excitement. She decided not to tell her husband or daughter, going alone. What if something happened? As she thought, her fair and plump face turned rosy, like the red clouds at that moment. At 9:30 the next morning, Zhou Yud rode an electric bike to pick up his daughter. Last night, there was an event at the Zhugo Town Primary School, and she had a bit to drink, so she stayed overnight in the school dormitory and just returned this morning. Before leaving, Wu Shuan washed herself clean, drank a large glass of foreign liquor, about 2 taels, feeling exhilarated. Then, she wrapped herself up tightly, humming as she walked through the community, swaying gracefully down the stairs, rode her electric bike, holding a box of rice cakes, and arrived at the alley where Su Ting lived. Su Ting's small courtyard, with the front door wide open for her. The beautiful and charming aunt drove her electric bike directly into the yard, parked it, and called out to the east wing. Director Su, are you there? The door to the east room opened, and Su Ting appeared in short sleeves and shorts, tall and handsome, with a confident smile. Aunt Wu, please come in. Long time no see. Director Su, you're getting more handsome and more like a big leader. Wu Shuan complimented, blushing, glancing at the door. Should I close the door? I don't want anyone coming in to steal my bike. Please do, but no need to lock it. Wu Shuan shyly smiled and gently pushed the iron door to close it, leaving it ajar. Once inside, she shut the door properly, placed the rice cakes on the table, took off her sun shawl, and sat down. The air conditioning was on inside, cool and comfortable. The windows were bright and clean, tidy and orderly. This young man had always been a clean and neat person. Su Ting, you're still not dating, right? Wu Shuan took the teacup he handed her and asked with a smile. No. Su Ting smiled back. Do you have anyone in mind for me? Wu Shuan's face turned even redder. The effects of the liquor were kicking in, making her feel a bit dizzy. And she blurted out, What do you think of Annie? As she spoke, she crossed her legs and stretched them out, gazing at him. Su Ting was taken aback. Didn't he expect Annie to get into the mood so quickly? No. I meant if you wanted to introduce someone. No need for an introduction. I'm not lacking women right now. Then what do you lack? I lack interesting women. Su Ting smiled lightly. Wu Shuan suddenly gasped, covering her thigh. What's wrong? She successfully redirected Su Ting's gaze back to her stunning legs. I was in a hurry on the way here and accidentally got scratched by a branch. She said in a delicate voice, Su Ting, look, it's bleeding. Quickly help me find a Band-Aid. Her demeanor was just like her sister Wu Mei. Truly a pair of biological sisters. She wasn't lying. She really had scraped herself, and there was blood, plus her black stockings had a hole in them. When Su Ting brought over the Band-Aid, she seductively said, You help me put on. Su Ting stared at her beautiful legs, his heart racing. He had no resistance to women's beautiful legs and breasts. What to do? This middle-aged aunt, with her fair and tender skin, was as soft as tofu. Although her face was a bit plump, her figure was excellent, with tight, smooth skin and undeniable charm. Su Ting helped her apply the Band-Aid, and she made an even more outrageous request. Look, my stockings are torn. Help me take them off. I'm not wearing them anymore. Chapter 35. The husband heard everything. Su Ting squatted beside her leg, frowning shyly. Wu Shuan felt dizzy and thought she might faint if she didn't act soon. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and placed it on her thigh, sliding his fingers into her stockings, gasping, Take them off. Su Ting removed her stockings. Her legs were dazzlingly white and as smooth as beautiful jade, even more attractive than Zhou lilies. Wu Shuan grabbed his hand again and placed it on her ultra-short shorts, playfully sticking out her tongue and softly saying, Keep going. I'm a bit shy. Can you do it yourself? Su Ting stopped his hand. You're annoying. Wu Shuan shot him a glare, then smiled charmingly and quickly stripped off the rest of her clothing. After nearly 30 years of dancing, her body was indeed exquisite. At 44 years old, there was not an ounce of excess fat on her waist or abdomen, and her shoulders and back were as upright, smooth, delicate, and fair as an archaeological jade artifact. Silly, can you only look? She shyly leaped into his arms. Su Ting was pushed onto the sofa, his mouth covered by hers. Gently and passionately kissed. He glanced over her head at the clock on the wall. 10:10. They had 30 minutes left, so let us get started. Thus, a battle initiated by Wu Shuwan began. While the two were entangled in the living room, Zhou Yud rode his electric bike into the alley. "Stop, Dad, stop!" Zhou Lili shouted from the back seat. Zhou Yud had no choice but to stop the bike and turn back to ask, "Ollie, what's wrong? I really don't want to go. It's embarrassing." "What are you thinking? It's just to say some nice words and give some gifts." "This is not embarrassing at all for your work or for your mom's promotion. Wasn't your appointment for 10:40? Zhou Lili asked coldly. "Yeah. Can you go by yourself? It's already 5 minutes late." She checked the time on her phone. "No. Why are you changing your mind again? I called him this morning without telling your mom and said you were coming. He only agreed to meet us then," Zhou Yud said unhappily. "Stop being sulky. Get in the car. We're already at the door." "Fine, let's go." Zhou Lili reluctantly sat in the back seat. A moment later, the electric bike arrived at Su Ting's house. Seeing the door ajar, they parked outside, both holding fruits and gifts, and pushed the door open. As soon as they entered the yard, the sounds of a couple in the midst of passion reached their ears. Zhou Yud and Zhou Lili were both stunned. Listening closely, it was Wu Shuwan and Su Ting. Zhou Yud immediately understood what was happening, and his face turned green and long, resembling a cucumber. His wife was selling her body for their daughter's future and his job. Zhou Lili's face flushed with rage. Trembling all over, she shouted, "Shameless! Obscene!" Saying this, she picked up a shovel from behind the door and was about to rush in, but was grabbed by Zhou Yud, who gritted his teeth and lowered his head, saying, "Ollie, for your work, just endure it." "Dad, are you still a man?" Zhou Lili stared at Zhou Yud in shock. "Your mom is quite pitiful. Just let her." Sigh. He had always been grateful that his wife hadn't cheated on him, and now that she had an opportunity for mutual benefit, he let her enjoy it. Indeed, the only thing Wu Shuwan could be credited for to Zhou Yud was that she had always had men pursuing her, yet she had never strayed. With her looks and those stunning legs, she could certainly find a good lover. How could this happen? It's so pathetic and embarrassing. Zhou Lili threw down the shovel, covering her face and squatting on the ground, sobbing. How could this happen? Isn't it your mom who's materialistic? She saw that Su Ting couldn't get promoted and dumped him to cling to the Zhang family. I disagreed at that time. That kid has looks, character, and talent. Zhou Lili suddenly stood up, pointing at Su Ting's room angrily. "Zhou Yud, how can you still say he has character? He's currently with my mom, your wife. He's scum. Do you know? He even slept with my aunt. My aunt is bragging to me about it." "Woo woo woo. How can you speak like this? Your aunt is promiscuous. How could she be compared to your mom? She slept with Su Ting to sell the house. Your mom is doing this for you, daughter. I'd rather not have it. Even so, we can't let your mom sacrifice for nothing. Listen to her. Is she sacrificing? You're her man, and you could just calmly listen to this?" At that moment, Wu Shujuan's voice came from inside. "Su Ting, I love you. I have fallen in love with you." Zhou Yud truly wanted to bang his head against the wall. "Listen to that. Are you still a person? Zhou Yud, hurry up and hit them." Under his daughter's urging, Zhou Yud could no longer endure it, mustered his courage, picked up the shovel, and gritted his teeth. "Dog, man, and woman, I'll fight you." He rushed to the door, kicked it open, and it swung wide. They hadn't even locked it. Inside the living room, Su Ting had just put on his clothes and was wiping the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile on his face, commenting, "The Wu family is truly full of beauties. Their figures and skin are excellent. It feels really nice." Wu Shuwan was posing seductively, her eyes never leaving Su Ting, looking enchanted and utterly fascinated. Suddenly, upon seeing Zhou Yud enter, her flushed face turned as pale as paper, hurriedly searching for something to cover herself, only to find the sofa empty. Her clothes and sheets were in the bedroom. "Zhou Yud, what are you doing here?" I'm going to kill you, you shameless woman." He didn't dare to lay a hand on Su Ting or use the shovel, instead grabbing a broom and charging at Wu Shuwan. "You useless man, useless in bed and out. All you do is bully at home. Why don't you get your daughter moved to the city? You really have no shame." Zhou Yud swung the broom like a madman. Su Ting watched everything calmly as he buttoned his pants and fastened his belt. Chapter 36. The new boyfriend also cheats with Shuan dodged, but was still hit a few times. Her skin was so fair and delicate that it couldn't withstand such blows. And soon she was covered in bruises and scratches. She became angry and, not bothering to get dressed, grabbed a teapot to shield herself. Water spilled everywhere. Zhou Yud, clumsy in his movements, slipped after missing a punch and fell to the ground with a thud, landing face first in the dirt. Zhou Yud cried out in pain. As Wu Shuan spoke, she quickly put on the clothes that Su Ting had thrown to her, continuing to rant. What a useless waste. You can't even beat me. What good are you alive? You can't earn money, can't find a job, can't even support your own woman, not even a tenth of Su Ting. And I have to help our daughter find a job. How the hell did I marry such a useless loser? Zhou Yud, filled with shame and anger, got up and shouted, Damn it, I'll fight you, you shameless woman. Just as he was about to rush forward, Wu Shuan raised the teapot and smashed it hard onto Zhou Yud's head with a loud bang. Blood immediately gushed out, and Zhou Yud covered his head, feeling the warmth of the blood, and shouted in shock and fear, Murder! Murder! Zhou Lili had already arrived at the door, her face pale as paper, trembling as she watched everything unfold, before finally fixing her gaze on Su Ting, gritting her teeth and saying, You are truly despicable. She was a smart girl and had already realized that Su Ting had intentionally let them witness this scene. Su Ting smiled nonchalantly and walked to the door, saying, Hurry up and call 120. Su Ting, you scum. She reached out to hit him, but Su Ting grabbed her wrist. And when she tried to hit him with her other hand, he caught that too, coldly smiling as he said, This is all your own doing. I have things to do, I'm leaving. Don't burn down my house, or I will hold you criminally responsible. After saying this, he whistled and walked away. Zhou Lili's face turned red with anger. She really wanted to burn down his house, but that was impossible. She cried helplessly again. Su Ting, don't go. I haven't even talked about the important matter yet. Lily is transferring. Wu Shuan trembled as she chased after him. Zhou Lili was going crazy. Her mother had slept with someone for an hour, moaning so passionately, yet she hadn't even mentioned her transfer. Wasn't this just letting him take advantage of her again? But Su Ting was quick, riding his electric scooter and disappearing at the end of the alley. Could there be another time? Seeing her mother's flushed face, looking unsatisfied, she was truly about to explode. It's said that families don't enter the same door. And the three of them argued for over an hour in the hospital. In the end, the husband forgave the wife. After weighing the pros and cons, the couple believed their daughter should abandon the now-fallen Zhang Tsong and reconcile with the promising Su Ting, thus advising their daughter to actively seek out Su Ting for reconciliation. Mom, what do you mean? Should I go find Su Ting and sleep with him too? Zhou Lili was furious. Look at you. Can't you speak properly? In the past, Wu Shuan would have scolded her, but now she felt a bit ashamed in front of her daughter. Yeah, your mom is doing this for you. Zhou Yud added a jab. Zhou Lili coldly laughed. Dad, Mom, shouldn't we have some dignity? When Su Ting was poor, you told me to break up with him and be with Zhang Tsong. Now that Zhang Tsong's family is poor, you wanted to find Su Ting again. Wu Shuan interrupted. This is reality. It said that the Zhang family was raided. Zhang Tsong was sent to the frontier, transferred to some petition office. And with his father's issues, his life is ruined. Daughter, we need to recognize the situation, cut our losses, and quickly break up with him. Do you think it's still possible? You're shameless, but I still have my pride. Zhou Lili recalled how her parents had urged her to break up with Su Ting, and sadness overwhelmed her as she covered her face and ran out crying. Where are you going? To Yonghui. Don't look for Zhang Tsong. I insist on being with Zhang Tsong. A 1T breakup at 7 in the evening. Zhou Lili hurriedly arrived at the door of the house Zhang Tsong rented in Yonghui City. Just as she took out the key, she heard sounds of lust from inside. It was Zhang Tsong with a hoarse-voiced older woman. She was stunned, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and the key fell from her hand. Zhang Tsong was cheating too. Chapter 37. The family pleads for reconciliation. Zhou Lili was trembling with anger, her hands shaking as she picked up the key and took a long time to unlock the door. She rushed into the bedroom and saw Zhang Tsong entangled with a plump middle-aged woman, both of them naked. Zhang Tsong, you scumbag. Zhou Lili hurled the key at him. It missed and hit the edge of the bed with a loud bang. Both Zhang Tsong and the middle-aged woman were startled and quickly separated, covering themselves with the blanket. The middle-aged woman, however, remained calm, casually fixing her hair. Zhang Tsong felt a bit embarrassed but shrugged it off, asking, "What are you doing here?" You. Old woman, who are you?" Zhou Lily stammered. Zhang Tsong smiled nonchalantly, picked up a cigarette and lighter from the nightstand, lit one, took a puff, and said, "She's the deputy minister of the municipal organization department, divorced. We are true love, and I'm going to marry her. Since you caught us, let us make it clear. Zhou Lily, you've been dumped." Zhang Tsong had latched onto a powerful figure for his career, choosing to become a kept man to rise again. Indeed, how could someone from the poor Zhou family ever be worthy of his attention? Shameless. Tears streamed down Zhou Lily's face as she quickly packed her belongings into a suitcase and fled Zhang Tsong's home. Walking down the street with her suitcase, she cried like rain, reminiscing about the past and thinking of Su Ting. Those were such happy and carefree times. She had to admit, she regretted it deeply. Why couldn't she give Su Ting a little more time? Marrying the man who had been her first love, first night, and first kiss would have been such a sweet and happy thing. After wandering like a zombie for over 10 minutes, she sat on a bench in a small park, covering her face as she cried until there were no tears left. After a long while, she mustered the courage to call Su Ting. His familiar voice came through the receiver, warm and pleasant. "Lily. Herr Defenses crumbled instantly. Su Ting. Why don't you scold me? Why don't you mock me? Why have you suddenly become so gentle? Why are you acting like before? I can't take it. I can't take it." She broke down in tears. Once she calmed down, Su Ting said, "Did you go find Zhang Tsong?" "Yes. He dumped you." "Didn't he? How do you know?" She initially wanted to hide it, but how could Su Ting, so smart, not see through it? Birds of a feather flock together, and when disaster strikes, they fly apart. What he needs now is not love, not beauty, but an opportunity to rise again. Can you give him that? Can your family? To him, you are all a burden. He won't live a hard life with you. Su Ting analyzed calmly. He is good-looking and young, if I'm not mistaken. You should latch onto a rich woman or an older female leader. Su, how do you know everything? He really was caught by me. If it were in a past life, he might not have seen through it. Living a new life with so many years of life experience and reading. How could he not see it now? He's also a scumbag. Yes, you're right. Zhou Lily sighed sincerely, her tone gentle. Now you remember my good side? What were you doing back then? Ting, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Su Ting was silent on the other end. Ting, can we go back to the way things were? Do you remember that song? If we could go back to the past, would everything repeat? We used to sing it together, and by the end, we would always cry, tears streaming down our faces. What do you want to say? Do you know where I am now? In the Shaodun Park. Do you remember that Wednesday when you came to find me from Shanghai? I skipped class to play with you all afternoon, and in the evening, we went to eat that spicy chicken hidden in the alley. By the time we finished, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock. We were holding hands, swinging our arms as we ran along the road, and suddenly it poured rain. We got drenched and took shelter in this park, and then well, thinking back, I still feel excited. Zhou Lily blushed as she recounted their intimate moments, including her first time. It was my birthday, and I specially chose a rental house. You silly boy, didn't get what I meant? Who chooses a rental house for a birthday? In the end, I didn't even prepare protection. We didn't stop all night until 10 in the morning, 7 times in total. I couldn't get out of bed. In the afternoon, I took emergency contraception, and as a result, my period was messed up for 3 months. Su, can you forgive me? Can we get back together? There was a long silence on the other end, and Su Ting's voice finally came through. We can't go back. Let's just be fine on our own. Director Su, please think about it again. I'm sorry. We were all looking down on you before. Suddenly, Zhou Lily heard her father's low, submissive voice on the other end. Xiao Su, we apologize to you. The whole family apologizes to you. Please let us. No, we could do anything, really. It was her mother's voice. Zhou Lily was stunned. Su Ting, you bastard, you put it on speaker and are talking to my parents. She was so embarrassed and angry that she shouted, Su Ting, you are really horrible. Her mother's voice came through. Lily, what are you doing? How can you scold Su Ting? This child is so wonderful. Mom, do you have no shame? Zhou Lily thought her mother was complimenting him in that regard. How can this child talk like that? Is there no sense of size? The job transfer you wanted, Director Sue helped you resolve it. And it's at the best elementary school in the county. Zhou Lily was once again stunned, tears streaming down her face again. Indeed, Su Ting was still loyal and righteous. Wu Shuan happily added, not only that, but Su Ting also coordinated with the Cultural Bureau to resolve your mother's position. Your mom has danced for the government all her life, and her toes have worn down. Finally, she has a title, and she will have a pension when she retires. Your dad's newspaper kiosk at the county government entrance 1TB shut down either. It's all thanks to Su Ting. He is our family's great benefactor. Child. Chapter 38. Finally, in the secretary's office, Zhou Lily didn't know what to say, crying and laughing at the same time, and after a long while, she said, Sue, thank you. I'm leaving. Su Ting's voice came through. Look at this child, coming here with so many supplements. You should take them back. You're so thin. Eat them at home and nourish yourself. Wu Shuan said with concern. This was said unintentionally, but it sounded incredibly ambiguous. Zhou Lily called out to him, wait, Su Ting. Tell me, why are you helping us? Auntie is right. You have been with me for almost 6 years, giving me your best youth. And we have spent the happiest time in college together. I should be grateful. Moreover, at that time, I really couldn't give you anything. It's understandable that you chose Zhang Song, and you even left me with some dignity. I know all this. Now, I've done what I should do, and it's time to put the past to rest, Su Ting said emotionally. Take care, goodbye. The call ended. Zhou Lily sat there in a daze, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The work issue was finally resolved, and she got what she wanted, but she didn't feel happy because she realized that the most precious and worthy person was lost, completely lost. On the other end of the line, in the courtyard of Shangyun County People's Hospital, Wu Shuan reluctantly saw Su Ting off downstairs, watching his tall and upright figure gradually disappear. Her heart softening. It's okay if we don't get back together. I have a chance now. He is a good guy with feelings and loyalty. Being young is great. He is in such good shape. Lost in these thoughts, her face turned bright red, and she couldn't help but slap herself. Wu Shuan, how old are you? Do you still have no shame? You've really gone crazy. Zhang Meng and Du Jian were taken down, leaving 2 deputy-level positions vacant in the county. With strong recommendations from Wang Xiyuan, Public Security Director Lei Tingfeng was finally promoted to deputy county level. Appointed as a member of the county government party group and deputy county head, and passed the County People's Congress re-election. However, the position of county head remained vacant. County Party Committee Deputy Secretary Lin Ruelong, Executive Deputy County Head He Feng, and Political and Legal Committee Secretary Mai Monsong were all eager to compete for the position of county head and were qualified to do so. Lin Ruelong was the oldest in terms of experience, having previously served as Executive Deputy County Head and having a strong background. He Feng was secretly trying to outmaneuver him, hoping to be directly promoted to county head. Although the deputy secretary had an advantage, it wasn't uncommon for an executive deputy county head to be directly promoted to county head, especially since He Feng was currently overseeing the county government work. Meanwhile, Ma Monsong was waiting for an opportunity to benefit from the situation. The political scene in Shangyun was treacherous, with open and covert struggles. One night, Pei Yijuan and her daughter were selling barbecue on the street when they were harassed and insulted by local thug Zhao Taizhu. Su Ting stepped forward to save them and restrain Zhao Taizhu. This man's cousin was the executive of He Feng. Su Ting knew that other police officers would likely not enforce the law seriously, so he called the policewoman Mai Jia, who was known for her fair enforcement in the future. Thus, rookie police officer Mai Jia responded to her first call, and indeed, she was just and resolute in upholding justice, capturing Zhao Taizhu despite her superior's objections and uploading the case to the system, leaving no room for retreat. Mai Jia was Mai Monsong's daughter. Public Security Director Lei Tingfeng had an ambiguous attitude, and Mai Monsong supported his daughter in enforcing the law impartially, resulting in He Feng's failed attempt to rescue Zhao Taizhu, further intensifying the conflict between He Feng, Lin Ruelong, Mai Monsong, and Lei Tingfeng, complicating the political situation in Shangyun even more. To maintain the integrity of Mai Jia's first law enforcement experience, Su Ting secretly intervened in this political struggle triggered by Zhao Taizhu. The day after Zhao Taizhu was approved for arrest by the prosecutor's office, In room 701 of the county committee building, Secretary Yin Bing was absent. The night was deep, and Wang Shiyuan's fingertips lifted from the new Tang history, her cold gaze falling on Su Ting's shirt that was taut from his chest muscles. Influenced by him, she began reading about Tang history, especially the era of Wu Zetian. Su Ting, do you really think of yourself as Shui Huai? No, I'm just a party member who hates evil as much as I love justice. Su Ting knew she was angry at him, and he subtly fueled the situation regarding Zhao Taizhu, just promoted and already acting so high and mighty. Wang Shiyuan suddenly got angry, then suppressed her voice, scolding him, "Don't think that just because we've slept together a few times, you're my man. I tell you, I can kick you out anytime, far away, and you'll never be allowed to touch me again." Su Ting was not frightened. He knew this woman too well. She usually didn't get angry, but when she did, she wouldn't express it verbally. Instead, she would be cold as frost, silent. He got up, walked around the desk, and leaned over to embrace her, pulling her tightly into his arms, kissing her peach-like red lips tenderly, and smiling. "Look at Secretary Wang when you're angry. It's another kind of beauty. So handsome, I really like it, I want it. Get off, shameless." She trembled with anger, reaching out to push him away. Su Ting didn't leave. He pouted and forcefully held her, and she twisted her body to dodge. But in the end, he skillfully placed her on the table and pressed down on her, whispering, "I want to do it on top." He caressed her black stockings and body-hugging skirt. "Which you like the most? Mysterious, charming, sexy." Wang Shiyuan slapped him, saying, "You bastard, let go of me. Let go." "I'll scream." "Go ahead and scream. Our scandal is already all over the place. Tonight is just a confirmation. You bastard. I haven't dared to summon you to the office for a long time, and you come in here and act recklessly. You're hopeless." Wang Shiyuan protested, but her body was honest. Su Ting smiled gently, coaxing her to give in. "No, this is the office. Are you crazy?" Her face turned red. Su Ting, however, was not willing to give up easily. Later, finally, Chapter 39, breaking the bottom line. "I'm afraid others will hear." "No, bad. You're really terrible." Wang Shiyuan shyly pinched him. An hour later, the couple finished their joyful exercise, lying on the bed in the lounge, tightly embracing each other and comforting one another. Su Ting was satisfied, finally having handled the county party secretary on that redwood desk symbolizing power. Wang Shiyuan, feeling unprecedented excitement and joy, sighed softly. "Ever since I've been with you, the female secretary of the county party committee, have become more and more promiscuous." Su Ting let her wipe the sweat from his forehead, chest, and back with a towel, and gently asked, "So, are you happy?" "Happy, isn't it good?" Wang Shiyuan's flushed face revealed a smile as she threw away the towel, saying, "I really can't do anything with you. You always make me lose control. Sigh, after all, we did it in the office, violating discipline, breaking the bottom line. But it's exciting. It is quite thrilling and relieving. Darling, look, couples argue at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. Isn't that great? Roll, who are you calling a couple? You're just my concubine." Wang Shiyuan's expression changed, and she said angrily, "Hurry, serve the empress, and help me change." After a few minutes, the two sat down again. This time, however, Wang Shiyuan sat in his lap, being all sweet and clingy. Wang Shiyuan brushed her hair, which had been messed up by him, and said with a hint of melancholy, "My parents are always urging me to marry. It's so annoying. Being single at the age of raising children is not conducive to promotion. Leaders will think you're unstable and not mature enough. Then why don't you just get married?" "Marry you?" Wang Shiyuan looked at him seriously, suddenly chuckling, and said carefreely, "You have no money and no power. I wouldn't marry you." "Then who do you want to marry?" Wang Shiyuan sighed slightly and said, "I've been on a few blind dates. Some have good looks. Some have strong bodies. Some have interesting souls. And some are knowledgeable. But unfortunately, no one is all of these. I'm very picky. If I don't like someone, I absolutely want to marry them. However, on the other hand, maybe one day, under pressure, I'll just find a man and marry him. By then, you little thing, don't get jealous, okay? I'm already jealous enough." Flattering words. "You just crave my beauty." Wang Shiyuan's voice was both sticky and sweet. "Darling, I really love you. After my rebirth, I've only said this to Wang Xin. It's the truth." Wang Shiyuan smiled gracefully and said somewhat wistfully, "Then marry me." Su Ting hesitated in his heart. He had no intention of getting married, planning to wait until he turned 30 to become a departmental-level cadre before considering it. Look at how scared my concubine is. A trace of loneliness flashed in Wang Shiyuan's eyes, and with a faint smile, she got up from his lap and said seriously, "Sit opposite. Let us talk about work." Su Ting sat down, took a few sips of tea, and the atmosphere returned to normal. Wang Shiyuan smiled, no longer having the initial tension, her tone mixing 3 parts authority with 7 parts indulgence. At noon in the cafeteria, someone said you are an idealistic madman, offending the local dignitaries for a common girl. Su Ting looked at the fine lines easing between her brows and smiled. So someone pointed out that my jia directly delivered the evidence chain to the political and legal committee, calculating that my Montsong would use his daughter's case to establish law enforcement rules. I want you to understand that a sword should be sheathed. Don't draw it at every turn. A true swordsman generally does not draw his sword. When he does, blood must be shed. Are you asking me to hide my talents or to endure humiliation? Why should we protect that scoundrel Zhao Taizhu? Wang Shiyuan smiled and said, "You don't understand. He is involved in the interests of the mines. I want to say more. When you become a leader, you can wade through that murky water. Then I want to ask or care anymore. That's good. I like you like this, having a sense of proportion." Su Ting looked at the myriad lights reflected in her eyes and suddenly noticed her silver hairpin was crooked. Last month, they had hidden away in a seaside hotel. And in the evening, they strolled hand in hand, where he bought her a hairpin for a few yuan at a street stall. She liked it very much and would wear it from time to time. At this moment, it was gently swaying with her breathing. Wang Xuan noticed his gaze and gently straightened the hairpin, saying in a serious tone, "Regarding Zhao Taizhu, He-Feng, my Montsong, and Lei Ting-Feng have all approached me. I have expressed my stance. Serious investigation. Absolutely no leniency. But that's where it ends. The intrigue within the team is necessary, and stability and harmony before the reshuffle are also needed." Su Ting suddenly realized something. Emperor Jiajing practiced Taoism every day, burned incense, and did not attend court. Yet he maintained tight control over the court and manipulated several powerful ministers and factions to fight and consume each other, maintaining political balance and equal interests. This is the art of managing people, a high-level player. Chapter 40. The publicization of struggles within the county committee boss. I really didn't expect that a small county town could be so complicated. It's like pulling on bones connected by tendons, and the relationships are tangled. Su Ting sighed sincerely. Wang Xuan gave a bitter smile and said, "The temple is small, but the demons are strong. The pond is shallow, but there are many turtles. Therefore, development in Shangyun is slow. There are not many decent enterprises in the county, and the industrial data looks terrible. I'm not confident in those enterprises. I dare not investigate, because there are problems everywhere. I plan to go to the provincial capital more often to see if I can attract some quality industrial enterprises. But it's difficult. Hey, Director Su, do you have any resources? Can you bring in 1 or 2 regulated enterprises? Boss, regulated enterprises need to have an annual operating income of over 20 million yuan. Our county is an agricultural county, and we don't have advantages in geographical location or industrial foundation. We have no attractiveness at all." "What? Even you are backing down?" Wang Xuan's obsidian-like eyes shot out a cold light. "I'll give it a try. Aren't you always talking about Shanghai? Shanghai's industrial transformation and upgrading have caused many enterprises to overflow to the surrounding areas. Our county can take them in." "Okay, I'll do my best." Su Ting agreed. Wang Shiyuan suddenly asked, "Su Ting, let me ask you, you've saved Pei Yijuan several times. What is your relationship with her? Could it be that you, the flower thief, don't even spare underage girls?" Su Ting was slightly taken aback and quickly waved his hand. "No, it was just a coincidence. If it were another girl, I would have acted the same way." He really had no intention of rekindling old flames with Pei Yijuan. After all, she was still young, and he was simply repaying a kindness. Come on, that girl Pei Yijuan will definitely grow up to be a top beauty. Su Ting smiled and lowered his head to drink tea. "Why aren't you talking? Are you mute?" Wang Shiyuan grabbed the book New Tang History and threw it at him. Su Ting easily caught it and placed it back on the table. "Also, what is going on with that little police flower? Don't you know she is my Montsong's daughter? She has been set up on a blind date with Lin Ruelong's secretary. It's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Don't mess up someone else's good thing. Su Ting laughed heartily. Am I so idle as to ruin their marriage? Aren't Yin Bing and Ku Weiliang you're doing? He broke it off himself, okay? Ku Weiliang cheated first. Wang Shiyuan felt a little jealous, but decided to stop discussing that topic. She stood up, placed her hands behind her back, looked out at the world, sighed, and said, Su Ting, don't you find it strange? The municipal party committee still hasn't made it clear who the successor to the county head will be. I recommended Lin Ruolong, and Secretary Chin also clearly expressed agreement, but the municipal party committee hasn't let us hold a people as Congress yet. If Lin Ruelong isn't selected as deputy county head, acting county head, then this matter has variables. Is there another candidate in the city? Su Ting walked over and gently hugged her from behind. She placed his hand on her lower abdomen and gently rubbed it. At that moment, she looked like a submissive wife, extremely gentle. I don't think so. Secretary Huai Ming has already expressed support for me. I'm worried that someone in the province has their eyes on this position. Zhang Ming's downfall completely disrupted the political landscape of the previous life. And Su Ting was also in a fog at this moment. Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded outside, followed by a flash of lightning slicing through the dark night sky. It was about to rain heavily. The mountain rain is about to come, and the wind is full of the building. Wang Xiuan sighed and turned back to hug his waist, looking up at him. Their eyes met, and she wanted him again, but restrained herself. Turning to look at the clock on the wall, it's past 12. You should leave. I still have over 10 documents that haven't been approved. You can approve them tomorrow. Today's matters should be resolved today. After Su Ting left, the office became even quieter, with only the halo of the desk lamp outlining her figure leaning on the desk. During the clouds and rain, she indulged in pleasure, burning everything out, and when working, she was just as dedicated and striving. The title of Iron Lady is not just for show. A few days later, at the joint meeting of the county committee and county government, the competition between Lin Ruolong, Lei Tingfeng, and He Feng became public. The cause was that the Public Security Bureau planned to purchase 1 large bus and 9 ordinary buses to replace the police vehicles that were about to be scrapped, with a total cost of $29 million. He Feng, who presided over the county government work and managed the finances, refused to approve it. As a result, it didn't even go to the county government's executive meeting. Lei Tingfeng angrily brought up the matter at the standing committee meeting. Lin Ruolong expressed support for Lei Tingfeng, but my Montsong, who should have supported Lei Tingfeng, spoke up for He Feng. The director of the Finance Bureau listened to He Feng. Previously, my Montsong and He Feng had competed over the Zhao Taizhu incident, and unexpectedly, they stood together again. In one word, chaos. Everyone began to argue face to face, unable to come to an agreement. To put it bluntly, the root of the problem was still the arrest of Zhao Taizhu. In the end, everyone turned their eyes to Wang Shiyuan, hoping that she, as the top leader, would give them justice. Wang Shiyuan had been calmly listening to their quarrel, and at this moment, she finally revealed a smile that was worth pondering, pressed the microphone on the table, and looked around the venue with authority, coldly saying, Have you had enough of the noise? Are you tired of arguing? Has the problem been solved? Chapter 41. The new county head is Ma Shitu's secretary. He Feng and Lei Tingfeng both avoided her sharp gaze. I knew that the county had no money. The Public Security Bureau's equipment was outdated, and those old cars should have been scrapped long ago. Let's do this. Cut the costs, and the county will cover half. The rest, the Public Security Bureau will ask the City Bureau for. Next time, if there are any uncoordinated issues like this, don't bring them up at the standing committee or joint meetings. It's ridiculous. It would be embarrassing to let it be known. This matter is settled. The county government should hold an executive meeting promptly. At this point, her gaze fell on Lei Tingfeng's face, with a dark expression, said, The City Bureau has no money. They won't approve it. It's only August. How can there be no money? You need to find a way to negotiate. I can't always have to plead poverty with the mayor and the secretary. I'm the last card. Are you all willing to sacrifice me before I get to play? Lei Tingfeng had nothing to say, and He Feng nodded. This topic ends here. As soon as Wang Shiyuan finished speaking, her phone on the table suddenly vibrated. She glanced at it sideways. It was a call from a city's S Organization Minister. Tian Man. She quickly picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, put it to her ear, smiled as she listened for a while, and then playfully exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. Although everyone didn't know what was going on, they could tell it was a city leader, and they were coming to the county. After putting down the phone, Wang Xuan looked at Lin Ruilong and then at He Feng with a complex expression, sighed, and said, I just received a notice from a municipal organization department. The day after tomorrow, a deputy secretary from the county will be coming at the division level. The room fell silent and then erupted into discussions. Lin Ruilong and He Feng remained silent with dark expressions. My Monsong concealed his surprise and disappointment, but couldn't he hide his sneer. Wang Xuan tapped the table to signal everyone to be quiet, saying, That deputy secretary is the former director of the Supervision Division of the Provincial Government Office. His name is Wei Xian. The organization minister, Yao Wanting, asked secretary, Did the city mention anything else? She voiced everyone's doubts. Is there anything else to say? Wang Xuan replied lightly. The deputy director of the First Division of the Provincial Organization Department, the minister of the Municipal Organization Department, and the executive deputy minister personally came to deliver the news and will hold a cadre meeting. Everyone knows what this means. Pay attention to work discipline. Do not discuss or spread this. The meeting is adjourned. Clearly, Wei Xian was coming to take over as county head. Someone suddenly whispered gleefully, Is he not coming to be elected as the deputy county head, acting county head? The venue erupted into chaos again. Lin Ruilong, He Feng, my Monsong, and Lei Tingfeng exchanged glances, each with mixed feelings. After all the hard work and competition, someone else jumped in to reap the benefits. It was too frustrating. After the meeting, Wang Xuan held a secretary's meeting with Lin Ruilong, He Feng, the organization minister, the discipline inspection secretary, and others in attendance to discuss how to properly welcome and arrange for the cadre meeting, the office for Wei Xian, vehicles, accommodation, secretarial work, and so on. He Feng and Lin Ruilong finally stopped arguing and behaved honestly. At the end, Wang Xuan said, Prepare to hold the County People's Congress. The province and city have made it clear to elect Comrade Wei Xian as deputy county head and acting county head. She stood up to leave, feeling a wave of nausea because Wei Xian had once been Ma Shitu's secretary, the deputy director of the Secretariat of the Provincial Government Office, who was promoted to the director of the Supervision Division only last July, and now he was coming to serve as county head, right next to Wang Xuan. This was definitely a move orchestrated by Ma Shitu. It certainly had malicious intent. Chapter 42, The Police Flower, is a sharp weapon. The new county chief is coming. And Su Ting is busy, his feet barely touching the ground. Just before the end of the workday, a figure nimbly slipped in without knocking, suddenly standing elegantly in front of his desk. It was the police flower, Mai Jia. Her high ponytail swung over her shoulder, and her navy blue police uniform was as crisp as new. Mai Jia was about 165 meters tall, looking charming and clever, with a pair of puppy-like eyes that seemed both endearing and very smart. Her fair and rosy face had 2 small dimples, making her look lively, like a college girl who just stepped onto campus. With her hands behind her back, she looked around the room and exclaimed, Director Su, an independent office. So impressive and spacious. I envy you so much. Why not transfer over to share a room with me? For work. Su Ting put down his pen and manuscript, pointing to the empty desk next to him, which was just a decoration to keep the office space from exceeding regulations. Dream on. She raised her delicate face playfully, saying, Working with you, I'd be bullied by this big bad guy sooner or later. Ever since their collaboration to deal with Zhao Taizhu, she had developed a bit of a crush on this tall and handsome brother. You're so aggressive and equipped with a full set of police tactical gear. Are you here to bully me? Bullying? I wouldn't dare. That night when we caught Zhao Taizhu, you acted bravely. So, I'm giving you a chance. Come have dinner with this police flower tonight. She puffed out her chest, inadvertently making her 2 small mounds stand proudly, looking very full. Su Ting laughed and said, Is this an invitation? This is a kidnapping. I can't dare to go. This police flower just returned to work in Shangyun for a month, and after receiving my internship salary, I'm treating you to dinner for the first time. Should T be grateful? Mai Jiao pouted. I still need to give an acceptance speech. Thank you to the organization. Thank you to the police flower. Thank you to TV. Su Ting chuckled. I'm working overtime. Can you wait? I can't wait. However, it just so happens there's a police situation to handle, and who knows when that will be done. Let us just have a late-night snack. Sure enough, after finishing his overtime at 10 o'clock, my Jia was really waiting for him. As they were about to finish their late-night snack, my Jia said, Zhao Taizhu is backed by the protection fees, operating rights, and mining rights of the Pengwan Town mines. Heifeng is in charge of minerals, and Director Lei Tingfeng oversees fire safety and explosives approval, while Secretary Lin and Heifeng are both eyeing the county chief position. It's all a mess and very dark. So I want to dig deeper into this clue. Can you help me? It turned out she wanted to form a united front with him. This little girl was so naive. All right, stop digging. That's not your responsibility. He looked at her flushed cheeks from excitement, a protective instinct surging from within. The little police flower should be well, and it would be best if she could always maintain this innocence and passion. The golden shield is forged with blood, and the police force desperately needs officers like her. If you don't help, I'll do it myself. She was so frustrated that tears welled up in her eyes. Silly girl, slow down eating. Don't choke on the chili, he said with concern, pulling out a tissue and handing it to her. Ugh, why do you talk like my dad? So old-fashioned. My Jia raised her pretty little face, looking stubborn. When the nearly falling apart police car started, my Jia volunteered to drive him home, showing her loyalty. I'm telling you, police flower, Zhao Taizhu has already been convicted. It's time to stop. The waters in the mining sector are too deep. Don't touch it yet. The timing isn't right, Su Ting advised again. How come you don't have any guts? So annoying. Are you mad? Yes, you made me angry. You've caused a big trouble. She ground her little tiger teeth. Su Ting looked up at the bright moon above and sighed. All right, I admit it's all the moon's fault. My Jia giggled. You can sing too? I not only can sing, but I can also write songs. You're out of breath, saying I'm fat. She was no longer angry. Su Ting softly hummed. I want to see you smile. I want to mess with you. I want to hold you in my arms. One moment we're arguing, the next we can make up. I'm not afraid of your tears. I'm not afraid of your shouts, because you are my pride. A pair of eyes chasing you around, a heart that's already ready. My Jia's little face turned red again, stunned, and the car stopped at a red light for a long time. The vehicles behind started honking, and only then did she restart the car and drive forward, asking after a while, what song is this? Who sings it? I've never heard it before. I've already said I can write songs. Don't you believe me? This song is my original work. This song just won't be released until years later. Director, Su has a great lung capacity. She teased him. What do you mean? Can blow a cow up. Su Ting burst into laughter. My Jia's heart was in a mess. This elegant scoundrel was already the deputy director of the county party committee office at just 24 years old. It was a bit exaggerated. Her dad was 34 when he was promoted to deputy section chief. She sat up straight, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her back straight. With her two little rabbits on the wheel, her eyes fixed straight ahead. A new female driver. Su Ting couldn't help but chuckle at her appearance. Hey, what are you laughing at? Bad guy. Did I ever do anything bad to you? Just focus on driving. Fortunately, in the small county town at night, there weren't many vehicles on the road. With her little face flushed, my Jia glanced at the man sitting in the passenger seat, feeling he was even straighter than an instructor. The night breeze carried the scent of osmanthus through the car window. My Jia softly said, actually, when catching Zhao Taizhu, I was most worried about not having original evidence. Fortunately, you're not just a pretty face. You had the foresight to film his lewd behavior and the video of you saving people in self-defense. Guarantee you the one who called me an elegant scoundrel. Big sister? You so annoying. Am I that old? Who told you to call me young man? Only middle-aged Annies at work call me that. Oof. I won't talk to you anymore. Su Ting watched her pout, looking both handsome and cute, and thought to himself, let us see what the new county chief is like. If he really is a scoundrel, then my Jia is a sharp weapon that stirs up the storm. Chapter 43. The policewoman is teased after arriving at Wunchong Alley behind the Xinhua bookstore on People's East Road. My Jia struggled for a while to park her car and pretended to be indifferent, saying, all right, delivery to your doorstep. Hurry up and get out of the car. It was dark, and it was already the middle of the night. Look how deep this alley is. I'm scared being alone. He sat still, turning his head to look at her. You? Even ghosts and monsters would hide from you. And you're scared of ghosts? You're a ghost's worst nightmare. She rolled her eyes at him. The people's police serve the people, so deliver the goods to my doorstep. My Jia reached out to hit him, but thought better of it and withdrew her hand, reluctantly saying, considering your act of bravery the other day, I'll grant you a one-time delivery to my door. Get out. As the two got out of the car and were about to leave, Su Ting suddenly looked at the Santana car in panic. My Jia turned her head to look in his direction. It's rolling away. Oh my gosh, she exclaimed, rushing over. But it was too late. The car crashed into the wall with a loud bang, damaging the headlights and front bumper. You didn't pull the handbrake? I forgot. Su Ting went over to check, and indeed it was the case. My Jia pretended to be carefree. It's fine, out with the old, in with the new. This old car should have been replaced long ago. There were no streetlights in the alley, so my Jia used a flashlight to guide him to the door. Su Ting sincerely invited. Want to come in for a cup of tea? What? You bad guy. Are you trying to seduce me? The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, illuminating her face, making it look very flushed. I do. Just you? Your morals are too low. You don't deserve me. To be honest, I don't even look at Secretary Lin Ruelong's secretary. And there are handsome guys in Yin County waiting in line to go on a blind date with me. She concealed her shyness, feeling proud as she bantered with him. Su Ting smiled. All right then, you go home. My car is broken. It's all your fault. Then stay at my place. What are you thinking? Pervert. My Jia lifted her foot to kick him, but Su Ting nimbly dodged. She got even angrier. You dare to dodge? Stand still. Let me kick you a few times to vent my anger. After kicking him 7 or 8 times, panting with flushed cheeks, and still not hitting him, her last kick was too strong, and she stumbled, almost falling over. Su Ting was quick to react, grabbing her hand and pulling her into his arms, holding her tightly. Feeling her delicate body and the unique scent of her new police uniform mixed with girlhood fragrance, which felt very special. You big pervert. You're taking advantage of me. Her face turned red, and she reached out to hit him, but Su Ting quickly held her tightly, resulting in her hand missing his face and landing on his shoulder instead. He released her and said, Stop messing around. Policewoman, let me take you home. You? I don't want a pervert to take me home. How can you, the deputy director of the county committee office, bully underage girls and then come to bully a policewoman? Truly brazen. I can walk myself. My Jia shot him a fierce glare and turned to leave, but as she almost reached the alley exit, that cultured scoundrel surprisingly didn't follow her. She felt both angry and disappointed. Suddenly, the moon disappeared again, and the whole world was dark. On her first day at the police station, she had heard about a rape case in the county, committed by a pervert on an electric bike in the middle of the night, which remained unsolved. She couldn't help but shiver, but when she reached the police car, she found it was indeed unusable. The lights were broken, and it wouldn't start. She stomped her foot in frustration, not knowing what to do, and cautiously walked out, preparing to go to the street to catch a taxi home. Suddenly, she heard the sound of an electric bike and the bright headlights behind her. Her heart jumped to her throat, and her hand instinctively reached for her waist, only to realize that her pepper spray and baton were left at the police station. This was bad. Her teeth chattered, and her heart raced as she hurried forward, not daring to look back. However, when she walked faster, the electric bike sped up too. When she slowed down, the bike slowed down as well. It was over. She had really encountered that pervert. My Jia couldn't help but shout for help and started to run. The electric bike suddenly accelerated to chase her. Just as she was about to burst out of the alley onto People's East Road, the bike blocked her path. My Jia was about to smash her flashlight at it when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Why are you running? I'm not that rapist. It was Su Ting. Tears streamed down her face as she pounded her little fists against his chest, laughing and crying as she scolded. You bad guy. Were you trying to scare me to death? With your little courage, how can you catch a thief? You're so mean, deliberately trying to scare me. No, I was taking you home, showcasing my gentlemanly spirit. Come on, young lady. My Jia pouted and huffed, then climbed onto the back of the electric bike. Su Ting suddenly accelerated, zooming off, and my Jia let out a surprise shout, losing her balance as she had been holding onto the back handle and had to wrap her arms around his waist. The girl was pretty, and her chest was quite full. My Jia was both angry and annoyed, squeezing his waist tightly. But as Su Ting drove faster, she stopped talking and held on tighter. When they reached the entrance of the county committee's residential compound, Su Ting stopped the bike and asked, "Do you live here? Are you a child of high-ranking officials?" "Yes." "So, don't have any designs on me. Otherwise, my dad will get you fired," she said haughtily. "Your dad is Secretary Mai Monsong, right? How do you know?" "There's only one leader with the surname Mai in the 4 leading groups. And looking at your high and mighty demeanor, your dad must be an important official. You're perceptive. Aren't you getting off? Or do you want to take another spin?" Su Ting turned to look at her, and she was still holding onto his waist. She felt a jolt, hurriedly let go, jumped off the bike, and flusteredly tidied up her clothes, waving her hand, "Goodbye. I'm leaving." Then, without looking back, she entered the community. But after walking for a while, she suddenly stopped, hesitated for a few seconds, then turned around to look back again, and that tall and straight figure had already disappeared. She felt an emptiness in her heart, pouting her lips, angrily kicking a small stone on the ground, mumbling to herself, "You bad guy, Su Ting, I've never been held by a man before." As she thought about it, her face turned red again. Chapter 44. Wu Mei delivers to your door on the 5th day after the new county headway Xian took office. The demolition compensation plan for the textile factory residential area in the old city finally was finalized, reviewed by the County People's Congress, and announced on the county government's official website and county television. If one does not choose a new apartment at a 1:1 ratio, they can opt for a one-time compensation payment, calculated at a rate of 11,000 yuan per square meter. Su Ting immediately signed the agreement, and a few days later, he would receive 2 million yuan in cash. At that time, he could continue to roll the snowball and further accumulate his wealth. Saturday was a rainy day. Su Ting was reading in his room when the door was suddenly pushed open. It was his ex-aunt Wu Mei, drenched like a drowned rat, her whole body wet. Didn't she have a car? She could have driven to the alley's entrance, opened an umbrella, and avoided getting soaked. Seeing her pitiful appearance, he understood everything. Her skin, pale and smooth like silk and tofu, looked even whiter after getting wet, and her figure appeared more alluring. She had deliberately gotten wet. Wu Mei shook her wet hair, sat down next to him, and stared at him for a long time. When she saw that he remained unresponsive, still looking down at his book, she felt a bit disappointed and placed her hand on his thigh, gently asking, "Handsome, aren't you lonely being home alone?" "With you here, of course, I'm not lonely." Su Ting glanced up and then looked back down at his book. "What book are you reading?" Wu Mei took the book Jin Ping made from him. "Oh, a dirty book. You're really bad. This is a valuable resource for studying Ming history, sociology, customs, and ancient literature. Chao Shuichen borrowed a lot from it for Writing Dream of the Red Chamber. Also, Jin Ping Mei was the most popular novel before Dream of the Red Chamber, appreciated by both the refined and the vulgar." "Is that so?" Wu Mei laughed in surprise. "Is it good?" "Good," Su Ting replied. "Wu Mei, you're a bit like a combination of Pan Jinlian and Li Ping'er. Do you know what Ximen Qing liked most about Li Ping'er?" Wei Mei chuckled, lifting her heavy assets. "Not that, but her white bottom." Wu Mei laughed, putting down the book, and said, "Can we not talk theory? Let's practice more." Her cheeks flushed, and with a charming smile, she took out 2 bottles of red wine from her bag, squeezed up against him. Her bouncy body felt like a soft, fragrant worm wriggling. "Sister invites you to drink some red wine, brought back from the western border. It's good wine." "Okay, let us drink 2 glasses. After downing 2 glasses of red wine, Wu Mei became even more enchanting. "Gorgeous lady, in such heavy rain, you didn't just come to drink wine with me. Did you? You know how to flirt. You know the purpose of my wet arrival." As she spoke, she had already stuck to him. Wei Mei gasped. "I heard the textile factory residential area is going to be demolished. I've been on a business trip and had no idea. You didn't tell me. Making a fortune quietly? The key is that you weren't here. I was tricked by you. You're so cruel. What did I trick you about? Someone lost both money and love, slept with you, and lost their house. Don't you feel sorry for your sister?" She whispered in his ear, breathing heavily. Su Ting remained unperturbed, smiling. The publicity department took writers and artists to the western border for inspiration for 20 days. "It was your company that organized it, right?" "Yes." Ku Weiliang also went. "You served him for 20 days, and now you come back to seduce me. I feel a bit nauseous." Don't mention him. He has nothing compared to you. And I never kiss him. I only kiss the one I love." Saying this, she kissed him, her big red lips full and soft. Surprisingly pleasant. Su Ting initially wanted to refuse, but he ended up kissing her back. After a while, Wu Mei released him, teasingly saying, "There are 2 more free rounds today. Ah, thinking about you being spoiled by Ko Wei Yang makes me lose interest. Scoundrel, your body is honest." She laughed. "He pursued me so crazily, wanted me to be his wife. I can't just give him nothing, right? You value his power, don't you? Aren't you afraid that if he gets investigated one day, you'll lose both money and love?" He asked very careful. Dozens of minutes later, the 2 finished. Wu Mei kissed his cheek and asked, "Was it good just now?" "Very good. Later, can we have a second time? Let us see your performance." Wu Mei cursed him in her heart, annoyed yet intrigued, while others were eager to jump into bed with her. Su Ting always took the initiative to ask, but her face remained charming. "Then how about we discuss the textile factory house during your 10-minute break?" "All right, go ahead. I've changed my mind. I don't want to sell it anymore. Can you return the house to me?" Wu Mei slithered on him like a snake. "The contract has been signed, the transfer has been completed, and the public announcement has been made. I've already signed the compensation agreement. It's non-refundable. Then sell it to me again? I'll give you more money." "How much? 30? 40? 50? It can't be more." Su Ting smiled. "Then you might as well wait for me to get the demolition money and give you half." "That is fine too. I was joking. Can't you tell?" Su Ting regretfully said, "It can't be traded anymore. The Housing Authority and the Land Bureau already issued a directive prohibiting transactions before the plan came out. During your business trip, the People's Congress has passed it, and the public announcement period is over. Su Ting, I sold it to you for only 150,000, and you got 1 million all at once. Just 3 months. It was less than 3 months. Do you know how painful my heart is? I've worked hard for a year and only earned about 200,000, which is enough for others to toil for 5 years. That's just fate." Su Ting sighed helplessly. "No, you knew the inside story beforehand, didn't you? You big liar. Scoundrel. You tricked me out of my body and also cheated me out of so much money." She threw a light punch at him. Su Ting didn't dodge, letting her hit him like a massage. "You can ask the Housing Authority and the Development and Reform Bureau. The updates and demolitions are things that happened after you sold the house. I just got lucky. Of course, I thought there might be a demolition since it was too dilapidated and the domestic real estate boom had already started. If you don't read the news or study national trends, you can't blame anyone else. Really can't sell it to me?" Wu Mei was unwilling to give up. Chapter 45. The county head bullying the secretary. Su Ting said, "You can call the savior and ask." Yu Mei chuckled. She quite recognized Ko Wei Yang's identity as the savior, so she made the call. As a result, the relocation matters were just as Su Ting had said. Today, she was taken advantage of by Su Ting again. Feeling both angry and embarrassed, she hit him lightly and said, "Su Ting, you bad guy. Why didn't you say anything earlier? You had to wait for others. I was enjoying it too much at the time. I didn't have the chance to say anything. Ugh, you're so annoying." Wu Mei hit him again. "Su Ting, you're doing so well now. A rising star in the county committee, a real big shot, getting rich overnight, a set of relocation houses, 1 million in relocation funds, powerful and wealthy. Can't you spare a thought for your sister?" "Sorry, let me correct you. At that time, I bought 2 sets in the textile factory's residential area, and the total compensation is 2 million now. You big bad guy, you tricked me so badly." Wu Mei, both angry and annoyed, pinched him. "I can't let you work hard for nothing." Su Ting said, "The county committee office has some advertising business. I'll get you involved." "That's great. How much?" "About 200,000 to 300,000 a year." "Okay, at least you have me in mind. It's a consolation prize." "Thank you, Su Ting. My sister's right. You're a person with feelings and loyalty." Su Ting was momentarily stunned, staring at her. Wu Mei's flushed face gained an extra layer of redness as she smiled and said, "My sister shared with me. She really likes you a lot and praises you endlessly. Do you like her?" "My sister has legs that go all the way up to her neck. Her legs are the best in the clouds, not just talk. But she's too conservative, the reserved type." Su Ting sighed. "Your sister is a gem among gems. I still can't forget her after all this time. It's such a waste for such a good body to marry Zhou Yud." Compared to Wu Mei, he preferred Wu Shuwan. "How about the 2 sisters together next time?" Yu Mei smiled enchantingly. Su Ting quickly waved his hand. "No way. That would be considered group promiscuity, and she's married. I can't violate my personal principles. Wu Mei smiled flirtatiously. You're such a fake gentleman. You may not want to, but she does. She's just too shy to approach you directly and wants to send you a message through me. Su Ting's mind flashed back to those stunning legs. Shaking his head with a sigh. Have you rested enough? People want to enjoy, not serve. Wu Mei said as she took off her clothes and pulled him into the bathroom. After the second round, the two lay on the bed resting. Su Ting said, let us clear things up between us. Don't look for me in the future. Why? You already have a man. It's not good. Think about the impact. Ku Weiliang, do you think he can satisfy me in just a few minutes? Don't worry. I'll only give him a green hat from you. Besides, you can't do without your sister. No other woman can compete with me. That's true. Su Ting smiled, but really let us stop here. No, she pouted. I'm not doing it for money. I just like being with you. No man is as fierce as you, and you're handsome and charming. You're the best in every way. Do you still want the advertising business from the county committee office? I do. Then that's settled. Let us go. Annoying. I'm not going. Wu Mei angrily twisted, her chest rolling again. What? Do you want to sleep here tonight? I do. Su Ting suddenly softened his expression, pulled her back into his arms, and kissed her tenderly. She looked so moved, quickly responding with affection. Su Ting pressed his hand against her sexy red lips and said, Don't you want to make big money? She obediently nodded. The newly appointed Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, Deputy County Head, Acting County Head, Wei Xian, is said to be a lecher. You sleeping with me is not as good as sleeping with him. The business volume here is too small, and my requirements are high. Even without your kickbacks, you won't make much. How do you know he is a lecher? Su Ting smiled and said, I know. A few days ago, when Wei Xian took office, there was a welcome banquet at the Shangyan Grand Hotel that evening. At the banquet, Wei Xian's eyes on Wang Shiyuan, Yan Bing, and the organization minister Yao Wanting betrayed him. It was surprise and lewdness. He probably didn't expect such beauties in a small county. He insisted on making Wang Shiyuan drink 2 taels of foreign liquor, but after being refused, they had an unpleasant encounter on the first day. The next day, Wei Xian went to Wang Shiyuan's office to talk, lingering in the outer office for a while, asking Yan Bing all sorts of questions. Once inside, he acted high and mighty, showing great disrespect to Wang Shiyuan. This infuriated Su Ting. Those two are both his women. The county head not only bullies the female county committee secretary, but also wants to bully her female secretary. Wei Xian must pay a heavy price. In the previous life, as Ma Shi-tu fell, Wei Xian and his subordinates were investigated one after another. Su Ting couldn't wait any longer and decided to bring this corrupt leader, who was empty inside and had ulterior motives, to justice ahead of time. As his thoughts turned, Wu Mei's pleasant voice rang out. I heard he came down from the province and has been a secretary for provincial leaders. I wonder how many beautiful women he has played with. Can he look at me? Wu Mei, you need to have confidence in yourself. In Shangyan County, you are one of the top beauties, and you are a woman who can satisfy me. Wu Mei looked surprised and overjoyed, so, I have such a high status in your heart. I'm so happy. Then, if I become his mistress, can I casually take projects? Su Ting poked her nose and said, That's natural. But the projects must be done well. Don't cut corners and don't violate the law. Okay, you show me a clear path. Tonight, my sister will make sure you enjoy yourself. She clung to him like a big white snake. Su Ting pushed her away and said, No need to thank me. I've studied your designs and advertising materials. They're good. So just do the business I give you seriously. I want to take a penny from you, and you don't need to give gifts or bribes. This way, you'll still have at least 30 profit. Others all want kickbacks. There's a town head who is so exaggerated. He wants to take 50. Damn, the profit from advertising is at most 30, and as a result, the business didn't get done. Su Ting smiled, thinking that although Wu Mei was materialistic and only cared about money, she still had a bottom line. The outdoor advertising design and materials she produced were top-notch. She wouldn't compromise quality for money. This was the fundamental reason he was willing to entrust her with the county committee office's advertising, decoration, banners, printing, and plaque production business. I don't want your money. After you get married to Ku Weiliang, you can't have your body anymore. Wait, what did I say? I would marry him? It seemed that they wouldn't finish talking anytime soon. Su Ting got out of bed, poured 2 glasses of red wine, handed her one, and said, "I ascend, Tika Walion good?" The deputy minister of the publicity department, a deputy-level official, and quite young for the county. Plus, his aunt is the deputy secretary Lin Ruelong. Wu Mei was shocked. "Really? I didn't know that. He never told me. Has he proposed to you?" "Damn. Don't mention it. Every time he cries and begs me to marry him. He has genuine feelings for you. He is good in every way. And you're not getting any younger. Hurry up and get married," Su Ting advised. "What about county headway? Once is enough. Ko Waliong will agree." Su Ting shook the red wine glass in his hand, the blood-red liquid swaying, just like Wu Mei's shocked and tumultuous heart. Chapter 46, Intense Confrontation at the Standing Committee. 3 days later, Su Ting's bank card had an additional 2 million renminbi. That afternoon, a standing committee meeting was held at the county committee. After discussing party building and personnel issues, acting county head Wei Xian said, "I inspected the lychee garden in the north of the city yesterday. Such a good piece of land is just lying waste. It shouldn't be like this." Yifeng, what is the situation? He was 36 years old, fair-skinned, slightly overweight, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a gentleman. But in reality, his eyes were filled with lust as he looked at Wang Xiyuan. Yifeng nodded and said expressionlessly, "The lychee garden project was actually approved a long time ago. The original plan was to build commercial housing. That piece of land has a total of 924 acres, including arable land, and used land, and forest land. The agricultural land is the main part, with only 77 acres of available construction land, 98 acres of garden land, 610 acres of arable land, and 139 acres of forest land." Yifeng, I'm not asking you to recite data. I'm asking why the project can't proceed, Wei Xian said, showing displeasure and tapping the table. He criticized his subordinates without leaving any room for sympathy. Yifeng's face darkened, and he said, "There are 2 reasons. First, that was a project led by county head Zhang Meng, which involved illegal land requisition without approval from the provincial government, so it was fundamentally flawed. During the land requisition, the standards were too low, and farmers and fruit farmers filed complaints, which reached the provincial government, leading to their disapproval. Second, Zhang Meng was dismissed due to issues related to land requisition and project transfer, so the project has stagnated." Wang Xiyuan added, "There's another reason. I've been pressing to avoid real estate development." Wei Xian turned to her with a smile and asked, "Why not develop real estate?" Wang Xiyuan glanced at several deputy directors from the county committee office in attendance. Among them was her man Su Ting. She recalled his unique and thought-provoking views on real estate that he had shared with her multiple times. She slightly parted her red lips and said, "In my opinion, the real estate boom cannot last long. The number of commercial houses in Shenyang County is approaching saturation. Once the old urban area is renewed and constructed, there will be an imbalance between the county's commercial housing and the needs of the people, which might lead to ghost towns like Ordos. Therefore, I do not support land finance or rampant real estate development. We should focus on industries, actively undertake industrial enterprises that overflow from big cities like Shanghai and Dongguan, not only creating output value and tax revenue, but also solving employment issues." Wei Xian scoffed, saying, "Secretary Wang, you must know that Huaxia is implementing an economic stimulus plan, right? Why is the state investing so much money? It's to encourage us to build infrastructure and develop real estate, thus driving the growth of the entire upstream and downstream industrial chain, stimulating investment, promoting consumption, and driving development to completely reverse the economic downturn caused by the financial crisis." At this point, he smiled faintly, exuding an enigmatic demeanor, and continued, "You all may not know this, but in the past, real estate companies begged for bank loans. And now it has reversed. Major banks are lining up to lend to real estate bosses. Why was Su Jiayin able to make a comeback? It's because of this. If it weren't for this economic stimulus plan, Hengda would have long since vanished. Therefore, we must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to vigorously develop real estate, create a billion-dollar enterprise like Hengda, and then build grand structures, transforming Shenyang into a beautiful garden city and elevating it to one of the top 10 counties in the province." He spoke passionately, but when he looked around the meeting room, the attendees remained unmoved, not at all inspired by his enthusiasm. This left Wei Xian somewhat disappointed, thinking to himself, These bumpkins know nothing. They only focus on their small plots of land, unaware of national trends, and don't understand the need for rapid development. They are destined to be county-level officials for their entire lives. However, in the officialdom, there are always those who flatter and curry favor. The publicity minister Su Rong nodded in approval, and the United Front minister Du Chunsheng even applauded, complimenting. The county head is indeed a leader from the province, with a grand vision and far-reaching insights. What he said is enlightening and thought-provoking, pointing out the direction for our county's future development. I can almost see the future of Shangyun County with tall buildings and vibrant flowers. A modern city, a city of the future. I can't wait. Wei Xian looked at the two county committee members with satisfaction, thinking they were quite perceptive. He turned to Lin Ruelong and, in a victorious tone, asked, "Old Lin, what is your opinion?" Lin Ruelong naturally harbored resentment towards Wei Xian. If it weren't for his sudden arrival, the position of county head would have been his. Wei Xian was deliberately provoking him. Lin Ruelong held back and said, "I think our county is located in a remote area with inconvenient transportation, separated from Yanghui City and Shanghai City by mountains and rivers, making it unsuitable for investing in real estate developments. The key issue is if we build so many houses, who will buy them? If they can't be sold, they will become ghost towns. Our county's advantageous industries are agriculture, citrus production, rice, grain and oil, and also the shoe manufacturing industry. If we blindly pursue real estate, neglecting our fundamentals, it could lead to endless harm." Wei Xian's expression darkened, and he sneered, "Secretary Lin, are you being alarmist? Everyone here serves 1 or 2 terms. If you want to be promoted, you need to deliver impressive achievements." What are achievements? Isn't it output value and tax revenue? Can agriculture generate tax revenue? Agricultural tax has been abolished for many years. Can we rely on low-end shoe manufacturing enterprises? That's a joke. I'm here to benefit the people of Shangyun County, to create opportunities for all of you leaders present. I'm not going to stay here long. Don't even make a big deal out of this. Wei Xian had the audacity to state plainly that he was here to gain experience. Indeed, everyone believed that as the secretary of Vice Governor Ma Shurtu, he was coming to gain experience at the grassroots level and would be promoted and leave in a year or 2. Lin Ruelong felt humiliated and, with a dark face, snorted and stopped speaking. Seeing that everyone had lost enthusiasm, Wei Xian revealed a victorious smile and asked Yifeng, "Yifeng, how do you think we should proceed with this project?" Yifeng straightened up a bit and said, "There are 3 difficulties to solve. First, the conversion of farmland to other uses has not been approved by the provincial government. If we want to continue with the bidding process, we must supplement the provincial government's approval documents. Second, previously, when County Head Zhang Meng was in charge, there was an agreement to transfer the land to Zhang Fuxin's brother Zhang Fuqiang. The agreement was signed, but not implemented. And now that Zhang Meng has been dismissed and Zhang Fuqiang has also been arrested, the matter is stuck. Third, during the initial land requisition, the compensation price was set too low, and the public was dissatisfied, leading to ongoing petitions, which is a significant hidden danger. Since County Headway is a leader from the provincial government, surely you have a solution for these 3 thorny issues?" Everyone turned to Wei Xian, waiting for his response. Wang Xiyuan sat quietly with her hands clasped, remaining expressionless. Chapter 47. Moving out the Vice Governor Wei, Xian smiled and confidently said, "Since I've raised this issue, I must have a backup plan. Otherwise, wouldn't that just be building castles in the air? For the first difficult problem, I'll take the lead. It's just a matter of a word from the provincial government. The second one might be more complicated. So I asked Executive Yifeng to clarify the legal issues as soon as possible to ensure that the land for the Lychee Garden project meets the clean land standards. For the third issue regarding petitioning and stability, I asked Secretary Ma to take the lead and work with the local Huayuan Street office to ensure good communication and explanation, so the public doesn't come to petition again." Yifeng and my Montsong exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded. Wei Xian revealed a victorious smile, turned to Wang Xiyuan, and politely asked, "Secretary Wang, do you have anything to add on this matter?" Wang Xiyuan smiled faintly and said loudly, "The county head is proactive and full of energy. It's something everyone should learn from. After the land of the Lychee Garden is formalized, Building commercial housing on over 900 acres is a significant project. I wonder how County Head Wei plans to transfer it? Through a negotiated transfer, Wei Xian said decisively. I will follow this through to avoid a repeat of the tragedy where Zhang Ming and his cousins divide the land. I think a public bidding process would be better to ensure fairness, justice, and transparency, Wang Shiyuan replied. Isn't it all just a formality? Wei Xian chuckled, winking at her meaningfully. Indeed, his urgent and passionate push for the Lychee Garden project was to attract the real estate companies he wanted. The saying money is the root of all evil also applies to certain leaders in officialdom. Wang Shiyuan smiled lightly and expressed her dissenting opinion. Let's pause this project. It doesn't align with the county committee's development direction, and the risks are significant. Wei Xian was taken aback, and the other participants were also surprised. Having thought she had no objections based on their previous conversation, Wei Xian said unhappily, Secretary Wang, what do you mean? We've already discussed the transfer method. Why are you suddenly against it? Wang Shiyuan calmly replied. The county committee's focus is on maintaining the advantages of characteristic agriculture, strengthening traditional industries, attracting high-tech, emerging enterprises, and creating a cultural and creative industry hub. Real estate isn't a primary focus for the county committee. Secretary Wang, we're in a new era of leapfrog development. You're like a woman with bound feet, taking 2 small steps and falling behind the times, He Feng, who usually followed Wang Shiyuan, sneered. Some attendees chuckled. Wei Xian's face darkened, and just as he was about to retort, Lin Ruilong added fuel to the fire, stating, not long ago. Secretary Qin Huiming from Municipal Committee came here for research and fully affirmed the county committee's main development ideas and layout. He even personally visited the Lychee Garden project and instructed that we must resolve the relationship between industrial development and land use. The relationship between pursuing economic benefits and safeguarding the interests of the public, and the relationship between quick action and compliance. Before he could finish, Wei Xian interrupted rudely. Did Secretary Qin say that the Lychee Garden can't be developed for real estate? Wang Shiyuan chimed in. Secretary Qin supports my idea of developing an industrial park in the Lychee Garden, which is equivalent to clearly opposing real estate development. He said that the county's economy shouldn't be solely based on land or real estate. It needs precise positioning, a long-term perspective, and to avoid issues of hollowing out industries and excessive debt, or else the consequences will be dire. Those are his exact words. She didn't want to use the municipal secretary as leverage, but since Wei Xian was being obstinate and stirring up trouble, she had to bring up Qin Huiming. Wei Xian responded with an "oh," smiled, and nodded. Just when everyone thought he had nothing more to say, he picked up his phone and waved it in the air, a smug smile appearing on his face as he said loudly, a brother from the provincial government just gave me a tip. Next week, Vice Governor Ma is coming to Shuangyin County for research. The old leader specifically wants to see the Lychee Garden. Let's see how provincial leaders will instruct us then. At this, the room erupted in commotion. The United Front Minister, Du Chunsheng and Su Rongda, who were sitting next to each other, both wore flattering smiles. Du Chunsheng said, County Head, you're amazing. You've only been here for 2 weeks, and provincial leaders are coming to research personally. We look forward to Vice Governor Ma bringing good news and big projects to our county. Su Rongda echoed, yes, yes. It's been years since provincial leaders have come to our county for research. We're looking forward to it. Executive Vice County Head Xiao Qingyun also smiled and asked, County Head, is Vice Governor Ma coming directly to our county, or will he first go to the city? Is our place just a stop? No. He is only researching Shuangyin County, spending a day here and staying overnight, Wei Xian replied, clearly enjoying his subordinates' banter, as they played off each other. Clearly, if Ma Shida really comes, it would be a platform for him. Unless it's a major project directly under the provincial government or a significant incident occurs. Leaders at or above the vice-provincial level typically wouldn't directly research a single county. Wang Shiyuan saw that he finally revealed his trump card and wasn't shocked like the other leaders because she had already guessed that Wei Xian would invite Ma Shida down. This was also something Su Ting had predicted, so she simply smiled faintly and said, Please coordinate with County Head Wei and the provincial government office to confirm whether he is coming, when he LL come, and what he LL be looking at. Make sure to lead the reception and research work well. She stepped back and let it go. In fact, it was also a way to evade responsibility. If Ma Shitu supports Wei Xian's reckless actions, she had clearly opposed it in the county committee standing meeting. Yin Bing and other responsible comrades took the meeting minutes and also needed to produce a meeting summary. In the late afternoon, just before getting off work, Su Ting entered room 701. Wang Xuan was standing by the window, gazing at the distant scenery, looking over the mottled county, with mountains to the north and the sea to the south. Secretary, this is the speech draft for the Discipline Education Learning Month Mobilization Meeting. The Discipline Inspection Commission and Director Yin have reviewed it, Su Ting said, placing the folder on her desk. The research department is responsible for drafting speeches for the county committee secretary, and Su Ting often wrote materials for her. She also liked the drafts he wrote. This was routine work. Every year in August or September, an activity for the county's Discipline Education Learning Month is held. She turned back, glanced at him softly, and asked, "You also attended the standing committee meeting today. What are your thoughts?" There's a saying in the Bible, God wishes to destroy, first makes mad. I once thought that after Wang Ziding appeared, Ma Shitu had let me off the hook, but it seems that is not the case. Wang Xuan smiled bitterly and sat back down on the sofa, leaning back and gently rocking. Boss, I reflect. I underestimated Ma Shitu's power. Using a knife to kill someone, the person wielding the knife gets killed, and the person remains unscathed. Su Ting was talking about using Zhang Meng's report to take down Ma Shitu. And then Zhang Meng would also be doomed, but now Zhang Meng has fallen, while Ma Shitu remains unharmed. Ma Shitu kicked Zhang Meng aside. Besides revenge, it was also to pave the way for Wei Xian's arrival. If it weren't for just being formalized last month, this guy might have already taken office. Wang Xuan also clearly understood that Ma Shitu knew she had used Wang Ziding to play Zhang Meng, and then use a knife to kill someone, leading to Zhang Meng's downfall. Ma Shitu didn't get his own position, but was used as a pawn, and he must be feeling very displeased. Chapter 48. The county head personally acts as a pimp. Wang Xuan smiled to herself, thinking, how could a former deputy provincial governor who had been the secretary of the city committee in Guangxing be a pawn that a small section officer like you could manipulate? But courage is commendable. Having escaped a calamity under his planning, she still thanked and recognized this handsome guy. She lowered her voice and said, the troubles ahead will be even greater. The real estate companies brought by Wei Xian have two possibilities. First, it could be a shell company that acquires land at a low price through undisclosed agreements and then sells it at a high price. The construction company taking over might not have the capability, and I worry about a broken funding chain leading to unfinished projects, leaving a mess behind. Second, he might be introducing a real estate company that also acquires land at a low price for development, but privately might spend a lot of money to recoup costs. They could cut corners, engage in illegal construction, and take risks, which would also leave endless hidden dangers. The interests involved are chilling to think about. We cannot let him succeed. Su Ting's gaze was sharp, resolute as a mountain. Wang Xuan glanced at him and chuckled, saying, with Ma Shitu himself backing him up, how can you stop him? To risk it all, daring to bring down the emperor. What do you want to do? It's temporarily a secret. Take it easy. Don't die before the battle is won. I still need you. At this point, she suddenly blushed and smiled, exuding charm. I'm fine. The danger is with you now. Su Ting looked at her affectionately, showing a protective demeanor. Me? Old Ma is coming to inspect, and specifically wants to stay overnight. Haha. Wang Xuan sighed, holding her forehead. Yes. Wang Ziding said that Old Ma has grown tired of her. If Old Ma comes, he probably wants her to serve him in bed. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. I absolutely won't allow other men to touch my woman. Su Ting straightened his tall figure, like a warrior carrying explosives to blow up a bridge. Wang Xuan felt soft inside, almost teary, but she held it back and changed it to a light laugh. This is the office. It's work time. Don't talk nonsense. That night, Wei Xian invited the leadership team for drinks. Wang Xuan could not refuse and attended, drinking a few more glasses and feeling a bit dizzy. After returning home to the family compound behind the county committee at 10 p.m., just as she was about to take a shower, Wei Xian, who lived in the second compound, knocked on the door and entered the living room. The waiter specifically assigned to Wang Xuan, Xiao Hong, hurriedly brought tea. Wang Xuan invited him to sit down and smiled. County Headway, what's the matter? You could just call. What's the point of calling for such a short distance? That feels so distant. Wei Xian's small eyes wandered over her chest and collarbone. Then you say it. Wang Shiyuan sipped her tea slowly. It's nothing much. I just came to recognize the door and catch up with you. Wang Shiyuan smiled and said, County head, you're joking. We should have just met, right? No. You forget things easily. When you brought reporters to interview Governor Ma, I was the one who took you into his office. At that time, you were younger and more individualistic. 5 years have passed, and I still think of you fondly. Wei Xian, buoyed by the alcohol, began to speak ambiguously, saying that now you are even more charming, more beautiful and alluring. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Wang Shiyuan smiled elegantly and suddenly asked, Is your wife moving over? Is the child in elementary or middle school? She was reminding him that he has a wife and children. Wei Xian obviously caught on, awkwardly smiling. I won't be staying here for too long. They will certainly stay in the provincial city. This is great. I'm free now. The freedom of party members and cadres is limited. Wei Xian laughed heartily, giving a sidelong glance to the young girl, Xiao Hong, serving tea. The young girl glanced at Wang Shiyuan, who nodded slightly, and then she quietly retreated, closing the door and hiding in the east wing room. Shiyuan, you live here alone. Aren't you lonely? He put down his teacup, hands folded, staring intently at her. Not lonely. Do you have a man? Wang Shiyuan restrained herself, but her smile had vanished. County headway, isn't that a bit too presumptuous? Who is he? What does my relationship status have to do with you? The reason I let you in is 1, you are the county head. 2, I thought you came to talk about work. If it's these boring topics, please leave. Wang Shiyuan issued an order to evict guests. You become calmer. But your essence hasn't changed. You're still that little hot pepper, Wei Xian said with a smile. I heard you've been getting closer to a handsome guy from the county committee office. There are even rumors? Young, handsome, strong. Wei Xian, there are 2 young girls from the county government office who are closer to you, right? Do you need me to report their names? Wei Xian was truly not honest. He had just arrived for a week and had already been intimate with 2 aspiring female cadres from the county government office. This matter had already spread within a small circle. Wei Xian didn't care. Fine, let us not talk about this. Wei Xian kept his eyes on her, trying to find abnormalities in her expressions, but he failed. Wang Shiyuan had long mastered the art of not showing her emotions. He picked up his tea and took a sip, suddenly changing his expression. Do you know why my boss came to inspect? I don't know. You know, if you don't say it, then I will. Wei Xian snorted coldly. First, support me. I will definitely take down the Liziuan project. No one can stop me. To put it bluntly, if Buddhas block me, I'll kill Buddhas. If gods block me, I'll kill gods. Wang Shiyuan smiled faintly. Which company? Yours or old Ma's? You don't need to worry about this. Just know, don't ruin my good plans. Wei Xian's tone carried a hint of threat. What about the second? Support you. Old Ma has been thinking about you. After all these years, you're the only woman he can't have. I will arrange a hotel and create a good opportunity. You know what to do. This way, you will firmly hold the position of secretary, and after a while, you could be promoted to deputy mayor. Wang Shiyuan looked at him coldly, and after a long pause, she said, So you didn't come to be the county head. You came to act as a pimp. Wei Xian's face stiffened, and he said angrily, Wang Shiyuan, I'm creating an opportunity for your promotion. Do you want to serve a full term? By then, you'll be 40. If you can't get promoted to deputy department level, your political career will be over. Maybe you'll just suffer until retirement to become the deputy director of the city's people as Congress. I think enduring is a form of cultivation. I quite like the endurance I've developed. Wang Shiyuan teased him with a smile. Don't toast if you don't want to drink. Wei Xian suddenly showed an angry expression, slamming the teacup heavily on the table, staring at her and saying, If you don't listen, you won't even have the chance to endure. What? Old Ma is going to take my official hat away? What do you think? Wang Shiyuan laughed heartily, waving her hand grandly. You can leave. Those with different ambitions cannot collaborate. Previously, she had decided to dedicate herself to protect her father's reputation. But now that threat was lifted, a mere county committee secretary's official hat could no longer intimidate her. Chapter 49. The Drunken County Mayor. You have such a sexy and alluring body. Why not use it? Are you stupid? When you grow old and lose your looks, no one will want you. Wei Xian's lustful gaze swept over her. You should say this to your wife. She works at the reception office of the Zhu City Committee, right? Which male leader is she drinking with now? Wang Shiyuan looked at him with pity and sneered. You, just wait. It's well known in the provincial government that your wife has put a green hat on you. When this sore spot was exposed, he was furious, slamming the white porcelain cup and storming out of number 1 courtyard. Wang Shiyuan smiled as she stood up, walked out of the living room, and waited until his figure disappeared outside the courtyard gate before closing the door. She took out a voice recorder from under the coffee table, checked it, and found that Wei Xian's words had all been recorded. She instructed Xiao Hong to lock the courtyard gate, tidied up the house, took a shower, and lay down on the bed, but her mind was in turmoil. After thinking about it, she realized it was inappropriate to discuss this with her friends in the capital or Zhu City and could only complain to her man, so she dialed Su Ting's number. Hearing that he was home alone, she coquettishly said, "Whenever it's quiet at night, I think of you, especially when I'm being bullied." Wei Xian? Yes. She briefly recounted what had happened. Su Ting was furious. Scum. With this year's reshuffle, I might not be able to keep my position as county party secretary. If I fall, the tree falls and the monkeys scatter, my little toys. Don't worry, it won't collapse. Trust me, both Wei Xian and Old Ma will be done for before the reshuffle. Su Ting was adamant. What do you expect me to believe you, my 24-year-old boyfriend? Darling, aren't you studying history? How many officials have been demoted? After the fall of their rulers, the suppressed officials quickly regained their positions, even getting promoted by 3 ranks. Like Direnge, after the worst comes the best, tomorrow will be better. Wang Shiyuan chuckled. I didn't expect you to comfort me so seriously. You know my personality best. I'm not too distressed. I enjoy being an official. I like power, but if I lose it, I won't be heartbroken. I'm actually curious about what tricks you have left. Just wait for the good show tomorrow night. Su Ting's voice carried a hint of excitement. Tomorrow night? Don't you know? These days, everyone has been scrambling to invite the county mayor to dinner, and tomorrow it's the turn of our publicity minister, Su Rongda, to host. Su Ting said, and at that time, Ku Weiliang and his little wife will also participate. What do you plan to do? Boss, some things you don't need to know. Just rest easy. Okay, I'm really sleepy now, bye. After hanging up, Wang Shiyuan's face turned red as she thought about that man who made her unable to stop, and she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ku Weiliang came to find Su Ting, and the two of them closed the door and discussed something in the office for an hour. Ku Weiliang had once looked down on Su Ting, then became jealous. But now he took the initiative to cooperate sincerely with him. At 7:30 p.m., in the most luxurious small private room of the Emperor Restaurant, County Mayor Wei Xian, Publicity Minister Su Rongda, Standing Committee Vice County Mayor Xiao Qingyun, County Government Office Director Li Jinzong, and more than 10 people from the Publicity Department and County Government Office began to laugh and drink. There were 3 beauties at the banquet. Shulan, the director of the reception office of the County Government Office, Li Qian, the director of the Publicity Department's office, and Wu Mei, Ku Weiliang's fiancée. Shulan was 30 years old, possessing the beauty and charm of a mature woman. But compared to Wu Mei, the difference was quite obvious, mainly reflected in skin, temperament, and allure, especially Wu Mei's enchanting fox-like eyes that captivated souls. She was particularly good at teasing, making men excited in a subtle way. Li Qian was regarded as a standout beauty in the publicity department, but couldn't compare with the 2 aforementioned beauties. After Wei Xian glanced at her once, he never looked at her again. As for Shulan, he had already tasted her on his 5th day in office, while Wu Mei was still unattainable. Today was their first meeting. For a lecherous man, it's natural to prefer the new over the old, the more the better. Since there were a few new faces, Su Rongda introduced them one by one. When introducing Wu Mei, who was sitting next to Ku Weiliang, Su Rongda laughed and said, "This is the fiancée of Deputy Minister Ku Weiliang, who plans to get married on National Day. The couple is inseparable and very affectionate. I heard that she insisted on coming tonight to see the county mayor's style. She is an outstanding female entrepreneur in our county, the owner of a cultural communication company, and handles the county's major events and advertising business exceptionally well. A very capable and beautiful young woman." Wei Xian's gaze had been glued to her for a long time, but he still pretended to be calm, smiled, and said, "Yin Sheng produces beauties. There are surprises every day. There are new styles every night. Xiao Qingyan joked. Shulan smiled charmingly and said, the horizontal inscription, working day and night. Everyone laughed heartily. Wei Xian laughed until tears filled his eyes, pointing at the beauties and saying, you all are quite interesting. Shulan, without blushing or skipping a beat, said, it is quite interesting. Ms. Wu's advertising design skills are very high, and everyone likes them. The characteristic is that they are realistic. Everyone was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Ku Weiliang's face turned a bit dark. Wu Mei's face turned red to her ears, and a trace of anger instantly turned into giggles. Sister Shulan really knows how to joke. It's not like you're not realistic. Shulan was momentarily taken aback, and a flash of anger crossed her eyes, but she quickly covered it up with laughter. They were all seasoned players, both beautiful and playful, making Wei Xian like Wu Mei even more. Wu Mei, being introduced publicly and playfully teased with suggestive remarks, naturally had to say a few words. She charmingly and generously smiled, using the sweetest voice to say, I'm really honored today. I finally met my male god, County Mayor Wei. Mayor, on your first day in Yunsheng, I heard of your great reputation, said to be suave, cultured, handsome, particularly manly, and someone who cherishes women. So, I begged my husband to bring me out. Seeing the real person, I was so excited that I forgot myself, internally screaming wow, wow, wow. Zhong Hanliang is a little wow, and the county mayor is a big wow. The big wow is so handsome and so charming. At this point, she playfully hit Ku Weiliang and complained, husband, look, you're already over 30, yet still just a deputy section chief. Look at him. He is only in his 20s and already a county mayor. Ms. Wu, is your eyesight okay? The county mayor laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. I'm much older than your husband. I'm 36. Really? No way. You have such delicate skin, fair complexion, and an imposing aura. I thought you were only in your 20s. You're really young. However, that kind of grandeur, dignity, and confidence is something only successful men in their 30s possess. Everyone laughed and chimed in with compliments. Look at you. Compared to the county mayor, the gap in every aspect is too big. Wu Mei sighed while holding her forehead, pushing Ku Weiliang, saying, alas, comparing people makes one die. Comparing goods makes one throw them away. Su Rongda laughed and said, then you might as well go for the county mayor. Oh dear, what a pity. He is already a married man. Wu Mei lowered her head in feigned sorrow. Chapter 50. The policewoman arrests the county mayor. Xiao Qingyun said, the county mayor is also a married man. County Mayor Xiao really knows how to speak. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten. Wei Xian smiled and criticized him lightly. Xiao Qingyun smiled awkwardly. Shulan intervened, saying, some people just like married men. Married men understand romance better, if you know what I mean. After saying that, she blushed. Everyone laughed again, and they all understood. This somewhat attractive married woman, in order to get promoted, had to climb into Wei Xian's bed on the 5th day after the county mayor's arrival, under her husband's arrangement. Alas, some people still don't understand. Wu Mei's words reignited the atmosphere at the banquet, and everyone laughed ambiguously and relaxed. Only Ku Weiliang's smile seemed so awkward and lonely. Wei Xian looked at Wu Mei with increasingly fervent and eager eyes. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, the toast had reached its climax. Ku Weiliang and Wu Mei seemed to have agreed in advance, frequently toasting the county mayor. Naturally, the others were not willing to fall behind. By 9 o'clock, the county mayor had already drunk over 1 kilogram of baijiu, completely tipsy. Su Rongda felt it was time to stop the drinking, suggesting they end the banquet since they had to prepare for tomorrow's inspection by Governor Ma. And Vice Mayor Huang Xingwang would come early to check on things. But the county mayor, drunkenly waving his hand, said, I'm really happy tonight. Let's continue the second half. Su Rongda advised, county mayor, that's enough. You can't drink anymore. I didn't say to drink. I meant to play cards, though. Do ditsu. Wei Xian pointed to the county office director Li Jinzong, saying, right here, let's go to my room. On his first day in office, Wei Xian had the county office help him rent a suite in the Shangyan Hotel as his second place of residence. He summoned and spent time with Shu Lan in room 608. After a while, Su Rongda, Xiao Qingyun, and other leaders left tactfully, leaving behind Li Qian, Shu Lan, Wu Mei, Li Jinzong, Ku Weiliang, and the county mayor's secretary. In the suite, After drinking tea for a while, Wei Xian sobered up a bit. Li Jinzong suggested, Wei Yang, Secretary Lin, and Li Qian, let's go play mahjong. We're not very good at dodiju. Secretary Lin and Li Qian agreed and stood up to leave. While Wei Yang smiled awkwardly and looked at Wu Mei with a hint of sorrow. Let's go. I lost over 2,000 to you last time. I have to win it back tonight. Li Jinzong said as he pushed Wei Yang out. Thus, only Wei Xian, Shu Lan, and Wu Mei remained in the room. Shu Lan, feeling unwilling, still resolved to play the role of a qualified pimp, and opened a new deck of cards, saying, County Mayor, let's drink and play. Okay, bring the red wine. Wu Mei, already flushed from drinking, said sweetly, County Mayor, you're so fierce. I'm already out of it. My head is spinning. Drinking helps boost morale. You'll perform even better, Wei Xian said, looking at her meaningfully. Then his gaze drifted to her ample bosom. Noticing that the straps of her spaghetti-strap dress had somehow slipped down, exposing half of her fair, soft chest. When Shu Lan went to get the wine, Wu Mei grabbed the cards to shuffle, but clumsily couldn't figure it out. I'll do it. Wei Xian reached for the cards, but Wu Mei didn't hand them over. He then grabbed her hand, caressing her delicate, smooth hand, while his foot, having taken off his shoes, slid over her fair thigh. County Mayor, you're really drunk, Wu Mei said, her face turning redder, lowering her head and pulling her hand away, shifting her body to the side. Wei Xian smiled at her, thinking, what are you pretending for? After Shu Lan returned, the three of them drank red wine while playing dodiju. After about 10 minutes, Shu Lan's phone suddenly rang, and she said, County Mayor, Wu Zong, you two continue playing. I'll take a call. Shu Lan left and gently closed the door. Wei Xian swirled his wine glass, clinked it with Wu Mei's, and smiled, saying, it's just you and me left, a world for two. Come on, let us drink. Cheers to you, County Mayor. Please take care of me in the future. Wu Mei sweetly raised her glass, and both took a big sip. What do you need me to take care of? Oh, County Mayor, you're just pretending to ask. I run a small company. If you let a little through your fingers, I can have enough to eat. That'll depend on your performance, Wei Xian said, placing his hand on her exposed, beautiful leg. Nearby the Shangyin Hotel, Su Ting and Mai Jia, dressed in summer police uniforms. We're talking by the roadside. Su, you bad guy, where's the fight? I tell you, making false reports is illegal. She aggressively touched her lower back, where handcuffs clinked. The group at the food stall earlier almost got into a fight, but now they're all buddy-buddy again. Look, he pointed to a table of patrons outside a street shop, drinking and shouting, some of whom had tattoos and looked fierce. You're not trying to trick me into coming over for a late-night snack, are you? Mai Jia nodded playfully, revealing 2 cute dimples. Sure, let us go. She playfully hit him and said, just kidding. I'm on duty today. Besides, I can't eat at night. I have to maintain my figure. All right then. Su Ting changed the subject. Is there any news on Zhao Qiushu's case? No, we can't investigate further. When she frowned in distress, her perfectly arched brows drooped, and her little mouth pouted, making her look very cute. Su Ting sighed. It's complicated. There's a protective umbrella. If a leading official commits a crime, would you dare to arrest them? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Mai Jia, you're a true people's police officer. Su Ting gave her a thumbs up. Just then, Mai Jia's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Officer 0371. Are you near Shangyin Hotel? Yes, I am. We received a report of a suspected rape case at room 608 of Shangyin Hotel. Please bring your team and rush to the scene to verify. Received. I'm heading out. Bye. Mai Jia called out, taking 2 male officers and rushing into the Shangyin Hotel. Mai Jia sprinted to room 608, hearing a woman's cries and a man's heavy breathing inside. She kicked open the door and saw a man sprawled on the sofa in the living room. The woman's red spaghetti strap dress was torn, exposing her snowy, soft chest, and her face was swollen from being beaten as she struggled and pleaded. The policewoman shouted sternly, "Stop!" One of the officers quickly snapped photos of the man's beastly behavior. The man was taken aback, turned to look, and saw it was a young policewoman. He coldly smiled, stood up calmly, pulled up his pants, and sneered, "What do you want? Don't you know who I am? I don't care who you are." Before Mai Jia finished speaking, she kicked him to the ground, handcuffed his hands behind his back, and said, "You have the right to remain silent. But anything you say can and will be used as evidence." The man didn't expect the young policewoman to be so skilled and so audacious. But his mouth was pressed against the carpet, unable to speak. Chapter 51. The county chief's frenzy after subduing the suspect. The policewoman helped the woman, who had already put on a spaghetti-strap dress, to her feet and draped a bathrobe over her, covering her pale body. She asked, "Did you call the police?" "No, I didn't call the police. I didn't have a chance, and I didn't dare to," the woman cried. My Jia asked again, "Were you forced? Were you resisting the whole time?" "I didn't want to have relations with him." He insisted. I was resisting all along, but he's a man, and I eventually ran out of strength." "Wu Mei, you crazy bitch. You clearly seduced me, wanting to latch onto me, playing hard to get. But when it came to the final step, you backed out, you pervert." The man suddenly realized something, his eyes turning red with anger as he yelled, You set me up, didn't you?" Wu Mei shook her head pitifully. No, I didn't. I didn't know. I didn't know someone called the police. I just didn't want to." Woo. The man tried to get up, but with his hands cuffed behind him. He couldn't exert any strength and squirmed on the ground like a maggot, shouting, "Stop recording." He saw a team member filming with a law enforcement recorder. Mai Jiao walked up to the man with a cold smile and said, "Are you a pig? Why are you yelling?" After saying that, she kicked him hard in the stomach, and the man cried out in pain. "Scum." The woman didn't agree. "Even if you're her husband, that's still against a woman's will." Mai Jia said to another team member, "Preserve the scene, hurry up with the investigation, and collect evidence. Open your dog eyes and see who I am." The man shouted in anger and urgency. "Great, I was just about to interrogate you. What's your name? Age? Occupation?" "My name is Wei Xian. I'm the deputy secretary of the county committee, the new county chief." Mai Jia's expression changed drastically, and she paused for a few seconds before slowly squatting down to look at him suspiciously. "You're the county chief?" Wei Xian realized she finally recognized him and thought she would be terrified, then immediately kneel and apologize, asking to remove his handcuffs. "Who would have thought?" Mai Jia chuckled coldly. "I'm still the director of the Public Security Bureau. How could a county chief do something more beastly than a beast? Stop slandering the county leadership, or you'll be charged with additional crimes." "All right, come with me to the police station." Mai Jia had a strong grip, dragging him up and pushing him out. Wei Xian's nose was crooked with anger, and he growled, "I really am the county chief. You better let me go, or I'll have you fired tomorrow." To my knowledge, Shangyin County still doesn't have a county chief. "Dude, your trick is too old and clumsy. I'm the acting county chief. The election is about to happen, and once it's over, it's me. Stop talking nonsense. Let us go." Mai Jia didn't believe him at all, and even kicked him. That was a police boot, and it hurt so much. Wei Xian grimaced. "Wei Mei, you have to tell her, I really am the county chief." Wu Mei, who had been in a daze and crying, finally came to her senses and hurriedly said, "Officer, he really is the county chief. Wei Xian, County Chief Wei." At this time, Shulan finally returned. More than half an hour ago, she had left under the pretext of allowing the county chief to be with Wu Mei, facilitating their relationship. 10 minutes ago, she had returned and eavesdropped for a moment. Hearing the sounds of sexual activity inside, she stomped her foot in anger and walked away while dialing a phone number. Hearing the lobby manager say that the police rushed in, she immediately returned to the 6th floor and was shocked by the scene in front of her, nearly fainting. She hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, but was pushed aside by Mai Jia. Shulan angrily said, "He really is County Chief Wei. You've got the wrong person. Let him go." Wei Xian finally saw someone coming to save him and shouted in a panic, "Shulan, hurry up and call Lei Tingfeng. Get this bastard cop fired tomorrow. Princes and commoners are equally guilty. Whether you're the county chief or not, tonight I saw you rape a woman successfully, and there's ample evidence. There's nothing more to say. First, go to the police station. We'll talk about criminal detention later." "You bastard, I didn't succeed. It's attempted." Wei Xian argued desperately. Mai Jia shook her head and sighed. "See, you admitted it yourself. But both completed and attempted are crimes. Let's wait for the investigation results." Wei Xian's eyes widened in anger. "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. You are. If you really are the acting county chief and did something so heinous and beastly, then you don't deserve to be the county chief and should be dismissed immediately." As Mai Jia spoke, she pushed aside the obstructing Shulan and shoved Wei Xian out of the room, although the entrance had already been cordoned off with police tape. Other guests, hearing the commotion, came out to watch the excitement, snapping photos and videos. Shulan was anxious and angry, quickly stepping forward to stop others from filming. Wu Mei had already put on a hat and mask before coming out, hiding her identity, and exited the room alongside them. Wei Xian hung his head, wearing a look of shame and anger. By the time Li Jinzong, Ko Weiliang, the county chief secretary, and others rushed down to intercept them, Mai Jia had already escorted Wei Xian and Wu Mei into the police car, heading for the Huayuan police station. At the police station, Mai Jia was met by the station chief, Wang Zhengwo, who angrily reprimanded her while flattering the county chief, appearing somewhat mentally unstable. Mai Jia, are you crazy? How dare you arrest the county chief? You must be out of your mind. Wang Zhengwo shouted. Unruly. Get those handcuffs off him. Seeing her standing still, he signaled to a team member behind her, who immediately helped the county chief take off the handcuffs. County chief, I'm really sorry. We didn't team manage things well, and the team wasn't trained properly. This female officer has only been on the job for less than 2 months and doesn't understand any rules, acting recklessly and enforcing the law incorrectly. The county chief snorted, put his glasses back on, looked at Mai Jia seriously, and suddenly slapped her. Mai Jia had already confirmed he was the deputy secretary of the county committee, feeling a bit uneasy and dazed, unable to dodge in time. A crisp sound rang out as he struck her delicate face. 5 blue fingerprints immediately appeared on her face, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Mai Jia, wronged, had tears in her eyes and angrily said, "You dare to assault a police officer?" As she reached for her expandable baton at her waist, fortunately, she wasn't qualified to carry a gun, otherwise she might have drawn it. Wang Zhengwo immediately shouted, "Mai Jia, what are you doing? Stand still. That's an order. I'm not only going to hit you, but I'm also going to have you fired." Wang Zhengwo, fire her immediately, Wei Xian commanded, furious. Wang Zhengwo didn't he expect the county chief to slap Mai Jia? Wasn't he this escalating the conflict? Mai Jia looked foolish, but her temper was fierce. She feared nothing, especially since her father was my man's song. Fearing she might take further outrageous actions, he hurriedly pushed Mai Jia aside and turned back to flatter, "County chief, please calm down. It's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. It's fine. You definitely didn't do anything. I'll take you back now." Wei Xian, fuming, glared at Mai Jia and pointed at Wang Zhengwo's nose, scolding, "If you can't handle this matter well, then get the hell out." Chapter 52. Dismissal of the police flower soon. The county head left without a scratch, while Wu Mei was taken to the waiting room by the deputy director. In the courtyard of the police station, Mai Jia stood in the wind, silently shedding tears. The salty tears mixed with blood at the corners of her mouth, flowing down to her neck, making her feel extremely uncomfortable and filled with grief and indignation. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Su Ting calling. His voice was clear, calm, and unquestionable. "Listen to me. No need to answer. I was at the scene just now. I saw it and heard about it. You detained someone you shouldn't have, and the political impact is greater than the legal facts, so this matter will be suppressed no matter what. However, justice may be delayed, but will not be absent. Take advantage of the chaos and copy the evidence from a body camera. Don't let others know." Okay. At that moment, she realized that Su Ting was the most trustworthy person. Mai Jia hung up the phone, wiped her tears, and turned to her loyal teammate Xiao Lu, saying, "Xiao Lu, it's not your fault. You want to be dismissed, don't worry." Xiao Lu nodded and asked with concern, "Mai Jia, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Give me the camera." Half an hour later, Wang Zhengwo returned to the police station and immediately announced that Mai Jia was suspended for investigation, confiscating all evidence and materials collected that night. He then called her into his office, closed the door, and began to reprimand her. He frowned and asked, "Have you handed over all the evidence?" "Mais j'ai nodded défiant. During the time I was escorting the county head, you didn't tamper with anything, did you?" His gaze fell on the body camera on the desk. "No," Mai Jia replied quietly, her spirit low. Wang Zhengwo glared at her, out of breath, and scolded, "Mai Jia, I really can't tolerate you anymore. The last incident with Zhao Taizhu hasn't calmed down, and today you went too far, directly detaining the county head. Why didn't you arrest the provincial governor too? As long as he breaks the law, he should be arrested." Mai Jia raised her chin, refusing to back down. Wang Jingwo's anger flared up, and he slammed the table, standing up and pointing at her angrily. My Jia, let me tell you, don't think that just because you have a good father, you can do whatever you want. That's the county head, a leader parachuted down from the province, far above your father in rank. His influence is immense. If he wants to take you down, it's as easy as squashing a bug. So, he can break the law just because he's the county head? He can rape women? Is there still law in this county? If the police don't arrest criminals and instead cover for them, they're not fit to be police. Mais Jia retorted fiercely. Who says he committed a crime? It was consensual. You're invading a leader's privacy. What consensual? He clearly forced her. If I had been a moment later, Wu Mei would have been violated. My Jia said, her face flushed. After the investigation, it was found that Wei Xian did not get the last bite of meat, just barely missed it. Wang Jingwo sneered. You really are an idiot. Don't you know who Wu Mei is? She's a seductress. A public bus. After a pause, he sat down, his tone softening. Wu Mei has already admitted it. She was willing and proactive, just playing roles with the county head, having a good time. Impossible. Wu Mei was resisting fiercely. I saw it clearly. I asked her right away, and she said she was unwilling and resisting. Besides, Wei Xian has a wife and children. This was cheating, violating conduct regulations. Enough. My Jia, you are too young, inexperienced, and don't understand many principles at all. Listen to my advice. Don't get involved in this matter. No, I want to get involved. Why should a worker be detained for touching a girl's, but while he, Wei Xian, can attempt rape and get away with it? This is your first lesson in being a police officer. Wang Jingwo was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. How could this stubborn girl not understand? If it weren't for your father being my Monsong, I would be having this heart-to-heart talk with you, and it will be the last lesson. I quit. If you don't want to work, then get lost. Mai Jia coldly laughed, took out her police ID, unbuckled her tactical belt, took off her police cap, threw them all on the table, and left. Wang Jingwo was so angry that he trembled all over. Just as he was about to roar, the phone rang suddenly. Without looking, he shouted, You better have something to say. Wang Jingwo, who the hell are you cursing? I'm the county head. I'm sorry, county head. I just finished scolding my Jia and thought it was her calling back. Have you dismissed her? Wang Jingwo carefully replied. County head, you also know that my Jia was recruited through the provincial public security examination and has a position. Dismissal requires sufficient reasons and complete procedures. Not to mention her father is Secretary Maman Song. Wei Xian was clearly taken aback and asked after a pause. Maman Song? So is she doing it on purpose tonight? That can't be. She didn't know it was you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get in. Since her father is Maman Song, she should be dismissed even more to make an example of others. Wang Jingwo, I'm giving you an opportunity to make a name for yourself. Handle it as you see fit. The county head hung up the phone with a slam. Wang Jingwo secretly groaned. He knew very well that if he dismissed my Jia, he would definitely get promoted, but the problem was that he was already 45 with limited room for advancement. Wei Xian was just there to gain some prestige. With connections from the province, he would be promoted and transferred in no time. By then, he would have offended my Monsong and the police brothers in the county, and would have to bear the consequences himself. Moreover, dismissing someone was not something a county head could accomplish with just a few words. Therefore, he decided to continue with a policy of appeasement. An hour later, he called back. County head, I will come up with some reasons and propose to dismiss my Jia, and after passing the police station's party committee, report it to the County Public Security Bureau, according to the relevant procedures. The Public Security Bureau will hold a meeting to discuss it. So, we need to communicate well with Comrade Lei Tingfeng, the bureau chief. Wang Jingwo said cautiously. I just spoke with Lei Tingfeng. He was very angry and severely criticized my Jia and your station's actions. However, he is currently on a business trip, and it's the executive deputy director Gan Mingyuan who is in charge, so you should contact him. Okay, I will contact Director Gan right away. After hanging up, Wang Jingwo smoked a cigarette and waited for a while, but Lei Tingfeng never called. Clearly, his attitude was ambiguous. If he really wanted to dismiss my Jia, he would definitely call him personally. He slammed the table and cursed. Damn it, this damn station chief is really hard to deal with. Like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror. He is not human inside or out. After pondering for a long time, he first called my Monsong. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, he hung up and then called Gon Mingyuan. The three of them arranged a time and place and talked for an hour in the rooftop chess room of Gon Mingyuan's house before dispersing. Chapter 53. Go in your house tonight. Meanwhile, Mai Jia and Su Ting were sitting at a barbecue stall by the Yunhe River, eating and drinking. Come on, let's have another one. Mai Jia's cheeks were flushed, and her expression was dazed. Slow down. Have some food, Su Ting said, taking the beer cup from her hand. Over an hour ago, after leaving the police station, she called Su Ting, who quickly rode over on his electric bike. She gave him an opportunity to treat her to a late-night snack, and thus, they ended up here. After changing out of her police uniform, Mai Jia wore a casual outfit, a fitted white t-shirt, light blue cropped jeans, and high-heeled sandals, looking fresh, handsome, youthful, and vibrant. Su Ting, do you think I can catch the county head tonight? Is it really possible? She tilted her head and gazed at him, tipsy and charming. Su Ting smiled encouragingly like an older brother. Yes, of course. The mistake is on their part. Then, why does everyone say they are not? Not wrong. Answer me quickly. Not everyone. I'm on your side. Thank you, thank you. I'm a bit moved, sorry. Tears welled up in her large eyes. Su Ting handed her a tissue, his silence speaking volumes. After crying for a while and stabilizing her emotions, she seemed to think of something, raising her eyebrows half-drunkenly, and said, Hey, wait a minute. That night, when Zhao Taizhu molested Pei Yijuan and her daughter, it was you who reported it. As a result, someone at the scene said you were a cultured scoundrel, and I almost arrested the wrong person. Tonight, you tricked me to the bottom of Yin Hotel, and then someone reported a rape. Why is it always related to you? Come clean. Did you arrange for someone to report it tonight? It is a bit coincidental. Perhaps fate. Oh, I get it now. Mai Jia pointed at him with a mysterious smile, as if she had uncovered some secret. Su Ting was secretly startled. How did this girl suddenly become so insightful, realizing that everything was being orchestrated behind the scenes? She really is a smart police officer. Just as he was unsure how to respond, Mai Jia suddenly pulled her stool closer, sat beside him, leaned in, and whispered, Su Ting, you really put in a lot of effort to get close to me. Are you going crazy trying to date me? After saying that, she giggled shyly, playfully hit him, and scolded, You bad guy, big bad guy. Su Ting almost fainted, trying to suppress a laugh, and hurriedly shifted the topic back to the main issue, who reported it as not important. What matters is that the county head is suspected of illegal activities. Mai Jia immediately became indignant. Right? That scumbag. The higher the position, the more they should follow the law and set an example. But he, a cultured scoundrel, he is the real cultured scoundrel. As she spoke, she raised her cup to drink, but Su Ting snatched it away again. What are you doing? I can drink a lot, she reproached, extending a finger. Su Ting chuckled and asked one or two. Not that. She shook her head, and the faint scent of her perfume was indescribable but pleasant. A pound? Not that. Then how much? Keep drinking. Su Ting laughed. Looks like you're not really drunk. Are you trying to get me drunk? What do you want? Take advantage of me? Big bad guy. If you dare bully me, I'll treat you like the county head and detain you. She playfully reached out to hit him, but due to her drunkenness, she couldn't control her body well and nearly fell off the stool. Su Ting quickly steadied her slender waist, saving her once more. This time, Mai Jia didn't scold him for being a rogue. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand, propping her face up, staring at him blankly, and murmured, The county head's position is higher than my dad's. My dad can't do anything about it. I might also get fired. So depressing. Su Ting said, It's not depressing, and you won't be fired. Mai Jia, you're already very impressive. I admire you. Admire me? I'm so useless, just a little intern police officer. Do you trust me? Wei Xian will definitely be punished. Yeah, my dad sent evidence of a crime to the provincial department when he was a criminal police officer. Mais j'ai soudainement réalisé. Su Ting quickly waved his hands. Don't get excited. No, you give me back the video. I'll send it to the province. She was determined, ready to act. Mai Jia, if you send it to the provincial department, not only will you not be able to deal with Wei Xian, but you'll also bring trouble upon yourself. How many officials in Shangyun County will suffer, including your dad, Director Lei Tingfeng, and even me? Su Ting said seriously, I'll handle this matter. Trust me, Wei Xian will definitely face legal consequences. Mai Jia looked doubtful. What are you going to do? Just wait for good news. Half an hour later, Su Ting rode the electric bike with my Jia hugging his waist, leaning against his back, as they sang the Cantonese song Sea and Sky, weaving through the center of the county. Su Ting, you went the wrong way. My Jia murmured from behind him. Isn't it towards the county committee's family compound? Are you stupid? She freed one hand to playfully hit him a few times, then shyly said, I don't want to go home. I want to go to your house. Are you sure? Su Ting, are you a blockhead? Her voice was small but cute. Okay, let's go my house. Hold on tight. Close your eyes. I can't wait to drive fast. A few minutes later, Su Ting stopped the electric bike and patted the almost asleep Mai Jia. Girl, we're home. Mai Jia half opened her eyes, looked around, and tightened her grip on his waist, feeling a bit embarrassed. You need to carry me down? I'm on the bike. You're hugging me. How can I carry you? Su Ting laughed. Besides, it's not good for others to see. No, I can't move. She wiggled her body, acting spoiled. Oh, your dad is coming. Quickly let go. You're lying. I don't believe you. She continued to cling to him, refusing to let go. Really? Su Ting's respectful voice came. Secretary Mai, you're lying. You're acting pretty well. Mai Jia calmly hugged him, pinching his waist twice. Xiao Su Yu. It was my Monsong's voice. Mai Jia exclaimed, hurriedly letting go of Su Ting. Sitting up straight, the alcohol sobering her up significantly. Turning her head, she saw her dad just getting out of the special car, walking towards her. She quickly jumped off the bike, her face flushed with embarrassment, and whispered, Dad, why? Why are you here? Why am I here? This is my home. Is it wrong for me to come back? Huh? Mai Jia quickly looked up and observed. Indeed, this was in front of the county committee's family compound. Su Ting didn't take her to his place, but instead brought her home. Look at your state, completely drunk. What kind of behavior is this? Come back home with me. My Monsong was clearly angry. Chapter 54. Who is the informant? Su Ting said, Secretary Mai, tonight, Mai Jia was slapped by County Chief Wei and scolded by Director Wang. And she is going to be expelled tomorrow. Anyone would feel bad. I was worried she might do something unwise. So I advised her to drink a couple of beers to drown her sorrows. This is all my fault. Please don't blame her. My Monsong had just finished discussing with Gan Mingyuan and Wang Jiangwo when he returned home and saw the earlier scene. He was already upset, and now he felt even worse. He looked at Su Ting with a gloomy face, thinking that the young man was quite responsible. But the way his daughter clung to him earlier clearly suggested they were in a romantic relationship. The problem was, he had set his sights on marrying his daughter to Secretary Lin Ruolong's assistant, Zhang Hui. Considering Wang Shiyuan's feelings, he didn't want to scold directly and coldly said, Thank you. You can leave now. Su Ting politely replied, Goodbye, Secretary Mai. After saying that, he got on his electric bike and left without looking back. My Monsong helped his daughter back home. When Mai Jia's mother saw that both father and daughter had been drinking and that her precious daughter was somewhat drunk, especially after calling her 3 times without an answer, she fussed over her while helping her lie down on the bed. All right, stop nagging. Just go outside. I want to talk to my daughter for a few minutes. After the door closed, my Monsong stared at his daughter and asked, Tell me the truth. How far have you gone with Su Ting? What do you mean, how far? I just had him keep me company while I drank. It was our first time drinking together. Mais j'ai repris un appétit. Did you talk to him? No. Then what was that just now, Dad? He was drunk, and his body was out of control. Besides, it was an electric bike. If I didn't hold him, he would have definitely fallen off. Can you stop looking at me like that? Looking at his daughter's flushed face, my Monsong couldn't tell if it was embarrassment or the effects of alcohol. He sighed, no longer asking further, and instead lamented, You're getting older, and it's making your old man more worried. Do you have anything to say about tonight's incident? No, I'm tired. I want to sleep. After saying that, she turned her back to her father. I discussed it with him. You should go to the countryside and lay low for a while. Mai Jia was startled and turned around to look at her father, asking, What do you mean? After you finish the paperwork, you'll report to the township police station. This was the compromise that my Monsong reached after discussing with Gan Mingyuan and Wang Jiangwo. Huh? Being sent to the border? Isn't that enough? Do you want to be expelled? My Monsong said, exasperated. They can't expel me. I haven't broken any laws or regulations, nor have I been shirking responsibility. Pengwan town is different from the city. It's simpler, but also tougher. Go there to toughen up for a year or two. Pengwan Town? Okay, I'll go. My Jia sat up, a smile appearing on her face. Now it was my Monsong who was surprised. Shouldn't she have resisted a bit? He asked, You really want to go? Of course, it's better than being under the county chief's watch. Can you handle the hardship? I can. She was secretly planning that by going to Pengwan Town, she could legitimately dig deeper into Zhao Taiju's case. The next day, in preparation for the arrival of Ma Shi, acting County Chief Wei Xian was busy all day, not taking a break at noon, personally overseeing everything with careful attention to detail to ensure there were no mistakes. Around 6 in the evening, he finally had time to meet Shulan alone. Shulan, dressed in a professional suit and high heels, had her long legs crossed, which was quite alluring. However, at that moment, she stood in front of Wei Xian's desk, looking charming yet pitiful. Didn't I tell you not to come find me? Can't you see I'm swamped? Wei Xian glared at her irritably, leaning back on the sofa and smoking. County Chief, I'm here to apologize to you. Shulan no longer had her usual flirtatious charm and said pitifully, When I left last night, I closed the door, but who knew Wu made lock it from the inside. County Chief, I'm your person nonsense. You're married. How can you be my person? I mean in my heart. Isn't it natural for someone to admire you? Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you. Why didn't you keep an eye on things outside last night? Shulan explained, I was watching, but then I heard how harmonious you were. And it sounded like you were about to, so you called the police? Wei Xian slammed the table in anger, ashes from his cigarette falling all over him. No, it was someone got jealous. Wei Xian stubbed out his cigarette and said coldly, Right, you got jealous and then lost your reason. County Chief, how can I explain for you to believe me? Shulan trembled helplessly, tears streaming down her face. The police retrieved the corridor surveillance. After you went out, you came back after a few minutes, pressed your ear to the door for a while, extremely angry, and then immediately pulled out your phone to call the police. The most vengeful heart is that of a woman, and that's you. County Chief, I'm really wronged. Shulan was anxious and aggrieved, tears flowing like rain. Wei Xian stood up, approached her, and coldly asked, Then tell me, who did you call? What did you say? I called a friend to gossip. Who? What is their name? What gossip was it? Shulan was at a loss for words, crying as she threw herself into his arms, saying, County Chief, I love you too much. I don't know how to make you happy. How could I possibly report you? I really didn't. Please believe me. Trust me, okay? Wei Xian struggled for a long time before pushing her away, wiping the tears and makeup stains she had left on his clothes, and said coldly, The 110 emergency line received the call just 1 minute after you finished your call. That call was instructing someone to report. Wasn't it? I didn't. Really didn't. Shulan kept insisting it wasn't her, but she refused to show her call records or reveal who she had called, which made Wei Xian very disappointed. Leave, don't bother me. County Chief, before she could finish, there was a knock on the door. Get out. Wei Xian roared coldly. Shulan sighed sadly, quickly wiped her tears with some tissue, and left the office. Back in her own office, Shulan closed the doors and called the standing committee deputy county chief, Xiao Qingyan. Qingyan, did you do this? She said sternly. Do what? Stop pretending to be confused with me. Was it you who called the police last night? Xiao Qingyun was in a vulnerable position due to her grasp on his weaknesses, making it seem like she was the standing committee deputy county chief, while he was the subordinate. Little Bao, your temper is too fierce. Let us meet at the old place tonight, and I'll help you vent. Xiao Qingyun, stop joking with me. Last night, I just called you to say the county chief was with Wu Mei, and you immediately called the police. Why? Why did you do this? Don't you know the county chief thinks it was me who reported it? Xiao Qingyun was taken aback. I didn't call the police. Am I crazy to call the police? Come over, let us talk face to face. Chapter 55, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Is it really not you? Shulan was confused. Yes, Xiao Qingyun had long since sided with the county head, and now he was busy currying favor. How could he possibly report the county head? Moreover, when she spoke with him on the phone, they were talking about their passionate affair, and soon after, the county head boarded Wu Mei's bus. As a result, when the police arrived, they found Wu Mei fiercely resisting and being beaten, while Wei Xian attempted rape had failed. It's not me. Darling, think about it. What benefit would reporting to the police bring me? Shulan suddenly woke up. There was absolutely no way Xiao Qingyun could have done this. Just now, in the county head's office, she refused to say who she had called, because the other party was Xiao Qingyan. She thought he was the one who reported to the police, and she didn't want the county head to know about her relationship with him. This old lover had promoted her from the township and made her the director of the reception office, which was a significant contribution. She would never betray him. Besides, he would report to the police to have the public security investigate. It was such a simple matter. Baby, come over tonight. I miss you so much. Xiao Qingyun's sweet talk continued. No, Governor Ma is coming tomorrow. I've been so busy these past 2 days. Then let's reschedule. After hanging up the phone, Shulan fell into deep thought. So, he reported to the police. After Shulan left, Gan Mingyuan, dressed in police uniform, entered the office. Wei Xian felt angry upon seeing him and immediately scolded him before saying with a gloomy face, "Your public security bureau needs a serious overhaul. A complete change. If you don't want to work, can't work, or just messing around, then get the hell out." Gan Mingyuan agreed. Yes, the county head is right. However, the train runs fast because of the engine. It all depends on the leadership of the team. If the leadership is weak, the team will become disorganized. Wei Xian's small eyes focused on his face. Indeed, this person was also dissatisfied with Lei Tingfeng. Wei Xian had only been there for a little over half a month when he rejected a major project for the Public Security Bureau's informatization construction, worth over 3 million, because he wanted his own brother to grab this piece of fat meat. However, the company lacked the necessary qualifications, so he delayed approval until the qualifications were sorted out, which deepened the conflict with Lei Tingfeng. This time, he was actually arrested by Mai Jia, and just so happened that Lei Tingfeng was not in the county, making it hard to say that Lei Tingfeng wasn't secretly causing trouble. Change is necessary. Change. Wei Xian knocked on the table, showing a domineering attitude, then suddenly changed his expression and smiled. Mingyuan, you're not bad. Work hard. He subtly expressed his intention to promote. Gan Mingyuan was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Thank you, county head, for your affirmation. I will definitely work hard under your leadership, even if it means going through fire and water. Good, very good. Now tell me, who was behind last night's incident? Wei Xian asked coldly. Gan Mingyuan thought for a moment. County head, this is still under investigation. It won't be quick. Mamant Song? It shouldn't be him. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow his daughter to get involved. Wei Xian nodded thoughtfully. So it's Lei Tingfeng? The possibility is quite high. Whether it was or not, Gan Mingyuan hoped it was Lei Tingfeng. If he fell from power, he would have the opportunity to be promoted to bureau chief. And as for whether he could enter the county government team, with Wei Xian there, it was just a matter of time. He had gone on a business trip 2 days ago, remotely commanding. Gan Mingyuan said ambiguously, Director Lei has prestige in the bureau. There are quite a few people who work for him. Then why did he choose a newly hired female officer? Especially my Monsong's daughter. Gan Mingyuan smiled wickedly and said, County head, if I were to target you, I would definitely send her as well. Why? First, Mai Jia is a new police officer. She is fearless and straightforward in her work. She dares to act, which is why she was on duty that night and happened to be patrolling nearby. Veteran police officers are usually very perceptive and know how to pick their battles. They generally wouldn't go to Yangda Hotel, which is where the leaders socialize at night. Who would want to hit a snag? Second, Lei Tingfeng and my Monsong are not on good terms. Sending Mai Jia would drag my Monsong down with him, wouldn't it? Wei Xian nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Gan Mingyuan continued. However, dismissing Mai Jia is unrealistic. First, she did nothing wrong. Dismissing her wouldn't hold up legally. If she complains to the city or province, it could escalate and be detrimental to you. Second, her father is my Monsong. If we forcibly find a reason to dismiss her, it would offend my Monsong and fall into Lei Tingfeng's scheme of sowing discord. So, my agreement with my Monsong is to send her to work at the township police station after a while. This way, we can give her a slap on the wrist while also giving my Monsong a favor, hoping to win him over. What significance does winning over an old man like my Monsong have? Gan Mingyuan said, My Monsong seems to not be involved much, but he is actually biding his time. He has power. Wei Xian sneered, thinking to himself, what power could a mere county committee member have? Damn it, I deal with officials above the provincial level, including higher-ranking officials from Beijing. I already said outside that I would dismiss her, and now you guys are giving me a discount. Where am I supposed to put my face? Others might really think I committed rape. Wei Xian said indignantly. Pengwan Town is deep water. It won't be too late to dismiss her when she makes a mistake. That's the legitimate way to do it. Gan Mingyuan showed a hint of a sly smile. Wei Xian snorted coldly. Just do as you wish. With Lei Tingfeng around, you don't dare to confront him head-on. Spineless. Boss, take it slow. Struggles require strategy. Let's not talk about this issue for now. Wei Xian said, have you found out who reported to the police? Last night, Li Jinzong and a few others were playing mahjong upstairs during that time period. Ku Weiliang did not make any calls. And the person who called 110 was a female voice using a one-time phone card, and we haven't traced the source yet. Anyway, it's definitely not Shulan. Whether it's Shulan or not, that woman is no longer useful. Damn it, women's hearts are like needles in the sea, hiding too deep. Wei Xian decided to give up on this satisfying married woman. Gan Mingyuan said, boss, this is actually not important. The key is to find out who the mastermind is. Then you investigate. Lei Tingfeng, obviously. Are you using a knife to kill someone? Hiding your own little schemes. I'm telling you, I'm not someone you can use as a gun. Wei Xian sneered. No, how could that be? I'm just analyzing from the perspective of motive. Lei Tingfeng is the biggest beneficiary. He has the greatest motive, and he has the means and strong counter-surveillance ability, which is why I haven't found any clues so far. Wei Xian agreed with his words. He truly hated Lei Tingfeng, slamming his fist on the table and saying, damn it, I don't want to live anymore. Gan Mingyuan's lips curled into an evil smile. That night at 11:30, after Wei Xian and Gan Mingyuan finished drinking, they returned to the county committee's staff quarters in Yard 2. Just as Wei Xian was about to take a shower, suddenly, a waitress named Xiao Hong from the adjacent Yard 1 came in timidly and said, County Head, the secretary asks you to come over. Wei Xian was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a proud smile. Had she figured it out? There are two possibilities. 1, she agrees to sleep with the old man. 2, she is offering me a sexual bribe because I can help her avoid being slept with by the old man. Haha, I hope she chooses the second option. Wei Xian, filled with lewd thoughts, entered Yard 1. Chapter 56. Governor Ma's visit to Shangyun County at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the second day. Vice Governor Ma, sure to, led relevant department heads and arrived at Shangyun County in a coaster. The group first visited the citrus production base and research center, a regulated enterprise, Chuyang cement plant, and a lychee orchard project. The first 2 visits were merely a prelude. They quickly glanced over them, and by 6 o'clock, everyone arrived at the site of the lychee orchard project. After listening to County Chief Wei Xian's introduction, Ma sure to smiled at Qin Huaiming and Lu Jingwei beside him, commenting, County Chief Wei has adapted to his role quite quickly. In less than a month, he has developed plans and directions for the county's industrial development, with clear ideas and far-reaching layouts. Not bad. Wei Xian smiled and thanked him. Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Qin Huaiming and Mayor Lu Jingwei nodded in agreement, looking at Wei Xian with newfound respect. The other county leaders looked at Wei Xian with envy. However, standing behind Wei Xian, Wang Xiyuan appeared calm and elegant, like a beautiful white cloud, beautiful yet unattainable. Ma Shitu's peripheral vision caught Wang Xiyuan, and he thought she was truly a beauty. Since becoming secretary, she had grown more charming and graceful, stirring ripples in his heart. Mayor Lu Jingwei complimented. This is all due to the governor's excellent guidance. As the saying goes, a strong general has no weak soldiers. County Chief Wei has grown into a talented leader under your mentorship, and now that he's in the local government, he can fully showcase his talents. No, I've only learned a little bit from the governor over the years. Once I leave the provincial government compound, I wouldn't dare to mention old Ma, for fear of tarnishing his reputation. Wei Xian said respectfully, cautiously, but there was an edge to his words, as he wasn't too pleased with the mayor mentioning his relationship with Ma Shitu. Comrade Wei, don't be too modest. The sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is vast for fish to leap. In a rural world, there is great potential. Work hard, Ma Shitu said lightly, his vice-provincial authority evident. Thank you, Governor, for your encouragement. I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations, Wei Xian replied. Ma Shitu smiled and said, all right, enough of these polite words. Wei Xian, tell me, how do you plan to use this piece of land of several hundred acres? They continued talking, leaving Wang Xiyuan aside. The county chief had overshadowed the others. Secretary Qin Huaiming observed this and felt uneasy, but only smiled without saying much. He noticed Wang Xiyuan remained calm and composed, and he secretly admired her growing demeanor. Ma Shitu's intent in allowing the county chief to speak was clear, to give him a chance to perform. He could do whatever he wanted, essentially supporting him in real estate development, as the vice governor would express support and finalize it in front of the municipal party committee secretary and the mayor. What tremendous support! Who wouldn't envy that? Wei Xian furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, pointed to the land at the foot of the mountain, and said, "Governor, based on the city's industrial planning and the actual situation of Shangyin County, I think this area is suitable for modern industrial development. Our county primarily relies on agriculture, has a weak industrial base, and industrial development has lagged, especially in high-tech manufacturing. If we can attract some of these types of enterprises, it could greatly improve the county's industrial structure, promote economic development, and also alleviate the employment difficulties of urban residents." After speaking, he smiled awkwardly. Everyone who heard him was taken aback. Just a few days ago, he had been in a heated debate at the meeting, insisting on real estate development against the opinions of Wang Xiyuan, Lin Ruolong, He Feng, and other leaders, even bringing in the esteemed Ma Shitu for support. But now that Ma Shitu was here, he had changed his tune. It was unbelievable and rather strange. Lin Ruolong shook his head slightly, indicating he didn't understand. Xiao Qingyun was even more confused, feeling bewildered. Mayor Lu Jingwei was also puzzled, thinking what was going on with this guy. Just a few days ago, he had come to my office, waving the flag of Governor Ma, wanting to vigorously develop the lychee orchard project to directly boost GDP, generate tax revenue, and invigorate the market. Why did he suddenly change his mind without a word? Qin Huaiming was also somewhat surprised, but he felt more relieved. Wei Xian was not so short-sighted, focused solely on personal achievements and real estate development. Ma Shitu was surprised as well, wondering what this guy was up to. Hadn't he made such a fuss to invite me here just to turn this land into a high-end residential area? It was agreed that the real estate company, Dai Group, would share in the profits. However, having been in politics for many years, he had cultivated the ability to remain unperturbed and not show his emotions. He looked at Wei Xian calmly, who slightly nodded, indicating that this was the only way forward. Ma Shitu, knowing him well after many years of partnership, sensed he might have new ideas or difficulties. He smiled and nodded, turning to Wang Xiyuan and asking, "Secretary Wang, what are your thoughts?" Wang Xiyuan spoke gracefully, "Governor, this afternoon you also visited the other two sites, the citrus production base and the collective shareholding cement factory. One represents Shangyun's agricultural economy, and the other represents the industrial economy. Although the citrus has put Shangyun on the map, it is still just fruit, with farmers operating in a scattered manner, small scale, and without deep processing, failing to form an industrial chain. So it cannot make farmers wealthy, and its output value is not high. The cement factory presents another dilemma. Our county has few industrial enterprises, and many are high-energy consuming, highly polluting energy companies, especially the cement factory, which belongs to a traditional high-energy consuming and highly polluting industry. Currently, there is a serious overcapacity in the cement industry, and the country is promoting energy conservation and emission reduction, with increasingly high environmental protection requirements. The development model of cement is inherently insufficient, and it is hard to see significant growth. It may even become a burden for the county. Therefore, to change Shangyun's unreasonable industrial structure, to achieve cross-development, to realize poverty alleviation and prosperity sooner, and to better explore new paths for county economic development, we plan to establish an industrial park here, attracting overflow modern industrial enterprises from coastal areas, Dongguan, and other places. We have the support of the provincial and municipal governments, land, policies, workers, and sincerity. We will definitely carve out a space for ourselves. County Chief Wei's ideas were the result of our team's collective research, and we sincerely request the support of provincial and municipal leaders. Qin Huaiming seized the opportunity to add, "Governor, Shangyun is a major agricultural county, a populous county, and also a poverty-stricken county. To help the people escape poverty and become prosperous, we still need to develop industry. Right now is a great time with favorable conditions. The province is vigorously developing county economies, and the county leadership team is determined and ambitious. The key is to have a united front. Many industrial enterprises are overflowing from economically developed cities like Shanghai, Zhuzhou, and Dongguan, and our Yanghui city is ready to take them on. The governor is right. There is great potential in the rural world. Secretary Wang, County Chief Wei, work together and do well. Do not let the provincial leaders' earnest expectations go unfulfilled. Chapter 57. Accompanying the bed, this was beautifully said. With Ma Shitu's words and the statements from Wang Shiyuan and Wei Xian, they quickly defined the nature of the land in Lychee Garden, industrial land. It would be difficult to engage in real estate again. Moreover, it was in front of everyone, and everyone heard it, including the city and county television stations that recorded it. Ma Shita felt a bit bitter in his heart and subtly nodded towards Qin Huaiming, casting a leisurely glance at Wei Xian and Wang Shiyuan, smilingly saying, "You guys in Shangyan team are doing well, united. The future is promising, very promising." He didn't express his stance, leaving an opportunity for Wei Xian to turn things around. About 10 minutes later, the research meeting ended, and dozens of people went to the Shangyan Grand Hotel for a banquet. Glasses clinked, and drinks were passed around. In a private room, 18 leaders were seated, each toasting Ma Shitu. This was a rare opportunity to show loyalty to the leaders. After several rounds of good wine, even the heavy-drinking Ma Shitu couldn't hold on, and by 10 o'clock at night, it finally came to an end. Ma Shitu felt about 70 to 80% drunk and stayed overnight at the Shangyan Grand Hotel, planning to return to the provincial capital early the next morning. Qin Huaiming, Lu Jingwei, and other city leaders had tea in Ma Shitu's luxurious suite for more than half an hour before taking their leave back to Yanghui City. Others also took the hint. Some left, some slept, some played, without disturbing the leaders' rest or the time for the second half. Wang Shiyuan was just about to take her leave when Ma Shitu suddenly raised his hand to stop her. "Xiao Wang, wait a moment. I have a few words to say to you." She had no choice but to sit down again, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. After drinking, her cheeks were even more flushed, appearing radiant and charming. "How's it going?" "Doing quite well in Shangyan County, right?" Ma Shitu looked at her, his tone calm and undisturbed. "Thanks to the leaders, things are going relatively smoothly at the moment. Do you want to go further?" He decided not to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Wang Shiyuan smiled, saying, "In the officialdom, who doesn't want a promotion? Good. I will speak up for you." "Thank you, leader." Ma Shitu glanced at Wei Xian, who was making tea nearby, wondering why he was so oblivious today, and then said, "Xiao Wei, go get 2 bottles of red wine. I want to treat Secretary Wang. Grassroots work is not easy." Wei Xian stood up and left. Only this pair of lonely man and woman remained in the room. "Leader, it's getting late. You should rest early." Before Wang Shiyuan could finish her sentence, Ma Shitu raised his hand to stop her, saying, "You should be very clear about what I want. The leader is young and strong. You can still be promoted. Please continue to look after our small county when that happens." Wang Shiyuan smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Ma Shitu chuckled a few times but suddenly stopped smiling, asking, "Didn't Wei Xian tell you?" "Oh, he did." Wang Shiyuan paused and quickly replied, "Regarding the Lychee Garden project." He changed his mind and complied with the collective opinion of the county committee, opting for industrial development instead of real estate. At that time, more than 10 leaders supported industrial development at the standing committee meeting. It's rare. Before, County Chief Wei always went against me. Ma Shitu laughed again, but this time it was a cold laugh, his little eyes wandering over her body before finally resting on her slightly rising chest. He said, "Xiao Wang, you're quite lovely. However, you're not as smart as your sister. Smart women know what men want." "What do they want?" Wang Shiyuan smiled gently, pretending to be innocent and naive. The scene that Ma Shitu wanted still hadn't arrived. It was different from his expectations, making him somewhat unhappy. He lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa and said coldly, "Do you know why Zhang Meng was removed from office? He was corrupt and had a poor lifestyle. His downfall was the will of the people, a significant achievement in our party's anti-corruption efforts, and a profound lesson. Our county committee and government must learn from this, draw lessons, and strictly uphold party conduct and discipline. I will also lead by example, ensuring integrity in governance." especially maintaining a clean lifestyle and strictly adhering to the bottom line of personal conduct. Wang Xiyuan emphasized the importance of maintaining a clean lifestyle, speaking candidly and forcefully, which made Ma Shitu feel irritated yet unable to refute. If it weren't for my order to have Zhang Meng arrested, Secretary Wang, you might not be sitting so comfortably now. You would still be bullied and suppressed by him, right? So that is how it is. Thank you for the party's keen insight in rooting out the troublemaker. And then the province sent down Wei Xian, this excellent county chief. Very good. Wang Xiyuan didn't buy into his line, implying that his arrest of Zhang Meng was not for her sake, but to make room for Wei Xian. You really are a little spicy pepper, Wang Xiyuan. Interesting, very interesting. Ma Shitu laughed angrily. Why are you laughing, leader? What's wrong with him? Wang Xiyuan pouted. From the previous back and forth to suddenly being full of charm, the change was too quick. Ma Shitu was momentarily stunned, and after a while, he realized that this was a tactic of feigned retreat. His gaze at Wang Xiyuan grew bolder, while she shyly lowered her head, her eyes evasively looking elsewhere. To describe her demeanor, one might use Su Zhima's poetry. The most gentle is that bowing head, just like the shy water lily. His heart bloomed with joy. Just then, Wei Xian knocked and entered, holding a tray with a wine decanter and 2 wine glasses. Ma Shitu shot him an unhappy glance, thinking to himself that he had come at the wrong time. There was no need for wine now, as the mood had already been set. The wine has arrived, and it's a fine red. Wei Xian walked to the counter, placed the tray down, turned his back to them, poured 2 glasses, and then handed them to Wang Xiyuan and Ma Shitu, saying, Boss, Secretary Wang, you continue your chat. I have things to handle, so I'll leave first. Xiao Wei, thank you for your hard work. Ma Shitu nodded in satisfaction. Once Wei Xian left, Ma Shitu raised his glass and smiled, saying, Secretary Wang, cheers. Cheers. They both drank their glasses dry. Ma Shitu was filled with excitement. Her drinking was so straightforward, indicating that she had really come to terms with it and was willing to accompany him. After so many years, this enticing piece of flesh was finally about to be within reach. The next morning at 7:30, Ma Shitu woke up, and upon looking around, he found that Wang Xiyuan was not beside him. Could it have been a dream? Or did she leave early? He recalled the events of the previous night. After drinking that glass of red wine, he immediately felt dizzy and, in a daze, saw Wang Xiyuan, who was sitting across from him, smiling charmingly and asking him, What's wrong with you? But it seemed he collapsed, and after that he knew nothing. He immediately called Wei Xian, who was waiting outside, rushing in with a respectful yet slightly nervous smile, saying, Boss, you're awake? How long did I sleep? From 12:30 last night until now, 7 hours. You really were tired. You slept very soundly. I slept alone? Where's Xiyuan? The fragrant scene from his dream was both real and vague. Chapter 58. The betrayal of the county head. She left early in the morning. If someone saw her, it wouldn't be good. Wei Xian dodged the leader's direct gaze. Oh, why do I feel nothing? Still in my pajamas? Yes, someone must have helped you put them on. Otherwise, you would catch a cold, and we can't afford that. Wei Xian continued to smile respectfully. Ma Shitu didn't say anything more, waved his hand, and Wei Xian tactfully exited the bedroom. As Ma Shitu got out of bed and changed clothes, he recalled what had happened last night. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Why did he feel dizzy after just 1 glass of red wine, collapsing on the sofa, while Wang Xiyuan also had 1 glass and could still stand upright? He carefully checked the big bed. The sheets were clean, with no signs of being wet and dried again, no long hair or perfume scent, and the snow-white bedding bore no lipstick marks, even though Wang Xiyuan had a pair of bright red lips and had applied quite a bit of lipstick. There were no bloodstains on the sheets, either. Wang Ziding said she was still a virgin. Could it be that she wasn't anymore? Or that nothing happened last night at all? No, Wang Xiyuan didn't give anything away. I might have just had a steamy dream. I passed out after drinking the red wine, and then I had hallucinations. Was there something wrong with the wine? Did Wei Xian dare to put a drug in the wine? Is he looking to get himself killed? After figuring out the situation, Ma Shitu quickly stabilized his emotions, washed up calmly, got dressed, and went to the living room. The secretary and a deputy secretary general from the provincial government were there, waiting for him to go down for breakfast before returning to the province. When everyone saw him come out, they greeted him respectfully. Ma Shitu kindly said, You two go ahead and eat. I need to have a few private words with Xiao Wei. The secretary and the secretary general tactfully left, closing the door behind them. Wei Xian tried to remain calm, but beads of sweat slowly formed on his forehead. He knew the old man too well. He was extremely shrewd and detail-oriented. Not easy to fool. Ma Shurta stood with his hands behind his back, quietly staring at Wei Xian, saying nothing, which made Wei Xian more and more nervous. His back soaked. Speak, what happened last night? Ma Shurtu's tone was calm, yet chilling, like a knife at Wei Xian's throat, causing his defenses to collapse instantly. I, he stammered, looking like a fool. I've been following you for 5 or 6 years. Ma Shurta suddenly raised his voice, stern and fierce, then softened again, saying, just tell me the truth. As he spoke, he sat on the sofa, leisurely lit a cigarette, took a gentle puff, and amidst the swirling smoke, appeared extremely profound and inscrutable. Wei Xian adjusted his glasses and wiped the sweat from his forehead, lacking confidence as he said, Boss, I'm sorry I put a drug in your wine last night. But don't worry, it's just a sleeping pill, a traditional Chinese medicine. It won't harm your body. You'll just fall asleep after drinking it. Why? You're not young anymore. And with your busy work schedule and long nights, I saw you were too tired. So I wanted you to have a good sleep. Wei Xian, I know what you're up to. Even now, you're still trying to play tricks on me. Ma Shurtu slammed the table angrily. When did you and Wang Xiyuan get together? How dare you take her? Ma Shitu misunderstood. Thinking Wei Xian was stopping him from getting close to Wang Xiyuan because he had already possessed her. Wei Xian hurriedly waved his hand to clarify. No, boss. That's not it. I have nothing with her. Last night, it was indeed me who put the drug in your wine to stop your good deeds. After you passed out, the waitress, and Wang Xiyuan, the 3 of us, carried you into the bedroom. Then Wang Xiyuan left, and I helped you change into your pajamas with that waitress. Ma Shurta coldly stared at him and asked, that's called betrayal. Tell me, why help her? She forced me. I had no choice. You're like my reborn parents. If I soften my heart, you might let me go. But Wang Xiyuan is different. She's my arch-nemesis. If I don't listen to her, she'll destroy me. Plus, this is better for you. There are many monsters in Yun County. If they find out and report it to the province, it would be bad for you. Wei Xian said with a choking voice, filled with grievance. Ma Shurtu was slightly taken aback, cursing, you useless thing, a grown man, being controlled by a woman. How shameful is that? She has evidence of my crime, Wei Xian said in a low voice. Ma Shitu laughed the nanja, extinguishing his cigarette and lighting another one, asking what exactly happened. Explain it all clearly. Wei Xian then recounted how, 3 nights ago, he was caught by the police during an attempted rape. You fool, you've only been here for a few days, and you're already stirring trouble and stealing others' cake. The county is the most complex. Everyone has their own turf. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. If not you, who else would they target? Ma Shurta scolded him. This matter is definitely not planned by 1 or 2 people. It's a team effort. The Public Security Bureau chief, the executive deputy county head, the political and legal committee secretary, including Wang Xiyuan and the deputy secretary of the county committee, could all be involved or secretly pushing things along. Old Ma was indeed experienced, having been in the officialdom for many years and seeing through everything. Wei Xian was horrified, his glasses slipping down his nose, mouth agape, unable to speak. Don't you see? You're only the acting county head. You've taken someone else's position. A gentleman is innocent, but carrying a jade is a crime. You stepping down aligns with the interests of most people in the Yun County team. Understand? Wei Xian finally understood why that night was so coincidental. Why did Wu Mei, a small business owner, dare to resist him? Why did the person who reported it become a case of Rashomon? Why was the young policewoman safe and sound? And why did it end up at the County Discipline Inspection Commission? It turned out this was all a trap, and he was the naive turtle caught in the jar. He felt both angry and regretful. How did Wang Xiyuan get involved again? Ma Shurta asked. The night before last, I had just returned to the county committee family compound, and Wang Xiyuan called me to her house. I thought she had a change of heart and agreed to sleep with me. But who knew? She showed me a video and some photos. Wei Xian said it was from the police enforcement recording device that night, where he was with that woman, and he misspoke, saying Wu Mei initially agreed, but then didn't let him continue. The woman also claimed he was raping her. So, The evidence was quite substantial. There were many photos and backups. Wang Xiuyuan said these are given to her by the county discipline inspection secretary, asking her whether to submit them to the city or provincial discipline inspection. Then, I beg her not to submit them. She then put forward 2 conditions. First, the lychee garden should not engage in real estate, but develop industry. Second, to handle you. So you let her manipulate you? Ma Shitu's voice was icy. Chapter 59. Governor Ma admits defeat. Wei Xian nodded and said, I was thinking if you can't get it this time, there will be more opportunities in the future. There is still plenty of time. But if they really report it to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, I might fall from grace and there will be no more chances for me. As long as there are green mountains. I'm not afraid of not having firewood to burn. Do you still have green mountains? She can threaten you with that video for a lifetime. Boss, what should we do? Should we kill her? Don't be ridiculous. Ma Shitu couldn't help but want to slap him a few times. He sighed and said, you should have informed me that night. Now that things have turned out this way, how can you expect me to save you? I didn't want to trouble you, and I was afraid of getting your hands dirty, Wei Xian said. In fact, if Ma Shitu took action, Wang Xiuyuan would definitely propose 2 conditions for a deal. He just didn't know how Wang Xiuyuan had convinced Wei Xian to betray him and play this game with her. Well, he ended up being the fool in this play. Ma Shitu felt extremely offended, but his composure and experience made him seem calm. All right, let's end it here. You can leave. Boss, I'm sorry. I'm loyal to you, always loyal. Wei Xian cried. Get out. Seeing his face cold as iron, Wei Xian didn't dare to say more and bent over like a eunuch as he exited the emperor's chamber. There's nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. After finishing his last cigarette, Ma Shitu sighed and thought, Wei Xian has lost the most basic principle, loyalty. This person is no longer trustworthy and of little use. Wei Xian, this small pawn, can be discarded. One cannot lose big over small matters. If he gets investigated because of him and drags him down, it will be a loss. I'm afraid this spineless guy will say anything once he is caught. Therefore, he cannot be allowed to fall. With this thought, his anger had almost disappeared, and his interest in Wang Xiuyuan was gone as well. At the same time, he sincerely lamented that Wang Xiuyuan was indeed not an ordinary person. She was not to be trifled with. This time, he admitted defeat, but deep in his heart, he also planted the seed of hatred, secretly resolving that Wang Xiuyuan should not let him catch her weakness, or he would definitely take her down. However, Wei Xian was unwilling to accept defeat. A few days later, one morning, he called County Office Director Li Jinzong and Public Security Bureau Executive Deputy Director Gan Mingyuan to his office for a secret discussion. Who reported it? You 2 useless fools haven't figured out after so many days. What are you doing? Wei Xian started off angrily. His violent temper was well known in the official circles of Shangyun, and probably only honest people or those seeking power and wealth could tolerate him. Gan Mingyuan and Li Jinzong exchanged glances, both showing helpless expressions. Gan Mingyuan said, we've basically figured it out. It should be Wu Mei and Ku Weiliang. Those 2. How is that possible? Wei Xian was skeptical. Gan Mingyuan explained, County Chief, that night when you were not taking off Wu Mei's clothes, didn't she tap her phone? I don't remember. She called Ku Weiliang's number, and as soon as it got connected, she hung up. That was a signal to Ku Weiliang. He then sent out a text message, and another woman reported it. As for who that woman is, we haven't figured it out yet. Wei Xian angrily said, damn it, fire Ku Weiliang immediately. Ku Weiliang's uncle is Deputy Secretary Lin Ruelong. He hasn't done anything wrong, so we can't fire him, Li Jinzong reminded him. Wei Xian immediately understood, stunned for a moment, and said, Lin Ruelong is the mastermind? Gan Mingyuan and Li Jinzong exchanged glances again, non-committal, as they were unsure. Then let the Discipline Inspection Commission investigate. Someone like Ku Weiliang must have dirty hands. Li Jinzong reminded him, County Chief, Ku Weiliang has a relative relationship with the Discipline Inspection Secretary, so it won't be easy. Wei Xian was stunned again, and in anger, he slammed the table and shouted, damn it, can't I investigate anyone as a county chief? Li Jinzong sadly thought, currently it seems that way. Lin Ruelong, Hefeng Mamansong, Lei Ting Feng, and several other leaders were originally in serious internal conflict, especially fighting for the position of county chief, with open and covert struggles. However, Wei Xian had parachuted in and snatched the common meat from their mouths, making him the target of everyone's attacks. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Those leaders mentioned above had united and all obeyed Wang Shiyuan. Therefore, there was nothing much to investigate. It was merely a conspiracy orchestrated by Wang Shiyuan in collusion with Lin Ruilong and Yifeng. In this way, Wei Xian's chances of winning were very low. Now that Wei Xian had lost Ma Shitu's trust, if he didn't rein in his sharpness, keep a low profile, focus on his work, and achieve results, he probably wouldn't last long in the official circles of Shangyin County. So, Li Jinzong sincerely advised, "Boss, why don't we just let this go? Let your mother's head go. Are you telling me, as a dignified county chief, to suffer in silence?" Wei Xian angrily slammed the table again. The teacup rattling from the impact, tea spilling over the lid. "Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find out who reported it and who the mastermind is. I want them to pay dearly." Li Jinzong and Gan Mingyuan exchanged glances again, and it seemed that without finding a scapegoat, this matter would not end. After thinking for a while, Gan Mingyuan said, "I've thought of someone. He is quite suspicious." "Who?" Wei Xian's eyes lit up. Su Ting, deputy director of the county committee office, a confidant of Wang Shiyuan. There were rumors before that he had an affair with Wang Shiyuan, but there was no evidence, and it eventually came to nothing. No one believed that a proper county party secretary would fancy that poor kid. Li Jinzong hurriedly interrupted him. "Director Gan, you're mistaken. Su Ting is not poor. A few months ago, he bought 2 old houses in the textile factory's residential area. Now that they are being demolished, he received $2 million as compensation." Wei Xian slammed the table again, furious, as smoke seemed to rise from his head, for he had signed off on the demolition compensation plan. What a stroke of luck. Gan Mingyuan disdainfully said, "I checked the surveillance near the Yun Hotel that night and found that before the incident, Su Ting was talking to my Jia downstairs. Later, I asked the team member who came with my Jia and found out that Su Ting called my Jia, saying that there was a fight near the Yun Hotel. So, my Jia rushed over, and as soon as she arrived, she received an emergency dispatch order from the 110 Command Center. In reality, there was no fight that night. Su Ting tricked my Jia over there with the intention of capturing the county chief." Wei Xian's heart tightened, and upon realizing this connection, he became more convinced that the true mastermind was definitely Wang Shiyuan, and Su Ting was just her pawn. He suspiciously asked, "What is the relationship between Su Ting, Ku Weiliang, and Wu Mei? They must be in cahoots, right?" Li Jinzong shook his head and said suspiciously, "Theoretically, they shouldn't be in cahoots. Su Ting and Ku Weiliang have a bad relationship. I heard that Ku Weiliang was engaged to Wang Shiyuan's female, Secretary Yinbing. But Su Ting ruined it because he caught Ku Weiliang cheating with Wu Mei. Su Ting should be hated by Ku Weiliang and Wu Mei. Moreover, Wu Mei is the aunt of Su Ting's ex-girlfriend. After Su Ting was dumped, he had already fallen out with the Wu family." After hearing this, Wei Xian felt his head spin. How could the relationships in the county be so complicated? Each person seemed to have connections that twisted and turned back to the county leaders. Indeed, it was a small temple with a lot of demons, and a shallow pool with too many turtles. Chapter 60. Shulan makes up for her mistakes no matter how you look at it. Su Ting is highly suspicious. Plus, he is an outsider, a northerner, who grew up in Shanghai City, with no background and no resources, making him easy to manipulate. Gan Mingyuan said sinisterly. He specifically targets soft persimmons. Li Jinzong recalled Su Ting's astonishing performance at the recent inspection mobilization meeting and couldn't help but shake his head. Just as he was about to say, "That may not be the case," he heard Wei Xian arrogantly command, "Then let's deal with him first. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey." Gan Mingyuan patted Li Jinzong's shoulder and said, "Brother, don't think too highly of him. At the inspection mobilization meeting, wasn't it Wang Shiyuan and Chun Liangping backing him up? He's just a pawn. Don't forget, there are plenty of people opposing Wang Shiyuan. Suppressing him is what everyone wants, and not many will object. Just watch." Li Jinzong thought about it and agreed. The taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. The 3 of them discussed for a long time, and the final conclusion was to target a small section-level cadre. The county head's vision is quite large. After Li Jinzong and Gan Mingyuan left, Wei Xian had his secretary call Shulan in. She felt like she had been imprisoned in a cold palace for years. Suddenly summoned by a eunuch, ready to meet the emperor, she was naturally overjoyed. Previously, the county head had refused her 3 requests for an audience. With a flushed face and slight nervousness, she stood in front of the desk and respectfully, yet somewhat seductively called out, "County head." Today, she still wore an ivory-white long-sleeve shirt and a black bodycon skirt, her figure curvaceous with a pair of shiny long legs. Looking quite attractive and exuding a mature charm, Wei Xian gazed at her gently and said, "Originally, I was going to transfer you to the Science and Technology Bureau. A clean position. But seeing how beautiful you are, I just can't bear to do it. How about this? I'll give you a chance to make up for your past mistakes. Okay? That sounds great. Thank you, County Head. I can do anything you ask. Tonight, no, right now." She thought of something more intimate and licked her lips, appearing quite flirtatious. Wei Xian chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Your flirtatiousness shows me that victory is beckoning to me. I'm planning to use your own methods against you. You can go to Gon Mingyuan for specifics. He'll tell you what to do and how to do it." "What to do?" "Don't ask me. I don't know anything." Shulan instantly understood. It must be something unsavory, so it couldn't be directly instructed by the county head. With a charming smile, she straightened her back, accentuated her curves, and boldly declared, "Rest assured, county head, I guarantee I will accomplish the task perfectly." On Sunday night, in a seaside hotel in Yonghui City, Su Ting and Wang Xiyuan's second round of passion finally came to an end. Every time their feelings ran deep, Wang Xiyuan would bite him hard, then whisper in his ear, intoxicated, "I love you so much. I love you so much. Then let's ascend together." In the end, Su Ting weakly said, "Xiyuan, I've really fallen in love with you. What should I do? I told you not to fall in love with me, understand? My little toy." Her eyes were misty as she gently stroked his hair, exuding a maternal tenderness and affection. Both of them were sweaty and sticky, embracing each other uncomfortably. So, this pair of lustful lovers got up to take a shower, feeling refreshed, then sat on the balcony's lounge chairs, enjoying the sea breeze and sipping red wine, feeling quite content. However, she had regained her calm, elegance, and laziness, carrying some indifference, and no longer had that earlier frenzied passion. Su Ting could never understand what he meant to her. He didn't want to figure out either, as it was destined that they had no future. As Wang Fei sang well, happiness is a lover. For now, why ask for more? Having let Wei Xian off the hook this time, do you think he will learn to be more cautious? Wang Xian raised her face, gazing at the boundless sea, her peripheral vision sweeping over the man's exposed chest muscles. She was only wearing a spaghetti-strap dress, and he was only in a pair of shorts. "No," Su Ting replied. This time, he was forced into a corner, having to bow his head to preserve his position. It's just a delaying tactic. He has support from leaders like Su Rongda, Xiao Qingyun, Du Chunsheng, and others who want to climb higher, along with Gon Mingyuan, Li Jinzong, and other mid-level cadres looking to advance. Plus, he has the golden signboard of Ma, sure too, and he is stubborn and arrogant. How could he be willing to fail? Wang Xiyuan smiled and nodded. "Su Ting, are you really only 24 years old? My body is 24, but my mind might be a bit more mature. Young but mature. However, I'm a little tired of this back-and-forth fighting. It's really not interesting. I want to do something. What I reported to Ma Sure to in the lychee garden that day was my true feelings. I want to change the industrial structure of Shangyang. Relying solely on agriculture is not enough, and depending on the heavily polluting cement industry is even less in line with the scientific development concept. We still need to attract investment and bring in quality enterprises with scale and even worth billions." Wang Xiyuan began to talk about work. "Boss, the research on the development status of Shangyang's industry is almost complete. I will write you a highly valuable research report." Wang Xiyuan gazed into the distance, took a sip of red wine, and softly said, "Do you think old Ma will retaliate against me?" Su Ting pondered for a moment and said, "I don't think so. He has such a high position. He wouldn't bother competing with a county-level cadre. Besides, he has already lost more than he gained and won't trip over the same stone a third time. Such people cherish their reputation, and being shrewd, they know you are prickly and not to be messed with, so they'll back off. As for Wei Xian, with his intelligence, he should not have anticipated that old Ma would give up on him because of this matter. In the political arena, Emotions don't matter. Loyalty is more important. Wang Xiyuan glanced at her man, smiled, and slightly nodded. You see things very clearly. Moreover, old Ma should have his own troubles, right? What do you mean? He will fall one day. Su Ting said casually, but with certainty. Did you hear some news? No, I just have a hunch. Su Ting calculated the time in his heart, probably in a little over 2 months. Just as they were talking, Su Ting's phone suddenly rang, and he turned back to the living room to answer the call. Wang Xiyuan slowly swirled her red wine, closed her eyes, and enjoyed this rare tranquility. Tomorrow, once work started, it would be another week of being incredibly busy. She was that kind of person trying to keep her life and work separate. A few minutes later, Su Ting returned. She glanced at him and casually asked, "Which little lover is it?" "No, I wasn't looking into industrial research." The deputy director of the Economic and Information Bureau, Zhou Haiyang, has been uncooperative and quite snarky. He has more detailed and accurate data, as well as some internal materials from companies. Su Ting said, "So, I sent a supervision letter in the name of the County Party Committee's inspection office to investigate the inflated industrial economic indicators of the Economic and Information Bureau. And now he has become obedient and wants to treat me to dinner." Wang Xiyuan laughed heartily. "Do you know Zhou Haiyang has a beautiful wife?" Su Ting shook his head. "Shulan." Su Ting was taken aback. "She walks with a sway, looking charming. I thought she was unmarried." Wang Xiyuan laughed heartily. Chapter 61. The couple joins forces on Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock. Su Ting pushed open the door to the private room 666 of the Emperor Restaurant. A man and a woman hurriedly stood up from the dining table, smiling and welcoming him with enthusiasm. The man was Zhou Haiyang, and the woman was Shulan. Su Ting didn't expect Zhou Haiyang to bring his wife along. He hadn't even mentioned it beforehand. Shulan, a charming woman, exuded a pleasant fragrance and smiled sweetly as she said, "Director Su, you're the youngest deputy section chief in the county and also the deputy director of the County Party Committee office. Handsome and talented, with a bright future ahead. How could I possibly miss the chance to meet you? This is our first time dining together as a couple, so it's rare and exciting, which is why we must not leave without getting drunk tonight. Flatté, soutin de blaive." In front of these two seniors, I dare not take such praise. Honestly, I was already flattered to receive an invitation from Director Zhou, and now I'm surprised and touched that the beautiful Director Shu is also here. It's an honor to have dinner with such a handsome couple. Thank you. Thank you. Su Ting spoke a string of polite words. Look at how well Director Su speaks, humble and considerate. And you, Zhou Haiyang, are just a blockhead, she teased, praising Su Ting. However, the term model couple made her feel a bit uncomfortable. In fact, the county government office and the county party committee office are two independent yet intertwined departments. Before this, Su Ting had been relatively unknown, rarely attending gatherings. Shulan, being a social butterfly, only focused on leaders and potential talents. So she naturally didn't know about Su Ting until he was suddenly promoted to deputy director. She had to pay attention to him, especially since he was tall, handsome, and only 24 years old, already the deputy director of the county party committee office. Moreover, she was here tonight with an important mission from the county governor. Su Ting noticed that the private room had its own bathroom and a reception area with a tea table and sofas. In the center, by the window, there was a dining table for 10, already filled with dishes and red wine. Just moments ago, Shulan and Zhou Haiyang had stood up from the dining table to greet him. Normally, Shu and Ti, they had been waiting in the reception area. As his thoughts wandered, Shulan smiled and said, "Shall we take our seats? Director Su, please take the main seat." The opposite position was empty, with Shulan on the right and Zhou Haiyang on the left, their bags placed on their respective chairs. And each of them had a glass of red wine in front of them. This was clearly pushing him to sit in the main position. With two seniors here, how could I dare to sit in the middle? Plus, Sister Shu, you are the big manager of our county government office. Su Ting smiled and declined. The reception office director is a deputy section chief. Shulan playfully said, "Oh, my Director Su, you are a leader in the county party committee office. You should know that in various meetings, the county party committee office's nameplate is always at the top, while the organizational department, discipline inspection commission, propaganda department, and other party departments have to stand aside, let alone our government office. My husband is in a clean water official position, a marginal department. So, don't be modest. Just take your seat. Yes, Director Su is a distinguished guest and must sit in the middle. Su Ting continued to refuse. But our utensils have been used already. Come on, don't decline, Shu Lan said, linking her arm with his and pulling him to the center. Whether intentional or not, when she linked arms with him, her full, soft chest brushed against his arm. Su Ting glanced at the 3 red wine glasses, all identical in color and quantity, and swapped his glass with Shu Lan's, then went to change utensils. Shu Lan, both angry and amused, pressed down on his hand and scolded, Director Su, what are you doing? We invited you to dinner, and if you don't sit in the middle, how can we eat? Come sit down. She forcefully pressed him into the main seat. Although the utensils weren't changed, the red wine was swapped. Shu Lan didn't switch wine glasses, which made Su Ting feel a bit more relaxed. After dinner began, the couple took turns toasting him, showering him with compliments and attentiveness, which made Su Ting feel flattered but also more vigilant. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and there are certainly no baseless praises. Shu Lan, known as the #1 socialite in the county government, wore a red ultra-short skirt that accentuated her long, straight legs. On top, she wore a V-neck beige shirt, half tucked into her shorts. She intentionally rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair, ample cleavage and slender arms. Her round face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and her large red lips looked as luscious as the wax apples found in southern streets, tempting and vibrant. After drinking, her cheeks flushed even more, enhancing her charm. At this moment, Zhou Haiyang respectfully raised his wine glass. Thank you, Director Su, for gracing us with your presence. I've always wanted to invite you for a meal, and today it finally happened. Come, I toast you. Su Ting raised his wine glass and smiled. Director Zhou, you're too polite. We should have been in touch more often. You're the elder brother, so I toast you. And to the elder sister as well, I toast both of you. Isn't that embarrassing for us? Come, we toast you. Zhou Haiyang lowered his glass and bent at the waist. Kulme, let us toast the most handsome comrade in the county party courtyard. Su Ting, cheers. We want tea stop until we're drunk. Shu Lan boldly lifted her glass. Su Ting no longer hesitated and downed the red wine in his glass. Director Su, I'm sorry, I heard you like drinking white wine. But because I'm a woman and allergic to it, I can only have a bit of red wine. Red wine is more romantic and uplifting. Plus, these 2 bottles of dry red were brought back from Bordeaux during my trip to Europe, and I've saved them for 3 years without drinking, Shu Lan said charmingly. She was very close to him, occasionally brushing against him with her arm, then giving a flirtatious smile. Whenever she bowed her head, her prominent chest would sway slightly. Thank you, you two are really treating me, Su Ting said politely. Why would a supervision notice make him so humble? Moreover, tonight, it was just the 2 of them. When did they ever have meals with just a few people? More people make for a lively atmosphere. What kind of person is Su Ting? Having lived a second life, he had a wealth of life experience. But he remained composed. Shu Lan, 30, was promoted to Deputy Section Chief 2 years ago and currently holds her position. Zhou Haiyang, 36, was finally promoted to Deputy Director of the Economic and Information Bureau last year. The leader in charge of the Economic and Information Bureau was Xiao Qinyan. In his previous life, Su Ting later learned that Zhou Haiyang's promotion relied heavily on his wife's efforts in the bedroom, after which Xiao Qinyan made the final decision. The key was that Zhou Haiyang supported this. Thinking of this, Su Ting felt pity for him. This man was worse off than Zhou Yid. After all, Zhou Haiyang was still young, had an education and a position, and hadn't reached a desperate point. But he was rather unremarkable in appearance, with thinning hair at 36, fitting into the local support for the central government framework. He was overweight, with a big belly and a dark complexion, not working diligently, spending his days drinking and playing mahjong, oblivious to the county's industrial base, and had no idea how to serve enterprise development, but he was quite adept at taking advantage of situations. After a few glasses of wine and some food, Su Ting asked, Director Zhou, have you brought the materials I requested? Yes, I brought them, Zhou Haiyang replied with a smile, reaching behind him to hand a file bag to Su Ting. Chapter 62. Drugged Wine. Su Ting took a look at the documents and confirmed they were indeed what he wanted, some secret internal materials from industrial enterprises. Shu Lan tilted her head and asked, Brother, What are you really doing this research for? She had already started to address him as her brother. Didn't the notice say? The main purpose is to attract investment, first to understand our resources, see what we have, what we lack, what we need, and what we might achieve in the future. Only then can we be targeted and avoid detours. Knowing ourselves and our opponents ensures victory in every battle. Director Sue is truly insightful and farsighted. I learned from you. Come, let us get another drink. She was very eloquent, befitting her role as the director of the county government S reception office, a social butterfly. And during the meal, she showed great concern for Su Ting's personal life, asking, "Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend?" Su Ting shook his head. What a waste. With such good conditions. You don't have a girlfriend? No, wait, is it not fixed? How many are there? Come on, confess. Su Ting smiled and remained silent. Shu Lan sighed regretfully, saying, I have quite a few here. I can introduce you. What type do you like? Young girls or married women? Married women. Shu Lan's eyes suddenly became flustered. Her ears turned red, and with a charming smile, she said, Of course, which man doesn't like married women? Next to them, Zhou Haiyang chuckled awkwardly. As the drinks flowed, one bottle of red wine was finished. So far, Su Ting secretly noticed that the three of them were drinking the same wine. Shu Lan wondered to herself. They had been eating and drinking for an hour, and Su Ting had also consumed a lot of alcohol, including 2 large bowls of soup. How come he hadn't gone to the bathroom? Truly young, his kidneys must be good. Then let us initiate Plan B. 2 minutes later, a waiter knocked and entered, saying, Whose black electric bike downstairs is it? It got hit by a car. Please go down and handle it. It's mine. Su Ting picked up the keys and went out. Shu Lan secretly exchanged glances, and Zhou Haiyang quickly stood up, saying, I'll accompany you. The two left the private room. Upon reaching the first floor, they found no trace of the car, but Su Ting's bike indeed showed signs of being hit. Though it was just a minor scratch, nothing serious. After asking, they learned that the car owner was in a hurry and had left 50 yuan before rushing off. Su Ting and Zhou Haiyang had no choice but to return, feeling disgruntled. Just as they reached the second floor, a man approached them and pulled Zhou Haiyang aside for a chat. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. Zhou Haiyang said, Director Su, you go in first. This is my junior high school classmate. I'll chat with him about some private matters. With that, he was pulled into another private room. Su Ting returned alone, pushed open room 666, and saw Shu Lan standing at the door with a flushed complexion, welcoming him. She stood elegantly, charmingly, but something felt slightly off. She didn't even ask where Zhou Haiyang had gone, closed the door, linked her arm with Su Ting's, and invited him to sit down again, saying with both feigned affection and genuine emotion, Today is really fun. I didn't expect to find such a good brother. Really? How come I didn't notice before that the most interesting person in the county committee compound is you? Come on, when good friends meet. 1,000 cups are too few. Let us drink to our heart's content. I'm also very surprised. Sister Shu Lan has both beauty and talent. Before, I can only look up to you, but today up close, I realize you're also a person of great character. Truly, you deserve to be the first flower of the county government. Really? You're so sweet-talking, making me feel all warm inside. She laughed heartily, her laughter vibrant. Suddenly pulling her chair closer to him, getting very near, shyly asking, Brother, do you really like married women? Su Ting replied earnestly, Yes, I like women older than me. Liar, she said, smiling seductively and lightly hitting him. Suddenly, her brows furrowed, and she sighed, What a pity. At that time, I don't know what I was thinking, marrying that useless Zhou Haiyang, completely useless inside and out. What? Is your marriage unhappy? You noticed? Shu Lan looked down, then raised her eyes to him, her gaze filled with emotion, looking pitiful. Sister, are we not afraid your husband might suddenly come back? No way. Shu Lan suddenly realized she had let something slip, quickly correcting herself. If he comes back, I'll just kick him out. It's just the two of us. Let's talk about our true feelings. What should we talk about? Let us drink first. Alcohol emboldens heroes. Only when we drink, well, can we speak our true thoughts. Saying this, she picked up her red wine glass, glancing at the glass in front of him. Su Ting took a look and noticed the glass had been slightly moved. Before he went out, he had intentionally covered a small flower on the table with the glass, and now it was only covering half of it. The glass had been moved. Moreover, he had just poured half a glass of wine, and now there was slightly more wine, with 1 or 2 bubbles remaining. He sneered inwardly, picked up his glass, clinked it with hers, and slowly brought it to his lips, catching a glimpse of Shu Lan feigning drinking while nervously sneaking glances at him. Suddenly, Su Ting exclaimed and put down his glass. Shu Lan hurriedly asked, What is wrong? I dropped my phone. It seems to have slipped under your feet, under the table. Su Ting said with an awkward smile, Sister, could you help me pick it up? You come yourself. It seems to be right under me. After saying this, her face turned bright red. Su Ting smiled and said, You're wearing too little. That's not good. Didn't he expect that Shu Lan would not fall for it? No, I want you to crawl under to find it, thoroughly and deeply. She pouted, speaking flirtatiously, her legs slightly apart, gleaming white. Most lecherous men might have lost control by now, but Su Ting held his ground. All right, he said, preparing to crawl under the table, but then stopped, cautiously saying, Sister, I heard that at the Imperial restaurant, after men and women finish their meals, they often get messy. There are also rumors of business secrets. So someone might install recording devices under the table and then blackmail the parties involved for money. I wonder if there's anything under our table. Upon hearing this, Shu Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. That fool Zhou Haiyang had indeed installed something down there, and if he discovered it, all her efforts would be in vain. She grabbed his arm and said, Who told you such nonsense? That is not true. You pure boy. Your face is red all the way to your neck. So cute. I want to make it hard for you. Let me do it myself. Saying this, she slid down from her chair and crawled under the table, easily finding Su Ting's phone. Then she used the phone's light to shine around and indeed saw a recording pin stuck under the table with black tape, recording. She inwardly cursed. Zhou Haiyang, you fool. Why didn't you tell me where you placed the recording device? Almost exposed. Remembering her earlier explicit teasing words, she felt her face burning, but then again, it didn't matter. She was a married woman, and such words were common in drinking sessions, saying it didn't mean doing it. The key was that if Su Ting acted, then he would be doomed. A minute later, Shu Lan crawled out from under the table, smiling charmingly as she returned the phone to Su Ting. Su Ting grabbed a handful of cashews from the nut tray, chewing while asking, There's no recording device underneath, right? How could there be? No, you're overthinking it, brother. Come on, let us drink. After finishing the cashews, Su Ting raised his red wine glass and lightly clinked it with hers, gazing at her affectionately, and softly said, Sister Shu Lan is really charming. Hearing this, Shu Lan smiled seductively, and the two drank it all in one go. Chapter 63. Woman deceives man. The man who pulled Zhou Haiyang into another private room was named Kwong Wei, a detective from the County Police Department's Criminal Investigation Team. Though he was dressed in plain clothes today, in the private room, there was also Kwong Wei's little sidekick, Liang. The three of them were smoking, drinking, and joking while waiting for Shu Lan's distress signal. Kwong Wei felt that they should check on the situation, so he ordered Liang, go eavesdrop and see what's happening inside. Be careful not to alert them. Got it. Liang chuckled and went out. A few minutes later, he returned excitedly, with an envious expression, exclaiming, Damn, they're about to get it on. This is so exciting. Watch your mouth. Can't you see Director Zhou is here? Kwong Wei kicked Liang, nearly making him fall. Liang then realized he had misspoken and quickly apologized. Zhou Haiyang felt a bit sour inside, but couldn't scold him, as that would make him seem petty. The idea had come from his wife, and he had fully supported it. Go check again and report back. Kwong Wei commanded, and Liang dashed out again. Come on, Director Zhou, let's drink. Kwong Wei raised his glass. After finishing his drink, Zhou Haiyang felt a bit dizzy, stood up unsteadily, and said, I need to check. I hope that kid isn't too crazy and can't control himself, or he might really do something to my wife. What are you worried about? Sister Lan is experienced. Can't she handle that young guy? If she can't resist, she will send a signal. Check your phone. Has it flashed? Zhou Haiyang had actually been watching his phone. When he and Su Ting returned to the restaurant, Shu Lan had sent him a message. The drug was administered. Everything is going smoothly. After that, there had been no more messages or calls, indicating that it wasn't a critical situation yet. Then it's fine. Liang is watching. Besides, you can't go check. There's so many people coming and going, and there are surveillance cameras. You'll end up being a suspect. The key is to let him take off your sister-in-law's clothes. If it almost happens, then it's attempted rape. Otherwise, at most, it's forced molestation, and he won't get into serious trouble. Hearing Kwang Wei say this, Zhou Haiyang felt a bit better and calmly sat back down to continue drinking. Suddenly, the door was pushed open again, and Liang returned, unable to hide his lewd expression. He quietly closed the door and said with a grin, "They're flirting. That handsome guy has even crawled under sister-in-law's chair." Zhou Haiyang felt embarrassed and glared at Liang in anger. Liang grinned and corrected himself. He wanted to crawl under sister-in-law's chair to find his phone. They're really good at flirting. Right now, after drinking the drugged wine, they're whispering sweet nothings. I can't hear clearly, but it feels really steamy. Then it's south getting close. Kwang Wei smiled confidently, like a hunter who has caught the scent of prey. Should I go listen again? Liang volunteered, clearly addicted to eavesdropping. No, don't go again. Kwang Wei waved his hand. If you go again, you'll be exposed. You're a cop, always pressing your ear to the door to eavesdrop. Wouldn't someone see you? There are also cameras. If that kid sets us up, it'll be hard to explain. Brothers need to have some composure. Let us wait a bit longer. The drug takes time to kick in. Minutes passed, but Shulan still hadn't called Zhou Haiyang's phone. According to their prior agreement, Su Ting would forcibly remove her pants and clothes, and when it was about to happen, she would flash her phone. Zhou Haiyang had a bad feeling. He always thought his wife might genuinely like Su Ting. He was tall, strong, and had a bright future. Which woman wouldn't be attracted to him? He stood up, pacing back and forth, suddenly stopping with a worried expression. Something feels off. What if my wife really gets involved with him? PSA man, my wife might give up after a few struggles. What are you worried about? She hasn't sent a signal yet, right? If her phone isn't working, she can't shout. Kwang Wei lit a cigarette and smoked slowly, exhaling smoke as he said, even if something does happen, that's even easier to deal with. If it's completed rape, I'll make sure he goes to jail. Kwang Wei, you're just talking big. If it were your wife, would you say the same? The key is, my wife isn't as pretty and sexy as your wife. Sister Shulan is so enticing. Which man wouldn't be smitten? Kwang Wei was joking, but also speaking his mind. He really wanted to be with Shulan, but she didn't even look at him. However, after a few more minutes, there was still no distress signal. Zhou Haiyang couldn't wait any longer, and he said, "No, I need to go check." With that, he left the small private room and went to the door of room 666, pressing his ear against the door to listen. Inside, he heard indecent sounds of men and women. He was shocked, thinking this is bad. They are really at it. If they do, I can regain the trust of the county chief, and my wife can be promoted to a proper position, and in a couple of years, I can also become the director. Kwang Wei and Liang followed him, and the three of them pressed their ears to the door to eavesdrop. Though it wasn't very clear, it was enough to be tantalizing. After a moment, Kwang Wei and Zhou Haiyang exchanged glances and nodded, deciding to open the door and enforce the law to arrest Su Ting. Just as they were about to open the door, suddenly, a figure flashed out from somewhere, kicked the door open, and the three of them lost their balance and nearly fell to the ground. Zhou Haiyang, who had been playing mahjong for a long time and lacked exercise, even strained his back. Then came the crisp and clear voice of Mai Jia. "Step aside. We received a report from a citizen that someone is suspected of rape." Saying this, she and a patrolling officer rushed into the room in full police uniform. "Mai Jia? What are you doing?" Kwang Wei helped the bent-over Zhou Haiyang upright and shouted angrily. "Investigating a case." Mai Jia replied defiantly. At the same time, the officer began to take photos and videos of the scandalous scene on the chair, first gathering evidence. They saw Su Ting, dressed only in his top, with his hands bound by a belt, hanging limply over the back of the chair, weakly shouting for help. He looked like he was about to cry from grievance. Meanwhile, Shulan was fully dressed, looking seductive, completely ignoring the intruders. For safety, comrades, please fill in the blanks yourself. Kwang Wei, Xiao Haiyong, and Liang were all dumbfounded. Mai Jia's face was already flushed, having never seen such an indecent scene. Chapter 64. Su Ting feels deeply humiliated. Mai Jia hurriedly stepped forward to pull Shulan down, but the latter was unwilling to leave, lost in a daze, muttering incoherently and saying things that couldn't pass scrutiny. Zhou Haiyang finally reacted, stepped forward and slapped Shulan to the ground, angrily cursing, "Slut, shameless. What the hell are you doing?" Shu Lan's flushed face immediately bore 5 distinct blue fingerprints, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She stared blankly at Zhou Haiyang and with a charming smile said, "Husband, I can't take it anymore. Hurry, let's go home." My Jia grabbed a bottle of chilled mineral water from the table, opened it, took a big gulp, and forcefully sprayed it onto Shu Lan's face. After several tries, Shu Lan finally sobered up a bit, got up from the ground, and unsteadily fell into Kuang Wei's embrace. Kuang Wei took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist, pressing his hand against her chest, and asked with concern, "Sister, what happened to you?" Clearly, the strong drug she had given Su Ting had ended up in her own system. The drug was way too strong, or perhaps the dosage was too large, causing Su Ting to be bound and turned into a little lamb in the mouth of a lioness. Zhou Haiyang pushed aside the groping Kuang Wei and helped his wife sit on the sofa. Meanwhile, auxiliary police officer Xiao Lu found Su Ting's pants to cover his shame and untied the ropes. However, Su Ting still looked sickly pale, pointing at Shu Lan and saying, She raped me. Officer, I was forced." Kuang Wei didn't believe it, grabbing Su Ting by the collar and fiercely interrogating. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. How could a big man like you be forced by a woman? Tell me, what illegal means did you use to manipulate Director Shu?" "I didn't. I don't know what was in that drink. After I drank it, my whole body felt weak. I couldn't muster any strength, not even a shout, and I just let her do whatever she wanted." What a deep humiliation. What a deep humiliation. It's so embarrassing. How can I face the world after this? Su Ting's voice was like a mosquito, and as he spoke, he was about to cry. Shouldn't this be a woman's line? My Jia, being a pure-hearted girl, was touched and felt sorry for him. She squatted down and touched his forehead, exclaiming, "So hot. You have a fever? You're talking nonsense. The stuff in that drink only makes people excited and aroused. It can't make one weak. Are you pretending?" Zhou Haiyang questioned. Su Ting weakly countered, "Aren't you admitting that you all put aphrodisiacs in the drink? Did you all conspire to set me up to be raped? I'm a big man. Are you trying to humiliate a party member?" Zhou Haiyang and Kuang Wei were nearly driven mad. They had originally planned to pin a charge of attempted rape on Su Ting. But now Shu Lan had become the one accused of attempted rape. No, wouldn't that count as completed? Kuang Wei, tall and strong, pushed my Jia aside and glared at Su Ting, asking, "Stop messing with me. Just tell the truth. Did you force Shu Lan to do this? Do you really not believe me?" Su Ting coughed weakly a few times and pointed under the table, saying, "Officer Mai, there should be a recording pen under the table. Take it out and listen, and you'll know." Zhou Haiyang was taken aback, finally realizing he had placed a recording pen underneath, but before he could grab it, quick-witted Mai Jia had already crawled under the table. After a moment, she emerged, holding an evidence bag with a black recording pen inside, still covered in black tape. She smirked and said, "There's indeed a recording pen. This is important evidence. I just took a photo. Whoever's fingerprints are on it is the one who put it there." She looked a bit silly, but her actions were quite professional. Seeing the situation was turning against him, Zhou Haiyang's face turned pale, and his heart sank. What to do now? Tonight had turned into a disaster. How would a wild card like my Jia show up? Wasn't she supposed to be sent to the countryside? How could she still come out to enforce the law? The key was, the charge of rape was now falling onto his wife's head. Su Ting had become the victim, and was he losing both his wife and his men? He panicked and felt frustrated, worried that if this continued, he would be implicated in a crime and both he and his wife would be dismissed. Just as he was about to ask Kuang Wei what to do, he turned his head only to find that Kuang Wei and a Liang had already disappeared. These two were police officers sent by Gan Mingyuan to set Su Ting up, but they had taken one look at the situation and fled. He hurriedly dialed Kuang Wei's phone, but the other side didn't answer. He then called Gan Mingyuan, who picked up. "Haiyang, how's it going? Did you handle it?" "Director Gan, it's a mess. Please come quickly and save me. My wife is suspected of raping Su Ting. An officer might caught her in the act." "What? How is that possible?" Gan Mingyuan's voice suddenly rose, clearly in shock. They're all here, it's hard to say." Before he could finish, my Jia cut in, loudly saying, "Director Gan, I'm at the scene, handling it. It's truly unbelievable, a woman sexually assaulting a man. And even tying the man's hands, it's too shocking. My worldview has been shattered. We have video, photos, and audio files. There's no escaping this. My Jia, weren't you supposed to go to Pengwan Town? I'm coming over tomorrow. Today is my last day on duty. I received a report from the public and rushed over. That informant is none other than Su Ting himself. I don't need to. You all handle it in your jurisdiction. Report to the substation if there are any developments. I'm busy, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Haiyang tried to call again, but the other side had already turned off their phone. He finally understood that these bastards had seen the situation was off and fled far away, afraid of being implicated. Looking at his wife, who had come down from the effects of the drug, slumped on the sofa with half-closed eyes, looking weary and both hateful and pitiful. He felt despair. He glanced at Shu Lan with disdain, especially at her already ruined mouth, and finally squatted on the ground, holding his head in anguish. If he had known it would come to this, why did he act in the first place? How could Su Ting be someone you could frame? After reporting to the duty leader at Huayuan Station via the intercom, reinforcements and team members quickly arrived. Mai Jia squatted down, checked Su Ting's forehead again, and indeed, it was still burning hot. She leaned in and asked, "Big bad guy, how long are you going to keep pretending?" I didn't. I really feel terrible. My whole body is sore, weak, dizzy, nauseous. I want to vomit." As he spoke, Xiao Lu handed over a trash can, and Su Ting began to vomit into it. Zhou Haiyang watched him vomit, stunned. This kid really wasn't pretending? What exactly was going on? Did they give him the wrong drug? After he finished vomiting, Su Ting weakly fell into Mai Jia's arms. Although Mai Jia looked slim and pretty, she was actually quite strong because she often practiced shooting in police school and was skilled with submachine guns, rifles, and handguns. She shyly held him and said, "Heartbroken, why did you eat with such scum? You've been victimized like this." After scolding him, she glared at Xiao Lu and said, "What are you dawdling for? Call 120. Chapter 65. The county head clears himself half an hour later. In a hospital room at the County People's Hospital, there were 2 beds, each occupied by one person, Su Ting and Shu Lan. Both were in a deep sleep and receiving intravenous drips. Mai Jia took out a notebook and pen from her tactical belt, tapped the table, and said, "Zhou Haiyang, I am officially starting the interrogation now. You can't escape the events of tonight, so confess honestly." Zhou Haiyang looked at her pleadingly and said, "Officer Mai, my wife is the victim. Are you blind or legally illiterate? It was your wife who sexually assaulted Su Ting." I sigh. Zhou Haiyang felt like he wanted to die. How could things have turned out this way tonight? He recalled how Du Jian and Lai Zheong fell into Su Ting's hands and finally understood one thing. Su Ting really should not be messed with. Just as he was about to confess, the door suddenly swung open, and Gan Mingyuan entered with 2 police officers, looking fierce. Mai Jia and Xiao Lu hurriedly stood up and saluted properly. Mai Jia, not bad, standing firm on the last post, Gan Mingyuan praised, glancing at the 2 parties who were still asleep, and then at Zhou Haiyang, saying firmly, "This involves a public official committing a crime. The case is serious. The Bureau has set up a special task force, and I am the leader. This case will be handled by the task force. Mai Jia, you have no business here. Immediately hand over all evidence and materials to me." "But Director Gan, I haven't finished interrogating yet. Did I not make myself clear, or did you not hear me? The case is assigned to the task force. That's an order," Gan Mingyuan said with great authority. "I applied to conduct the interrogation, finish the files overnight, and then hand them over. Application denied." Gan Mingyuan pointed to the door and said, "It's already past 9. Hurry home. Your dad is waiting for you." "Who said my dad is waiting at home? I can also come to the battlefield." An old but strong voice came from outside the room. Everyone was startled and turned to look, only to see my Mont-Song standing at the door, hands clasped behind his back, staring intently at Gan Mingyuan. "Secretary Mai, why are you here? This is my daughter's last case in the county. I'm worried she might be wronged, so I came to support her. What do you think? Director Gan, do you still think this little girl is easy to bully?" "No, how could I dare?" Gan Mingyuan explained with a smile. "This case involves 3 deputy section-level officials. It's very sensitive, not suitable for children. Xiao Mai is a girl, still young. It's inappropriate for her to handle this case. Since when did police handling criminal cases differentiate between genders?" "What do you mean inappropriate?" She is an adult, no matter how unsuitable or violent the case is. She must handle it. That is how she can grow into a real people's police officer. My Montsong waved his hand and said, "All right, I don't want to argue with you. You can go back. Tonight, Officer Mai will finish the files and then hand them to the director. As for how to handle the follow-up, your bureau can arrange that. Secretary, the urine tests for both haven't come out yet. We can't determine if it's sexual assault. If the female party acted while unable to control herself, that's another matter. Moreover, this is a woman against a man. It can't be called rape." Also, he turned to Zhou Haiyang, conveying intent and orders. The husband was completely unaware, and Shu Lan might also be innocent. The case was murky. Such a complex case is better handled by experienced criminal police. Experienced criminal police also started as newcomers. "Comrade Minuan, do you want me to arrange for the prosecutor's office to get involved?" Upon hearing this, Gan Minuan wilted. Once the prosecutor's office's Office of Illegal Conduct intervened, the matter would only escalate and become harder to cover up. He sighed and said, "That won't be necessary. Considering the reputation of the parties involved, it's best not to expand the scope. Rest assured, you can leave. I've guaranteed this short tonight." Seeing the old man insisting on intervening, Gan Minuan had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Ma Montsong, after all, came from the public security system, and both Lei Tingfeng and he had fought side by side under his command. In fact, Ma Montsong was his mentor. After getting into the special car, Gan Minuan received a call from Wei Xian, who scolded him harshly. "You bunch of useless drunks. How could you turn this into a case of a woman raping a man? It's simply laughable. If this gets out, what face will the county government have? This matter absolutely cannot be escalated. Keep it under wraps. County head, it can't be contained any longer." Someone reported it to Mai Jia, and she took Shu Lan and her husband away. They are currently being interrogated at the hospital. I formed a special task force to take over, but was chased out by my Montsong. He is a member of the county committee, the secretary of the political and legal committee, and also my former superior. I can't force it. "County head, why not give him a call? Call your sister. That would expose me." Wei Xian said angrily, "I just want results. No matter how you investigate this matter, whatever the result is, it must not involve me. Don't worry, this couple understands these principles and one tea bite up." Don't make a storm in the city. Don't involve you and me." Gan Minuan asked, "What if my Jia and her father, Lei Tingfeng, or even the prosecutor's office insist on pursuing Shu Lan for a crime? Save or not save?" "I didn't instruct her to do anything. It was specifically your instruction. Whether to save or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me." Wei Xian's tone was cold and ruthless. "Anyway, no matter the outcome, Shu Lan must go." "All right, I understand." Gan Minuan hung up the phone, looking at the hazy night, and sighed coldly. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Mai Jia jumped forward, linked arms with my Montsong, and swung them a couple of times, saying, "Thank you, Dad. I knew you would come to help me. You little rascal. When did you learn to use me as a shield?" He affectionately pinched his daughter's nose. After the Zhao Taizhu case, she got smarter, knowing someone would definitely intervene, so she informed her dad in advance. My Montsong smelled the bloody scent of political games from inside and decided to take action. Hating evil like a sworn enemy, the upright and wise old dad is my trump card. I must use him, no reason not to hide. "All right, you continue your investigation. No matter how far it goes, finish the files tonight and hand them to Wang Jiangwo. As for the subsequent matters, you don't need to worry about them." After finishing, my Montsong patted his daughter's head. "I'm going for a walk. I won't disturb you in your case. Dad, you go home first. I can handle it myself." "Okay." After the old man left, Mai Jia locked the door and began the interrogation. However, Zhou Haiyang received the message conveyed by Gan Minuan, knowing someone would save him, and he resolutely refused to implicate Gan Minuan, Wei Xian, or Quang Wei. At the same time, he also didn't want to be pulled in. The couple couldn't both be sacrificed, so he decided to sacrifice Shu Lan and thus refused to confess. Chapter 66, Let Her Go after some intense questioning. Zhou Haiyang realized that if he didn't provide some information, he wouldn't get through this ordeal and might be tortured to the point of not being able to sleep all night. He said, "I organized dinner that night to make friends with Su Ting. He is the most sought-after deputy section-level cadre in the county, a favorite of the county committee leaders. That should be fine, right?" But then I ran into an old acquaintance, Kwang Wei, who pulled me into another private room to chat. I drank a little more than I should have, and who knew that when I got back, it would be that scene. I was completely in the dark and ended up being cuckolded. I'm the most miserable. Do you understand, little girl? Who I say little girl? I'm a police officer. My Jia corrected fiercely. All right, officer, asked my wife. She only has eyes for handsome guys, and she is promiscuous. What dirty deeds would she do? My Jia sneered, are you still a man? Your wife is like that, and you still shift the responsibility onto her. Scum. But the other party was not forthcoming, and investigating, visiting, and checking surveillance would take time. No one in the office was cooperating, so it was impossible to clarify things tonight. After more than an hour of interrogation, they hadn't gotten any useful information. My Jia was at a loss. She didn't want to hand over the case without clarity. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When she opened it, it was a clinical doctor from a hospital. She sought forensic support from the bureau, and after 2 hours, there was still no sign of anyone. To prevent Zhou Haiyang from overhearing information he shouldn't, my Jia instructed Xiao Lu to take him out before allowing the doctor to interpret the medical condition. The gentleman had acute gastroenteritis, likely allergic, and based on his vomit, they suspected it was caused by cashews, with results expected tomorrow. Hearing the middle-aged doctor say this, my Jia was astonished. Eating cashews can cause gastroenteritis? That's too exaggerated, right? Everyone's constitution and immunity to food vary. There are all kinds of allergies, including peanuts and seafood. Acute gastroenteritis triggered by cashews can have mild or severe symptoms. Mr. Su's case is considered severe, which can lead to dizziness, fatigue, and fever within minutes. However, it's not a big issue. He'll recover from the fever and inflammation tomorrow and can be discharged. My Jia pondered. It should be the cashews. I remember there was a plate of nuts on the dining table with many cashews. This person is really something, knowing he is allergic. He still ate? The doctor shook his head with a wry smile. Doctor, I didn't know I was allergic to cashews. Otherwise, I wouldn't have eaten them. Su Ting, who had woken up early and was resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but retort, not wanting his act to be exposed. Yes, he had been given a second chance at life and knew very well that he was allergic to cashews. My Jia was delighted and quickly took a few steps forward. Asking with concern, you bad guy, you're awake? How do you feel? Better? I feel a bit better. My head is a little dizzy and painful, and my stomach isn't very comfortable. Everything else is fine. Su Ting looked up at her. Thank you. No need to be polite with me. She patted him on the shoulder casually. Su Ting glanced at the bed inside, separated by a curtain, where Shulan seemed to be fast asleep but perked up her ears. Su Ting adjusted his position to make his voice clearer and louder, asking doctor, has the urine test for that lady come out? The middle-aged doctor replied, it's out. The lady must have taken a large amount of hormone stimulants tonight, which can lead to heightened sexual desire, mental excitement, and even confusion. Such drugs can be quite harmful to the body, and she should never take them again. You young people should not play too hard and overdraw your bodies. There is plenty of time ahead. Got it, thank you. The doctor measured both of their temperatures with a contactless thermometer, changed their medications, and left. The specific medical evaluation report would have to wait until the Bureau's forensic doctor came to connect tomorrow. My Jia helped Su Ting sit up, knocked on the edge of the bed with her notebook, and said, I see you're in good condition. How about it? Can you accept the statement now? Yes. Su Ting pondered, but before the statement, I have a question. Go ahead. You said, if it's confirmed that Shu Lan was under the influence of hormone stimulants, commonly known as aphrodisiacs, and she was unable to control her body or consciousness when she violated me, wouldn't that mean it wouldn't be considered a crime? My Jia smiled playfully. Why do you ask that? I think Shu Lan shouldn't be considered a criminal. She is still young and shouldn't be ruined because of this. What? Are you feeling sympathetic? Suting Saif, I really didn't know there were aphrodisiacs in the drink. I also didn't know how she managed it. I drank it myself and just happened to eat cashews, which led to acute gastroenteritis and loss of the ability to resist. It was a misunderstanding. My Jia, I hope you can be lenient and not make it a crime. I'm willing to settle it or say that she didn't violate me. My Jia softened her expression, pouting slightly. You're just too kind. But do you know? Legally, regardless of whether you took aphrodisiacs, As long as you violated the other person's will, it constitutes a crime. According to our country's criminal law, if a male uses violence, coercion, or other means to force a female to have sexual relations, it's considered rape. If it's attempted rape. Conversely, for females, it's considered sexual assault, not rape, and is less severe. However, your situation is a bit special. I'm not sure if it falls under that, and it might need the prosecutor's South Office or court to define it. Su Ting looked at her appreciatively. It's been 3 days since we last met, and I have to say you're becoming more professional. He felt gratified. The girl's progress was evident, and she had shed the naivety from her first time on duty. Of course, she graduated from the Provincial Police Academy and studied criminal law for 3 years. My Jia blushed and was very happy. My Jia, I don't advocate for her to be charged with sexual assault. Let us just call indecency, and it can be handled as a public security issue, all right? Su Ting, can you not be so merciful? My Jia said sternly. Even a fool can see that this couple is trying to harm you. That drink with aphrodisiacs was definitely prepared for you. If you drank it and violated Shulan, you'd be guilty of rape and would go to jail. But that didn't happen. Shulan has subjective malice, and the issue is quite serious, my Jia said. However, if she can obtain your forgiveness and you don't claim she violated you, perhaps it can be handled as a public security punishment. I intend to let her go, but look at her husband. He is so stubborn, not saying a word of truth and pushing all the responsibility onto Shulan. He really doesn't act like a man. A couple should stick together through thick and thin, but they're flying apart when trouble comes. Shulan is quite pitiful too. As Su Ting spoke, he glanced at Shulan on the other bed. In fact, he had already noticed that Shulan was awake and pretending to be asleep. Chapter 67. Shulan's outcome. Su Ting, what are you doing? Do you like her? You prefer those big-breasted, sexy married women, right? No wonder she got involved with someone. Humph, people who walk by the river always get their shoes wet. If you don't walk by the river, your shoes won't get wet. So annoying. My Jia ground her little tiger teeth in frustration. Don't be agitated. I'm just speaking fairly for her, Su Ting said gently. Which woman is willing to use her looks to please others? It's not by choice. It's not easy for women in politics, especially beautiful and sexy ones. If you promote them, people will say they slept their way up. If they don't get promoted, they'll be seen as just a pretty face. Shulan graduated with a full-time bachelor's degree, is smart and capable and beautiful, but unfortunately, she has no background. In a small county, lacking a background is a sin. She has ambition, wants to stand out, and desires greater power, sometimes having to accept unspoken rules. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. You're still young. You don't understand these things. Don't I understand? I only know that whether it's a man or a woman, in life or work, one must uphold their bottom line and see things through to the end. My Jia playfully slapped him, scolding. How did this topic even come up? Hurry, take notes. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound from another bed, and then the curtain closed. Shulan emerged from under the covers, leaned against the bed, and looked at Su Ting with her big, shiny black eyes, her expression complex. After a moment, tears streamed down her face. She clasped her hands together and choked out. Su Ting, thank you. You're much more of a man than my husband. Huh? You weren't asleep just now? My Jia exclaimed in surprise. Shulan's face was as pale as paper, looking very weak. She slowly nodded and said weakly, I woke up when Gan Mingyuan came in. I heard everything you said. Are you okay? Su Ting had no blame or resentment in his tone, his beautiful eyes filled with compassion and concern. At this point, she understood that Su Ting had taken advantage of the moment. She dove under the table to switch the wine glasses. She drank the aphrodisiac that was supposed to be for him. When Liang gave her the Indian miracle drug, he told her to only use 3 drops. But she used 5, and the potency was too strong, causing her to nearly lose consciousness. Not good. She cast a resentful glance at Su Ting, Director Su. Were your words just now sincere? What words? That you could reconcile and don't advocate for me being forcibly assaulted. If I cooperate with the investigation and tell the truth. Su Ting said I will. Will I face criminal charges then? She anxiously looked at my Jia. I can't be sure. It depends on the subsequent investigation. What I can confirm is that your attitude is very important. Okay, Director Su, Officer Mai, I will confess everything. A few days later, Shulan was dismissed and demoted for violating relevant disciplinary regulations. Su Ting and Mai Jia compromised and let her off the hook. In the end, Shulan retained her status as a public servant and was transferred to the county's Ethnic and Religious Affairs Bureau. The paperwork hadn't even been completed, and she was already sent to work there. Zhou Haiyang, due to his tight lips, protected the relevant personnel and retained his original position. Alto Su Ting, Mai Jia, and others tried their best to keep the secret. The news of Shulan accidentally drinking the aphrodisiac and assaulting Su Ting spread like wildfire, ruining Shulan's reputation. This was an extremely explosive and scandalous piece of news. Good deeds are unknown, but bad deeds spread far and wide. Su Ting also felt quite embarrassed, as many male colleagues privately asked him how to get beautiful women to deliver themselves and then initiate assaults. Some even said, "Director Su, write a reflection or experience summary. Let's circulate it as a confidential document." Yeah, teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Bro, you're asking too much, right? I just want the fish. Just one to eat would be enough. Please, Director Su, show us the key trick to violate women's will without breaking the law. These guys, usually struggling to write materials, suddenly found their creativity flowing when it came to scandalous events. This made Su Ting avoid seeing anyone for several days, let alone Shulan. She took a half-month leave to go out and relax. Out of sight, out of mind. On Saturday night, Yin Bing finally invited Su Ting to her home. They cooked a few dishes together, even pan-fried steaks, and had a great time, drinking several glasses of red wine. Yin Bing felt satisfied, enjoying a sense of a little life together. Having eaten so much, it was time to exercise. Yin Bing shyly said, "I'm going to take a shower. Don't run away." "I won't." While she was showering, she intentionally left the bathroom door unlocked. Unfortunately, after washing for about 10 minutes, he didn't sneak in like he did with Wang Shiyuan, which made her feel a bit disappointed. She hadn't had that kind of experience with him in the bathroom yet, feeling both shy and expectant. As she washed her beautiful body, she imagined the joyful things that were about to unfold. He was right. When a woman takes the initiative, men go wild. So, she covered her chest with one hand and opened the door slightly with the other, calling out to Su Ting in the bedroom. "Su, I just bought a new bottle of shower gel. It's on the dressing table. Can you bring it in for me?" Su Ting did as she asked, opening the door to a stunning sight. Although Yin Bing had intentionally lured him in, she was still very shy and regretted it. With a startled gasp, she covered herself and shouted, "Don't come in. Get out, get out." Su Ting wanted to laugh, trying to imitate Wang Shiyuan, but failing awkwardly, finding it quite amusing. He didn't leave, but thoroughly satisfied her. Afterward, they lay in bed, and she was still shy and reserved, so she quickly put on her pajamas, tightly hugging the bare Su Ting, as if afraid he would run away. She softly asked, "Su Ting, what do you think this is between us? I don't know. Do you like me, or do you just like being with me?" Su Ting looked up at the ceiling, silent for a long time. "Forget it. You don't have to answer." Her spirits plummeted. Her body felt cold. She let go of him, turned her face away, and shed a few tears. After a while, she continued, "Last week, my parents came to see me. When my mom was helping me tidy up, she found your razor, your toothbrush, and your men's slippers. They asked me if I had a new boyfriend. I said it was Ku Whaleyong's and that I forgot to throw it away. My mom is observant. She noticed the shoe size was much larger than Ku Whaleyong's and that there was water on the toothbrush, freshly used. I didn't know how to explain, and my mom didn't ask further. Before they left, she secretly asked me if I wanted to bring you home for a meal for my parents to meet you." She sighed sadly, turned around, gently hugged him from behind, kissed his chest, and asked, "Su Ting, would you like to go?" Su Ting sighed softly. "Let's talk about it later." "I knew it." She cried again, feeling utterly disappointed. Yin Bing was not the ideal image of a wife for him. She was only truly gentle when they were together, while she was usually cold and proud, with a bad temper. The key was that he didn't have that passionate love for her. Su Ting held her, gently stroking her beautiful long hair, remaining silent. Sometimes, silence can comfort a person more than words. "Su Ting, tell me the truth. What is going on between you and Shulan? I feel so ashamed." Yin Bing's tone became serious again. Chapter 68. Beauty awaits at midnight. Su Ting said, "Zhou Haiyang invited me to dinner and wants to withdraw the supervision letter from the supervision office to his bureau to cooperate with me on the industrial situation research report. I didn't expect he also called his wife over. I felt something was off from the beginning and kept my guard up. Later, it became even more suspicious. So I secretly swapped my wine glass with Shulan's. I didn't actually know what was in the wine. I just felt there was a problem. I didn't expect it to be such a strong aphrodisiac. I almost got taken advantage of by her. You must be feeling good about yourself, right? Men like that kind of flirtatious woman like Shulan, Yin Bing scolded him playfully. No, I got myself into a mess too. Who doesn't cherish their reputation? Do you have any grudges with them? No. That's why I attended the dinner without any defenses. They wanted to set me up for attempted rape. To make an example of me, targeting Secretary Wang. Hurting 10 fingers is not as good as cutting off one. They wanted to kick me out of the civil service directly. Su Ting said it might be under the county head's orders. He didn't elaborate further. In fact, Shulan had already revealed that the county head summoned her, and the hint was obvious. Then Gan Mingyuan approached Zhou Haiyang to plan the dinner, and Zhou Haiyang discussed the details with Shulan. Is that so? The county head's behavior is really unseemly. It feels so low class. Yin Bing was shocked. Su Ting smiled and said, what do you expect? He has such a limited vision and capability. I'm too lazy to argue with him. He doesn't measure up. Comparing the provincial officials, Wei Xian and Secretary Shi Yuan are like heaven and earth, world apart. You have such a big tone. Yin Bing increasingly felt that her man's ambitions were too lofty, and his reluctance to date or marry her seemed understandable. To him, she was just a fleeting romance that might hold him back from flying further. However, she still felt jealous. Is Secretary Wang really that important to you? Su Ting pulled her into his arms, kissed her tender red lips, and said, each has its own merits. I like them all. Then promise me not to get involved with a third woman, okay? Su, I've developed real feelings for you. Can't you feel it? As she spoke, her eyes grew moist again. She probably shed all her tears for him in this lifetime. Previously, she had been cold and proud like an iceberg. Would she ever cried so much? Su Ting softly said in his heart, Bing, I know everything. You know, but why won't you promise me? Is our relationship just physical? This is also a form of love. Anyway, every time we are fully invested, at least at that moment, I love you. Although Yin Bing knew this relationship had no name or future, she still threw herself into it like a moth to a flame. Su Ting was like opium. He was clearly toxic, yet once involved, one couldn't quit. Perhaps this is what love is. She wiped away a tear, turned over, hugged him, and said sweetly, then let us love again. The next day, Su Ting gathered 2 colleagues and worked overtime to complete the in-depth research report on the industrial situation of the entire county. This was the first comprehensive, detailed, and in-depth industrial investigation report in the history of Shangyun County. With a large area of land being prepared, it meant that Wang Shiyuan would clean up the house and host guests, embarking on unprecedented investment promotion and ushering in a new industrial era. Although Su Ting was flirtatious, his workability was evident, and he was very serious and dedicated, often working late into the night to write speeches for leaders, research materials, and reports to the municipal and provincial governments. Having lived a life of experience, he possessed the ability to foresee future events, and the information he reported always made the provincial and municipal leaders take notice. As a result, the provincial office's Information Daily and the municipal party committee's Information Weekly had repeatedly published information about Shangyun County, even appearing in the internal information publications of the State Council. In the past 2 months, the attention Shangyun County received had surpassed the sum of the previous years. The county's information work had been repeatedly praised by city leaders, including Wang Shiyuan. Thus, his subordinates respected him greatly. At around midnight, Su Ting returned to number 9 Wenchong Alley, dragging his weary body. He still hadn't bought a house because he knew very well that his future was not here. To protect his privacy, he rented the entire courtyard but still lived in the eastern room, leaving the other 4 rooms vacant. Having money is good. Even renting can afford 1 room while leaving 4 idle. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, a charming black figure flashed out from under the neighbor's eaves, stepping lightly like a cat, gazing at him softly and alluringly. Director Su, you finally came back. Shulan, can we talk inside? I'm about to be bitten to death by mosquitoes. Once inside the eastern room, she took off her hat, revealing long hair like a waterfall, removed her mask, exposing her alluring red lips. She was dressed in a form-fitting black sports outfit, with pants resembling yoga pants that accentuated her curves and highlighted her fair, glowing skin. Su Ting poured her a glass of water, noticing a large mosquito bite on her half-exposed chest. He took out a box of Tiger Balm and tossed it to her, saying, "Use this, it's effective." She toyed with the box of Tiger Balm, lowered her head, blushing, then suddenly looked up at him directly. "Can you help me apply it?" The intent was already quite clear. Su Ting chuckled and shook his head, sitting down opposite her, asking, "What do you want to see me for? Didn't you go on a trip?" "I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Before I go, I want to fulfill a wish." "What wish?" Her gaze drifted to his key area. She didn't say anything, but both of them understood. "To repay kindness." "Thank you, Su Ting, you're a real man." She added, "What else do you want me to do for you?" "Nothing, it's not needed. These past few days have been quite an experience. I've encountered too much ridicule and betrayal. Deeply understanding the coldness of the world, and suddenly realized many truths, letting go of a lot." "You're right. Using beauty to entertain will ultimately backfire on oneself. It's not worth it. In the past, Sai, to be honest, I was powerless. Wei Xian and Xiao Qingyun, those two scoundrels, slept with me. They made explicit demands, promising promotions. If I didn't agree, I would be cast aside. If I did, I could get promoted, so..." As she spoke, her eyes grew moist again, and she fell back, saying, "This time, I bore all the consequences. Wei Xian and Xiao Qingyun not only didn't save me, but instead drove me out of the county government." Su Ting smiled faintly and said, "The most ruthless is the royal family. Since ancient times, when the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the rabbits die, the dogs are cooked. You study Chinese, you should understand this principle. However, you are still young and have the chance to turn things around. I'm already 30. It's too late to turn things around." Shulan sighed, her expression softening as she looked at him and smiled charmingly. "Su Ting, go take a shower." "I've already showered." Chapter 69. Feel sorry for the beautiful woman. I'm sorry, but you are a married woman, and what we are doing violates social ethics. It's not good for either of us. You should go back. Su Ting directly refused her. Shulan smiled and said, "You're really funny. Want to get my leader? Which family doesn't have a wife and kids? Are you afraid I will harm you? Look, search my body. I don't have any recording devices. And I will turn off my phone right now to show you. I came secretly because I was worried you might feel burdened. No one else knows." She turned off her phone and even emptied her bag to show him. "I'm sorry." Su Ting didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. She came to deliver something just because she was abandoned by other powerful men and was looking for a new support. "Do you dislike me?" She stood up and sat next to him, her body fragrant and soft, swaying like a piece of silken tofu. "What do you think this is?" Shulan said as she took a red booklet out of her bag, a divorce certificate. "Today, I divorced So Haiyang. I am free now." "Really divorced?" Su Ting glanced at the divorce certificate, feeling a bit shocked. "Yes, he is now the deputy director, much higher in status than I am, and he looks down on me. I clearly said I would never sleep with leaders for his promotion again. He scolded me, and in a fit of anger, went to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Shu Lan wiped her tears and said, "I finally saw his true colors. This divorce was the right decision." "Do you have children?" "No, I don't want to have kids or have them with him. He is not a man and has no right to be a father. You are young, beautiful, smart, and capable. Many men dream of marrying you. Find a good family and start a new life. I want to do what I like before starting. In the past, it was forced to transaction. Now I have no ulterior motives. I just want to." She leaned against his shoulder, found his hand, and intertwined their fingers, shyly saying, "You are really something. You won't even eat the meat delivered to your mouth." "Shulan, I don't dislike you. I just feel it's strange, without reason. Is it that I am not attractive enough?" she said, biting her lip, taking off her top, and then her pants, presenting herself before him. Su Ting found it quite appealing, but he still refused, gently pushing her away and saying, "You should go back. I'm really tired. I worked intensively for over 10 hours today." Saying this, Su Ting got up, opened the door, pointed outside, and said, "Please leave. I'm going to wash up and sleep." Shu Lan was extremely embarrassed, her beautiful big eyes filled with tears, saying, "You are still afraid I will harm you. I can understand. I was too excessive before. All right, I will leave and get dressed." Su Ting smiled. "I want to see you off. Goodbye." After saying that, he went into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, after washing up, he came out shirtless. Seeing that Shulan was no longer in the living room or yard, he went out and locked the yard gate and the house door, yawned, turned off the lights, and lay down in bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he saw Wang Shiyuan slipping into bed, hugging him from behind, constantly moving against him, very smooth and comfortable. Drowsily, he turned over, pulled the woman into his arms, and started kissing her, suddenly feeling something was different. Her lips were so plump and full. He opened his eyes in shock. It was Shulan. She shyly hid in his embrace, gasping, "Su Ting, it's me. Please don't kick me out, okay? Are you trying to seduce me?" Su Ting was worried she would make the same mistake as last time. "No, a woman to a man is just lewdness. I'm not being lewd. I just have no place to sleep, borrowing your bed for the night. I found it quite comfortable to sleep holding you, so I just want to borrow your back a little longer. Don't think too much about it." She was a bit playful and cute. Su Ting chuckled, saying, "When a person is cheap, they become invincible. I am cheap. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Anyway, tonight, I am your cheap person. You can sleep in the living room." Su Ting was speechless for a long time before suggesting a compromise. "A 1 tea. Shulan shyly said, "That day at the Imperial restaurant, experienced your. It was really good. Compared to Zhou Haiyang, it's like a 3-year-old child to an adult. So I think I really want to." Saying this, she climbed onto Su Ting. Su Ting pushed her down, but she climbed back up, persistently exhibiting the spirit of perseverance. After about 10 minutes of chaos, Su Ting felt hot. And seeing her looking quite pitiful, his heart softened. He thought, why not indulge her once? Afterward, Shulan was so happy she could burst, while Su Ting felt quite regretful. He couldn't resist temptation and had slept with another beautiful woman. How could he continue like this? His resistance to corruption was too weak. However, Shulan was really something. She was more open than other women, making it easier to excite him. At this moment, Shulan hugged him and kissed him repeatedly, saying affectionately, "Su Ting, I love you. I've fallen in love with you. After sleeping once, you love me? Yes, really, that feeling is worth dying for. Damn, this woman always steals a man's lines. You don't need to martyr yourself. You just need to help me with one thing. In this world, isn't it usually the woman who asks the man to do something after being slept with?" Su Ting was doing the opposite. He held Shu Lan's testimony, intending to persuade Ku Weiliang to take action again. Now, the person involved was personally taking action, and he could remain in the background. You can ask for 10 or 8 things, as long as it's not about sleeping with other men. Shulan was fearless. Su Ting smiled and said, "We've both come this far. You could be considered my woman now. I want to let you do those things. However, what I said might lead to disciplinary action from the party. I've been demoted to a section-level cadre. What do I have to fear from party discipline? They won't dismiss me from public office, right? Not all. Moreover, it's temporary. If you perform well in the future, I will help you make a comeback. Okay, tell me what to do. After returning from the trip, you need to find Ku Weiliang. He is the real secretary of Secretary Lin Ruelong. I will teach you what to say and what to give him later. It's too late today. Let's sleep." Su Ting released her and lay back down. Shulan had worked as the director of the reception office, a smart person among smart people, and she understood the factional struggles in the officialdom of Yun County very well. She realized this was a case of using someone else's knife to kill. Lin Ruelong would definitely want Wei Xian to fall, and if successful, with Su Ting's recommendation and Lin Ruelong's support, there would be plenty of opportunities to turn the tables in the future. Thinking of this, her heart surged with excitement, secretly sighing that Su Ting was indeed a loyal man. After sleeping with her, he would protect her and help her. In the future, she would follow him. So tonight, she had to seize this rare opportunity to serve him well, letting him experience her might, so he would think of her goodness every day. Thus, Shulan perked up, not waiting for Su Ting to prepare. In late September, the Lychee Garden project finally settled down, establishing a high-tech manufacturing park in Yun County. And construction had already begun, with the groundwork being completed quickly. Next was the issue of attracting investment, bringing in several large enterprises, which became the top priority for the entire county. At the same time, various towns, including the Garden Street office and Xingwan Town, had prepared land. ready to carry out land requisition or sale work as soon as there were major projects. Chapter 70. Digging a pit for Su Ting on the afternoon of September 25th. The Investment Promotion Conference of Shangyun County was held at the county's Party Committee Auditorium. The backdrop on the podium displayed the 8 golden characters attracting phoenixes by building nests creating together in Shangyun, reflecting the ceiling lights and making Wang Shiyuan, who sat in the center of the podium, appear even more dignified and fair-skinned. Today, all county-level leaders at the department head level and some deputy department heads attended, marking an unprecedented total mobilization. Wei Xian first read the Responsibility System Plan for Investment Promotion in Shangyun County, then delivered an enthusiastic speech. We must attract investment through familial ties, allowing Shangyun entrepreneurs to hear the waves of their hometown. Through friendship, letting partners see Shangyun's sincerity. Through love, making landing enterprises fall in love with Shangyun's environment. We will attract investment with emotions, with business, stabilize businesses with achievements, and enrich businesses with benefits. After finishing his speech, Wei Xian took a sip of tea, caught his breath, and scanned the audience, his gaze landing on Su Ting in the middle section. He secretly resented him, not expecting this kid to be so difficult to handle. The iron triangle composed of Shulan, Zhou Haiyang, and Gan Mingyuan had failed miserably, leaving him with losses. It was infuriating. If the conspiracy failed, then let us go with an open strategy. Wei Xian's expression hardened as he knocked on the table and said, "Comrades, listen up. Attracting investment is a strict order, a hard task. From today on, all deputy department heads, and section-level cadres in the county must move there, but from their offices to the front lines of investment promotion." The county committee made 3 ironclad rules. First, those who are capable must step up. Whoever brings in a regulated enterprise, the organization department will immediately establish a file and prioritize their promotion. Independently introducing a billion-yuan project will see department heads recommended to the municipal committee for deputy division chief positions, deputy department heads promoted to department heads on the spot, and section-level cadres promoted to deputy department heads regardless of their seniority. This is a solid merit badge for investment promotion, whoever can achieve it. The county committee will dare to give you a rocket promotion. Second, the incompetent must step down. Of course, assessments will primarily be conducted by units. Those who sign responsibility agreements but fail to complete their tasks will be stripped of their titles, punished, and reassigned. The lightest penalty for a department head is a demotion to deputy department head. Those who slack off will be directly demoted to section level. And section-level cadres will lose their promotion eligibility for 3 years. Whoever damages the county's development will have their rice bowls smashed. Third, the battlefield does not recognize personal feelings. From now on, the task numbers for each unit will be posted on the wall, with progress displayed weekly. Lagging units will have to reflect on their shortcomings at the standing committee meetings. Monthly assessments will rank units, and a last-place unit leader will reflect in front of everyone. I'm laying this down. The investment battlefield is a front line where knives are drawn. If you can't complete your tasks, don't blame the county committee for being harsh on you. Those who can take on responsibilities should step forward. Those who can't should make way. Don't occupy the latrine without doing your business. After the meeting, tasks must be assigned immediately and military orders signed. Anyone who tries to negotiate conditions or backpedal will be publicly embarrassed. The county mayor's speech style is harsh and unreasonable. This is serious business today, and it has, of course, been discussed and approved by the county committee. Such severe punishments and bold promotion policies are unprecedented. Unfortunately, in the previous life, Wang Shiyuan had also introduced a similar reward and punishment mechanism, but the results of investment promotion were minimal. After 6 months of fanfare, only 2 regulated enterprises were introduced, and not a single billion-yuan enterprise was brought in. Attracting investment is not just a matter of lip service. It is one of the most difficult tasks in grassroots work. As a result, the section-level cadres below trembled, especially those from the Investment Promotion Bureau, Economic and Information Bureau, Rural and Grain Bureau, Cultural Bureau, and various townships and street offices, which are the main departments. Everyone was not enthusiastic about promotions that were not based on merit, because they were simply too hard to achieve, but they were extremely anxious about demotions. The leadership's speech had elements of alarmism, and it was highly likely that it would not be fully enforced, but a few negative examples would be highlighted. What a tragic situation it would be if one became the scapegoat. It is already not easy to be promoted to a deputy department head at the grassroots level. Just as the audience fell into a chilling silence, Wei Xian suddenly changed his tone and said, "This time, we are mobilizing the entire county's strength, fully mobilizing, and putting in all efforts so no one can stand aside. The county party office, organization department, propaganda department, and other party departments are no exception. I discussed with Secretary Ruelong, and the county party office must also participate, taking on the task of at least introducing one regulated enterprise and 1 billion yuan enterprise to contribute to the economic development of the entire county." Lin Ruelong oversees the county party office. The well-off insurer in the front row furrowed his brows, thinking that this had not been communicated in advance. How could it suddenly be announced at the meeting? Isn't this forcing the county party office into a corner? Moreover, the county party office primarily serves Secretary Xiyuan. Did you discuss this with her? This is a central department, mainly responsible for ensuring the normal operation of the county's affairs. The county mayor's domineering style is excessive, and his interference is really a bit much. But he could only grumble silently, not daring to oppose openly. And when he looked up at Wang Xiyuan on the podium, she remained calm and composed. Wei Xian continued, "I heard that the county party office is full of talents, especially several deputy directors. Among the deputy directors, Comrade Su Ting is the youngest, with the highest education and strongest abilities. I have carefully read the information articles he published in the provincial and municipal offices, and they are indeed impressive, especially regarding county economic development, modern industrial innovation, and cultural industry layout. He has very good insights. At the same time, the countywide industrial development research report he authored is also very well written, indicating that Comrade Su Ting is very familiar with industrial enterprises, which are essential conditions for doing a good job in attracting investment. Therefore, I discussed with Secretary Ruelong that Comrade Su Ting will represent the county party office to take on the task of attracting at least one regulated enterprise and 1 billion yuan enterprise, contributing to the county's economic development." The audience erupted in an uproar. Damn, isn't this obviously targeting Su Ting? A county mayor competing with a deputy department head. How embarrassing. You don't understand. This is to shake the tiger and show the monkey. Wei Xian is being too arrogant. Isn't right in front of Wang Xiyuan and all the cadres. I think this method is clever. Look, Su Ting has nothing to say. He is implementing the county committee's requirements and aligning with Secretary Wang's governance philosophy. This is slapping your own face with your own hand. This open strategy is brilliant. The problem is, how can that young Su Ting attract a regulated enterprise? Not to mention a 1 billion yuan enterprise. That is simply a fantasy. Unfortunately, it seems he might be demoted soon. The tall trees in the forest will be the first to be cut down. He is too outstanding. A little strike can let him know that the first to stick out gets hit. He frowned, slightly turning to look at Wang Xiyuan in the central position. Seeing her remain calmer than himself, he felt puzzled. It was clear that this was an attempt to make things difficult for Su Ting, to dig a pit for him. But why was Wang Xiyuan unmoved? Chapter 71. Su Ting jumps in Wei Xian raised his hand to stop the buzzing discussions below, turned his head to both sides, and asked with a smile, "Secretary Ruelong, Secretary Man Song, Minister Ronda, Comrade Qinyan, Minister Chun Sheng, do you have any objections?" The five nodded in agreement, indicating they had no objections. Lin Ruelong calmly said, "Young people should bear more burdens. Only with pressure is there motivation. Sometimes it's all forced out. Perhaps Comrade Su Ting can unleash unexpected potential. Although it's difficult, if it really succeeds, we shouldn't be stingy with a regular county-level position." As the county head said, the qualifications and years of service can be flexible. After speaking, he looked towards Wang Xiyuan on his left and asked, "Secretary Wang, do you think this arrangement is appropriate?" He still understood the rules. The county head didn't consult him, but he, as the deputy secretary of the party in mass line, asked for advice. Of course, he was also quite slick, sometimes collaborating with Wang Xiyuan, sometimes sitting on the fence, cooperating with both sides without offending either. Naturally, he was eager to see the county head and Wang Shiyuan compete. Eventually, one would have to go, and he could take their place. Wang Shiyuan smiled faintly and said, I agree with the opinions of the county head, and Comrade Ray, long young comrades like Su Ting should step into the economic front lines, go out and explore, and gain some experience. Wei Xian happily said, Good. Then after the meeting, let's have Comrade Su Ting sign a responsibility statement. Today's matter should be reported by the television station, to be featured in the Yanghui Daily, and also included in the meeting minutes. Please, the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Supervision Office ensure proper oversight and assessment. Our deadline is 1 year. Of course, the sooner the better. I've finished speaking. Now, let's invite Secretary Shiyuan to give a summary speech. Let's welcome her. After the applause, Wang Shiyuan sat up straighter, facing the microphone, and spoke with a clear, elegant, and full voice. Comrades, I've been in Shangyin for over a year, and my core philosophy is actually 6 words. Focus on the economy. Strive for the economy. If the economy doesn't improve, poverty alleviation will just be empty talk. Without economic development, the construction of various public facilities serving people's livelihoods will lag, and the people's sense of happiness and gain will not be satisfied. What do we have to report to our superiors? Her pleasant voice echoed throughout the venue. As long as our thoughts don't waver, there are always more solutions than difficulties. We must first liberate our thoughts, shed our burdens, innovate, go out, and bring in through vigorously developing modern industry to drive the development of various sectors. What we want to attract can be labor-intensive enterprises, but they must be industry leaders. They can be manufacturing, but they must be advanced and modern. They can also be agricultural processing enterprises, but they must be high-tech, increasing the added value of our citrus, lychee, and other industries. Wang Shiyuan spoke passionately, expressing deep concern. Attracting investment is currently the core work of the entire county, a top priority, and we must spare no effort. With the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day approaching, this is a golden period for us to connect with local talents and liaise with enterprises. We must use all resources, abilities, and opportunities to attract investment. Of course, attracting investment doesn't mean accepting everything. What we want to bring in are the phoenix trees that can take root in Shangyin, not hollow seedlings that will explode in the future. High energy consumption, heavy pollution, and those playing capital games will all be kept outside the gate. In summary, each person should showcase their talents as the 8 immortals cross the sea. Everyone must fully embody the spirit of being thick-skinned, persevering, and tenacious, fully committed to the tough battle of attracting investment. Thank you all for your hard work. I appreciate everyone. She stood up and deeply bowed to the audience. The venue erupted in warm applause. It was clear to everyone that Wang Shiyuan was genuinely anxious, truly concerned, and really striving for the development of Shangyin County. Her refusal to engage in land finance alone was commendable. Other neighboring counties were already filled with high-rise buildings, and the real estate market was exceptionally hot. However, everyone knew that in a small county, who would live in 20 or 30-story buildings. After the meeting, after Su Ting signed a responsibility statement with the heads of various departments and townships, he signed his own name. This meant that within a year, he must complete the introduction of 1 regulated and 1 billion yuan enterprise, and the actual registered capital must be confirmed. Although he currently had no leads, he was not anxious or afraid. For someone who had lived a full life, bringing in such 2 enterprises was not a difficult task. However, Yan Bing was truly sweating for him. Taking advantage of the Secretary's meeting in the city, she came to the office and asked with concern, Su Ting, do you really have any connections? Don't let the task go unfulfilled and become a negative example. No connections, Su Ting replied straightforwardly. Chapter 72. Running with the police flower, huh? Why are you so relaxed? Aren't you worried at all? Yan Bing noticed the door was closed and stepped closer, grabbing his hand and saying, why don't you talk to the secretary? When the time comes, the secretary can say a word for you, grant you a special pardon, and not demote you. During the meeting, the secretary agreed, and with everyone watching, wouldn't it be difficult for me to approach her? With her personality, she means what she says and won't make exceptions. What should we do then? County Chief Wei is really despicable, openly bullying people. Yan Bing waved her small fist. furious, and gently squeezed his hand, softly comforting him. "Sue, don't worry. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. We'll definitely find a solution." Since that night, when he said she was gentle when she was with him, she started to work hard to change herself, trying to always be gentle in front of him. I should thank County Chief Wei too. He really brought the pillow when I was sleepy. Su Ting suddenly pulled her into his arms and sweetly kissed her. This was the first time he showed intimacy toward her in a different place. She gasped in surprise, but quickly covered her mouth, smiling sweetly and shyly, blushing as she scolded, "You're so annoying. What if someone sees us? When you're gentle, I just want to kiss you. Then I will be even gentler in the future." She happily hugged him, burying her head in his chest, and suddenly raised her smiling face to ask, "By the way, what did you just say? You still want to thank the county chief?" "Yes. If you want to be promoted out of turn, you need a good reason. So I will bring in 2 companies." Yin Bing suddenly understood why Wang Shiyuan had never opposed Wei Xian's proposal, giving this opportunity and risk to Su Ting, letting him fight and win rewards or accept punishment. This was the rule of the game. Wang Shiyuan had been deliberately training Su Ting, putting a lot of effort. How optimistic was she about this political rising star? Or how much did she love him? The 30th was the last day before the festival. Su Ting got off work early, dragging his suitcase, ready to take a taxi back to Shanghai. He had 3 main tasks: spend time with his mom, buy a degree house, and meet up with a few classmates, some of whom were in government departments, to see if he could find clues for investment attraction. Just as he exited the county party committee courtyard, he heard someone honking. He looked up to see a white Nissan Tina parked by the roadside, with a beautiful girl leaning against the car. Mai Jia. She still had her high ponytail. Wearing a pink baseball cap, a white round-neck t-shirt, and blue 3/4 jeans, with white sneakers on her feet, looking fresh and lovely. She showed 2 small dimples and smiled, waving at him. Su Ting had no choice but to walk up to her and ask, "Officer Mai, did you get a new car?" "No, it's my mom's. I'm working at the police station in Pengwan Town, about 10 miles from the county seat. My mom drove it for me." "What? Are you picking your dad up from work? Doesn't he have a special car?" "My dad doesn't have that kind of treatment." Mai Jia laughed. "Didn't you say at noon that you would take a taxi back to Shanghai at 5? I'm here to pick you up. How's that for loyalty?" "Oh, this treatment is impressive." Su Ting touched the shiny new Tina too. 5. Is it a new model? This must be over 300,000, right? More than 280,000 after tax. "Stop dawdling, get in." She tossed her head back, her recently dyed tea-brown ponytail shining in the sunset. Every time he saw her, she had surprising changes, progressing so fast, becoming more mature and confident. "No, I can just take a taxi. It's over 100 kilometers. If you drive me, you'll have to drive back yourself." "I can't afford that." "If that's the case, I won't take you. You got a great deal today. Tomorrow my classmate is getting married in Shanghai, and I'm going to the wedding. I'll give you a ride." A few minutes later, the car entered the highway, driving fast westward. After a trip to the service area, they switched to Su Ting driving. "Mai Jia, how's it going in Pengwan? Is it smooth?" "You know very well it isn't smooth at all." Mai Jia pouted, displeased. "The director is Jia Zhong, who just drinks all day and forgets about work. He assigned me to handle petition and stability work, not letting me manage criminal justice. I've been there for half a month, just mediating conflicts at the town government and maintaining order, holding petition and stability meetings. It's so boring. Petition and stability work is quite a training experience. No rush. Just take your time." "What do you mean? Is their character not good?" She turned her face, glaring at him. "Well, they are quite good, stubborn but cute. However, I found that besides the complex mining interests in Pengwan Town, underground lottery is rampant, and there are reports of prostitution. In short, it's quite chaotic. Be careful. You're a girl. Pay attention to your safety." Mai Jia suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at his shoulder, making him feel a bit uneasy. He asked, "What's wrong? You have a wound on your right shoulder? Did someone bite you?" "No, there's also one on your left shoulder." Su Ting's face turned slightly red. The right one was left by Wang Shiyuan a few days ago, and the left one was a masterpiece from Yin Bing last night. Seeing that Wang Shiyuan had bitten 2 marks, Yin Bing didn't want to be outdone, imitating her and biting him twice on the left shoulder, even harder, drawing blood at the time. These 2 women always bit him at the climax, resulting in his shoulders never being well. Earlier in the service area, Su Ting had changed his shirt to a casual round-neck t-shirt, exposing the wounds. He awkwardly smiled and said, "A dog bit me, a little dog. That doesn't look like dog bites. It's human bites." "Who bit you?" "That's too harsh, call the police. I'll catch him." My Jia said foolishly. "No, it was a doctor who bit me. It's a new type of gua sha. I have damp heat in my body and need a detox." "Wow, there's such a medical technique? How interesting. I want to try it next time." She stared intently at the unblemished part of his shoulder. Su Ting sibered slightly, moving to the side. With a slap, my Jia hit his shoulder lightly and pouted. "What are you dodging for? Afraid I'll bite you? Dream on, bad guy." Su Ting gave an awkward smile, changing the subject. "Where's the wedding being held?" "At the Huangting Hotel on Fushan Street in Danyang District." Su Ting was delighted to hear this. The urban village where he rented a place with his mom was near the Huangting Hotel. "That's a good hotel, 5-star. "Indeed. My classmate is marrying into a wealthy family. The groom's family runs a group company, the Liu Group. Guests give gifts, and they even give double portions, very extravagant. They arrange for guests to stay at the Huangting Hotel tonight. One person per room?" "Yes. Do you expect to share with someone else?" "That's great. My family has visitors today, and the place is small. We can't accommodate them." My Jia's face turned red, lowering her head and stammering. "What do you mean? No way, that's too fast." Chapter 73. Bullying with power. Su Ting chuckled, amused that she fell for his teasing. "What are you thinking? I meant you don't need to be invited to stay at my house." "Su Ting, you're really too full of yourself, aren't you? When did I say I wanted to stay at your house? What relationship do we even have?" She smirked, her small tiger teeth showing, and suddenly widened her eyes. Looking very cute as she asked, "Where is your house?" Su Ting laughed heartily. "You bad egg, what are you laughing at?" She hit him twice, both annoyed and embarrassed. "My house is right next to the Royal Court Hotel, but it's just a village in the city, and I'm renting." "Is your family really poor?" My Jia's expression darkened. "Sigh, my mom is quite materialistic," she said. She stopped mid-sentence because her mother's first requirement for her to find a boyfriend was to be wealthy. The two chatted happily and ambiguously, and time flew by. At 6:50 p.m., my Jia dropped Su Ting off at a place, a Cantonese restaurant. He was invited to a gathering of college classmates. In his previous life, he had never attended a class reunion due to his introversion and principles in handling matters. He disliked socializing. Mainly, it was because he hadn't done well. Now, his perspective had completely changed. Having more friends means more opportunities. He needed to broaden his social circle for his future career, especially since he was tasked with attracting investments. Where there is alcohol, there is a community. Where there is a community, there are grievances. Where there are officials, there is bureaucracy. Where there is bureaucracy, there is a hierarchy. Su Ting arrived late. The other 10 or so people had already gathered and just started to eat. Sitting at the head of the table was Yang, the son of the deputy secretary of the party working committee of Fushan Street in Danyang District. He started a construction company right after graduation, taking on many projects in his father's jurisdiction and earning a lot of money. He was the host tonight. Typically, when businessmen dine with civil servants, they would usually sit in a lower position, but Yang was very ostentatious and took the main seat without reservation. He was not tall, somewhat chubby, dressed in designer clothes, with shiny hair and exuded arrogance. Seeing Su Ting arrive late, he pointed at him and laughed. "Welcome our grassroots cadre, Comrade Su Ting. Not easy, coming all the way from the impoverished mountains of..." What county was it? Li Fei. A clerk from Fushan Street flattered him, Shanyan County, Yuhui City. "Yes, coming from the remote and backward Shanyan County. So humble, so hardworking. Come, everyone, welcome Comrade Su Ting, who is rooted in the grassroots and silently contributes." Yang elongated his voice, raising his glass, the jade ring on his ring finger glinting under the light. "Old classmate, sit down, the last spot is saved for you." He pointed to a seat near the door where dishes were served. Su Ting maintained his composure, smiled it off, and sat down calmly, then nodded apologetically to a few other classmates, including his college roommate Yuan Zibin, who currently worked at the Shanghai Customs, Yan Zi from the Secretary Office of the Linghai District, Mu Qing from the Municipal Organization Department, and Liu Wenming from the Public Department of a state-owned bank in Danyang District, which was responsible for large loans and was the bank's most lucrative department. The two beauties, Mu Qing and Yan Zi, sat on Ouyang Yang's left and right, respectively. When they heard Ouyang Yang mock Su Ting, both Yuan Zibin and Yin Zi showed displeasure but held back when they saw Su Ting's gesture. Yin Zi said, "Su Ting, you came the farthest, running over here. You must be exhausted. Hurry up and eat something to fill your stomach." Everyone knew during college that Yin Zi liked Su Ting, while Ouyang Yang liked Yin Zi. Even when Su Ting chose a long-distance relationship with Zhou Lili from Yuhui Normal University, Yin Zi did not give up and had repeatedly rejected Ouyang Yang. Thus, Ouyang Yang always viewed Su Ting as a thorn in his side. Hearing Yin Zi stand up for him, especially with such warmth in her tone, Ouyang Yang felt even more displeased and continued to mock. "Su Ting, life in Shangyun must be pretty rough. Just look at your t-shirt. It's simpler than my maid's cleaning rag. You're practically a modern-day Jiao Yulu. Ouyang, your metaphors are quite creative. Li Fei Zhuka. Our comrade Su is literally wearing serving the people on his body, unlike us common folks who just know how to dress up in suits. Ouyang, Li Fei. It's rare for everyone to gather like this. Is this what you call fun?" Yuan Zibin said, his face showing anger as he defended Su Ting. Yin Zi lifted her face and said, "Ouyang Yang, you might not know, but Su Ting is now the deputy director of the county committee office. He has been promoted faster than anyone else in just 3 years." Everyone was shocked, even Mu Qing from the municipal organization department, who was still waiting for her promotion to deputy director. No one expected that the one who moved up the fastest would be him. Ouyang Yang was clearly taken aback, and after a moment, he disdainfully snorted, "What is the use of being fast? The key to being an official is the platform. In a small county, without a background or money, the highest you can be is a regular department head. Shanghai is different. It's a vice-provincial city with a high platform, and the street office is at the departmental level. My dad is 46 this year and has been a department head for 5 years. He'll be promoted to deputy bureau chief next year. Su Ting, do you think you can ever be promoted to a departmental level?" After saying that, he gazed at Su Ting with a sense of superiority, expecting Su Ting to be furious from the humiliation. To his surprise, Su Ting didn't care at all and simply smiled, calmly taking a sip of tea. "Su Ting, are you speechless?" Ouyang Yang felt as if a heavy weight had landed on cotton, very displeased, and continued to provoke. Su Ting looked at him, smiled, and said calmly, "Your dad won to get that deputy bureau position. He probably can't even keep his department head position. Those who do evil will bring about their own demise." He spoke so calmly and confidently that it exuded a strong sense of authority, making it seem like he was stating a fact. Ouyang Yang abruptly stood up and shouted, "You're talking nonsense." After saying that, he suddenly lifted his wine glass and splashed it towards Su Ting, but Su Ting easily turned and dodged, causing the wine to splash onto the dishes and drench Li Fei, ruining his newly bought Armani white shirt. Li Fei could only curse inwardly, but dared not show any displeasure on his face. After all, Ouyang Yang's dad was the director of the street office, his own boss's boss. Ouyang Yang, filled with rage, said, "Su Ting, you're just jealous and resentful. Not being able to eat grapes, you say they're sour. How dare you curse and slander my dad? You don't want to mix in this world anymore, do you? Get down on your knees and apologize." Seeing the situation escalate, everyone rushed to mediate as the meal was becoming unappetizing. Only Yuan Zibin and Yin Zi remained silent, both tired of this arrogant young official. Li Fei tugged at Su Ting's clothes. "Hurry and apologize. Don't ruin everyone's mood." Another official said, "Su Ting, you used to be quite amiable. What is wrong with you today? Did you choke on something?" Ouyang was just joking. You don't need to curse his parents. Hurry and apologize. Ouyang will let it go, and we can continue eating. Ouyang Yang looked at him smugly, waiting for Su Ting to back down. Su Ting chuckled and said, "Apologize? Sure." Ouyang Yang became even prouder, sneering, "At least you're smart. In the future, when you want to borrow money from me to buy a house, I'll consider your performance tonight." "Ouyang Yang, you misunderstood. I meant for you to apologize." Su Ting's tone was calm yet firm. "Apologize to me and everyone here, and learn to be humble from now on. If I'm in a good mood, I might show some mercy and help you out. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." The entire room was stunned. Chapter 74. The disaster approaches. Ouyang Yang was both shocked and furious, shouting, "I'm apologizing to you. Are you sick? Li Fei, like a little dog, immediately followed suit and barked, Su Ting, why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? A broke loser working in a remote county, acting like a big shot here. What kind of person is Ouyang? He has money, power, and women. Li Fei, how can you talk like that? My heart only has the beautiful Yin. Ouyang Yang scolded. Li Fei quickly interjected. Yes, yes, yes. Ouyang has status and can command respect in Shanghai City. So why don't you hurry up and admit your mistake and apologize? Su Ting smiled faintly and said, Ouyang Yang, if you don't apologize today, you will apologize later. Ouyang Yang slammed the table and rushed over, ready to hit Su Ting. However, Su Ting stood still like a martial arts master, imposing as a mountain, holding a wine glass in his hand, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. Ouyang Yang was intimidated by his aura. He knew Su Ting was exceptionally fit, able to run, jump, and fight, excelling in basketball and soccer, and was the top fighter in the literature department. He realized he was no match for him in a one-on-one fight. He retreated down the steps, pointing and cursing, Su Ting, don't be so arrogant. Just wait and see. I'll make you kneel and call me Grandpa. Get the hell out of here. There's no place for you. Su Ting raised his wine glass, not looking at Ouyang Yang, and scanned the other friends who were relatively close to him, saying, to those who deserve respect, I, Su, bid farewell. After saying that, he downed a glass of foreign wine and left. As he exited the Huangting Hotel, it indeed started to pour. The moment he saw Ouyang Yang, memories from his past life awakened. Tomorrow, a disaster would befall Ouyang Yang, and he was completely unaware. He didn't want to intervene, nor could he. The disaster triggered by this rain had no signs for now, and no one would believe him if he spoke up. Without an umbrella, he called for a taxi for a long time, but to no avail. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Su Ting. Yuan Zibin walked over with a smile, followed by Yin Zi, each holding an umbrella. Su Ting felt a bit moved and smiled at them, saying, what are you two doing out here? We heard you were coming, so we came too. If you leave, what's the point of us staying? Come on, let's go eat at the street stalls. Yuan Zibin put his arm around Su Ting's shoulder, sharing an umbrella. Don't be angry. Ouyang Yang is just like that. A hopeless case. Trash. Yinzi scolded disdainfully. In a nearby street stall, the three enjoyed Chaozhou hot pot and beer, having a great time. Yinzi was not tall, slim, pale, and had remarkably large eyes. In her hometown, she was called Thin Girl. During her school days, she looked like a paper doll, her figure not standing out. However, after a few years of work, she had become much rounder, with fair skin and more meat on her face and chest, looking much prettier. When it came to relationships, Yinzi didn't shy away, saying, that year, when you were having a romance with Zhou Lily, I was in my sophomore year and also dated someone, but it ended in less than 6 months because of Ouyang Yang's interference. I've been single ever since. After working in Lingang district, I dated someone introduced by others, but I was too busy. He wanted a wife to raise kids, so we parted amicably. My job in the conference department means I'm always at the venue during the day and preparing for the next day's meetings at night, completely losing myself. I don't know why. The more we try to simplify our meetings, the more we end up having. I envy Zibin. He works regular hours, 5 or 6 hours a day, relaxed and carefree, and the benefits are great. Haha, we're just idle, but the benefits have really decreased a lot. Yuan Zibin said, sipping his drink gloomily. The skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Don't come here crying poor about your customs inspection job, Yin Zi scolded, then turned her attention back to Su Ting. Su Ting, how are you? When are you marrying Zhou Lily? We broke up. Yin Zi was shocked, but her surprise couldn't hide her delight, her voice trembling slightly. So you're single now? Su Ting hesitated and said, I have a girlfriend. Yin Zi's expression darkened, and she sighed. It made sense. They were now in 2 different worlds. She was in a first-tier city, while he was in a remote and poor county, 2 parallel lines with no intersection. More than half an hour later, Mu Qing and Lu Wenming also arrived. The 5 of them ate and drank together, creating a lively atmosphere. Mu Qing was also one of those white and thin girls, but she was tall, very pleasant to look at, quiet and intelligent. She said, Su Ting, the city holds recruitment exams every year in May and June, open to the whole country, requiring candidates to be under 30. You should sign up and take the exam. Yes, with your ability, it should be a piece of cake, Yin Zi encouraged. Su Ting smiled and said, I think working in the county is quite good. He wanted to rise from where he fell, and there were too many attachments there. Wang Xian, Pei Yijuan, Mai Jia, and Yin Bing were all hard to let go of. Mu Qing said, That's true. He is now the deputy director of the county committee office, with a bright future. If he gets promoted to a regular department chief, he could become the top leader in a township, and promotions are quite fast. Besides, if he participates in the selection, he'd have to give up his current position and start again as a clerk, which isn't worth it. Yuan Zibin boldly raised his glass and said, Then let's wait for Su Ting to be promoted to a regular department head, come back, and become the mayor of Shanghai City, a deputy provincial level. Cheers to the early appointment of Mayor Su. The others cheered along. After some commotion, Su Ting asked Lu Wenming about his work situation. He was a serious person and shook his head, saying, There's an old saying in banking. To work in a bank, you need 9 virtues and 1 vice. There are too many gray areas. Damn it, I see those leaders handling trust funds. It's about 3 virtues and 7 vices. Brother, as long as you have a clear conscience, that's good enough. Su Ting comforted, patting his shoulder. Lu Wenming's previous life was not smooth because he was too upright. When they were eating and drinking until 11 o'clock, Lu Wenming suddenly raised his glass and said, Everyone, it's getting late. Let's call a night. My cousin is getting married tomorrow morning, and I need to go help out. Su Ting was momentarily stunned and quickly asked, Is it being held at the Huangting Hotel? Yes, how did you know? I have a colleague attending the wedding, and I came to catch a ride with her. After Su Ting spoke, he felt a stir in his heart and glanced outside the tin shed. The rain had lightened up a bit, but showed no signs of stopping. In his past life, the bride and groom from the Lu family perished in that disaster. A total of over 20 lives were lost, and Su Ting couldn't remain indifferent. But how could he prevent that disaster? He felt at a loss. Chapter 75. The police flower leads the wolf into the house at midnight. Su Ting returned home, where his mother was still waiting for him. She said someone had come to the house to deceive the little police flower. Su Ting was originally from the north. His father was a rural elementary school teacher who passed away when he was just starting middle school. After that, his mother brought him to Shanghai to work, and they relied on each other, staying in Shanghai ever since. Seeing her son had been drinking and got caught in the rain, his mother, Zhao Meiyun, felt heartbroken. She helped him change clothes and brought over a bowl of goji berry and pig liver soup, scolding him, Can't you drink less? Look at you. So skinny you look like a stick. Is the food at your unit that bad? Come on, drink the soup to sober up. Su Ting chuckled, took the soup and drank it all down, then hugged his mother, saying, Mom, the soup you make is really delicious. Also, Xiao Yun is becoming more beautiful by the day. Look what I brought you. Su Ting took out a set of 4 high-end cosmetics from Hai Jimi. Zhao Meiyun slapped her son playfully, her eyes reddening as she said, You little rascal, just know how to flatter your mom. Wow, this is so expensive. Why did you buy such costly cosmetics? It's a waste of money. Hurry up and return it. Listening to his mother's nagging, Su Ting felt an immense sense of happiness. At 2 in the morning, there was lightning and thunder outside, and the rain was pouring down heavily. Su Ting tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He decided to get up, turn on the desk lamp, and took out his phone to call Mai Jia. To his surprise, she answered quickly, Big bad guy, calling me in the middle of the night, what do you want? Why aren't you asleep yet? It's raining so heavily outside, with thunder and lightning. I'm a bit scared and can't sleep because I'm not used to this bed. What about you? Why can't you sleep? Her voice was cute and charming. I'll come find you. If someone is with you, you won't be scared. Huh? What? What are you going to do? Su Ting chuckled. Afraid I'll eat you up? If that's the case, then I won't go. Don't. Come. Come over. Her voice trembled slightly. I'll wait for the rain to ease up a bit before I come. Half an hour later, Su Ting slipped out of his house, opened an umbrella, and walked for about 10 minutes to the Huangting Hotel. He knocked 3 times on the door, and it opened. Mai Jia stood at the door in a pink pajama, graceful and delicate, looking like a water lily in the summer. She slightly lowered her head, gazing at him with her adorable puppy eyes, whispering, You really came? Girl, this isn't a beautiful dream. It's real, Su Ting said jokingly as he entered the room. Mai Jia gently closed the door, put her hands in her pockets, tilted her head, and blushed, saying, Just so you know, I let you in, but you can't. Can't take advantage of me. Su Ting looked her up and down, finding her clever and cute, with two small hills faintly visible under her pajamas. He laughed. Take advantage of you? In what way? Hey, that's annoying. She playfully hit him, her face turning even redder. The two stood in the room, looking at each other, not speaking for a long time. Su Ting felt a bit embarrassed. The girl was too innocent, and he couldn't bear to make a move just yet. Sit down. Are you thirsty? Do you want to watch TV? Or should we play poker? Or arm wrestle? You might not have beaten me, you know. I was the champion in the girls' group at the police academy and have beaten several guys. She was nervous, expectant, busy, and breathing quickly, wanting to throw herself into his arms, but feeling a bit shy. She bit her lip, thinking to herself that she liked him so much, and he knew it. So why hold back? Taking advantage of Su Ting turning his back to her, she mustered her courage, took a step forward, and prepared to leap into his arms. But just as she opened her arms, Su Ting suddenly turned around and asked, with such heavy rain, will the wedding be canceled? No, it won't. The wedding is held in a hotel, so it doesn't matter if it rains. She awkwardly halted her steps, her face turning red to her ears. Will you go to the wedding tomorrow? She nodded. I'm the bridesmaid. Oh. We leave for the bride's house at 5, then do makeup and change. Waiting for the groom to arrive, then we go to the groom's house, and the wedding banquet is in the evening. What time does the groom go to pick up the bride? She seemed a bit unhappy, having led the wolf into the house. There stood a beautiful girl in front of him, and he still didn't act? Silly. She could only ask suspiciously, Su Ting, why are you asking all these questions? It's so strange. Just answer me. At 6:06, the groom leaves his house to pick up the bride, and it takes an hour on the road. Arriving at the bride's house at 7:07. Then there are a series of ceremonies, and they can only meet the bride at 8:08. Pick up the bride and depart at 9:09, and reach the groom's house at 10:10 for the ceremony and meet the parents. Other ceremonies will wait until the evening at the hotel. Su Ting sighed. You guys in Lingnan really pay attention to weddings. Yes. We need to choose an auspicious day and time, accurate to the minute. Do you know which route the groom will take to pick up the bride? Mai Jiao was completely confused. She stamped her foot and said angrily, no. Su Ting, did you come here in the middle of the night just to ask me these strange questions? Her little tiger teeth made a sound as she thought. You blockhead. If you can't take advantage of me, at least hug and kiss me. This question is a bit strange, but it's very important. I don't know which way to go, but I heard that the route has also been calculated by a master, so it can't be changed. Su Ting pondered, then it must go through Juzikang, right? I don't know. She looked serious. Su Ting, how do you know they are going to take the Juzikang route? Mai Jia, as a police officer, had a sense of professional vigilance and felt something was off. She asked warily, Su Ting, what's going on? Tell me, don't beat around the bush, it's making me confused. Su Ting slowly walked closer to her, looking deep and charming. Her heart raced, and she blushed as she looked at him, thinking, come on, hug me, kiss me. Su Ting held her shoulders, his gaze deep as a black hole that could pull her in. She felt his breath, his charm, right in front of her, and she instantly became dazed, sweetly and shyly closing her eyes and presenting her red lips. However, what awaited her was Su Ting's commanding order. Change your clothes. We need to go out. Huh? Why? She opened her eyes, feeling quite annoyed, while Su Ting had already walked to the door. Listen to me. A few minutes later, Su Ting drove Mai Jia's Tianlai car out of the hotel and into the vast night, with the rain still falling, though not as heavily. Soon, the car entered the mountain road of Fulu Mountain, a two-way lane. The Juzikang village was built at the foot of the mountain. After driving for a while, Su Ting stopped the car, got out, stood by the roadside, and looked at the farmer's house in front of him, sighing, this is it. The neighborhood Su Ting rented was in Juzikang, just in an open area at the foot of the mountain. Mai Jia followed him over. Looking in the direction of his gaze, confused, Su Ting, are you crazy? Bringing me to see a house in the middle of the night? Look, it's been raining for several days, and tonight there's a downpour. The ground has been hollowed out. The foundation of that building is unstable. The construction quality is poor, and it's added so many floors. It could collapse, and there are quite a few people living inside. Su Ting's expression was grave, speaking with certainty and seriousness. Chapter 76. Finally sharing a bed, Mai Jia waved her finger in front of him. Su Ting, are you crazy? How do you know that this building will collapse out of all those buildings? Are you a geological or architectural expert, or do you have superpowers? The key is, it's so far away, you can't even see your hand in front of you. How can you tell it's going to fall? My Jia's series of questions left Su Ting shaking his head and smiling bitterly. If even my Jia didn't believe him, how could he convince the residents living in the building to escape? It was an 11-story, small high-rise, a self-built house by farmers, and an illegal construction. The Orange Pit City Village was known for its large-scale illegal constructions, approved by Ouyang Hong, the director of the Fushan Street office. Ouyang Yang had contracted most of the projects, using inferior materials and cutting corners. In his previous life, a tragedy occurred, resulting in 22 deaths and 5 serious injuries, leading to Ouyang Hong and his son being imprisoned. Su Ting naturally wanted to see Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Yang face retribution, but he didn't want to sacrifice so many innocent lives for it. So, he decided to save people, regardless of whether it would succeed. At least he would give it his all. It was important to know that saving them was equivalent to saving Ouyang Yang, who had humiliated him. Thinking of this, Su Ting suddenly grabbed my Jia's hand and said excitedly, "My Jia, this building is going to collapse. It's very likely that when the bride and groom's vehicle passes here, it will be to save your classmate, and for the 20 lives living upstairs. Will you believe me?" My Jia was startled by his somewhat manic demeanor. She measured his forehead and said, "Su Ting, are you not burning up? What's going on tonight? Why are you talking nonsense?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth." He raised his voice, but received a look from my Jia as if she were looking at a mentally unstable person. He sighed and said calmly, "I have a high school classmate who is a master's student in geology. Recently, when he visited my house and passed by here, he said the blasting in the back mountain created resonance that would seriously affect the structural safety of this building. I already felt it was unsafe. Adding extra floors made the foundation unable to bear the weight. I dreamed about its collapse, not falling down the mountain, but onto the road. What if the bride and groom pass by? What if it crushes your classmate? Just think how terrifying that would be." My Jia suddenly hugged him tightly, saying with concern, "Su Ting, what is wrong with you? Are you sick? I'm so scared and worried about you. Come on, let us go to the hospital." Su Ting pushed her away and walked straight downstairs. He looked at the building number and shouted up, "Hey residents, wake up, wake up." After shouting several times, someone finally turned on the lights upstairs, and some opened their windows to look down. Su Ting continued shouting, "The building you live in, Building 25, Alley 33, is going to collapse because of the continuous heavy rain, which has undermined the foundation. Everyone hurry and evacuate now. You can still save your belongings, otherwise it will be too late." "Are you crazy? Your building is going to collapse." A man yelled from above. "Crazy, idiot, get the hell out of here. What's all the noise? Can't anyone sleep? Shut up, he's crazy. It's just past 3 o'clock. Get lost, or I'll call the police." Su Ting's good intentions were met with a barrage of insults. Soon after, someone threw a rotten apple down, followed by stones. And my Jia hurriedly pulled him back to the car. She turned to look at him and laughed. "See, you've witnessed the consequences of going mad." Su Ting smiled faintly. "It's me. I would have thrown bricks too." "Then why did you shout?" "Silly. The residents here are mostly workers. If you push them out too soon, they won't have anywhere to live, which isn't practical. We might as well wait a bit longer." "It's hard to be a good person," Su Ting sighed. My Jia smiled slightly and said, "Regardless, your intentions are good. You're really kind. So I'll give you a suggestion." "What suggestion?" "Call the local street office and have them come check. If they find problems, they can evacuate the residents." "Smart." So, Su Ting called the Fushan Street office's duty phone, requesting them to send geological or engineering experts to inspect and report to the main leaders of the street office. The duty personnel sleepily promised to arrange for someone to investigate. After all, with the continuous heavy rain, checking building safety was also the street office's responsibility. With nothing to do but wait, Su Ting and my Jia returned to the hotel. At 3:30, both were exhausted and fell asleep on the bed. At 5 o'clock, the hotel wake-up bell rang abruptly. Su Ting opened his eyes to get up, only to find he couldn't move because my Jia was tightly hugging him, her head resting on his arm. He tried to pry her off, but she hugged him even tighter, mumbling something in a drowsy state. Her face was rosy and tender. Her small mouth slightly parted, and her 2 little heels were pressing against him, with her legs crossed over his, creating an ambiguous posture. As Su Ting looked at her, he felt stirred and soon had a reaction. My jaw, half asleep, sensed something hard and opened her eyes slightly, mumbling, "Don't mess around. Why is there a stick on the bed? Quickly take it away." After saying this, she closed her eyes again, but then her eyelids twitched, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide in panic, staring at Su Ting, then looking down at him, her face turning bright red as she pushed him away, saying, "Bad guy, what are you doing? Why are you hugging me to sleep?" Fortunately, she was wearing pajamas, and Su Ting was also fully clothed. She looked at the sheets, which were not stained red. Thank goodness, she hadn't lost her virginity. Su Ting, feeling wronged, said, "Last night, I slept on the sofa, and you insisted I sleep on the bed. We agreed to keep our boundaries. Look, you're about to push me off the bed, and then you kept hugging me and touching me, making it so awkward for me. You're talking nonsense. I didn't tee. It was you who was being a rogue." She was so embarrassed that she shot him a glance, and indeed, Su Ting was lying on the edge of the bed. With a little push, he would fall off, and there were traces of her lipstick on his face and chest. "It's 5 o'clock. Are you going to the bride's house?" Su Ting got out of bed, regaining his composure, as if nothing had happened last night. "Of course I'm going. Don't look at me. I'm going to the bathroom to change clothes." She hurriedly found her clothes and went into the bathroom. Su Ting stood at the door, knocked twice, and said, "Don't go, come help me save people. Why are you still so obsessed? You're a police officer, a golden shield, forged in blood, showing your skills in times of danger." Su Ting even started singing. "Stop singing. I've heard this song so much I'm getting calluses in my ears." "Su Ting, do you really believe that building will collapse? And that it will happen when my classmate's wedding car passes by?" She opened the door and stared at him. "Absolutely," Su Ting said, his gaze falling on her hands. She was wearing jeans and a pink-white t-shirt, but was holding a flesh-colored bra. She suddenly understood, her face turning red as she said, "So embarrassing. I forgot to put it on." Then she slammed the door shut. "My jia, everyone should go crazy at least once in their life. Come do it with me." Su Ting's loud and enticing voice came through the door. My jia felt strange listening to it, and her previously reddened face turned red again. Chapter 77, Rescuing 30 Lives, Part 1. Just as she wanted to scold him, Su Ting's pleasant voice rang out again. "Once you finish, you will definitely not regret it. And you can be proud for a lifetime. Officer Mai, I really can't do it alone. It's less tiring with a man and a woman working together." She pulled the door open, and Su Ting, leaning against the door, quickly sidestepped and almost fell into her arms. She chuckled, revealing 2 small dimples, and raised her face, saying, "All right, how are you going to thank me?" Su Ting was overjoyed, happily hugging her and spinning her around twice before gently placing her back on the ground. She shyly looked at him and suddenly tiptoed to kiss his cheek, whispering, "No need to thank me. We've eaten already, you know." Su Ting was a bit stunned. What did she mean by that? They hadn't even taken off their clothes. Mai Jia suddenly hooked her arms around his neck and offered her fragrant lips. If he didn't kiss her now, it would be a disservice to this beautiful and lovely girl. So he kissed her, and it felt refreshing and sweet. In an instant, they found themselves back on the bed, just about to launch an attack when Mai Jia pressed down on his hand. Her face flushed as she said, "I'm still young. Can you not rush?" Su Ting thought for a moment and nodded. "Also, if you consider me your boyfriend, you can't be nice to other women. You can only love and spoil me for the rest of your life." And about my mom. Suddenly, Su Ting's stomach growled. He chuckled and said, "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Mai Jia responded with an "Oh," silently getting dressed, taming her messy hair. Her brows knitted together, and a hint of melancholy flashed across her sweet and shy face. "Why didn't he want to be your boyfriend?" After breakfast, Su Ting called the emergency hotline at the Fushan Street duty room again, but no one answered. It wasn't until 7:20 that the call finally connected. Upon inquiry, the other party said they hadn't gone to check overnight, noting that Li Fei from the Safety Supervision Office was on duty and would lead a team to the site for inspection. Su Ting immediately dialed Li Fei's number, but no one answered. With no time to waste, Su Ting drove with Mai Jia back to the site at Building 25, Orange Pit, Alley 33. The sky was bright, and it was drizzling lightly. Several windows in the building had lights on, and a young couple was leaving with their suitcases, likely heading home or traveling. At 7:40, Su Ting called Li Fei again, and this time the call finally connected. "Su Ting, have you thought it through? Are you going to apologize to Ouyang? I could say some good things for you, but honestly, you have no capital to confront him. Just be honest and keep your tail down. Su Ting interrupted. I heard from a duty room that you're on duty today. I have important information. A building in Orange Pit is shaking and is very dangerous. You need to come check it out quickly. Remember, bring a geological expert. No, Su Ting, I received several calls last night. It turns out it was you. You don't dare to deal with Ouyang, so you come to drag me into this, right? Li Fei, I don't have time to mess around with you. If you don't come and something happens, you'll lose your official hat, Su Ting said before hanging up. 30 minutes later, Li Fei actually arrived, driving a taxi and bringing 2 younger team members with him. Su Ting smiled wryly and shook his head. Li Fei, we're the experts. Your street construction office should have geological experts, right? If not, you can reflect this to the district and send one over. I am the expert. Get out of my way. Li Fei arrogantly pushed Su Ting aside and went downstairs. He looked up at the building, then put his hands behind his back and circled around it. The east side of the building faced a ravine, and the west side was the Fulu Ring Road. Further west was a large area of Orange Pit Urban Village, all illegal constructions, some reaching 28 stories. After finishing a cigarette, Li Fei said, Su Ting, are you sick? Whether this building will collapse has nothing to do with you. The key is there are no signs of it collapsing. The ground isn't loose, there's no sliding, and knocking on it doesn't sound hollow. Besides, if it were to collapse, it would fall down the mountain, not onto the road. Are you messing with me? Li Fei, you are from the Safety Supervision Office. Many landslides, mudslides, ground collapses, or building collapses don't show obvious signs beforehand. Those are underground activities that can't be seen by the naked eye and require experienced experts and professional instruments for detection. Anyway, I've tried to help you. If you don't listen, I can't do anything. Su Ting, if I remember correctly, we studied contemporary literature in college, right? Are you an experienced expert? Do you have professional measuring instruments? No, right? Then how do you know this building will collapse? Su Ting was speechless and didn't want to explain. My Jia suddenly stepped forward and said, I think this building is very dangerous. Who are you trying to fool? Can a minor girl be an expert? Li Fei turned to Su Ting and said, Su Ting, you're impressive. You found such a young and beautiful girlfriend and even drive a Tianlai car. Living off soft food, you're doing well. You two continue your research. I won't accompany you. After Li Fei finished, he drove away. Su Ting looked at his watch. There was probably only about an hour left before the collapse. But why did this building show no signs of cracks or ground subsidence? He couldn't wait any longer. He remembered that the Danyang district government had just announced the mobile numbers of the district chief, deputy district chief, and leaders of various functional departments to promote government transparency and convenience for the people. He quickly found the district chief Lin Jijin's mobile number on the official website and dialed it. The call connected quickly, and a deep and calm voice came through. Hello? Who is this? Is this District Chief Lin? Yes. I'm a concerned citizen from Danyang District. Due to continuous heavy rain, the foundation of Farmer's House in Orange Pit, Fushan Street, may have been eroded. This building has also been illegally extended to 11 stories. The foundation is inherently unstable, and the building quality is subpar. It may not look like much from the surface, but the foundation is already rotten. District Chief Lin Jijin listened patiently and politely said, Thank you for the information. I will send someone to verify it again. If the issues you mentioned do exist, the district government will deal with them promptly to eliminate the hazards and will personally thank you. District Chief Lin, you must come in person. This concerns dozens of lives. And, you understand, we need to start evacuating residents now. It may be difficult without official organization, and I don't know if it will be successful. He was referring to his official hat. I understand your feelings. However, without any evidence to support your prediction, spreading rumors about the building collapsing is also illegal. Do you understand? Lin Jijin was quite patient, and his tone was kind, but he was subtly advising him against evacuating residents on his own. Okay, I understand. Goodbye. Su Ting hung up the phone and looked at his watch. There were less than 40 minutes left until the collapse. The 11-story building seemed to sway slightly in the rain and mist, like a damp biscuit. He anxiously looked at my Jia and asked, Can you ask your friend when the wedding car team will arrive here? Seeing him so serious, my Jia was also affected by his emotions and called. However, It took 3 tries before she got through, saying they'll arrive at this area around 9:30. I told her about the danger here and suggested taking another route. But she didn't believe me. There's still time, Su Ting said. I have a plan. Let us go all in. Okay. Chapter 78 Rescue of 30 Lives, Part 2. 10 minutes later, Su Ting rushed into the illegal building on the 11th floor. In reality, the walls of the hallway had already shown signs of peeling. Mai Jia, clutching the fire axe pulled from the car, followed him into the corridor but suddenly stopped. Looking at him in terror. Su Ting, do you feel it? The building just shook. I felt it. What you said is true. Let us get to work. Su Ting ignited a cushion and a piece of plastic in a safe area on the first floor, the acrid smell and smoke quickly spreading, causing many residents to open their windows. The water meter box. Su Ting's teeth. Mai Jia swung the fire axe to break open the rusty metal panel, and as she turned the valve with a wrench, clear water gushed out, forming a stream in the stairwell. Then, she quickly ran to the second floor, poured iodine onto a cotton cloth in the car's first aid kit, covered her mouth and nose, and rushed to the 5th floor, shouting loudly. Smoke! There's a fire! Gas leak! She intentionally let the smell of iodine mix with the humid air and played a pre-recorded sound of a bursting water pipe on her phone. The hissing noise echoed in the corridor like a snake hissing. The mother from apartment 302 was startled by the sound of rushing water and opened the door. Mai Jia shoved the rusty stained, actually dyed by iodine cotton cloth in her hands. Get the child downstairs. Hurry. Just then, Su Ting shouted from downstairs using a loudspeaker. Do not take the elevator below the 4th floor. The woman saw the water spreading in the stairwell and screamed as she picked up her baby and rushed downstairs. Then, Su Ting and Mai Jia rushed to the 11th floor, knocking on doors from the top down. The acrid smell and smoke ultimately frightened the residents, causing everyone to flee. Some taking the stairs, others the elevator, quickly reaching the spacious area downstairs. Only then did they realize the building was shaking. At 9:26, more than 20 people gathered downstairs, but the security door of 503 remained unmoved. It's that girl who just got dumped. A neighbor shouted. Mai Jia saw a warm yellow light on in the room through the transparent security door, and a figure curled up on the sofa softly said, the neighbor said she just broke up last week. Her boyfriend cheated, and she hasn't left the house. Su Ting pounded on the door. Girl, the building is going to collapse. Hurry and come out. The only response was silence. Suddenly, the sound of rain intensified, and a dull thud came from the direction of the back mountain, like a giant beast drumming. Su Ting's whole body shook. That's not thunder. He abruptly looked up and saw the exterior wall on the west side of the building crumbling, cracks visibly expanding. What sound? An explosion? Mai Jia's face turned pale. Su Ting remained calm, saying, the quarry on the back mountain is under construction. His classmate was right. The blasting at the Fulu Mountain quarry resonated with this building, greatly exacerbating its collapse. At 9:28:10, the building let out a creaking groan. Looking up at the crumbling roof, Su Ting had thoughts of retreating. Mai Jia, she won't open the door. The fire department hasn't arrived. We have no choice but to withdraw. But I can't just stand by and watch someone die, Mai Jia said, looking at the girl inside, hesitating. She was a police officer, kind-hearted and just. Let's persuade her one last time. Su Ting liked this about Mai Jia, and he nodded emphatically, furrowing his brow and thinking of a way. He said loudly, Mai Jia, good people have their destiny. We one die. What if we survive? Will you be my boyfriend? Yes. Their declaration of love reached the girl inside, who looked up at the young couple with tears streaming down her face. Sister, come out. Look, there are better men in this world. He is one. Yes, some men are not worth it, but love is worth it, Su Ting shouted towards the door. Another explosion sounded, and the building shook again, even more violently than before. Su Ting and Mai Jia looked at her with eager eyes. They did not want to accompany her in death. Time cruelly ticked away second by second. The girl finally gathered her courage, stood up, and rushed over. At 9:29:30, the lock clicked. The girl, with swollen eyes, peeked out, and Su Ting grabbed her wrist. Run. As the three rushed down the stairs, a loud crash came from behind. The 5th floor's ceiling collapsed, and debris fell behind them. When Su Ting pushed the girl away from the corridor, The second hand of his watch crossed 9:31. In the rain, the illegal 11-story building resembled a giant beast stripped of its bones, emitting a dull creak in the mountain wind. My Jia helped the terrified residents retreat when suddenly, from around the bend of the mountain path, the sound of firecrackers was heard. A wedding car procession with a red silk ribbon was speeding toward them at 40 miles per hour. The lead Mercedes S-Class bearing a centenary of Harmony sticker. My Jia suddenly remembered that her best friend's wedding car was arriving, but the phone was still unreachable. Stop them. Su Ting's pupils shrink. At this moment in the previous life, this wedding car procession had just stopped in front of the building, and the lead car and the second car were crushed by the collapsing building, resulting in 6 deaths, including the bride and groom, and 2 injuries. He sprinted to the center of the road. Rain mixed with wall dust smeared across his face like mud, while my Jia shouted behind him, "Stop. The building is going to collapse." The wedding car procession screeched to a halt, the tires making a piercing sound. The front of the car narrowly stopping against Su Ting's knees. The driver, wearing a gold chain, leaned out of the window, cursing, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" We calculated the auspicious time to take the mountain road. Su Ting lunged in front of the car, slapping the hood heavily, and shouted, "The building is going to fall onto the road." Look, he pointed at the west side of the building, where cracks were visibly spreading toward the road, and the rain was washing away, exposing half of the red bricks of the foundation. Some residents in the crowd shouted, "How could the building fall toward the road? It must collapse into the valley because of the blasting in the back mountain." My Jia suddenly raised her phone, the screen showing the direction of the quarry. Smoke and dust mixed with the sound of explosions, each blast pushing toward this side. This building is illegal, and the foundation was poorly constructed. All the stress is on the roadside. Then she shouted to the bride, "Aju, it's my Jia. It's me, my Jia. I didn't come to be a bridesmaid. I came to save you." The bride in the lead car exclaimed, "My Jia? Is it really you?" Her face was dirty, and the bride didn't recognize her at first. Just then, the sound of snapping rebar pierced through the rain. The wedding car driver suddenly shifted into reverse, and the procession, like a startled snake, began to retreat. Su Ting had just pulled my Jia to roll into the roadside drainage ditch when a colossal roar sounded from behind. Chapter 79. The district chief's reception. The entire building fell like a domino pushed down by an invisible giant hand, crashing to the ground with clouds of dust. The roof beam landing with a loud bang right where the wedding car was about to pass. Debris splattered mud all over Su Ting. "Step back. Quickly step back." Su Ting coughed through the dust as he got up, waving for the stunned residents to retreat further. The bride, Huang Liju, poked her head out of the car window, and upon seeing the shocking and dangerous scene, her heart raced. She tightly embraced the groom, unable to tell if the moisture on her face was rain or tears. They almost lost their lives here. My Jia suddenly pointed at the collapsed building and began to laugh, then cried as she laughed. They had survived, saved over 30 lives without any casualties, and Su Ting could now be her boyfriend. Su Ting wiped the dust from his face, feeling the warm liquid on his fingertips. He looked at the mud stains on my Jia's pale pink t-shirt and then at the wedding car, which was safe not far away, and breathed a sigh of relief in front of the ruins. Damn it, this can't happen again in the future. It's too dangerous. The rain fell heavier, washing away the dust on them and dispersing the unique, ingrained scent of blood from the reborn. Su Ting pulled my Jia up and slipped away amidst the chaos. Soon, District Chief Lin Jijin arrived at the scene, with Ouyang Hong, the director of the Fushan Street office, and Li Fei arriving late. Ouyang Hong was still in shock, secretly relieved that if it hadn't been for someone organizing the evacuation of the crowd, he might have ended up in jail. The fire brigade, emergency response teams, police, ambulances, and engineering rescue teams arrived one after another. Lin Jijin efficiently organized rescue operations and the placement and comfort of the affected residents, as a building had turned into ruins, and there might still be people trapped inside. After the arrangements were made, he coldly stared at Ouyang Hong and scolded, "Ouyang Hong, didn't I call you yesterday and ask you to conduct a thorough and serious inspection of all the landslide-prone slopes, dangerous walls, and old buildings in your jurisdiction? Did you conduct the inspection? This morning, didn't I call you and ask you to come see for yourself? Did you come? Did you look? Did you take my words to heart? Did you care about the safety of the people's lives and property? If I hadn't come personally, would you have deigned to come to this godforsaken place? Look at you. Your belly is bigger than your head, reeking of alcohol. How much did you drink last night that you still haven't sobered up? You are the director of the street office, the first responsible person for safety production. Have you fulfilled your duties? District Chief, I. There were no signs of collapse in this building before. It just happened to coincide with this extreme weather. We also sent someone to inspect. It's my fault. He lowered his head in admission of guilt, then coldly glared at Li Fei from the Safety Supervision Office. The district chief had instructed him to check safety production here, but he was too lazy to act, leaving it to Li Fei, who claimed he had inspected it in the morning and found no issues, so he didn't come. He had only rushed to the scene when he heard the district chief was coming. If it weren't for the enthusiastic citizens, who knows how many casualties there would have been? Can you bear that responsibility? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and organize rescue efforts and help the residents. At 2 p.m., the rescue and road clearing work of the scene was completed. City and district leaders took turns coming to inspect the site, and the entire Donyang district became busy, with various units and departments going down to the front lines to investigate hazards and prevent similar incidents from happening again. According to preliminary investigations, this was an accident caused by negligence, pending further investigation and verification by the municipal government. Since it was an accident caused by negligence, officials would have to take responsibility. In the temporary command office of the Fushan Street office, Lin Jijin warmly received Su Ting and Mai Jia. The two were eventually found by government staff and invited over. Su Ting knew very well that he couldn't hide the fact that he had called the district chief. In a way, it was good. He had saved the career of a powerful leader, which would surely benefit his future development. Lin Jijin shook hands with both of them and emotionally said, "Thank you. You are very brave and wise. You are heroes. You saved dozens of lives and prevented significant losses, making an outstanding contribution to the stable development of Shanghai City. Thank you." No, we did what citizens should do. He personally handed them tea, and once seated, he fixed his penetrating gaze on Su Ting and said, "I won't say more, but I have a question. How did you know that building would collapse?" Su Ting and Mai Jia exchanged glances, but said nothing. Su Ting didn't know how to respond. He couldn't say he was reborn and could foresee the future, could he? Seeing him silent, Lin Jijin continued, "I learned that you called the duty room of the Fushan Street office at around 3 a.m. and called again at around 7 a.m. You visited the site late at night. Later, you called Li Fei, asking him to bring professionals to check, but he only brought 2 young assistants, just going through the motions, causing the street office to miss the opportunity repeatedly. Then, around 8 a.m., you returned to the site and called me. I didn't pay much attention at first, but later thought about the continuous heavy rain and that what you said might happen, so I went to the scene. But I was a step too late. All of this indicates that you were already convinced the building would collapse last night. But you just returned to Shanghai from Shangyin County yesterday evening. How did you know?" Mai Jia looked at him too, her big watery eyes filled with encouragement and affirmation. Su Ting pondered for a moment and said, "You might not believe it, but I have a high school classmate who has a master's degree in geology. He visited my home the week before last, and when we got here, he heard the blasting sound from the back mountain and thought that this kind of resonance might trigger the collapse of Building 25. He had to continue lying. That building had suddenly sprung up 2 years ago, and it left a deep impression on him. It should have been within the forest land red line, but it was built openly, and it was 11 stories high. It should be an illegal construction. At that time, there was a severe crackdown on illegal buildings. It was still constructed. Residents of our community speculated that the owner had bribed someone. According to the policy of one household, one building in Shanghai City, villagers can build a detached house of 480 square meters on a 100 square meter foundation, but can't exceed 5 stories. I am someone who harbors a strong hatred for evil, and perhaps subconsciously I hoped that a legal building would collapse. Lin Jijin snorted coldly. Indeed, it is a thorough illegal construction. It was completed last year in less than 4 months. Preliminary investigations show that inferior steel bars and sea sand were used, with shoddy work and substandard materials, resulting in serious safety issues in the building structure and materials. Residents have complained repeatedly, but the street office has not taken action. Continue. Su Ting said. The second reason is that it has been raining heavily for several days, which could undermine the foundation. After heavy rains, secondary geological disasters are likely to occur. Such incidents are common in news media. Third, as I mentioned earlier, there is a stone quarry on the back mountain of Fulu Mountain that blasts every day, and Building 25 is directly facing the valley that connects to the stone quarry. The shock waves from the blasting reached here, causing resonance, and once it exceeded the critical point, the building would collapse. Based on these three conditions, along with my classmates' expert opinion, I was very worried about its collapse. Studied related cases, went to the scene, and then became obsessed, having a dream where it really collapsed. I tend to be a bit superstitious. After waking up, based on these conditions, I deduced that its likelihood of collapse was quite high. District Chief, that's roughly it. Damn it, believe it or not. I will stick to this story. Chapter 80. Ouyang Yang apologized at the same time. Su Ting quietly filed a lawsuit against Ouyang Yang, knowing that the remediation project of the quarry group on Fushan Street was being carried out by Ouyang Yang, and the investigation team would soon uncover it. According to relevant safety regulations, blasting construction is prohibited after or during heavy rain due to the risk of landslides. However, in order to make money quickly, he couldn't wait for the rain to stop and urged the workers to start working immediately. Additionally, the collapsed building was constructed by Ouyang Yang's company. The Ouyang family benefited from both sides. The owner paid $300,000 for the illegal construction, and the construction project still had to be done by the Ouyang family. Lin Jijin smiled and said, "It's really amazing. District Chief, the key point is that we saved the lives of more than 30 people. That's what matters." In his previous life, Lin Jijin was dismissed due to that nationwide disaster. Despite having connections, his career was hindered, and he became obscure. Many felt sorry for him. He was only 41 this year, had outstanding abilities, dared to tackle tough issues, and had a great reputation with a bright future ahead. Lin Jijin nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, you're right. The city and district will commend you. The Bravery Award and the title of Urban Hero should be no problem. Furthermore, once the investigation team concludes their investigation, we will send a letter to Yanghui City expressing our gratitude and recommending that you be awarded a second-class merit." Wow, a second-class merit? That's great. Thank you, District Chief. Mai Jia clapped her hands, beaming with joy. As a police officer, she knew how difficult it was to earn a second-class merit, which would be very helpful for career advancement. Seeing that one of them was clever and cute while the other was calm and steady, Lin Jijin directly said, "Xiao Su, I had someone check, and you have a good reputation in Shoyan County. Your abilities are evident. You're a young talent. Your family is in Dongyang District. Are you interested in transferring back?" Su Ting was taken aback. He didn't expect the district chief to be so straightforward. Mai Jia was also stunned and quickly pinched him discreetly, pouting and shaking her head slightly. She didn't want him to leave. Su Ting replied, "Thank you for your appreciation, District Chief. I'm flattered. However, this matter is significant and involves inter-city transfers. I need to think it over and report to my leaders." Lin Jijin smiled and said, "All right, you don't need to think about it. Work is important, and family is also important. We can't neglect one for the other. I don't want to be blamed for breaking up a couple and making you two engage in a long-distance relationship. Besides, in the future, we may not be unable to work together. What do you think, little brother? That would be great. I look forward to seeing the district chief promoted to secretary of Yanghui. Shanghai City is a vice-provincial city, and the district committee secretary and district chief are usually appointed as department-level officials. In reality, moving to another prefecture-level city as a mayor or secretary of the municipal party committee would be considered a promotion, as it is from deputy department level to full department level. You little comrade, have you arranged everything for me?" Lin Jijin laughed heartily, pointing at him. No, I'm just envisioning a bright future." Lin Jijin laughed again, thinking this kid was quick-witted and quite eloquent, and said, "If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. We don't want to accept media interviews, or rather, we don't want it for now. It's hard to get a holiday, and we want some peace." He persuaded Mai Jia, who was firmly against any media interviews for the time being. News reports are time-sensitive, and after a few days, no one would bother them. Lin Jijin pondered and said, "All right, I will talk to the publicity department and try not to disturb you. However, Such a significant event and such an inspiring act cannot be hidden. Moreover, promoting positive social energy is also an unshirkable responsibility for us party members and officials. Thank you, District Chief. Su Ting's words came true. 2 years later, Lin Jijin was indeed transferred to Yonghui City. As soon as the two came out of the command office, they saw two people walking back and forth in the corridor, the portly Ouyang Hong and the short and stout Ouyang Yang. The expressions on their faces were increasingly green, resembling large cucumbers from an orchard. Ouyang Hong saw Su Ting and Mai Jia and immediately forced a smile, politely saying, "Thank you, two little heroes. The district chief talked with you for a long time. What did you discuss?" Su Ting frightened them by saying, "He is personally investigating the cause of the accident. Accountability is likely coming." "What did you say?" Ouyang Hong was a bit nervous. "I don't know who built the house. I have nothing to say. I just state the facts. So Li Fei's dereliction of duty is inevitable." "Did you mention anything about the others?" Ouyang Hong asked quietly. "No." Ouyang Hong breathed a sigh of relief, but when he turned to his son, his smile turned into anger. With a loud slap, he unexpectedly slapped his son, scolding, "Useless thing, haven't you thanked him yet?" Ouyang Yang covered his swollen face and resentfully glared at his father, then stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Su Ting, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been arrested by now." "Ouyang, it seems you haven't realized the gravity of the situation. You should be grateful that those 30 lives were saved, rather than focusing on your own gains and losses," Su Ting coldly remarked. Seeing the situation was not right, Ouyang Hong asked, "Yang, do you know each other?" "We were college classmates. At last night's reunion, President Ouyang scolded me so badly that I was kicked out of the private room. I then had time to ponder over the building's issue. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if I could save anyone. President Ouyang is rich and powerful, with you as a high-ranking official as his father, which is quite impressive. We all fear him." Hearing this, Ouyang Hong became furious again and slapped his son's right cheek. This time, both of his son's tender cheeks bore 5 red fingerprints. "You're using your father's influence to cause trouble everywhere. You'll get your old man into trouble one day. Su Ting and Mai Jia are like your reborn parents, and you dare treat them like this? Unfilial son, you dog, hurry and apologize." Ouyang Yang, with a mournful face, said nothing. Ouyang Hong kicked him hard, and Ouyang Yang almost fell to the ground, quickly bowing and clasping his hands, saying, "I'm sorry, Su Ting. I was blind and did not recognize the greatness. I looked down on you. I apologize. Please don't hold a grudge against a person like me." "Are you cursing me?" Ouyang Hong reached out to hit him. Su Ting stopped him, saying, "Let him finish." Ouyang Yang humbly pleaded, "I sincerely ask Director Su to spare me this time and to speak a good word for me in front of the district chief and the investigation team. I will be immensely grateful. How can I help you speak?" Su Ting pretended to be surprised, saying, "You are not a public servant. That building has nothing to do with you." Suddenly remembering what Su Ting had said at the gathering last night about his father possibly not being able to hold on to his position, Ouyang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Was he prophetic? How terrifying! However, without Su Ting's intervention, both father and son would have been criminally detained by now. Even so, it seems they would still have a hard time escaping calamity. Chapter 81. The guest of the great merchant. Just as Ouyang Yang was about to say something, Su Ting continued, "Also, Mr. Ouyang, I still don't feel the sincerity in your apology." Ouyang Hong ruffled his son's hair and scolded, "Hurry up and apologize. Be sincere." Ouyang Yang, with a mournful expression, bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I regret it immensely and hope you can overlook my faults and let me off the hook." Su Ting nodded in satisfaction. Mai Jia almost laughed out loud. At that moment, the district mayor's secretary came out and said, "Director Ouyang, the mayor is calling for you." So, Ouyang Hong took his son into the office. While waiting for the elevator, Mai Jia asked him, "Do you think those two bad guys will be caught?" The district mayor was a leader who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. The Ouyang family was doomed. Such a big incident, such obvious corruption. The media had already started digging into the Ouyang family's industrial chain. It would soon bring great relief to the public. Su Ting was not wrong. A month later, Ouyang Hong was dismissed from his position. Ouyang Yang was imprisoned, and other related members of the Ouyang family were also caught. But that's another story for now. Let's set it aside. At 7 in the evening, at the Royal Court Hotel, the luxurious wedding of Lu Wenlong and Huang Liju was taking place. It was said that the wedding cost $5 million, and even the table flowers were Ecuadorian Juliet roses airlifted from the Netherlands, each the size of an adult's fist. As the bride walked down the aisle with the groom, surrounded by rose petals, 300 spotlight beams lit up simultaneously, making the pearl embroidery on the fishtail wedding dress shimmer like a flowing galaxy. In the guest area, Mai Jia watched with tears in her eyes, murmuring, "I really envy them." She secretly found Su Ting's hand, forcefully pried open his fingers, and intertwined them, imagining how wonderful it would be if one day the bride and groom on stage were them. Lost in thought, her face turned red, and she secretly glanced at the handsome man, shyly smiling, making her face even redder. Su Ting looked at the stage with an indifferent expression, but little policewoman Mai Jia was becoming more and more infatuated with him. He felt somewhat conflicted inside. Although he had almost taken advantage of her last night, he had not agreed to be her boyfriend afterward. Su Ting and Mai Jia received extremely honorable treatment, seated at the main table alongside the clan leader and local leaders. The Lu family was known for their gratitude. If it weren't for Su Ting, this wedding would not have existed at all. To the right of the guest area sat the elders of the Lu family, while to the left sat Wu Yongyan, a member of the Fushan Street Party Work Committee and deputy director of the office, a deputy-level cadre in charge of economic development and industry. He was impeccably dressed, and his wristwatch glinted coldly in the candlelight. When shaking hands, he lightly tapped Su Ting's hand with his fingertips and said, "Comrade Xiao Su is not bad. Saving people across the city, this sense of responsibility is rare." The end of his words had a sharp edge, as if reminding him of some boundaries. Mai Jia felt displeased by how he treated her man, smiled, and said, "If it weren't for Comrade Xiao Su, the entire Danyang district would probably face penalties and investigations. Right? Director Wu wouldn't have had the time to attend." Therefore, Su Ting was the benefactor of Fushan Street. After witnessing the style of Ouyang Hong and his son, Mai Jia had lost all good impressions of the leadership of that unit. Wu Yongyan's face darkened slightly, and he sneered, "Little girl, you're naive and outspoken. As the street office director, I won't hold it against you. You should quickly familiarize yourself with the rules and learn to be low-key." Next to him sat Xiaodali, the chairman of the Shan Village Cooperative, who grinned with his long-time smoke-stained teeth and said in a deep voice, "Yes, we won't hold it against the young people. After all, coming from a poor and rough area, it's normal not to understand the rules of big cities. Ignorance is no crime." Su Ting had initially been polite to Wu Yongyan, but unexpectedly, he was competing with a young girl, acting arrogantly, and looking down on others, as if he was afraid they didn't know he was a deputy-level cadre. Such a quality is hardly that of a good official. Frowning, he suddenly pinched Mai Jia's hand, his gaze falling on her glass of foreign wine, and whispered a few words. Mai Jia nodded with a smile, and soon she raised her glass, stood up, walked behind Wu Yongyan and Xiaodali, and suddenly slapped each of them hard on the back of the neck. Her hand was strong, her movements quick, and particularly forceful, leaving both of their necks red. Both men gritted their teeth in pain, turned their heads to glare at Mai Jia, and questioned, "Why did you hit us?" Mai Jia smiled sweetly and said, "It's the rule of the poor and rough place. We greet before drinking. Come, I toast to both of you." The two glared at her, rubbed their necks, and reluctantly picked up their glasses, but heard Mai Jia suddenly say, "Uncle, Auntie, I wish you good health and family happiness." She walked straight to Lu Binkuan, the president of the Lu Group, and his wife. Wu Yongyan and Xiaodali were once again played. Infuriated to the point of smoke coming out of their 7 orifices, ready to erupt, only to hear Su Ting chuckle lightly. "Director Wu, Chairman Xiao, we don't understand the rules of big cities. We didn't offend you, did we?" "Yes, ignorance is no crime." You. Xiaodali trembled with anger, yet stammered and couldn't find the words. Heroes have always emerged from youth. Come, let's raise our glasses to thank our 2 benefactors. Lu Binkuan raised his glass to ease the awkwardness and also to support the benefactors. 12 dishes of Cantonese cuisine were served one after another. And as the steam from the steamed East Star grouper rose, the groom Lu Wenlong and bride Huang Liju came to toast. They had specially visited Su Ting's home in the afternoon to express their gratitude, offering 500,000 cash, which Su Ting and his mother had flatly refused. Seeing Su Ting, who came from a poor background, indifferent to the 500,000 cash and pushing it back without a glance, Lu Wenlong realized that this person was someone who achieved great things. A golden scale is not a mere fish in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. He had the intention to befriend him, which is why he invited him to the wedding and asked him and Mai Jia to come on stage to accept the Lu family's gratitude. Lu Wenlong held Su Ting's hand and whispered, "Benefactor, saying too many words of gratitude seems a bit fake. You don't want money. How about this? You make a request. As long as it doesn't violate any rules or laws, I will definitely fulfill it." "Chairman Lu, you are too polite. Anyone would have stopped the car. No matter which bride and groom it was, I would have done the same. So, let's put this matter behind us." No, it's different. For such a thing, others do not have such foresight, resilience, courage, and bravery. Also, there were dozens of people standing by the roadside. But only you rushed up with Mai Jia to stop the car. At that time, to make it by 10:10, you drove fast, almost 50 miles an hour. If you crashed, it would have been either death or injury. So, no more words. Good brother, from now on, you're my Lu family's benefactor. A drop of water should be rewarded with a fountain of water, let alone my husband and I, along with several of my parents. Kulme, my wife and I toast you in Mai Jia. Lu Wenlong downed a glass of foreign wine in one go. Seeing his generosity, Su Ting also drank it down in one gulp. Mai Jia foolishly also finished her drink, and with her little drinking capacity, she would probably be out soon. Seizing the opportunity, the bride whispered to her, "Congratulations. You found a boyfriend who is handsome, cool, and capable. You're really lucky. Cherish him well, and don't let him get away." "What are you talking about, is you?" Mai Jia shyly and happily hid her. Soon, the bride and groom went to the next table, and the mutual toasting began at this table. Meanwhile, Wu Yongyan and Xiao Dali took the opportunity to press Lu Bingquan for favors. Chapter 82, Bribery of 10 million. When Lu Bingquan came over toast, Xiao Dali smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lu. Wenlong has married such a good wife. With a new member added to your family, life will surely become more prosperous, and your business will grow even bigger." "Thank you, Mr. Qiao. I hope the village chief will continue to take care of our Lu family in the future." Lu Bingquan replied with a smile. "People are in high spirits during joyful occasions, so you should be more straightforward too. Therefore, I want to take this opportunity to discuss the rent," Xiao Dali said. "The lease is about to expire, and I've noticed others have significantly increased their rents. The villagers are not satisfied with the low prices I've been giving you. You know, the villagers have no work most of the time and rely entirely on the year-end dividends. Where do those dividends come from? Isn't it from property rent?" Lu Bingquan knew he would bring this up and smiled, saying, "Chief, I've been renting for 20 years. The rent has gone up every year and now stands at 38 yuan per square meter per month. Look around. Which company has higher rents than mine? Your location isn't the best either. I've been considering our long cooperation and my feelings for Shan Village, so I don't want to move. If you raise it any further, Jishinchang Technology Company 1T survive." Wu Yongyan interjected, "Mr. Lu, don't play poor in front of us. Jishinchang is just your side business. Who doesn't know that your real money comes from gold and jewelry? Think about it. Your gold and jewelry industry is a polluting business, and the street hasn't charged you any environmental fees. Raising the rent a bit would also contribute to the villagers and quell public opinion. It will only benefit you. So, how much does Mr. Qiao want to raise it?" Lu Bingquan observed the two of them working together again, trying to fleece him and bribe him indirectly, and he was fed up. 20, Xiao Dali whispered. Lu Bingquan's expression changed slightly. If the rent increased by 20, he would have to pay an additional 5 million a year. It was simply too greedy. He shook his head and said, "That's too high." "It is a bit high, but it's the request of all shareholders of the joint stock company," Xiao Dali said, seeing him in a difficult position. He whispered, "I'm the chairman, so I still have some say. I'll find a way to get you a 10 increase, but you understand." Lu Bingquan understood that he was using the rent increase as an excuse to solicit a bribe. He smiled and asked, "How much do you want?" "A number. That would be 1 million. Xiao Dali smiled confidently. "If you move, the depreciation fees, moving costs, and compensation for employees will exceed 5 million. Right? Don't lose out over a small matter. Come, let us drink to a pleasant cooperation. Lu Bingquin didn't even lift his glass and coldly said, "Thank you for your care, Chairman. Another question. I'm applying to expand production and build a production base for smart sensing measuring instruments. Can I use that 60 acres of industrial land in Sean South? If he could acquire it at the normal transfer price, the additional 2 million in rent and 1 million in gratitude wouldn't be much at all. The land belongs to our village. However, the street has requisitioned it, and it is currently state-owned reserve land. I can't make the decision. It depends on Director Wu. Of course, I will help you. And you know how to show gratitude," Chiu Dali said with a wicked smile, speaking bluntly. Lu Bingquin gritted his teeth secretly. These two officials were worse than each other. Over the years, he didn't know how many benefits they had extracted from him, yet they were as greedy as gluttons. Unfortunately, one must bow their head under the roof. After all, they were leaders of the local authorities. If you don't cooperate, they have plenty of ways to make your life difficult, and in the end, it would be a loss. He moved a few steps to the side, and Wu Yongyan looked at him disdainfully, slowly pulling his large belly out from under the table and struggling to stand up to talk to him. Wu Yongyan whispered, "Mr. Lu, that piece of land in Shan South can be auctioned publicly or transferred by agreement. You understand, in a public auction, there are many competitors, especially in Shanghai and Fushan Street, close to the city center. Every inch of land is precious. An agreement transfer is easier, and we can give you some discounts. But you need to show appreciation. Just give me a number," Lu Bingquin replied. "Let us discuss it privately later." Wu Yongyan looked around as he saw Lu Bingquin waiting. Everyone was drinking, and aside from Su Ting glancing over discreetly, no one else was paying attention. He grasped Lu Bingquin's hand and extended a finger inside. "That's 10 million. Lu Bingquin smiled, non-committal, and raised his glass, saying, "Thank you, Director Wu, for taking the time to attend my son's wedding." Thank you. Thank you." After that, the drinking at the main table became dull and boring. Before 9 o'clock, the guests who were supposed to leave had all left, leaving only relatives of the Lu and Huang families, as well as the bride and groom's closest friends. Su Ting wanted to leave, but Lu Wenlong insisted he stay and drink more with him. Mai Jia was staying at the Royal Court Hotel, so she didn't need to leave, and she also didn't want Su Ting to go home. Reluctantly, he stayed. Lu Bingquin gave a glance, and the other women immediately left the main table, leaving only Lu Wenlong and Su Ting. They were Shanxiao merchants, with a strong patriarchal mindset. The father and eldest son held high status in the family. Seeing his son had drunk too much, Lu Bingquin switched to tea, personally pouring tea and handing a cup to Su Ting, politely and sincerely saying, "Su Ting, I've actually been observing you tonight. My son is right. You are truly a dragon among men, a rare talent. Uncle Lu, you flatter me too much. I'm just an ordinary civil servant." Su Ting intentionally changed Mr. Lu to Uncle Lu, making it sound more intimate. Hearing this address made Lu Bingquin very happy. He said, "You've been in the world for decades, meeting countless people. I wouldn't be wrong about you. Also just now, you and my Jia dealt with Chinpongzi and Xiu data skillfully, keeping the balance just right. It relieved my heart. Thank you. Uncle Lu, I saw those two whispering to you just now. Were they trying to extort you again?" Lu Bingquin laughed heartily, and after laughing, pointed his finger and said, "You kid, you summed up the distorted relationship between politics and business in 4 words. The relationship between politics and business was originally good, but it has been distorted by some leading officials," Su Ting said. "Can Uncle Lu say something about it? I can help you strategize." At first, Su Ting had no particular thoughts about attending the banquet, but during the meal, he learned that the Lu Group not only dealt in jewelry, but also had high-tech enterprises, such as instruments and meters, which belonged to a relatively high-end manufacturing industry, perfectly fitting the investment attraction requirements of Ziyuan. Therefore, the idea of attracting investment popped into his mind. Lu Bingquin hesitated for a moment, and Lu Wenlong, somewhat tipsy, said, "Dad, Su Ting is one of us. If you share your thoughts, he might have a brilliant idea to break the deadlock. Right, little brother?" He patted Su Ting's shoulder affectionately. He was 3 years older than Su Ting. "No, I wouldn't dare." Lu Bingquin sighed. We reached a dead end. Uncle Lou, with your business so large, you must have a higher vision and greater goals. Why not take a different path? I believe it will be enlightening, leading to new opportunities. Chapter 83. Recruiting a 10 billion large enterprise. Lou Binkwin smiled and said, "You are an official. You should be able to see what kind of people Chun Fatty and Shio Dado are. I won't even mention their corruption. Their appetite is just too big, and they can never be satisfied. They forced Jishin Company to the brink of closure. I want to expand production and acquire a piece of land. But even before I go through the process, they want a kickback." Su Ting said, "I don't think the money for feeding the dogs is anything significant. The key is their blatant extortion will lead to their downfall sooner or later. By then, the project might fall through and also implicate Uncle Lou, which is the most terrifying part. I believe that a politically clean place is the best business environment." Lou Binkwin looked at the young man before him with renewed respect. At such a young age, he had this kind of insight, which was extraordinary. However, he sighed, "But the world is full of corruption. It's all the same everywhere. No, Shenyang County is different. There, the county party secretary is honest and clean, brave and capable, wholeheartedly focused on developing industry and benefiting the people, very ambitious," Lu Wenlong interjected. "I know about Shenyang County. About a year ago, I went there for an inspection. I had my eye on a piece of land called Liziyuan, located just 2 kilometers from the highway entrance in the new urban area of the county. Unfortunately, the county head named Zhang Meng wanted to focus on real estate and wouldn't let us industrial enterprises in, so we couldn't make a deal. Coincidentally, that piece of land is currently vacant and has just changed its designation to industrial land, positioned as a high-tech industrial park. They will no longer develop real estate there." Lu Wenlong exclaimed in surprise, "What about county head Zhang Meng? He is in trouble now. The county's industry and investment attraction are now decided by the secretary." Su Ting said, "Currently, Shang Yun is mobilizing all efforts to attract investment, assigning tasks to officials above the section level to utilize the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival for investment promotion. However, the Liziyuan land is less than 1,000 acres. And if a large enterprise settles in, it could take up most of the land, so it's very sought after. Moreover, our county is offering the lowest land prices, the best support policies, and the best service guarantees. Opportunities like this won't come again." Lu Wenlong and Lu Binkwin exchanged glances and smiled. Su Ting, being quite clever, stood up and said, "I need to go to the restroom," leaving the father and son to discuss. Before Su Ting could walk far, Lu Wenlong eagerly said, "Haven't you always said you want me to stand on my own? The opportunity has come. Let's move Jishin to Liziyuan and let me take charge. I will definitely grow it from a well-known enterprise in the province to a national name." Lu Binkwin, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked, "Do you really want to go out on your own?" "Yes." "All right, Dad will take a gamble this time." One important reason he was willing to take the risk was Su Ting. It was a way to repay him, a big gift for him. Of course, with someone like Su Ting around, his son's enterprise wouldn't be exploited. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "Wait a minute. Let me call to ask about the situation in Shenyang County. I can't be too impulsive." After making a few calls, Lu Binkwin's face lit up with excitement as he said to his son, "What Su Ting said is all true. He didn't fool us. I knew it." Lu Wenlong appeared ambitious. When Su Ting returned, Lu Binkwin directly said, "Xiao Su, I can now responsibly tell you that we have decided to move Jishin Technology Industrial Company, Limited to Liziyuan." Although Su Ting had anticipated this, he was still pleasantly surprised and stood up to express his gratitude. "Don't get too excited. Sit down first. I have conditions. Uncle Lou, please go ahead. First, I need at least 60 acres of land. Second, it must be clean land, without property disputes, and no buildings or attachments on it. If there are, they should be quickly demolished by the county government. Third, I don't want to go through bidding. I want to negotiate a transfer agreement, and, of course, you should offer a discount within a reasonable range." Su Ting nodded and said, "That should be no problem. However, I still need to understand some details and then report to the leaders before getting back to you." "How does that sound?" "No problem. Go ahead and ask. First, what is the total investment amount? Second, what is the estimated annual output value? When will it go into production? Third, if a factory is to be built, can the company be registered within this year? with real registered capital of over 50 million? Lu Bingquan thought for a moment and said, "The total investment needs to be calculated, but I have an idea. It should be around 200 to 300 million, with an annual output value of no less than 1 billion, and we expect to go into production in the first half of next year. The business registration is not a problem. Once confirmed, I will immediately start constructing the factory, dormitories, etc., and also purchase equipment, hire workers, and provide training. So the 50 million registered capital will probably not be enough this year." "Good. I'll report this to the leaders." Su Ting took his phone and walked outside to a secluded area, dialing Wang Shiyuan. The other party answered immediately with a pleasant voice. "Is this Su Ting?" "Yes. Have you forgotten your boss when you got home? Do you have a new girlfriend?" Su Ting laughed. "No, I only have my boss in my heart. Fully focused on work. Hard work pays off. I signed a big deal today. Is there a company coming in? What is the output value? A 1 billion enterprise? And it's 10 billion. Su Ting briefly explained the situation. Wang Xian on the other end was clearly very happy, laughing heartily. "You little rascal, not bad. But make sure to seal the deal and don't let it slip away. Also, keep it confidential until it's confirmed on your end. Understand?" She was worried about someone swooping in to steal the opportunity. "Understood. My boss treats me so well. My boss is both beautiful and capable. I miss you. Cut that out. Make sure to rest well during the National Day holiday and don't run around recklessly," she said before hanging up. Su Ting felt indescribably happy. Among all the women, he undoubtedly liked Wang Shiyuan the most. Back at the main table in the hotel, Su Ting smiled and said, "Our county party secretary, Secretary Wang, asked me to convey her congratulations, wishing you a happy marriage and 100 years of harmony." Thank you. Is it the county party secretary?" Lu Bingquan put his hands together in gratitude. "Yes. Her name is Wang Shiyuan, a female comrade. She said she warmly welcomes your company to Shangyun and will personally coordinate and provide the best conditions for Jishinchang, safeguarding the company's development." "Great, wonderful." Lu Wenlong was extremely excited. He could finally independently make a significant move. "Then let us sign the intention agreement," Su Ting said calmly, but with undeniable authority. "Okay." As it approached 10 o'clock, Su Ting prepared to leave. Mai Jia appeared calm on the surface, but felt very reluctant inside. When she walked him to the door alone, she secretly squeezed his hand, blushing as she lowered her head, and said, "Su Ting, my mom is coming soon. I told her about today's events, and she is worried about me. So she is coming." So what? Chapter 84. The house buying turmoil. "So, my mom will sleep with me tonight." Su Ting said seriously. Okay, let your mom accompany you well." "Oh, fine, then what about us? Do you have a girlfriend now?" After a night of almost no sleep and a busy day, she was tired and needed to rest early. Su Ting finished speaking and turned to leave. "Thank you." She drooped her eyelids, pouted her lips, and looked ashamed. "Ooh, is he angry?" Once Su Ting's figure disappeared into the night, she cursed softly into the void. "Thank you to your ancestors for 8 generations. You bad guy. You want my body, but don't want to take responsibility. Oof. Big bad guy. I hate you. I despise you. Should I give it to him or not?" Her heart was in turmoil. Back home, Su Ting had something important to do: buy a house. He contacted a real estate agency in the Lianhua district to arrange for the owner, who was in a hurry to sell, to view the house tomorrow. There were the best primary and secondary schools in Shanghai City nearby, with an average price of around 32,000 per square meter for school district houses. But in 5 years, it would exceed 150,000. He intended to multiply the compensation money from the textile factory's demolition several times. October in Shanghai City still carried the warmth of late summer, and the old banyan trees in the Lianhua district cast mottled shadows in the midday sun. Su Ting arrived at Zhongyuan Real Estate. He had his eye on a house listed for just 2.8 million yuan, owned by Miss Yi, measuring 89.9 square meters on the 18th floor, which should be worth over 3 million based on market conditions. But when he returned after finishing breakfast, a sudden sound of a glass smashing on the floor echoed from inside. Su Ting raised an eyebrow and looked over, only to see a tall, slender young woman leaning against the windowsill, her phone still vibrating in her pocket, though she seemed to be unaware. Her fingers gripped the property certificate tightly, turning white as she coldly laughed at the man with a buzz cut in front of her. Wu Yang, you are really calculating, trying to lower the price by 500,000 to buy my house, and then forcing me to sell the Hengxin production line at a low price? The man named Wu Yang stepped forward with a cigarette in his mouth, two of his lackeys immediately blocking the doorway. Yi Fei Hong, be smart and sign the contract. Your broken factory with over 8 million toys recalled hasn't been sued by Mattel yet. Once they sue, it could cost you billions. And I want to remind you, that's in US dollars, not RMB or HKD. Your account has long been frozen by the bank, right? Your cotton futures have also lost a fortune. Haven't they? Haha, if this drags on, the workers won't even get their severance pay. By then, over 3,000 workers will cause a ruckus, and you won't be able to handle it. He waved the documents in his hand, too. 3 million for the house, plus 3 million for your factory's equipment. Enough to save you some face. Face? Yi Fei Hong suddenly laughed, her voice small but icy. 2 years ago, when you stole the design drawings from my factory and I sued you in court, did you ever think about face? If it weren't for your second brother, Wu Yongnian, you would have been locked up long ago. Now that I'm down on my luck, you want to swallow me whole? She took a step forward, her 1.7-meter frame standing taller than Wu Yang. Let me tell you, even if Hengxin goes bankrupt, people like you aren't qualified to take advantage. Wu Yang's face changed drastically, and he raised his hand to slap her. Yi Fei Hong, don't push your luck. I'll say it here today. If I Wu Yang don't buy this house, no one dares to buy it. Yi Fei Hong's eyes brimmed with tears, shaking with anger. You scoundrel. If it weren't for you blocking me, my house would have been sold long ago, and the workers would have received their money sooner. Our Wu family has absolute power in Danyang district. What can you do? I can be willful because I have power and money. He looked like a rogue. You are too despicable. Yi Fei Hong finally cried, her thin shoulders trembling, her voice choked. Then let's just sign it. Wu Yang threw the purchase contract in front of her. Yi Fei Hong lowered her head, tears dripping onto the floor. She was already forced into a desperate situation, and although she was not a weak person, she felt powerless. Like a tiger fallen to the ground being bullied by dogs. She hesitated, picking up the pen to sign. Don't sign. Su Ting suddenly spoke, pushing the intention letter onto the negotiation table. I'll buy this house for 3 million. His gaze swept over Yi Fei Hong's sorrowful face and landed on Wu Yang's forehead, which was bulging with veins. Missy listed it for 8 million. I'll add 200,000, and we can sign a contract and pay the deposit right now. So, Wu Yang, there's nothing for you here. You can leave. He broke the mold, shocking everyone, including Yi Fei Hong. As soon as he heard Yi Fei Hong's name, Su Ting had made up his mind to help. Wu Yang was also taken aback, looking him up and down, then sneered. Where did this idiot come from? Daring to compete with me for business? Do you know who I am? If I stomp my foot, the whole Shanghai city will shake. He gestured, and one of his lackeys stepped forward to shove Su Ting. Get lost. Don't waste our time on serious business. Su Ting sidestepped, sneering. Your second brother is Wu Yongnian? Oh, you're quite perceptive, Wu Yang grinned. You should be going in soon, so don't be too arrogant. In his previous life, Su Ting didn't know if Wu Yongnian had gone to prison, but the scenes from the Huangting Hotel last night were fresh in his mind. He knew this person was corrupt. Wu Yang growled. Damn it. How dare you curse my second brother and ruin my good fortune? Get him. Kill him. Two lackeys came swinging their fists. Su Ting dodged twice, and when they swung for the third time, their strength had diminished. He smoothly grabbed one's elbow, and with a crisp sound, the skinny lackey cried out and knelt on the ground. The other lackey, a clumsy fat man, swung his fist with all his might. Su Ting took half a step back. The man missed and almost fell. Su Ting caught his hand, pulling him back and driving his knee into the man's abdomen, causing him to collapse, clutching his stomach. The whole sequence of actions was as fast as lightning. Even Yi Fei Hong widened her eyes in shock. This fresh-faced young man was quicker than the retired security chief at her factory. Do you dare touch my people? Wu Yang stepped back, fumbling for his phone. I'll tell you, I'll kill you. Su Ting leaned against the doorframe, tapping the contract with his fingertips, softly saying, get lost. He stood tall and imposing, exuding a murderous aura, like a martial arts master, his mere gaze enough to instill fear. Wu Yang wanted to charge again, but was pulled back by several young agents. The agency manager said, "Can we not fight? We're here to do business. If you don't leave, I'll call the police, and they'll be here soon. This ISN T Donyang district. If the police come, it will be troublesome." One of the lackeys whispered. This was giving him a way out. In fact, they felt they couldn't beat the other side. And the agency's young guys were getting anxious to close the deal. Wu Yang thought he was really unlucky today. He was about to get Yi Fei Hong's house at a low price, and then push harder from the side of the beautiful country. And this woman and the Hengxin factory would be his. Who knew a powerful fighter would suddenly appear? No, not just any fighter, but a formidable one. And this guy was too strong to provoke. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. And there was no need to fuss with a woman who was already in a desperate situation. After all, she wouldn't be able to overcome the hurdle of the product recall.